untranslatable gibberish, likely a Vietnamese greeting and inside joke/reference to the video's audience. Lulu furrowed his brow and roared, "Mom!" He stormed into the living room, bellowing, "Why did you freeze my card?" No Tin, seemingly anticipating his reaction, rested her chin on her hand and calmly replied, "Xiao Lu, you're back. Don't be so hasty. Let's have dinner and talk." No Tin, Lulu's stepmother, watched him. Lulu gritted his teeth in frustration. "Dinner? The bank just told me my card is frozen." Lu Mai, seeing his anger, feigned a pout. "Brother, I'm hungry. Can we eat first and talk later?" Lu Mai, No Tin's daughter, clung to his arm. Even his stepbrother, Lu the Vu, sneered. "Yeah, what's the rush? Let's have our last supper and then talk." Lu the Vu, No Tin's son, goaded him. Lulu glared at him with barely contained fury. "Last supper? What do you mean?" No Tin sipped her wine and sighed dramatically. "Ah, the Vu, you can never keep a secret." She explained coldly, "Xiao Lu, it's like this. Your father's whereabouts are unknown, and the Sheng Lu Corporation has been struggling lately." No Tin and her two children exchanged sly glances with Lulu, so I asked your father's lawyer, Uncle Huang, to transfer the company's shares to my name. Realizing her true intentions, he exploded. "My father's been missing for 3 years, and you're already trying to steal the company?" No Tin cut him off impatiently. "Not trying, I have. Now let's have that last supper, shall we?" Lulu, unable to contain his rage, pointed at her accusingly. "You treacherous woman! I treated you like family. How dare you take advantage of my father's absence?" Seeing his mother being insulted, Lu the Vu stepped forward menacingly. "Watch your mouth. I'll tear it to shreds." No Tin quickly placed a hand, adorned with glittering diamonds, on his shoulder to calm him. "There's no need for that. Xiao Lu is just upset. I'm doing this for his future too, you know." She produced a gold card. "Here's 5 million for you." She also presented a document, her voice softening as she coaxed Lulu, "Just sign this, and the 5 million is yours. You'll never have to worry about money again." By now, Lulu had calmed down considerably. He smirked as he took the document. "So you've planned this all along." No Tin took another sip of wine. "Look out for number 1. That's my motto." Lu the Vu shoved a pen towards Lulu. "Sign it, or you won't even get the 5 million. Even Lu Mai chimed in, her voice saccharine. "Yeah, brother, Mom's doing the right thing. Just sign it. It's for the best." Lulu took the pen. "I'll sign, but..." No Tin, being older and more experienced, saw through his act. "I knew there'd be a catch." "What is it?" Lulu twirled the pen in his fingers. "I don't want the 5 million. He paused for effect, then stated firmly, "I want the Lu family's ancestral land." No Tin and her children stared at him, dumbfounded. Lu the Vu burst out laughing. "Seriously?" Lu Mai also covered her mouth, giggling. "That little supermarket? With the inventory, it's worth maybe 3 million. Are you crazy?" But No Tin, ever the pragmatist, simply ordered the Vu print a new contract. He quickly replied, "Yes, Mom." Moments later, a new contract was placed before Lulu, along with the impatient command, "Here's the new contract. Sign it." Without another word, Lulu smoothly signed his name. 2 glasses of wine were then filled to the brim. No Tin, pleased with her apparent victory, raised her glass to Lulu. "A toast, then," she purred, "to a brighter tomorrow for us both." But Lulu's expression was one of pure disgust. The moment her words faded, he flung the contents of his glass into her face. His voice, thick with loathing, dripped with contempt. "Looking at you sickens me." Unfazed by his outburst, No Tin calmly wiped the wine from her face. 200,000 for a glass of wine," she remarked, even licking the remaining droplet from her fingers with relish. "Young Master Lu certainly has a penchant for expensive losses." Lulu, seething with rage, delivered a parting shot before storming towards the door. "You may have taken what's mine today," he snarled, "but I swear I'll take it back with my own hands." He slammed the door shut, punctuating his fury. Lu the Vu, watching him leave, turned to his mother, frustration etched on his face. "Mother, why did you let him go so easily?" No Tin merely glanced at him, a sly glint in her eyes. "Let him come," she said, her voice laced with challenge. Her expression turned cunning. "Just leak the news of his defiance. There are plenty who would be happy to deal with him." Night fell, cloaking the city in an eerie silence. Lulu stood before a small, unassuming shop, the Lu family's ancestral home. His face was a mask of grim determination. He remembered his grandfather's words. This land must never be sold. As long as the ancestral land remains, so too will the Lu family. He reached for the door, and as he did, a brilliant light enveloped him. Beams of light cascaded down, and Lulu squinted, bewildered. "What is this light?" he muttered. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Scanning, confirming host identity. Commencing ownership transfer protocol for the shop of supply and demand. Name, Lulu. Height, 1.85 meters. Age, 22. Bloodline confirmed. Identity verification successful. The voice boomed after scanning him completely. "Congratulations, host. You have entered the other world." Following the system's announcement, Lulu found himself abruptly transported to a strange room. His eyes widened in astonishment. "What happened to my house?" he exclaimed, taking in the bizarre surroundings. Shelves filled with jars of every size and color imaginable lined the walls. Not just a few shelves, but countless rows stretching throughout the entire shop. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from outside, followed by insistent banging. "Open the door! Open the door! Someone's here!" The door swung open, revealing a figure emanating a pungent odor. "Celestial! Celestial! You've returned!" Kim Duk-bu rushed forward, clinging to Lulu's leg and wailing. "Celestial, you must help me. If you don't, I'm doomed." Lulu, clamping his hand over his nose, recoiled. "What is that stench?" Kim Duk-bu, seemingly oblivious to his own odor, puffed out his chest. "Your celestial wisdom is truly remarkable. I've been suffering from this affliction for years." Lulu, aghast at his unabashed demeanor, snapped. "Do you think I can't smell you? Let go of me, and I'll consider helping." Kim Duk-bu, practically drooling with excitement, cried, "Truly? The rest of my life has been spent waiting for your return, Celestial." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lulu's mind. "The Shop of Supply and Demand has received its first order. Please confirm the mission, host." Overwhelmed by the barrage of strange events, Lulu screamed internally. "I need a doctor, not a quest." The system, however, was relentless. "Please confirm the mission. Failure to accept the mission will prevent progression to the next stage. Completing the mission will yield rewards." Clutching his head against the incessant buzzing in his mind, Lulu finally relented. Fine, I accept. Just stop." He smiled, offering a piece of candy to Kim Duk-bu. It was a stick of green chewing gum, boasting long-lasting freshness and odor-eliminating properties, newly stocked in the Lu family supermarket. But when he saw Kim Duk-bu shove a handful into his mouth, Lulu cried out in exasperation. "Unwrap it first." After chewing contentedly, Kim Duk-bu exhaled a minty fresh breath. Kim Duk-bu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lulu. "Immortal. How much for this divine object?" Lulu thought to himself, "I have no idea," but held up 3 fingers anyway, glancing at Kim Duk-bu as if gauging whether to swindle him a bit. Looking at Lulu's 3 fingers, Kim Duk-bu replied honestly, "Great Immortal, this medicine is good, but 3 low-grade spirit stones is a bit much, isn't it? Can I trade something else instead?" Lulu, unsure, asked, "What is it?" Kim Duk-bu blushed, stammering, It's something all men desire. You understand." He then produced a small purple bottle. "Pupil restoration pills." He went on to paint a vivid picture of Lulu surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying endless pleasures. Lulu blushed, shouting, "What do I need that for?" Then he suddenly froze, a dazed expression on his face. The system, once again, both announced and transported him. Host time in the other world has expired. Automatically clearing customer. Returning to the human realm. First task complete. Host has earned the entry-level title, Grand Tailleur of Requests. Lulu rolled his eyes and slumped onto the floor of the shop. Oblivious to his feelings, the system continued its information dump. Host is now the owner of the Shop of Supply and Demand. We hope the host will strive to become stronger. If the shop reaches a turnover of 1 million, it will be upgraded, allowing the construction of a new spiritual energy field, along with a mysterious grand prize. Current business income is less than 100,000 yuan, business level 0, commercially bankrupt. Lulu gritted his teeth in frustration. All right, I get it. Stop nagging." 3 days later, outside the Lu family supermarket, a flashy pink car appeared. A pair of long, slender legs emerged, followed by a young woman in dark sunglasses. She exuded a cool, confident, and somewhat aloof aura. It was Man Fu Jiao, Lulu's childhood friend. She stepped into the shop and called softly, "Lulu." He quickly hid the bottle of pupil restoration pills behind his back. "Miss Man, what brings you here?" Man Fu Jiao asked with a bright smile. "I heard you're back at the Lu ancestral home. How's the new supermarket doing? Are you getting many customers?" He scratched his head, replying hesitantly, "It's okay. I'm just starting out. Hard work will make up for it. But inwardly, he was worried. He'd heard that Fu Jiao had caused a scene after learning that No Tin had kicked him out. Her current nonchalance was clearly a facade, an attempt to comfort him. Man Fu Jiao, seemingly aware of his thoughts, placed her hands on her hips and suggested, "Given your current situation, why don't you come work for me?" Lulu stepped closer. "What? Come work for you? We're not engaged anymore. Haven't you given up yet?" Fu Jiao frowned at his sarcasm, then, without hesitation, brought her high heel down hard on his foot. "Ouch!" Lulu yelped in pain. He hopped around, clutching his injured foot. Fu Jiao, indifferent to his plight, turned and walked away with a cold wave of her hand. "Good. You're hopeless. That puts my mind at ease. Take a few days to rest. I'll find you a more suitable job later." While Lulu remained inside, he watched Meng Fu Jiao drive away, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. "What good am I that Meng, the esteemed young lady, should worry about me like this?" Meng Fu Jiao mused as she drove. That old witch, No Tin, dared to treat Lulu like that. She won't get away with it. Suddenly, a car with 4 large men inside sped past her. Su Song, thinking of Lulu, let out a hearty laugh. "Today, that Lu fellow will learn his lesson. Ha ha ha." Just a short while later, the men appeared in front of Lulu's shop. Su Song, his belly protruding, bellowed, "Lulu, get out here." Hearing his name called, Lulu stepped outside. "I've just opened, and Boss Su graces me with his presence." "You honor me too much," he said, a sarcastic smile twisting his lips. Seeing Lulu's fearless demeanor, Su Suong flew into a rage. "I'm here to tear down your shop," he threatened. Yet, he couldn't resist the opportunity to further humiliate Lulu. "But if you kneel down and call me Dad, admitting your mistake, I might reconsider. I might even throw you a bone." 2 of his henchmen chimed in. "Call him Dad, hurry up." Lulu, witnessing this charade, simply yawned in boredom. They say people always crave what they lack. Instead of anger, a provocative smile spread across Lulu's face. "You want a son, but you can't have one, can you?" Su Suong gritted his teeth. "Get him," he ordered his men. "Don't listen to his nonsense." The 3 henchmen obediently lunged at Lulu. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Granteur of requests, I activated." Lulu frowned, focusing his mind on dodging the blows, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "We're in the middle of a fight. Don't spout nonsense," he thought. After the system scanned Su Song, detailed information appeared. Name, Su Song. Gender, male. Request analysis. Due to nightly exertions, likely experiencing weakness and fatigue. Treatable. At that moment, the orange-haired henchman threw a powerful punch at Lulu Dai, he roared. But he was surprised to see Lulu nimbly dodge the attack. He even predicted that. The system observed and commented, "Customer has extremely high potential. Actively seek a sales route for the divine elixir." Lulu, fighting unarmed against 3 armed men, grew irritated by the system's incessant chatter. "I'm fighting here, and you're broadcasting advertisements? What kind of shady system is this?" The other party, displeased, tried to move away. Lulu smirked and said softly, "Fine." But his eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "Go ahead and advertise." Suddenly, he delivered a powerful kick to the orange-haired henchman's stomach. Back pain. Then, he stomped hard on the shoulder of the short-haired henchman. Shoulder pain. The man cried out in agony. Finally, he finished with an uppercut to the remaining henchman's jaw. Blurry vision. Dizziness. Seeing Lulu dispatch his 3 companions so quickly, Su Song, despite his heavy build, charged forward with surprising speed. In a flash, he was in front of Lulu. But Lulu remained alert, anticipating the attack. Limb fatigue. A precise punch landed squarely on Su Suong's face. Mental exhaustion. Su Suong crumpled to the ground. Lulu smirked. "Feels like all the energy's been drained from your body, doesn't it?" Those words struck a chord with Su Suong. He burst into tears. As if remembering something, Su Suong bowed his head and sobbed. "I don't want to either." He recalled his girlfriend's suspicious look. "Brother, are you all right?" Lulu approached him with a reassuring smile. "Wasn't I right?" Su Suong, no longer the aggressive bully, spoke in a pathetic tone. "What can I do?" "My girlfriend." Lulu seized the opportunity, pulling out a small bottle. "Behold, the great treasure Lu Ji has prepared for you. Pupil restoration pills." Su Suong stared blankly. "What's this?" Lulu, with a flourish, painted a vivid picture of the pill's miraculous effects. "These can help you regain your youthful vigor, nourish your body, enhance your pleasure, and regulate your, well, you get the idea. Pupil restoration pills." Su Song, as if a drowning man grasping a lifeline, his eyes gleaming, asked, "Does this supplement really work?" Lu grinned, brimming with confidence. "Who is Lu Ji? Do I look like a con artist? Don't worry, try it. If it works, you pay. I'm not afraid you won't come back." Su Song, despite receiving this supposed miracle cure, still couldn't resist a parting threat. "Fine, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, you better watch your back." A bead of sweat trickled down Lu's forehead. Sure. Su Suong turned and left, his 3 intimidated henchmen scrambling after him. "Boss, wait for us." Lu watched them go, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Everyone else's system is all about cultivating immortality, but mine seems to have turned into selling supplements. What's going on? A day later, as Lu paced restlessly in front of his family's supermarket, a group of men appeared. He tensed, his voice cold. "Who's there?" One of the 3 men sneered. My, isn't this the great Lu family's young master? Reduced to this, are we? Life, how the mighty have fallen. 6 burly men surrounded Lu young Master Long. His face arrogant, scoffed. Lu, you look pathetic. Need me to introduce you to a nice Annie who can help you out of this dead-end job?" One of the men whispered, "He's after Man Fu Jiao, young Master Long." Lu ignored the taunt, feigning concern. "Oh really? Young Master Long knows so many helpful people, does he?" Long pushed his glasses up his nose, masking his irritation. Ha. I'm laughing at how blind you are. Man Fu Jiao was your fiancée, you know. You were so blind you let her go." Lu's brow furrowed at the implication. Let her go. He squinted, a memory flickering in his mind. Man Fu Jiao's voice, firm and unwavering, echoed in his memory. "I won't accept this arranged marriage. I will find my own true love." And Lu, surprisingly agreeable, had responded, "All right then." Man Fu Jiao had stared at him in disbelief, the ease of it all almost unsettling. A day later, under the same tree, Lu, his face bruised and battered, had announced to Man Fu Jiao with a grin, "I told my father. I broke off the engagement. Got a beating for it, too." She had gasped, blushing. "Really?" Lu, playing the part of the mature young man, had declared, "You're free. Go find your own happiness." Fu Jiao's eyes had welled with tears. Long, growing impatient with Lu's silence, snapped, "What are you standing there gawking at?" Lu simply smiled. Long, infuriated by the calm expression, asserted his claim. "You and her are over. She's mine now." Lu's response was nonchalant. "Oh really?" The casual dismissal further fueled Long's anger. He stalked towards Lu, grabbing his collar. "Look at you. You're nothing." But before he could finish, a fist connected with his jaw. Without a word, Lu had struck. Long's stylish glasses went flying. Clutching his swelling cheek, he roared, "Get him! Teach him who's boss around here." As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 of his men lunged at Lu. He lashed out, aiming a kick at one of them, but the man simply caught his leg with ease. Lu furrowed his brow, wary. The bodyguard skills were nothing to scoff at. This would require a serious fight. With that thought, he launched his attack from behind, slamming his full weight into the back of one guard, then swiftly dislocating the arm of another. The last remaining guard, seeing this, charged forward to restrain Lu, only to receive a sharp kick that snapped his head back. Young Master Long seized the moment when Lu's attention was diverted, appearing behind him with a glass bottle in his hand, seemingly procured from thin air. A loud shattering sound echoed as young Master Long, eyes squeezed shut and teeth gritted, smashed the bottle against Lu's head. Blood flowed freely from the wound on Lu's head. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and sneered. Ganging up wasn't enough. You had to resort to using a weapon. Young Master Long, invigorated by his successful blow, seemed to find new energy. No need for honorable conduct with a good-for-nothing cur like you. He barked another order to his men. "Get him!" Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the air. "Anyone who dares touch Brother Lu is asking for a beating." Lu started in surprise. Even young Master Long and his crew were taken aback. They exclaimed in unison as the newcomer appeared. It was Su Suong. He positioned himself protectively in front of Lu, a look of concern etched on his face. "Don't worry, Lu. With me here, no one will bully you." Despite this, Lulu felt more suspicion than gratitude. Why was Su Suong here and acting like this? Could the pupil restoration pills actually be working? He wondered. Young Master Long, puzzled by Su Song's strange behavior, questioned him. Su Song, I thought you had a grudge against Lulu. Stay out of this. Su Suong cracked his knuckles, a menacing look in his eyes. Who said I have a grudge against Brother Lu? Anyone who touches Brother Lu will answer to me. Young Master Long's face paled. Su Suong was a notorious thug in the area. Crossing him would spell trouble for his business. After weighing his options, he adopted a conciliatory tone. We're all injured. For Su Suong's sake, let's forget this. He couldn't resist a final warning to Lulu, however, about Meng Fu Jiao. I advise you to drop it. Having delivered his message, he turned and led his men away. Let's go. Once they were gone, Su Song turned back to Lulu, his voice apologetic. Brother Lu, I got here just in time, right? But Lulu's vision was blurring, and the last thing he saw was Su Suong's worried face, his voice filled with panic. Brother Lu. Lulu slowly opened his eyes in Su Suong's apartment, one of many in a mid-rise building. The first thing he saw was a generous cleavage, complete with a glimpse of lace. His eyes widened, and he blushed crimson, coughing awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. The cough caught the attention of Han QQ. Lulu sat up abruptly, disoriented. How did I get here? Han QQ stammered, retreating. Why, you're awake. This is my brother's apartment. Blushing, she continued hesitantly. My brother, Su Song, asked me to look after you. She gestured towards the medical supplies on the table, as if to corroborate her explanation. I just cleaned your wounds. Sit up. Honestly, you men are so much trouble. Lulu sat up, and Han QQ resumed her position on the bed to continue tending to his injuries. Once she was finished, Lulu smiled and asked, Thank you for taking care of me. What's your name? She replied politely, Han QQ. At that moment, Su Song entered from the doorway, an air of mystery about him. Lulu, he announced, his voice low. Good news. I've landed you a big order. Inside the technician's room, a group of men sat around, laughing and joking. Su Song, with a bright smile, introduced Lulu. This is Lulu, he said. He's the one who introduced me to the supplements I've been using. Lulu, feeling a flicker of apprehension, greeted them politely. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Suddenly, Lulu's eyes narrowed. The system's notification rang in his mind. Omnipotent insight activated. Once again, his gaze swept over the men in the room. Within moments, information appeared above each of their heads. Bloating, excessive sweating, qi deficiency, fatigue. Only Su Song, already treated, seemed vibrant and healthy. After this brief assessment, Lulu smacked his forehead in exasperation. Su Song certainly knew how to pick his friends. Finally, he conceded. All right, I understand your situations. Since you're Su Suong's friends, despite his words, the men seemed unconvinced. How come we've never heard of this amazing young Master Lu of the Sheng Lu Corporation? They scoffed. Weakness, 30 seconds. Unless you drop your pants and let us examine you, one of them taunted. Yeah, strip down, another chimed in. Fatigue. Seeing his savior being mocked, Su Suong angrily interjected. What's wrong with you guys? Don't you trust me? Lulu patted Su Suong's shoulder reassuringly. It's fine, he said calmly, then left them with a parting shot. I'm not selling anymore. There will come a time when you'll be begging me for these. Just then, Fong Jie entered the room with a cup of tea, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Honey, she cooed, I brought you some ginseng tea. With meticulous care, she spoon-fed Su Song. Drink up, darling, so we can go home soon. The others stared in bewilderment. Fong Jie, are you feeling all right? One of them asked, incredulous. Bloating. Even the fatigued man looked suspicious. Is someone impersonating her? Overhearing their whispers, Fong Jie shot them a warning glare. The man suffering from bloating stammered and clutched himself. What are you looking at? He mumbled. Fong Jie slammed her foot on the table, her voice sharp. You think you're getting bold just because I haven't said anything? If you want to die, I'll gladly help you along. The man instantly cowered. Fong Jie, I was wrong, he blurted, bloating. Weakness, 30 seconds. Fatigue. She then turned back to Su Suong, planting a loving kiss on his cheek. Hubby, I won't let them bother you anymore. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances as Su Suong grinned and waved. Fong Jie, what's gotten into her? The bloated man whispered to the one with the 30-second weakness. Did she take the wrong medicine? The fatigued man cautioned. You dare suggest Fong Jie took the wrong medicine? Su Song, beaming, pulled Lu Lu closer to boast. She didn't take the wrong medicine. I took the supplements. A woman like her only submits to a real man. The bloated man, along with the others suffering from the 30-second weakness and fatigue, finally understood. How much for those supplements? I'll take them all, one exclaimed. Me too, another chimed in. Me as well. Lu smirked, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Call me Lu Ji, he instructed. Lu Ji, they roared in unison. The next morning, at Lu's supermarket, the shop was small, but it exuded a warm, inviting atmosphere. Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. I sold out last night, he mused. I need to restock from the other world. He summoned the system. System, I want to go to the other world. The system grumbled in response. Fine, don't tell me twice. Initiating transport. Lu blinked in surprise, but couldn't argue. The system was talking back. After arriving in the other world, he caught a whiff of something and paused. A moment later, his eyes widened and tears began to stream down his face. Lu clutched his eyes and cried out, collapsing. What is this smell? It's burning my eyes. Jean de Biao reappeared, but this time he had someone with him. Immortal, this is our esteemed elder Wang Hung, the alchemist. He heard you possess many miraculous medicines. At this point, Lu's head was spinning from the pungent, irritating odor. Despite this, the system scanning function still activated. Insightful eye of supply and demand. Due to the cultivation technique practiced, the flow of qi is imbalanced, leading to a severe foul odor. Having obtained the information, Lu immediately began searching. Your problem stems from the cultivation technique you practice. Wang Hung stared at him in astonishment. Immortal, you know the cause? A moment later, Lu produced a glass box containing a large, round-bottomed flask. Apply this all over your body once a day. It will eliminate the foul odor. Wang Heng's eyes welled up with tears of joy. Immortal, you truly possess divine abilities. Jean de Biao patted his shoulder reassuringly. Elder, I told you the Immortal has many excellent medicines. Having learned from the previous encounter, Lu took the initiative. This one does not give these away. What do you have to offer in exchange? Wang Hung readily presented his offering. This Immortal has marrow cleansing elixir, which can aid in cultivation and strengthen the body. Jean de Biao, standing beside him, confirmed. The same rules apply as before. 1 container of Virgin Boy restoration pills. Lu asked casually, is this all you have? He smiled faintly. Jean de Biao looked slightly worried at this. I am mortal. Did you make less this time? Lu quickly denied it. He furrowed his brow, a thoughtful expression on his face. My elixir only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If I knew the cultivation methods you two practice, I could provide more suitable medicine. He looked at them as he listed his requests. Cultivation techniques, medicinal herbs, spirit stones. This one wants to understand your cultivation process. He was secretly calculating. If he could also practice cultivation techniques, it would be beneficial for future transactions. He might as well learn about their world's cultivation methods. The two men before him, unsure if they understood his intentions, respectfully clasped their hands and bowed. Thank you, Immortal. The Immortal is truly benevolent. Suddenly, he felt a shift. Sure enough, the system had returned him and the medicines to the real world. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Every time a transaction is about to conclude, I'm pulled back. What kind of business practice is this system? The system seemed apologetic. The system is not being thorough. The host time in the other world is limited due to insufficient transaction level. Then, a line of information appeared. Current revenue, 75,000 out of 1 million yuan. Level 1, preliminary merchant. Lulu's lips twitched slightly. What can I do in 10 minutes? He pleaded with the system. System, I'll give you 5 points. Can you give me an extra hour? The system offered no further explanation, only a reminder. The host must quickly reach 1 million in revenue to activate more functions. Lu stroked his chin, calculating. Su Suong wanted to move the goods quickly. He had to become stronger, defeat Wu Ting, and reclaim Sheng Lu. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone approaching from behind. Meng Fugue looked at him curiously. Boss Lu, business has been brisk lately, hasn't it? She then noticed the medicine bottle and a large box of medicine behind him. She blushed as she thought of something. It seems Boss Lu is expanding his business quite a bit. Suddenly, A hand slammed against the wall behind her. Lulu held out the medicine bottle to Meng Fugue, a bad boy expression on his face. That's right. Want to try some? But Meng Fugue didn't pay much attention. Quickly put that away. Let's talk about the main thing. Lin Shunya's birthday is today. Let's go to the party. Lulu shook his head in refusal as soon as he heard this. I don't have any decent clothes. I'd be embarrassed to see anyone. Meng Fugue, as if anticipating this, pulled out a suit bag. I knew you'd make an excuse. Lulu looked at the suit Fugue offered, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thought, this suit looks new. She went to all this trouble. It's not right for me to refuse. He leaned closer to her and said, it's rare for Miss Meng to be so thoughtful. Lulu obediently accepted the suit. Well then, I must obey. His action left Meng Fugue momentarily speechless. At the Fengdu Hotel, Lin Shunya's birthday party was in full swing. The upscale hotel exuded an air of elegance. Lulu and Meng Fugue arrived together, a surprisingly well-matched pair. They had barely taken a few steps when Long Xiao appeared, as if from nowhere. I wondered why this place suddenly became so bright. It turns out Miss Meng has graced us with her presence. Lulu stepped forward, a touch of sarcasm in his voice. Long Xiao, what are you doing here? Long Xiao, seeing his nemesis, scowled. The crippled young master Sheng Lu is here, so why shouldn't I be? Then, turning to the person behind him with a cheerful expression, he said, Godfather, you're here. Long Sanxiang, hands tucked casually in his pockets, gave a curt instruction. Come on in. Don't just stand there. He was the chairman of the Tungfei Real Estate Group. The party buzzed with lively chatter, punctuated by the gentle melody of a piano. Lulu and Meng Fugue made their way inside. Su Song, spotting him from afar, waved. Brother Lu. Lulu turned to his companion. Su Suong is calling me. I'll be right back. Su Suong gestured towards the seats beside him. Brother Lu, over here. The technicians from the other day were also present. Brother Lu, 5 voices called out in unison. Han Xiuqiu rushed forward and clung to Lulu's arm, her voice sweet and childish. Brother Lu, they were just praising your amazing fighting skills. He chuckled, deflecting the compliment. Your brother and I, we just like to roughhouse. Meng Fugue, observing this scene, bit her lip, a pang of jealousy twisting in her gut. Her voice cool and composed, she asked, Miss, may I ask your name? The other girl replied nonchalantly, I'm Han Xiuqiu. Meng Fugue stared at her, barely containing her annoyance. Han Xiuqiu, feigning obliviousness, tightened her grip on Lulu's arm and asked innocently, what's wrong? Meng Fugue finally snapped, though her voice remained deceptively soft. Would you mind letting go? Thank you. Han Xiuqiu, emboldened, clung even tighter, a hint of mockery in her tone. Is he your boyfriend? Meng Fugue ignored the childish taunt, replying politely, no, but he's a VIP guest, and he needs to sit in the VIP area with me. Meanwhile, Lulu gently disengaged Qiuqiu's grip. Let go now. He then walked over to Fugue. I'll sit here today. He met her surprised gaze and continued, I'll wait until I can sit in the VIP area based on my own merits. Meng Fugue was furious but couldn't articulate her anger. You, Lulu, sensing her frustration, asked gently, do you need me to escort you? Fugue turned her head away sharply. No need. Finally, she tossed over her shoulder a cold. I'll go myself. Long Xiao, watching Fugue storm off, sneered at Lulu and his group. Well, the beautiful lady doesn't want you. You'd rather sit with these losers. One of the technicians bristled. What do you mean by that? Lulu smiled, trying to calm the situation. Forget it. Let's keep it down. Out of respect for Miss Xuanya. Long Xiao, however, wasn't about to let it go. He pointed a finger directly at Lulu's face, his voice dripping with disdain. You pathetic, washed-up young master. What makes you think you're so great? You even dare to call her Miss Xuanya? Just then, a sweet voice called out from behind him. Lulu, startled, turned his head. A little girl with lime green hair and a pink bow atop her head rushed into his arms. Lulu, it's been so long. Lulu smiled indulgently, letting the little girl hug him. Then, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Wow, it's only been a few months, and you've gotten even prettier. The little girl was Lin Xuanya, the beloved daughter of a wealthy family. The two chatted and laughed together, while Meng Fugue, standing off to the side, looked on with a touch of melancholy. Long Xiao, seeing himself ignored, roared angrily for all to hear. Lulu, How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think nothing of the Long family? Su Suong's friends, witnessing this, spoke up disdainfully. So what if it's the Long family? Are we supposed to be afraid of you? But their bravado was short-lived. Someone appeared, their presence silencing the room. A dark figure stood imposingly behind Long Xiao. A large scar marred the man's face, making him appear even more menacing. Lu frowned, a sense of unease washing over him. Long Sanxiang, that man used to be a fighter. This could be serious. Suddenly, someone else stepped forward, attempting to mediate. All right. There's no need for this to escalate. It was Lu Shiwu. He smiled. Everyone, please give me some face. Let's just forget this whole thing. Lu Shiwu, the heir to the Shengli Corporation. Lu, suspicious, questioned him. Lu Shiwu, what are you doing here? Lu Shiwu spoke confidently. Today is my engagement ceremony. Of course I'm here. Lu was taken aback. You? He looked bewildered. Engaged to whom? Lu Shiwu smiled, feigning bashfulness. Well, of course. After a moment of hesitation, he gestured towards Lin Xunya, who was standing nearby, eavesdropping curiously. To the beautiful and lovely Miss Lin Xunya. The little girl's eyes widened in fear, her words catching in her throat. Lin Xuanya's shocked cry echoed through the high-ceilinged hotel. Engaged? I haven't heard anything about this. Lu Shiwu smirked, his gaze fixed on the frightened girl. Didn't your father tell you? This birthday party is also an engagement party. He expects you to marry into the Lu family soon. Seeing this unpleasant display, Lu stepped forward, shielding the young girl. Xunya, if you don't want this, you don't have to go near him. Lu Shiwu, seeing this, yelled, This is a matter between the Lin family and the Shengli Corporation. You're an outsider. What business is it of yours? Lu glared at him, then frowned, a challenging glint in his eyes. Well then, if you're so capable, come over here. Lu Shiwu, momentarily intimidated by Lu's stance, quickly tried to draw others into the conflict. Lu, you're so arrogant. Do you think no one here can control you? Long Sanxiang and Long Xiao are right here. Long Xiao, pleased to find someone else who disliked Lu, eagerly joined in. He's right. A sleeping tiger isn't a kitten. Men, get him. Meanwhile, Lu Shiwu smiled slyly to himself. He had long heard of Long Xiao's desire to deal with Lu. Today, he had successfully manipulated Long Xiao into confronting him. Su Song, seeing his friend being bullied, bristled with righteous indignation. Who was he afraid of? He stepped in front of Long Xiao, practically daring him. Come on then, hit me. Suddenly, a cough cut through the tension. Lin Yuanloi, leaning on his cane, walked forward. Everyone respectfully addressed him as Chairman Lin. His face was pale, but his voice, despite his age, held an undeniable authority. What's going on here? Have I, Lin, failed to be a proper host? Lin Yuanloi, chairman of the Lin Pharmaceutical Group, surveyed the scene. Lu Shiwu, seizing the opportunity, feigned distress. Uncle Lin, it's Lu. He's a toad, trying to eat swan meat. He's trying to stop Xuanya and me from getting engaged. Lin Yuanloi coughed again, looking slightly embarrassed. Xuanya, your parents have already agreed to this. Shiwu and our family are a good match. Lin Xuanya burst into tears. I don't want to marry him. She then clung to Lu's arm, her words carrying a pointed meaning. I want to marry someone I love. Her declaration brought a blush to Lu's face, while Lu Shiwu and Long Xiao exchanged sneers. Lin Yuanloi, worried about his daughter's impulsive behavior, reminded her, marriage isn't a child's game. But Lin Xuanya remained resolute. I don't care. I love Brother Lu. Her gaze, fixed on her father, was full of sincerity. I've loved him for a long time. He had an arranged marriage before, but now he's free. The onlookers were stunned, while Meng Fugue frowned, clearly displeased. Lin Yuanloi continued to try and reason with her. Lu, he's in the state now. How can he be worthy of you? The Shenglu Corporation isn't his anymore. But Xuanya was stubborn. I don't care. I love Brother Lu. Lin Yuanloi took her small hand in his. Xuanya, listen to your father. In front of all the guests, he pressed his point. You're the heir to the Lin Pharmaceutical Group. Being with Lu will only harm him. He then glanced at Lu, his tone hardening. Besides, you may love him, but does he love you? It was clear he was trying to force Lu to admit he didn't reciprocate Xuanya's feelings. Xuanya, hearing her father's words, looked anxiously at Brother Lu. Lu hesitated for a moment. Then, with utter confidence and sincerity, he declared, Yes, I love Xuanya very much. The room erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lin Yuanloi clutched his chest, feigning a heart attack. You! Concerned guests rushed to his side. Chairman Lin, Xuanya, too, cried out in alarm. Suddenly, Lu stepped forward and whispered something in Lin Yuanloi's ear, causing the older man to startle. He then turned to the assembled guests. I'm going to take Uncle Lin to rest. Long Xiao immediately moved to block his path. Hold it. You think you can just leave? Meng Fuguwei intervened, her voice calming. Everyone, please calm down. This is Chairman Lin's party. He's not feeling well. Please don't cause any trouble. Long Xiao, hearing the woman he loved speak, immediately relented. If Miss Meng requests it, I will give her face. Seeing this, Lu Shiwu also backed down. Fine, let Chairman Lin rest. We'll discuss this. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuanloi emerged, looking remarkably refreshed and his face glowing. He raised his voice. I have an announcement to make. He beamed, but his words were a bombshell. The engagement is off. Lulu watched Lin Yuanloi, who seemed to be trembling slightly. System scan initiated, activating the Eye of Omniscience. Information about Lin Yuanloi began to appear. Name, Lin Yuanloi. Gender, male. Age, 50. Needs analysis, declining health. Cause, Lu smirked, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Then, he made Lin Yuanloi a proposition. I have a way to cure your family's hereditary illness. There's no need to beg, Lu Shiwu. He glanced out the window. Hastily marrying off Xuanya isn't Uncle Lin's style. The Lin Pharmaceutical Group has a history of over 300 years. There's no need for a marriage alliance with the Shengli Corporation. Thanks to the system, Lu spoke with far more confidence. The only thing that could make Uncle Lin so hasty is the Lin family's hereditary illness. Even my grandfather couldn't cure it. If word got out, it would be extremely dangerous. The eye of supply and demand was truly convenient. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuanloi's cane clattered to the floor. He stormed over, grabbing Lu by the collar and roaring, "You better have a way to cure my father. Otherwise, I'll not only accuse you of slander, but I'll drag you to Lu Shiwu and make you apologize." Lu quickly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Uncle Lin, please calm down. He then pressed a small vial into Lin Yuanloi's hand. This hereditary illness causes inherent weakness. The Teitai limb my grandfather passed down to me can truly help consolidate and restore the body's essence. Lu affirmed with utmost sincerity. Lu Shiwu can only counterfeit this medicine. I am the true heir of the Lu family. Hearing this, Lin Yuanloi tilted his head back and drank the entire vial. For your grandfather's sake, I'll trust you this once. The immediate effects startled and astonished him. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Yuanloi. He felt his organs invigorated and brimming with power. Before all the guests in the hotel's grand hall, he joyfully announced, I declare this engagement canceled. Lin Xuanya, overjoyed, rushed over and cried, Thank you, father. He smiled, stroking his daughter's head. Don't thank me. Thank you, brother Lu. Lu Shiwu scowled, his eyes burning with fury. Chairman Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Yuanloi, unconcerned by his attitude, coldly replied, Young Master Lu, I apologize, but I only have one daughter. I can't just casually give her away to you. I have no other choice. Lu Shiwu, his anger boiling over, pointed at him and snarled, Don't forget, you have something you need from the Lu family. Lin Yuanloi responded with a bright smile. It's no trouble, young Master Lu. The Lin family has its own solution now. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Lu Shiwu turned to his half-brother, Lu. You dare to sabotage me? Just you wait. The Shengli Corporation won't let you get away with this. Lu simply smiled and reminded him, You are now the eldest young master of the Lu family. Mind your image in public. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Lu Shiwu turned and stormed off. Let's go. Lin Yuanloi naturally didn't try to stop him. Take your time. I won't see you out. Lin Xuanya, ecstatic, rushed over and hugged Lu. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Long Xiao, observing Meng Fugui's displeasure at the sight of Lu and Lin Xuanya playfully interacting, offered, feeling down, want a drink. This time, Meng Fugui didn't ignore him. Raising her glass, she said, Who says I'm feeling down? I'm just feeling reflective. Thank you, young Master Long, for giving me face today. Long Xiao was overjoyed. Giving face to Miss Meng? Of course. Their glasses clinked, a drop of golden liquor spilling as they drained them. Inside a car driving down the road, a sly voice echoed, Take her to my villa. Tonight, I'll conquer her with my masculine charm. Long Xiao licked his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You didn't see that coming, did you? The drug he'd slipped her during the banquet was taking effect. Meng Fugui, weakened, could only whisper, Despicable, shameless. She clung to the car door, repeatedly begging to be let out. Long Xiao refused to release her, murmuring sweet nothings, telling her not to rush, that he loved her deeply. Suddenly, the car braked hard, throwing Long Xiao back against his seat. He angrily demanded to know what was happening. The driver, peering out the window, announced, "Sir, it's Lulu." At that moment, Lulu, having blocked the car, stepped out. "Scum," he roared. "Release Meng Fuguei." Behind him, a group of men in black hoodies materialized, seemingly out of nowhere. Long Xiao smirked. "Lulu," he muttered, "I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap." Immediately, the men in black surged forward, swinging clubs. Blood splattered, a gruesome mix of Lulu's and his attackers. Stunned by the ambush, Lulu stumbled. Long Xiao let out a triumphant laugh. "Get his hands and feet," he commanded. "I want to watch me carve up Meng Fuguei." Ha ha ha. The men in black swarmed Lulu, who, reeling from the initial blow, crumpled to the ground in pain. Blood streamed from a gash on his head. He glared at them, his eyes cold. "Meng Fuguei is not for the likes of you to touch, you despicable filth." Enraged by Lulu's insults to their boss, one of the thugs tightened his grip on his weapon and lunged forward, aiming another blow at Lulu's head. Dust and debris flew. From inside the car, Long Xiao watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of anticipation and fear. Lulu crushed the spike club in his hand. "Fortunately, the bone-fortifying elixir has strengthened my body. Now, I'm as solid as rock." A flicker of fear crossed Long Xiao's face. "What are you waiting for?" he shrieked. "Get him. Anyone who takes him down gets 500,000. Lulu's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and alert. With a flick of his wrist, he disarmed his attackers. "Impossible," one gasped. Undeterred, they continued their assault, fists flying. But Lulu was too quick. A swift kick to the jaw sent one sprawling backward, knocking over another. "What the?" Long Xiao, his face slick with sweat, stared in disbelief. Lulu hefted a wooden plank onto his shoulder. "You're next," he said, his voice a chilling monotone. Panicked, Long Xiao yanked Meng Fuguei from the car, using her as a shield. "Stay back," he yelled. "I'll kill her." Lulu's anger intensified. He gritted his teeth. "Release Meng Fuguei." A single blow to Long Xiao's head sent blood spurting from his nose. Lulu scooped up Meng Fuguei and, ignoring the groaning thug, said, "I've called the police. They're on their way." He then placed a small sign on Long Xiao's chest. "I am a kidnapper," it read. "Please arrest me." Safe in Lulu's arms, Meng Fuguei began to moan. "So hot, so uncomfortable." Lulu murmured soothingly, "Just a little longer. We're almost home." Moments later, the car stopped in front of Lulu's shop. He carried her inside. Seeing she was still unresponsive, he said, "We're here. You can rest now." But before he could finish, Meng Fuguei reached up and touched his face. Sweating profusely, her mind clouded, she clung to him. "Lulu," she whispered, "you saved me." Miss Meng," Lulu murmured. Suddenly, Meng Fuguei's eyes snapped open. She realized she was bound. She angrily yelled at Lulu, who was dozing in the distance. "Lulu, is this your idea of a good deed?" He jolted awake at her shout, yawned, and said, "Miss Meng, I was being considerate. I didn't tie you up because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself." Meng Fuguei quickly recalled the events of the previous day and stammered, You should untie me quickly." She asked shyly, "You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Lulu answered honestly, "If I took advantage of you, I'd be no better than Long Xiao." He gave her a bright smile. "After all, you want to be with the person you love." Meng Fuguei blushed slightly, but asked curiously, "By the way, where did you find me?" Lulu furrowed his brow and explained, "When Lu Shiwu left, I didn't see you. Su Suang said Long Xiao took you away. I thought it was a bit too coincidental, so I borrowed Su Suang's car." Meng Fuguei was stunned by his quick thinking and then threw her arms around him, saying gratefully, "Thank goodness you were there. Otherwise..." At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Lin Xia burst through the door, calling, "Brother Lu, are you home?" She suddenly gasped and cried out, "Oh, you too." Lulu and Meng Fuguei were in a rather intimate position. Xuanya's hands trembled as she pushed the door open further. The scene before her left her speechless. Meng Fuguei, seeing her, panicked and exclaimed, "Xuanya, it's not what it looks like." Lulu also waved his hands frantically. "Xuanya, let me explain." She clutched her chest, stammering, "You too." A moment later, she fainted, causing the two in the room to cry out in alarm. Shunya. The scene shifts to Lin R.A. Private Hospital. Lin Yuanloi walked forward. Seeing him, Lu stood up and greeted Uncle Lin. Lin Yuanloi sighed. Shunya is all right. He then turned to Meng Fuguwei. Miss Meng, would you excuse us for a moment? I need to speak with Lu. Meng Fuguwei didn't argue and left immediately. Glancing back at Lu, I'll wait outside. After a figure disappeared behind the door, Lu spoke. Is Shunya still unconscious? Lin Yuanloi nodded. The first onset of the hereditary illness is always like this. Your medicine has stabilized her for now. She needs to rest. Lu frowned, his eyes determined. This medicine can only control the symptoms. I will definitely find a cure for this disease. Lin Yuanloi immediately replied, I believe you. He continued, let's put that aside for now. Do you truly have feelings for Shunya? Yesterday you said you liked her. Was that forced by the situation? Hearing this, Lu seemed as if struck by lightning, his whole body stiff. I can't think about relationships right now. If Shunya wakes up, I hope you'll let me know. Lin Yuanloi seemed to understand. He sighed softly and asked, do you still have feelings for Miss Meng? Lu firmly replied, no. Right now, my priority is to reclaim the Sheng Lu Corporation. Hearing this, Lin Yuanloi stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Very good. You're afraid of Shunya being implicated. You're a true man. But then his expression darkened. But Shunya, when she wakes up, will you still say the same? The scene changes to the interior of Long Sanxiang's villa. Long Shao pleaded desperately. Third uncle, you must avenge me. Long Sanxiang glanced at him with assurance. I will definitely avenge you. However, do you know where you went wrong? Long Shao gulped nervously. I was wrong. Wrong not to have killed that Lu sooner. Long Sanxiang sighed softly. Wrong. Firstly, you're easily manipulated and lack foresight. Recalling the previous events, Long Shao sneered arrogantly. A sleeping tiger is mistaken for a house cat. Long Sanxiang's icy voice cut through the air a second time. Meng Fuguwei doesn't like you. You dared to force yourself on him. Shameless. He slammed his fist on the table, unable to contain his fury any longer, rising to his feet. His gaze swept across Long Shao's face like a blade. Third, and most importantly, Long Sanxiang slapped Long Shao, who trembled like a leaf. Third uncle. Long Sanxiang's grip tightened on Long Shao's shoulder. You've embarrassed me. Useless. Long Shao, his face ashen, stammered, Third uncle, I apologize. Long Sanxiang snorted, but offered a sliver of mercy. Considering your obedience all these years, stay away from the gambling den. I'll leave you a shop. Relief washed over Long Shao. Thank you, third uncle. But that Lu, he's so hateful. Long Sanxiang turned his back, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Don't worry. This time, we won't be the ones losing face. Someone else will deal with him. The scene shifted to the Lu family villa. Lu Shu, seething with indignation, clenched his fists. Mother, that dog Lu is too much. He's completely ruined Sheng Lu Corporation's reputation. No Tin calmly watered her plants, looking at her precious son. I told you the marriage was to temper your character. Why have you caused such a mess? He crossed his arms, his voice firm. I suspect Lu has a powerful backer. Otherwise, the Lin family wouldn't agree to his terms. Nothing's got Lu, we don't even need to lift a finger. Lu Shu's face fell. Then what should we do? No Tin plucked a petal, a sly smile gracing her lips. Someone will do it for us, if the price is right. Inside an ancient castle, a man leaned back on a sofa. 5% of No Corporation's shares, quite generous. This was Veen Tin Trake, the self-proclaimed Dark Prince. In Veen Tin Trake's hand was a picture of Lu. His gaze was intense as he spoke into the phone. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. After hanging up, he immediately turned to his subordinates. Understood? Prepare yourselves. They responded in unison. Yes, sir. The scene changed to the Otherworld shop. Wang Heng addressed Lu. The issues you mentioned, immortal, stem from damaged spiritual meridians. The marrow cleansing elixir strengthens the physique, but it doesn't replenish spiritual energy. Lu asked, is there a way to fix it? Wang Heng produced a spiritual pill. This is a nurturing spirit pearl. It might help, he added. Your perfume, immortal, only masks the fox scent. It doesn't cure the ailment. He looked at Lu, a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. You don't believe me, immortal? Without hesitation, he replied, I don't mean to doubt you, immortal. But even you don't know about the nurturing spirit pearl, and your remedies only treat the surface. Lu roared. Insolent. How am I supposed to remember such basic alchemy and cultivation techniques. Do you understand them all? How dare you question me? Seeing his anger, Kim Duk-bil immediately prostrated himself, trembling. Forgive me, immortal. Forgive me. Lulu pointed at him. Kim Duk-bil, stay down. I have a gift for you. Lulu frowned, thinking, it seems I need to show them something to earn their respect. He pulled out a bottle of mouthwash. Gargle with this 3 times a day. After a while, it'll cure your bad breath. Kim Duk-bil immediately opened the bottle and took a swig. Wang Hung stared at him, incredulous. Really? Kim Duk-bil turned, his mouth full. Kim Duk-bil, give me your medicine in exchange for 5 bottles of this mouthwash. Wang Bang, seeing this, chimed in eagerly. Immortal. Lulu curtly dismissed them, telling them to leave and let me work. I've always believed in treating others with the same respect they show me. If you doubt me, then there's no need to continue this transaction. Hearing this, Kim Duk-bil intervened, advising, honored immortal, Wang Hung carries a heavy burden. He hopes to cure his illness so he can answer to his sect. Wang Hung bowed his head, pleading, immortal, please, for the sake of my sect, forgive me. Lulu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. A healer must have a compassionate heart. I don't care about these trivial matters. For Kim Duk-bil's sake, I'll spare you this once. Remember, there won't be a next time. Hearing this, both men bowed their heads respectfully and replied in unison, thank you, honored immortal. Finishing his words, Wang Hung pulled out a precious orb and presented it to Lulu. Thank you, honored immortal. This is a spirit-gathering pearl, a gift for you. The cultivation techniques, medicinal herbs, and spirit stones you mentioned earlier, I've brought them all. I apologize for my offense. He turned, his face still cold, and pushed forward a series of mouthwash bottles. Take them. Once they had left, Lulu's true emotion surfaced. He exclaimed excitedly, I've struck it rich. If I can sell these divine pills, I can upgrade the shop. The spirit-gathering pearl needs my spiritual energy to activate it? Fine. Let me refine some spiritual energy. He immediately sat down in the shop and began cultivating. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lulu scowled and answered, hello. The scene shifted to an open-air cafe by the lake. Lulu arrived, briefcase in hand, and called out, Su Xiang, meeting in broad daylight to trade potent artifacts? Getting bolder, aren't we? Su Xiang, looking dejected, replied flatly, I've already transferred it to you. Lulu sat down, resting his chin on his hand. What's wrong? Not happy? Did your girlfriend complain you're too powerful? Su Xiang turned his head away, a thoughtful expression on his face. QQ is in love with a rich, handsome guy. Lulu responded, that's good news. QQ leaving is, but Su Xiang interrupted him. You don't know who she's dating. It's Veen Tin Trake, the young master of the Jiangwen Electronics Corporation. He doesn't care about his family business, only causing trouble. He changes girlfriends every month. Why would QQ like him? Meanwhile, Veen Tin Trake had escorted QQ to a flashy helicopter. Baby, let me take you to the sky. QQ gazed at him with sparkling eyes, unconsciously uttering, so cool. Su Xiang and Lulu watched the helicopter fly away, their eyes wide with disbelief. He just took her away? Could it be a kidnapping? Both of them sprang into action, giving chase. Staring at the helicopter in the sky, Lulu stammered, how are we supposed to chase that? Su Xiang, rooted to the spot, could only lament their predicament. That night, at Su Xiang's house, Lulu asked immediately upon seeing him, did you find the address of his villa? Su Xiang quickly replied, found it. Let's go there now. Just then, the door suddenly opened. QQ walked in, carrying a large bouquet of flowers, gushing, Mr. Veen is so romantic. A private mansion, a candlelit dinner, and he even gave me roses. Seeing her return, Su Xiang asked suspiciously, QQ, you weren't kidnapped? Lulu, seeing her infatuated expression, couldn't help but interject, QQ, he's not close to you. He doesn't like you. Why would he treat you so well? QQ, lost in her own world, recalled Veen Tin Trake's appearance, her eyes gleaming. Mr. Veen is so handsome and treats me so well. How could he be a bad person? Across the way, Veen Tin Trake, his eyes glinting with malice, gave a cunning smile. No, Tin, he said, don't be so hasty. Tomorrow, I'll make Lulu an outcast, even among his own family. He thinks he's such a great fighter, does he? I prepared the perfect arena for him. The next morning, a panicked scream echoed through the air. Boss Su, someone's trashing the shop. A powerfully built, dark-skinned man glared at Su Xiang. Which bastard dares to cause trouble on Tai Sui's turf? Su Xiang, gasping for breath, choked out the words, I'm causing trouble today. The man turned out to be McLawn from McLawn's boxing gym. McLon, without a word, slammed his fist into Su Xiang's beer belly, sending him crashing into the wall. Lulu, you pathetic waste. McLon had mistaken Su Xiang for Lulu QQ, arriving at that moment, cried out in horror at the sight. McLon's eyes flicked to QQ, his face flushing as he mumbled, "Beautiful girl, likes." Suddenly, Veen Tin Trake screeched to a halt in his supercar, yelling, "Zao Zao, Su Xiang." A real man doesn't cower in the face of danger. Run. The two of them quickly scrambled into the car. Hurry, Veen Tin Trake urged. I'm going to floor it. Markland, watching the car speed away, gave a sinister smile. Mission accomplished, he reported. The three of them stopped on a street some distance away. Su Xiang got out of the car, fuming. Just wait until I find out which bastard did this to me. I'll destroy him. Veen Tin Trake seized the opportunity. I know who did it, he said. It was at Lam Thursday Na's engagement party. Lulu humiliated Lu Shu. You're close to Lulu, so they're taking revenge on you. Su Xiang, I think you should cut ties with Lulu. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Su Xiang scowled and roared in anger. Just because of this, you want me to tuck my tail between my legs? Who do you think I am? Veen Tin Trake tilted his head, feigning sincerity. Zao Zao, I'm advising you, Lulu is finished. QQ, seeing the logic in his words, spoke up. You're lucky you weren't hurt today. But what if next time? Su Xiang's expression turned serious. Zao Zao, he said, today, someone trashed my shop and told you to abandon your friends. Tomorrow, someone will trash my shop and tell you to abandon your family. QQ simply uttered, oh, Su Xiang. Veen Tin Trake then added fuel to the fire. Today, it was just a boxing champion. Tomorrow, who knows? They might bring weapons. Su Xiang and QQ were stunned. Su Xiang, scalp. You weren't even inside the shop. How did you know it was a boxing champion? QQ covered her mouth. Could it be you? Veen Tin Trake's true colors finally showed. He gestured to his men, his face grim. Why do you have to be so smart? You could have just left safely. The figures behind him emerged, revealing themselves to be the Viper assassins, led by Sat and Su Xiang. Hiding his hands behind his back, watch them. I knew you weren't up to any good, he muttered, having used the opportunity to send a message. Saturn lunged, his sharp hand striking out. Su Xiang dodged. Zao Zao run. 15 minutes later, Lulu arrived. He found Su Xiang lying there, covered in blood. His face darkened. Su Xiang, hold on, he said. I'll find a way to stop the bleeding. Su Xiang gripped his wrist weakly. Zao Zao, he gasped. Say Sao Sao. Lulu pressed down on Su Xiang's wounds, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Don't worry, he said firmly. I will save Zao Zao. Fury burned in Lulu's eyes. Veen Tin Trake, he vowed. I won't spare you. Lulu got into the car, his eyes cold, calculating. This trip to Veen Tin Trake's place felt ominous. He needed to draw on the spiritual energy stored within his Nguyen Lin pearl as a precaution. As he approached Veen Tin Trake's mansion, he murmured to himself, Su Xiang, I'm coming. Meanwhile, inside Veen Tin Trake's room, he looked at QQ and said, Welcome to young master's dark tower. She inwardly cringed at the cheesy name. On the surveillance screen, a familiar figure appeared. Lulu scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Lulu, every floor here has a top-level expert to deal with you. McLon appeared, laughing boisterously. Come on, fight me at McLon's boxing gym. Feel the despair of the dark tower. Veen Tin Trake, watching from the monitors, cackled with excitement. This is McLon from the South African Black Gang boxing gym. I paid $40 million to hire him. He single-handedly slaughtered an entire gang. He can throw 10 punches a second, each one capable of smashing through brick. Before he could finish his sentence, Lulu knocked McLon out cold with a single punch. QQ, watching the surveillance feed, hesitantly spoke. What if Lulu breaks through the first floor? Veen Tin Trake simply smirked. Even if he's lucky enough to break through the first floor, there's still more brutal challenges awaiting him. The second floor holds the internationally feared assassin, Sat, and of the Viper assassins. The fee to hire the highly skilled poison assassin, Saturn, was $70 million. His movements are so fast, even the most advanced cameras can't capture them, and his claws are coated in deadly poison. Ignoring Veen Tin Trake's rambling, Lulu, on the other side, gave Saturn a bored glance, instantly recognizing the assassin's intent to attack. As the razor-sharp claws reached out, Lulu effortlessly severed them, causing Satin to cry out in pain. He then delivered a swift blow to the assassin's head, knocking him unconscious. QQ silently watched the monitor before turning to Veen Tin Trake, who was boasting about even more formidable opponents, and said dryly, "It's a shame Lulu won't be around to appreciate them." The third floor, Veen Tin Trake continued, his eyes gleaming with malicious glee, features the long spear champion, E. Lucky. Lulu, meanwhile, embedded a knife in the center of E. Lucky's forehead, chuckling. "This is some potent poison I just picked up." The unfortunate champion, barely on screen for a second, was dead before he hit the ground. Back in the surveillance room, Veen Tin Trake pointed to the fourth floor. "I hope he doesn't overexert himself, because this one is a murderer and demon with hundreds of lives on his hands. Thomas, the chainsaw demon." Lulu strolled through the fourth floor, efficiently sorting the bodies into 3 piles: wet garbage, dry garbage, and recyclables. Veen Tin Trake, watching, smiled greedily. "Once I deal with Lulu, 5% of Shang Lu Corporation's shares will be mine. And after I take care of that old woman, Don TT, I'll be the new chairman of Jiangwen Electronics Corporation." QQ looked at him with undisguised boredom. "Don't hold your breath." Veen Tin Trake, still lost in his delusions of grandeur, reached out and grasped her chin. "This isn't a dream, it's reality. And you have the honor of witnessing my every step towards victory." QQ's voice was soft. "Perhaps you should turn around and look." Lulu stood in the doorway, his voice like a whisper from the abyss. "Oh, is the fourth floor it? I haven't even broken a sweat." Veen Tin Trake, stunned, spun around. "What's the meaning of this?" Lulu, his expression unreadable, boomed, "Release Su Xiang." Veen Tin Trake, his face now a mask of disbelief, managed a weak sneer. "Don't think you've won, Lulu. I'm not like young Master Long. I always come prepared." Lulu covered his mouth, chuckling derisively. The esteemed young Master Veen, comparing himself to young Master Long? How embarrassing. Veen Tin Trake bristled like a porcupine. "Shut up." He uncorked a vial, gulping down its contents in one go. "Now I'll show you the power of the purifying marrow elixir. Elegant, powerful, perfect. I'm very satisfied with my current physique." Observing him, Lulu stroked his chin, murmuring, "So that's the marrow elixir, huh?" He feigned an attack. Veen Tin Trake, catching the movement from the corner of his eye, scoffed. "Your movements are as slow as a 90-year-old woman." He slammed his elbow down, pinning Lulu to the ground. Looking down at him, Veen Tin Trake gloated, "I love that desperate look on your face." Lulu, bruised and battered, sat up, gritting his teeth. "You have the elixir? Where did you get it?" Veen Tin Trake held up the vial, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Your sweet and gentle sister Wu gave it to me." "You fool, escaping from Shanglu? Of course, you're no match for me now." Lulu stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. "All right," he replied casually. "I have the answer I was looking for." Veen Tin Trake was taken aback. "You can still stand? Impossible. It seems I can't hold back anymore." With a fierce expression, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Lulu. Lulu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "You lack fighting experience. Muscles alone aren't enough." Veen Tin Trake, refusing to admit defeat, retorted, "I told you, I'm prepared." He pulled a small handgun from his pants. "Die QQ." QQ cried out in terror, "Brother Lulu." A gunshot echoed through the air. Veen Tin Trake, brimming with confidence, declared, "No matter how good your martial arts are, one shot takes you down." But as the smoke cleared, Lulu remained standing, a trickle of blood running down his hand. He opened his hand, letting the bullet fall to the ground, and looked at Veen Tin Trake with disdain. "You don't trust your own body, resorting to a gun? Then what was the point of taking the elixir?" Fear finally dawned on Veen Tin Trake. His eyes widened, and he stammered, "I'm sorry. Brother Lulu, let's talk this over." Lulu's voice turned cold. "Talking is fine, but Su Xiang's debt needs to be settled." With those words, he unleashed a brutal beating upon Veen Tin Trake. After finishing, he picked up QQ and glanced back at Veen Tin Trake, issuing a warning. "Young Master Veen, you're not the one I want revenge on. I hope this ends here, and I hope you won't cause any more trouble for yourself in the future." Veen Tin Trake lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing a figure approaching, he cried out, Brother, I'm hurt. Help me." The man leaned down, covering Veen Tin Trake's mouth. "Young Master Veen, if this gets out, it'll be troublesome for everyone." Veen Tin Trake's eyes darted around, and he let out a muffled whimper. Moments later, the man carried him away. Let's go, young master. Meanwhile, in Suxiang's hospital room at the Lin family hospital, Han QQ said gratefully, "Thank goodness for Brother Lu. This time, things would have been really troublesome." Lu replied casually, "Suxiang is my brother. Of course, I wouldn't abandon him." He then flashed a dazzling smile. "From now on, just call me Lu K. No need to be so formal." QQ blushed, replying shyly, "Okay, Lu K." A while later, inside a supermarket, Lu called out, "System, I want to go to another world." The system immediately transported him to a different space. A blinding light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lu shielded his eyes with his hand, asking curiously, "Where is this light coming from?" The system announced, "Business income has reached 1. No. Over 1. No. Not bad. Level 2 small fortune achieved. Due to Xiao Chuan's transaction reaching 1 million yuan, the shop has been upgraded to level 2 small fortune. The shop has undergone a new renovation. You have paused in another world for 20 minutes. Inside the shop, spiritual energy can be generated, making cultivation faster. You will experience dragon's might. You have obtained a mysterious reward." Lu pondered, "I understand the others, but what is this experiencing dragon's might?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Immortal, you've finally arrived." Jean Debut and Wang Heng carried a crate towards him. Jean Debut waved excitedly. "Immortal, the goods for this transaction have been delivered, along with Elder Wang's items." Lu replied cheerfully, "No need for formalities, just put them down. I have something to ask. Recently, someone near me obtained a kind of pill. After taking it, their muscles grew." Wang Heng asked with a start, "What?" He said suspiciously, "The only muscle-growing pill in this world is the Zhenqi pill. Although it has the effect of strengthening the body, its side effect is damage to the liver and lungs." He wondered, "Immortal, where did you see this medicine?" Lu asked, puzzled, "Why? Is this medicine very rare?" Wang Heng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "My junior brother, Lao Wang Lai, likes to play dirty. He violated the sect rules and created the Zhenqi pill, threatening our disciples during the examination to cheat. He was expelled from the sect." He said worriedly, "If he is left unchecked, I fear he will become a danger to the region." Lu waved his hand calmly, replying, "I understand. I will certainly pay attention." After they left, he thought to himself, "This also means that Wu Tian can also trade with this world. This is troublesome." At this moment, Debut hesitated. "Immortal, the returning youth pill, there's only enough to trade with you one more time." Hearing this, Lu asked in surprise, "There's no more?" Debut explained, "The spiritual ginseng used for the pill grows on Mount Qinglam, but recently, demonic energy has been too strong. Many demons have appeared." Lu comforted him, "It's all right. The cleansing marrow spiritual fluid and other medicinal ingredients are enough for me to trade." Wang Heng hung his head dejectedly. "But without access to Mount Qinglam, I fear I, an alchemy elder, will have nothing to do." Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "So you want me to help? But I don't have enough time to go there." Hearing this, Wang Heng sighed helplessly. After a moment, he suddenly said, "If the immortal could learn the instant transmission secret art of the ancient Shang kingdom, there might be hope." Intrigued, Lu asked, "The ancient Shang kingdom? Instant transmission secret art?" Princess Hong Tu of the ancient Shang kingdom suddenly rushed in and asked, "I heard someone was looking for me." Wang Heng and Debut bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Hong Tuesday." She slapped Debut, saying angrily, "Jean Debut, you have some nerve. A new place appears, and you don't tell me? I had to find it myself." Having said that, she looked around curiously. She held up her hand fan, opened it, and asked curiously, "You're the immortal they speak of? Your place isn't much." Lu said with annoyance, "Young lady, if you have something to say, say it. Why resort to violence?" Hong Tu's face darkened. "You called me young lady?" Just then, it was time for Lu to return. Hong Tu watched him go, shouting angrily, "I'm a real princess. Stop, don't go back to that world." Lu clutched his forehead, a headache pounding behind his eyes as he considered Hong Tuesday. He could tell just by looking at her that she was a spoiled brat, and this was going to make future transactions difficult. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Shop upgrade. System protection disappearing. If the host is unable to upgrade the shop to level 3 within 1 month, achieving a profit of 10 million, then the system will retract all benefits. Hearing this, Lulu felt tears welling up. Retract them? He raged. What kind of demonic system is this? He stormed out of the supermarket, lost in thought. How is he supposed to sell 10 million worth of goods in a single month? Even selling the Virgin Boy restoration pills wouldn't be enough. A pearl gradually materialized before him. Astonished, he murmured, "The spirit pearl has gathered its energy?" Perfect timing for a trip to the Lin family hospital. A short while later, in Lin Shia's hospital room, Lulu presented the pearl. "Uncle Lin," he said, "once you take this spirit pearl and it absorbs all the spiritual energy, Shia will wake up." Lin Yuanlei replied with unwavering trust, "All right, I believe you." Lulu suddenly remembered something. "All right, there's one more thing I need to ask of you, Uncle Lin. Could we speak privately?" In a quiet room, Lulu produced a bottle of pills. These are Virgin Boy restoration pills, refined by the Lu family. They have, certain effects. Yuanlei asked curiously, "What kind of effects?" 30 seconds later, his face flushed crimson as he covered his mouth. "Oh, those effects." Lulu enthusiastically continued his pitch. "They're more potent than anything on the market. Would it be possible to get them on the shelves of the Lin family's pharmaceutical supermarket within a month?" Yuanlei hesitated. Getting medicine on the shelves requires a lengthy approval process. And besides, do you have the formula? Lulu scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. "The formula is a closely guarded family secret. I can't divulge it." Lin Yuanlei said hesitantly, "Well, that makes things rather difficult." Lulu quickly offered an alternative. "Is there any way to sell them as a health supplement instead?" Yuanlei frowned. "High-end health supplements require the Qi family's approval, and I don't have any connections with them." Lulu sighed inwardly. He couldn't burden Uncle Lin any further. "I understand," he said. "Forget I asked." Turning to leave, he added, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." "Do you need me to leave the pills here?" Yuanlei quickly replied, "No need. I still have Shuya's hereditary illness to treat." After leaving the hospital, Lulu pondered his situation. Things weren't going smoothly. He needed to prepare more goods to meet the sales quota. If he failed, the system would retract its benefits, and he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Wu Tian. He pulled out a small box. "I'll bring this along, just in case," he muttered to himself. Then he summoned the system. "I want to go to the other world." The system immediately transported him. He'd barely arrived when Hong Tu flew into a rage. "You have some nerve. Last time we weren't even finished talking, and you kicked me out." Jean Debut, his face swollen like a pig's, stammered an explanation. "Your Highness, the immortal is very busy. Each transaction has a time limit." Looking at his face, Lulu felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed Jean Debut had suffered quite a bit trying to appease her. Hong Tu cut him off mid-sentence. "I didn't give you permission to speak. I'm talking to him." Lulu observed the princess's fiery temper. She clearly responded better to force than reason. His face hardened. "If you want to trade with me," he said coldly, "you'll follow my rules." Undeterred, Hong Tu retorted, "Your rules? In your place? I'll smash this whole place up." Debut frantically tried to intervene. "Your Highness, please don't." She glared at him. "I'll smash it. What are you going to do about it?" With that, she swept the shelves clean, sending goods crashing to the floor. Lulu rolled up his sleeves. "Fine," he said, his voice laced with anger. "I'll teach you a lesson." But with a single motion, Hong Tu shoved him back. "Such meager strength," she scoffed. "And you presume to teach me a lesson?" With a flick of her wrist, she added, "Begone." Lulu went flying. His face darkened. Impressive hand technique, he thought grimly. Her strength must be several times my own. Suddenly, he remembered. The system mentioned a one-time use of dragons, all upon leveling up. He grimaced, mentally summoning the system. "Activate dragons. Awe. Let this spoiled brat learn some respect." The system prompt appeared. "Host, do you wish to utilize the one-time skill Dragon's Awe?" Lulu, sweating, thought, "I'm about to lose my life. What's the point of saving it?" The system displayed, confirming activation of Dragon's Awe. At that moment, Hong Tu pointed at him suspiciously. "You know immortal," she accused. "Just a charlatan." Lulu's face darkened. "You dare disturb my shop?" he thundered. "Do you know the consequences?" As the words left his lips, a dragon materialized behind him. Jean Debut immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "Forgive us, immortal. Spare us. The princess is mischievous, but she means no harm." Lulu ignored him. unleashing the dragon's fury. She wrecked my shop, destroyed my divine artifacts. And you call that harmless? He roared. I should hang her from the shop for 3 days and 3 nights as punishment. Hong Tu burst into tears, terrified. Seeing this, Lulu's anger cooled slightly. She's already scared just from a threat, he thought. Activate all-seeing eye. Let's see if those tears are genuine. The system instantly analyzed. Name, Hong Tuesday, gender, female. Needs analysis. Due to family preoccupation with affairs of state, she has been neglected. He approached her gently. Hong Tu, he said, I understand you crave your parents' attention, but causing chaos isn't the solution. If you mature and assist your parents, they will naturally have more time for you. Hong Tu looked at him, surprised. How did you know? Lulu smiled confidently. This venerable one knows all. On tu hésitated. Then, what should I do to change? He offered his advice, beginning with the importance of respecting others. Chastened, Hong Tu obediently helped him clean up the shop. Immortal, she apologized shyly. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Lulu produced a small box. Since you're repentant, he said, I'll give you this. Inside was a mirror. Hong Tu's eyes lit up. Is this for me? A moment later, Lulu waved goodbye. Our transaction time is up, he said. Until we meet again. Hong Tu and Jean Debut waved back. Farewell, Immortal, they called. After returning to his own world, Lulu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wang Hing didn't come this time. I only managed to trade a small amount of Virgin Boy restoration pills. Suddenly, his phone vibrated violently. Fu Jiao had sent a message. Are you free at 8:01? Meet me at the usual cafe. Lulu jokingly replied. For Miss Meng, I'm always free. Fu Jiao's response was curt. This is serious. Stop joking. Undeterred, Lulu quipped back. Serious? What time is it now? Around 8:20, I guess. Her tone turned grave. Tin Shrake has disappeared, she revealed. I heard he contacted you recently. I know you wouldn't kill anyone, but this is complicated. Be careful. Lulu, still trying for levity, replied. Thank you for your concern, Miss Ming. I'll keep that in mind. Fu Jiao said helplessly. Be serious for a moment. Suddenly, Lulu's phone vibrated. He answered, and a furious yell erupted from the speaker. What the hell? You're not at the shop. A surprised voice, Lu Shiwu's, followed. Standing before the burning building, Lu Shiwu spoke with a chillingly casual tone. You ruined my engagement party. Consider this a small gift. Better hurry back and take a look. Otherwise, your little supermarket is going to be nothing but ashes. Lulu trembled with rage. His voice strained as he shouted. Lu Shiwu. A blaze of fury consumed him. You dare burn down the Lu family's ancestral home. I won't let you get away with this. He roared into the phone. Lu Shiwu, are you tired of living? With that, he stormed towards the door. Fu Jiao rushed to stop him. Lu Shiwu's smug voice continued from the phone. This is just one of 2 gifts, by the way. Lulu, seething, spat back, shut up, and slammed the phone shut. Fu Jiao clung to him, pleading, Lulu, please don't go. I beg you. Gripping her shoulders, Lulu said with a steely gaze, Lu Shiwu attacked my ancestral home. If I don't go, am I even a man? Fu Jiao's voice was thick with worry. A gentleman takes revenge, even after 10 years. Besides, they have cultivators. You're no match for them. Lulu looked at her, surprised. Cultivators? You mean like people with superhuman martial arts skills? How do you know about that? She explained. Meng Ra has them. If Lu Shiwu dare to do this, he must have them too. Don't act rashly, she urged. He released her shoulders, taking her hands in his. I know, he said softly. I know. He offered a reassuring smile. I won't be rash. I'll go see what's happened and then decide what to do. He gently pulled her along as he walked. Okay, Fu Jiao replied, walking with him. Outside, the Lu family supermarket was a desolate ruin. Lulu stared at the devastation, his body trembling with rage. Lu Shiwu, he roared. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Can I even get to the other world now that this has happened? Fu Jiao squeezed his hand, offering comfort. It's all right. You're safe. That's what matters. The supermarket can be rebuilt. Lulu patted her hand gently. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. I won't do anything rash. I'll find you a hotel, she said, concerned. You can stay there tonight, and I'll come find you tomorrow. But Lulu shook his head. You go on ahead. I need to stay here for a while. Standing before the wreckage, he called out, System, are you there? The system responded, yes. can I still travel to the other world? He asked. The system's reply was immediate. Of course. I'm not as fragile as you humans. Lulu felt a wave of relief. Good. I'll be ready soon. I'll come find you then. The next day, worry gnawed at Lulu. Only 28 days left. I have to sell all the divine pills quickly. If the system disappears, I'm in trouble. He spoke into his phone, suspicion creeping into his voice. He told me to wait here. Is that brat trying to play me? A figure with a face completely covered approached cautiously. Brother Lu, the muffled voice whispered. Lulu squinted. CEO Chun. CEO Chun glanced nervously around. Brother Lu, you're brave to be walking around so openly like this. Lulu frowned. What do you mean? CEO Chun lowered his voice. Lu Shiwu gave the order. Anyone who gets close to you will be dealt with. I'm only here because of my connection with Su Shuang. Lulu opened a box of pills. These are tonics. Do you need some? You look a little pale. CEO Chan waved his hands frantically. My life is more important than tonics. I can't take them. He turned and fled, calling out over his shoulder. Brother Lu, be careful. Bye. Lu stood alone, trembling with rage. Lu Shiwu, you bastard, he thought, his teeth gritted. So this is the second gift you were talking about. A grim determination hardened his features. My business is ruined, my family's home threatened, but I will not yield. This debt will be repaid 100-fold. Moments later, he surveyed the wreckage of his supermarket, his mind racing. The most urgent task is to rebuild, he mused, considering his options. Just then, a message from Fu Jiao arrived. Young Master Lu, I've lent you the money. Remember to pay me back with interest when the time comes. A figure suddenly appeared, offering a greeting. Hello, I'm your personal designer, Han Xiao, she said with a smile. Su Shuang and I have already contacted the construction team. Lulu winked at her. Thank you, Xiao, he replied. Let's discuss the specifics of the reconstruction plan. Gratitude welled up inside him. Even though I'm at my lowest point, he thought, they haven't abandoned me. Thank you, everyone. Xiao was already discussing the rebuild with the contractors. This new design will create a more open and inviting atmosphere in the store, encouraging customers to buy more, she explained. Lulu felt a sense of relief. It seems I can leave the reconstruction to Xiao, he thought. I need to figure out how to sell all these divine pills. Back in his apartment, he retrieved the pills. Sitting cross-legged, he channeled his inner energy. I must quickly absorb the spiritual energy and strengthen myself, he thought, because this time, my target is Long Sanxiang. Meanwhile, inside Long Sanxiang's office, a henchman spoke aggressively. Third Master, Lu dares to come here himself. Let me cripple him. Long Sanxiang calmly sipped his tea. If he dares to come, let him dance a little. The henchman strode out, his voice harsh. Third Master invites you in. Entering the office, Lu found Long Sanxiang, the chairman of Longding Real Estate, seated before him. Lulu, you've got guts, Long Sanxiang said coldly. Aren't you afraid I'll settle the score for young Master Long? Lulu placed a box on the table. Third Master, he replied calmly. I've brought you a multi-million-dollar business deal as compensation. Mentally, he activated the system's all-seeing eye. Information appeared instantly. Name, Long Sanxiang. Gender, male. Needs analysis. Rose to prominence through fighting, but recently overshadowed by his girlfriend, Lin Yufei, in the investment world. Needs a major business deal to prove himself. Lulu pulled out a bottle of pills, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. These invigorating pills are a secret Lu family recipe. They can enhance a man's vitality and make him 10 years younger. I'm offering you exclusive distribution rights. Long Sanxiang remained unimpressed. Selling health supplements? How much can you make from that? Lulu pressed on. 20,000 per pill, 100,000 per bottle. Genuine product, guaranteed results. Once people try it, they'll be clamoring for more. Long Sanxiang sneered. Too much trouble. It would be simpler to just tie you up and hand you over to Lu Shiwu. He's offering 200 million for you, after all. Lu remained calm. Third Master, this is a legitimate business opportunity. Whether Lu Shiwu will actually pay is uncertain. Long Sanxiang poured himself some tea. I trust Lu Shiwu. The whole city knows he's put a bounty on your head. Lu tried a different tactic. Third Master, you've risked your life countless times, and now you're content to be Lu Shiwu's lackey? Long Sanxiang saw through the ploy. Trying to goad me? You're too naive. Lu remained confident. Consider this. You have to consult your wife about real estate investments. Handing me over to Lu Shiwu proves nothing. But this deal, this is a decision you can make entirely on your own. Long Sanxiang's face darkened instantly. You little punk, do you have a death wish? It's not your place to tell me what to do. The henchman behind him immediately surged forward, yelling, "Third Master, let me handle him. I'll tear his mouth apart." Lulu was instantly surrounded. He unleashed a burst of power, sending the men around him flying. Looking at the unconscious bodies scattered on the ground, he said coldly, "My conversation with Third Master has nothing to do with you." He thought triumphantly, "Absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones allowed me to unleash a minor dragon's might." Not bad at all. Seeing the situation take a turn, Long Sanxiang's face darkened. He's a cultivator. No wonder Lu Shiwu offered such a high reward. It seems he's not so simple after all. He conceded, "I've seen your skills. It seems the Lu family's reputation is well-deserved. I agree to cooperate. Name your price." Lu said cheerfully, "I'll supply the pills, and you, Third Master, will help me sell them. Use your distribution channels. We'll split the profits 50-50. Long Sanxiang added a condition. "However, I'll only pay you after the pills are sold." Lu smiled and replied, "Thank you, Third Master. I won't disturb you any further since you're busy. Here are 20 bottles of invigorating pills. Try selling them." He smiled confidently, leaving with the words, "I'll come back to see you in a week." Long Sanxiang smashed a teacup in fury. "If Long Tian were here, a little brat like you wouldn't dare try to boss me around." He seethed, gritting his teeth. "You little punk, I'll remember this debt. You'll pay for it eventually." As soon as he stepped out of Long Sanxiang's company, Lu was approached by the police. "Excuse me, are you Lu? Please come with us." Lulu's face was blank with confusion. "What's going on?" Just then, the system notification sounded. Time remaining to earn 10 million, 26 days. Walking out of the police station, Lu thought to himself, so it was Investigator Jingzhe investigating the fire at the ancestral home. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The arsonist seems to be a power user as well. I need to increase my strength to protect myself and the ancestral home. I must refine the spiritual energy within my body to quickly increase my power. As soon as he returned, he immediately threw himself into early-stage qi refinement. A green flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and a book materialized. Lu had been manipulating spiritual energy for some time, so the initial stages of advancement were swift. He opened his eyes, and a burning flame seemed to flicker within them. He sighed inwardly. This is a truly powerful technique. The moment of breakthrough is at hand. The system appeared, displaying a warning. Insufficient surrounding spiritual energy. Breakthrough failed. Seeing this, Lu roared in frustration. "I'm at the peak of qi refinement, about to break through." "What are you talking about?" He continued as he made his way back. "It seems the spiritual energy here is depleted. I need to return to the ancestral home, where the spiritual energy is abundant. Fortunately, I can replenish some spiritual energy tonight. Time to go to the other world and prepare the goods." He picked up his suitcase and walked into the shop, saying, "This trip to the other world won't be peaceful. I need to bring some tools. System, I want to go to the other world." The system immediately responded, "Acknowledged." Inside the otherworldly shop, everything seemed normal. Someone shouted, "What did you say?" Wang Heng said respectfully, "Immortal, demonic beasts are stirring on Azure Lamb Mountain. The barrier has opened. We can't go in to gather herbs." De Biao said sadly, "Perhaps this is our last transaction." Lu replied helplessly, "I understand. It's a pity I can only stay here for 20 minutes. Otherwise, I would help you resolve this matter." He thought ruefully, his money-making scheme blocked, lamenting his misfortune. Just then, Hong Tu appeared, brimming with enthusiasm. "What's so difficult? Leave it to me." With those words, she teleported everyone to Azure Lamb Mountain. She declared cheerfully, "My family's territory. What I say goes. Now come on, let's go." Wang Heng and De Biao, standing beside her, respectfully addressed her. "Princess Hong, Tuesday." Lu grimaced, thinking helplessly, "I just finished refining my qi, and now coming to this place is practically suicide." Suddenly, De Biao yelled, "Everyone, be careful." A swarm of spiders and scorpions surged towards them. Hong Tu instantly conjured a sword barrier, reassuring them, "They're just scattered demons. Nothing to be afraid of." Meanwhile, Wang Heng unleashed a barrage of talismans. Lu turned his back on the battle and announced, "You guys fight. I'll investigate the spiritual energy." De Biao praised him, unfazed even in the face of danger. Truly the demeanor of an immortal. Unbeknownst to them, Lu was thinking, "I need to seize this opportunity to absorb spiritual energy." Looking at the corpses on the ground, De Biao's eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, "Immortal Spirit Pearl, black jade scorpion tail. These ingredients are enough for me to refine several batches of pills. At that moment, Lulu seemed to notice something that startled him. A monstrous beast was approaching, and the spiders and scorpions parted to make way. The beast had a single horn in the center of its head, crackling with electric sparks. Wang Heng cried out in alarm. Princess Hong Tu, this beast is too ferocious. We must retreat. But Hong Tu, without hesitation, charged forward shouting, "Take this." Hong Tu's sword struck the beast's protective barrier and snapped in two. She was then blasted back by a surge of electricity, landing unconscious on the ground. The beast advanced towards the fallen Hong Tuesday. Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, whispering, "Help me. I can't move." The beast opened its jaws, lunging towards her. Just then, Lulu appeared, snatching her from the beast's gaping maw. The beast snapped at empty air. He scooped her up and leaped away from the beast. Recalling Wang Heng's words, "Immortal, I'll cover you. Quickly take the princess away." Lulu thought to himself, "Thankfully, I absorb enough spiritual energy to break through to the chi refinement stage just in time." Meanwhile, the beast's claws tore through Wang Heng's talismans. He exclaimed in terror, "This is bad. The beast's physique is special. Spells have no effect." He turned anxiously to Lulu, asking, "Immortal, spells are useless. What do we do?" But Lulu had vanished. Wang Heng stared in astonishment. "Immortal?" A flash of light streaked across the sky. Lulu reappeared, holding a gun, and declared confidently, "I have my own methods." He fired, striking the beast. The beast roared in fury and lashed out, sending Lulu sprawling. He thought in alarm, "This is bad." The tranquilizer gun didn't work. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The beast grew sluggish, swaying on its feet, and then collapsed unconscious. Wang Heng asked in astonishment, "Why did it fall? What kind of spell was that?" Hong Tu, her face filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Immortal, you're so powerful." Lulu replied arrogantly, "A secret technique of mine. Don't be too surprised. However, it's only unconscious." Suddenly, Hong Tu noticed something and asked, puzzled, "Huh? What's that?" A strange talisman had appeared on the beast's head. De Biao and Wang Heng spoke in unison. "We honestly don't know." Lulu thought to himself, "Forget it. I'll take a picture and study it later." With that thought, he pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. Hong Tu, seeing this, her eyes lit up with curiosity, asked, "Immortal, what kind of magical treasure is this?" Lulu held his phone aloft, saying proudly, "This object can record images in an instant. Later, I'll return and research this talisman." Hong Tu said admiringly, "Immortal, you're truly remarkable." Lulu looked at the three of them and abruptly said, "It's time. This venerable one cannot remain here for long." He placed his hand on her head and addressed Hong Tu, gently advising, "In the future, you must remain calm before acting." Hong Tu, mesmerized, replied, With the immortal, I fear nothing." Lulu gave a strained smile, sweating, thinking, "You might not be afraid, but I am." The three of them clasped their hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "We bid farewell to the immortal." The system suddenly popped up. Friendly reminder to the host. Please do not become overly engrossed in leveling up. We must conduct business. Increasing revenue is the primary mission. The revenue for this stage is 6 out of 10 million. There are 23 days remaining to complete the mission. Lulu sighed, thinking helplessly, "System, you're quite the life planner, aren't you?" A moment later, he made a phone call and asked, "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong?" On the other end of the line, Fu Jiao said fearfully, "Lulu, someone is following me." Fu Jiao trembled, leaning against an iron gate. A man approached her and said, "Miss Ming, the Yuan family wishes to request your assistance." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "The Yuan family? Are you Yuan Xingzhe?" The man leaned against the gate, replying with a cold laugh, "Yuan Xingzhe is just a playboy. I'm not one of his subordinates. I work for his father, Yuan He." Fu Jiao asked coldly, "Is this how the Yuan family asks for help?" Yuan He gripped Fu Jiao's chin roughly, saying lewdly, "Don't worry. It's just that the capital is about to change. The Ming family. If you don't quickly find someone to cooperate with, I'm afraid you'll soon be swallowed whole." Fu Jiao replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, but the Ming family has its own plans. We don't need to associate with the Yuan family." Yuan He pulled on his glove, laughing coldly, and said, "If we can't be friends, then we're enemies." Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. "Get away from Fu Jiao." Lu descended from above, an imposing figure. Fu Jiao's eyes welled up with tears as she cried out. Lu. Seeing him, He said smugly, "Excellent. The 200 million bounty coming to my door makes things even easier." He then unleashed the myriad elephant prison needles. Countless needles flew towards the two of them. Lu spread his arms protectively in front of Fu Jiao, saying anxiously, Jiao, stay behind me." Watching the countless needles embed themselves in Lu, He said triumphantly, "Young Master Lu's infatuation is truly admirable. It's just a pity." He gave a vulgar laugh and continued, "These needles will seal your meridians and sever your senses." Lulu's consciousness began to fade. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't see, couldn't hear. Moreover, he felt incredibly heavy, as if he couldn't move. So tired, he braced himself on his trembling legs, thinking, "My legs can't hold me. Even breathing is exhausting." He approached and said, "Struggling is pointless." Adjusting his glove, he said with a leering smile, "Young Master Lu, just lie down obediently and let me send you on your way." Lu focused his mind. "I can't lie down. I absolutely cannot lie down." A moment later, his eyes snapped open. He then delivered a punch straight into He's stomach. He said in astonishment, "How is this possible? Just a few days ago, you were only at the Umun level of chi refinement. How could you break through my myriad manifestations needle prison?" Lu replied coldly, "How would I know it's a breakthrough? I only know that if anyone wants to touch Fu Jiao, they'll have to go through me." Hearing this, Fu Jiao blushed, stunned, and softly called out Lu. He sank into a mass of black slime, leaving behind only the words, "You damned brat. The Yuan family won't let you off." Lu hastily called out, "Don't run. We're not finished yet." Fu Jiao rushed to his side, supporting him and stopping him. "Don't chase him. Are you all right?" Lu, still able to joke, said, "My dear Miss Fu, I'm in so much pain. I'll have to rely on you for the rest of my life." Fu Jiao, her face flushed crimson, lightly hit him on the head and said shyly, "Be serious." Lu smiled, then gradually lost consciousness. Fu Jiao cried out in alarm. Lu. Fu Jiao anxiously asked, "Are you awake?" She slowly explained, "I asked my cousin. Your coma was caused by absorbing too much spiritual energy too quickly. Your body couldn't adapt." Hearing this, Lu understood. He thought to himself, "No wonder I had a breakthrough. The black spiritual energy that bound me. I must have used up all the spiritual energy I absorbed at Azure Land Mountain." Fu Jiao pointed to a set of clothes beside him and said, "I bought you new clothes. It wouldn't be good for you to go out in those tattered rags." Lu said, touched, "Miss Fu, you're so thoughtful." As she helped Lu dress, Fu Jiao said, "It's just that the assassin got away. I need to find out why they were after me." Hearing this, he thought to himself, Meng has been working on software these past few years. Could someone be looking for Meng through Fu Jiao? He remembered the talisman from earlier and said, "That's right. Could you use your family's database to help me check an image?" Fu Jiao immediately searched on her computer and said, "Found it. It's a type of forbidden ancient rune. It concentrates a large amount of spiritual energy. According to the data, this rune has the function of summoning and teleportation, but it requires a secret method to activate." Hearing this, Lu pondered. The sudden appearance of the monstrous beast at Azure Land Mountain, it really was man-made. Fu Jiao turned to look at him, worry etched on her face. "Lu, I don't know where you got this, but getting involved in these things definitely won't be peaceful," she said with concern. "Lu Shiyu still has a bounty on your head. Why don't you go into hiding? I'll help you get in touch with people overseas." Lu replied confidently, "Fu Jiao, I know you mean well, but I can't hide like a turtle. I have to take back Sheng Lu." Fu Jiao smiled and replied, "I knew you wouldn't agree." She added softly, "I'll face this with you." Lu flexed his bicep and said confidently, "How about I teach you some self-defense techniques?" Fu Jiao smiled and declined. "No need. The Meng family has instructors. As long as I don't go out, I won't be in danger." Lu walked towards the door and said, "All right then, take care of yourself. I still have things to do." Watching his retreating figure, Fu Jiao murmured, "You must be careful. After all, The person who likes you still hopes you'll return safely. A while later, Lulu looked at Su Shuang and Han Xiuqiu and said, "Thank you for choosing to stand with me. I'll do my best to help you cultivate." Let's pick up where we left off last time. Su Shuang asked incredulously, "Entry-level cultivation techniques cost millions to learn. Are you really willing to teach us?" Kaka, her eyes sparkling with excitement, chimed in, "Hey Lulu, why not ditch the supermarket? Teaching martial arts would make you a fortune." Lulu gave her a strange look. "With the sheer number of enemies I have, opening a martial arts school is practically a death sentence." Kaka conceded. "Now that you mention it, that makes sense." He then addressed them both. "You two practice. I'm going to pick up a delivery." Lulu accepted a large box, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he thought about the grand surprise he was preparing for Hong Tuesday. Seeing who had arrived, Hong Tu exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother Lulu, what are you doing delivering packages?" Dewey scratched his head sheepishly. "A young man who doesn't strive ends up delivering packages in his old age." Lulu said enthusiastically, "Long time no see. Let's catch up sometime." Dewey replied, "Speaking of which, this week marks our 5-year reunion. The group chat's buzzing about a get-together." Lulu waved goodbye. "Right, I've been so busy I completely forgot." "Sounds good. See you this weekend then." Dewey waved back. "Get back to work, brother Lu. I'll be going now." Just then his phone rang. Juggling the box, Lulu answered. "Third uncle, what's up?" Long Sanxiang's jovial voice boomed from the other end. "Lulu, I have good news. Half of your tonic has already sold. 100,000 is on its way to your account. And there's more good news. Come over here quickly. I've found you a major client. You won't have to worry about sales anymore." After hanging up, he turned to Chi Ta with a subservient bow. "Master Chi, he dared to sell his tonic on your territory. I've lured him here for you. Do with him as you please." A short while later, Lulu arrived at Long Sanxiang's location. Sanxiang immediately began introductions. "Lulu, allow me to introduce you to a very important person. This is Master Chi, a tycoon in the health supplement industry. You've struck gold this time." The man seated in the chair was Chi Ta, a high-ranking health supplement magnate from Xanadu. Standing beside him was his bodyguard, Sun Majuan. Lulu approached and said politely, "Master Chi, I've heard so much about you." Sanxiang gestured towards Lulu. "This is Lulu, the provider of the Tong Zige Yuan Huan, a secret formula passed down through the Lu family." Looking at Chi Ta, Lulu thought to himself, Uncle Lin wouldn't dare sell his tonics because of this man. Sanxiang suddenly interjected, "You two talk business. I'll wait outside. Just let me know if you need anything." Lulu eyed him suspiciously, wondering why he was so eager to leave. "Never mind. I'll focus on selling the tonic first." Turning back to Chi Ta, he began, "Master Chi, allow me to explain the benefits of this tonic." Chi Ta cut him off with a raised hand. "No need," he said with a cold laugh. "I'll buy your tonic, but on one condition, 50 million for your formula." Lulu's face darkened, sweat beading on his forehead. "Master Chi, I'm afraid that's impossible. It's a Lu family secret. Only those with Lu blood can refine it." He thought frantically, where am I supposed to get a formula? If I reveal the true source, he'll seize my family's supermarket. Chi Ta continued, "Very well. Then I'll offer you 50 million for your lifetime services. You'll come work for me, refining the tonic day and night." Lulu's anger flared. "Master Chi, what kind of business practice is this? If you're not serious about negotiating, then I'll be leaving." Chi Ta's bodyguard immediately glared at him, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Lulu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this spiritual pressure were not even on the same level. The bodyguard suddenly lunged forward, seizing Lulu by the throat. "What do you think you're doing, challenging Master Chi?" A flicker of flame danced on Chi Ta's fingertips. He spoke coldly, "What of it? This is how I do business. Accept my terms or die." Lulu gritted his teeth, thinking that if he agreed, he would become this man's tool, a slave for life. With steely resolve, he said, "Master Chi, I may be inferior to others. I admit defeat. But the Lu family breeds no cowards. Do your worst." Chi Ta brought the flame closer and said, "Very well." Outside, Long Sanxiang's subordinates curiously asked, "Third Master, why did you come out? Why didn't you go in and talk to them?" The old man slapped the subordinate's head and angrily cursed, "You idiot! If Master Chi lays a hand on that kid, won't that make things awkward for me?" He said smugly, "If Master Chi subdues him, we get credit for the introduction. If that kid subdues Master Chi, we just continue business as usual. No loss for us." The subordinates immediately raised their hands in applause. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Inside the room, Cheetah feigned a smile and said, all right. Lulu opened his eyes in astonishment. I'm not dead. Cheetah patted Lulu's head and said gently, you stubborn brat, just like your father. Hearing this, Lulu asked in surprise, you knew my father? Cheetah smiled and replied, indeed. He even saved my life. Sun Majuan slowly released his grip. Cheetah pointed at Lulu and said, your father saved my life. I'm sparing yours. The debt is paid. Lulu scowled, thinking in frustration, you want to kill me, then spare me and call it even? You were the one who threatened my life in the first place. He thought suspiciously, I'll use the all-seeing eye to see what he's up to. Lulu suddenly cried out in pain, ag. The system displayed a notification. Warning, users all-seeing eye level insufficient. Experiencing backlash. The system explained, cultivators like Master Chi often have defensive spiritual barriers, causing the all-seeing eye to backfire. Lulu, annoyed, cursed the system internally for not warning him sooner. Seeing this, Cheetah asked curiously, hey, what's wrong? Lulu wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly made an excuse. Your beautiful bodyguard is too powerful. My frail body couldn't handle it. It's nothing. If you're not going to kill me, let's continue our discussion. Lulu sat down at the table, his tone now ingratiating. I'll supply the tonic. You handle the sales. We split the profits. Cheetah said coldly, you want me to sell tonics? Fina. He then added shrewdly, we'll split it 9-1. Lulu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Master Chi, I'll make the tonic. Am I supposed to drink the scraps? How about 7-3? Sun Majuan said smugly. Without Master Chi, you wouldn't be able to sell a single bottle. Lulu retorted, but I've already sold quite a few. He negotiated seriously. Master Chi, money is like a feather to you. I'm still researching the Lu family tonic. We can cooperate later if the opportunity arises. Cheetah exerted his aura, saying, you dare to bargain with me? Lulu tensed, thinking his aura is almost as strong as Long Oi's. He smiled and replied, Master Chi, I'm not afraid of death, so why would I be afraid to bargain with you? Cheetah said with satisfaction, you're an interesting kid. All right, 8-2. Hearing this, Lulu grew bolder and continued, Master Chi, in your generosity, I have one small request. Sun Majuan angrily snapped, don't push your luck. Cheetah interrupted, it's fine. Speak. Lulu smiled slyly and said, don't you think 3 people are a bit much for this business? A moment later, Long Sanxiang opened the car door and said respectfully, as expected of Master Chi, that kid got scared and ran off. Cheetah said coldly, indeed, from now on, you're no longer involved in selling the returning primordial pellet. Long Sanxiang asked in surprise, huh? Cheetah's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Do you have a problem with that? Long Sanxiang hastily shook his head and replied, no. I only helped Master Qin with the introduction. I wouldn't dare to get involved. Cheetah's car drove away. Long Sanxiang remained respectfully bowed. He then raised his head, his face flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth. That damn Lulu! How dare he burn bridges like that? Meanwhile, Sun Majuan, curious, asked Cheetah, why did you let that Lulu go? Cheetah didn't answer directly, instead posing a question to Sun Majuan. What do you think of Lulu? Sun Majuan replied, his cultivation is decent, but his fighting skills are lacking. Cheetah explained, martial arts and movement techniques can be learned, but guts cannot. Besides, letting him go is like repaying a debt of gratitude to his father. Hearing this, Sun Majuan was puzzled. Isn't his father dead? Cheetah closed his eyes. I only heard he went missing. 3 days later, at midnight, Lulu stood before a supermarket, preparing countless boxes of supplies. He thought to himself, all right, this trip to the other world should be enough to stock up on tonics. He looked at Hong Tu's picture in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. I wonder if Hong Tu likes the gift I got her. As he drove, he pondered. Only 20 days left until I hit 10 million in profit. As long as the Chief family sells well, it shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, he felt like he'd forgotten something. What was it again? It hit him. Meeting up with old friends. Driving, he reminisced about the past. Time flies. I miss those days of drinking and watching games with the guys. A while later, at a bar, Zhu Huang, with a girl in one arm and a glass of wine in the other, boasted, time flies, Lulu. Never thought I'd be enjoying life in a fancy hotel like this. He sneered. Yesterday, you looked down on me. Today, you can't even reach me. He raised his glass high and shouted, Lulu, this reunion has a special treat in store for you. The woman in his arms said softly, Big brother, have your fun, but don't shout slogans while you're holding me. After the class reunion dinner at the technician's place, Zhu Huang gloated, Lulu, you're so pathetic after being kicked out of your family. Why don't you come work for me? I'm a boss now, making a 5-figure salary every month. Fan Dawei followed me, and he eats meat every day. Lulu replied coldly, no thanks. I'm not used to such a small salary. Dawei chimed in, Brother Lu lives comfortably every day. I even delivered express packages to his villa. Zhu Huang scoffed. A villa you got by relying on friends, right, Lulu? Money earned by your own hands is the only kind you can trust. Lulu, unfazed, interrupted him. All right. The great singer Fu Jiao is about to start. Inwardly, he was suspicious. What's gotten into Zhu Huang today? He's been trying to get me drunk all night. Even here, he won't let up. Zhu Huang made a phone call. Looking at Fu Jiao on stage, he said lewdly, it's almost noon. Today, I'll definitely crush Lulu's spirit. Remember to let me play the hero and save the damsel. On stage, Fu Jiao was singing, You are an angel among demons. Hearing this, Lulu sighed contentedly. Only Jiao's voice can make me forget the troubles of the outside world. Suddenly, a drunk man appeared, slurring, Amazing. Who's that singing? He sidled up to Fu Jiao, teasing her loudly. Beautiful. I really like you. Come on, sing a few songs with me. Zhu Huang yelled, Get away from my Dao. Hearing this, Lulu was surprised. Hey, you. The drunk man promptly slapped Zhu Huang, sending him flying. Get out. Zhu Huang clutched his face, dumbfounded. He leaned close to the drunk man and whispered, I paid you. You have to make me suffer. The drunk man immediately slapped him on the other cheek. My ears are very sensitive. Don't get so close to talk to me. Lulu said coldly. All right, our reunion today doesn't welcome outsiders. Seeing this, Zhu Huang thought smugly. Even though I got hit, Lulu, you won't have a good ending either. These guys are clearly all martial artists. As soon as he finished speaking, Lulu knocked out the drunk man with a single punch. His face darkened as he said coldly, I told you weren't welcome, and you didn't believe me. The drunk man hurriedly said, Brother, don't be rash. I'm one of the third master's men. Hearing that name, Lulu's face darkened further as he clenched his fist. An acquaintance? Then I have to help teach you a lesson. A moment later, each with a lump on their heads, they respectfully said, Big brother, big sister, enjoy your meal and have fun. Don't let us disturb you. The door closed. Everyone around immediately cheered. Brother Lu is invincible. Brother Lu is mighty. Brother Lu is as impressive as he was back then. Fu Jiao blushed, looking at him. Suddenly, a group of people with various hair colors burst through the door. We're here to cause trouble. Seeing Lulu tense up, Zhu Huang broke out in a cold sweat. He whispered, Run. You can't beat him. The pink-haired man at the front whispered back, Don't worry, Brother Huang. The rule of the Jianghu martial arts world is take the money, do the job. Moments later, the group lay scattered on the floor, thoroughly beaten. Zhu Huang held his face and sobbed, muttering, This isn't real. Lulu coldly called for a waiter. Please come and take out the trash. A while later, the atmosphere in the karaoke room became lively again. I get to hear the goddess's voice again. I'm dying. We have to have a reunion every year. Zhu Huang gritted his teeth angrily. The final victory must be mine. He approached, taking out his car keys to show off. Lulu, we're all adults now. Fighting and killing isn't interesting. It's all about making money. Look, I bought a luxury car. A car suddenly sped past them. Su Xiao stepped out of the car and respectfully said, Mr. Lu, please get in. Fu Jiao asked, Can I get a ride? Zhu Huang, his jaw hanging open, dropped his keys and stammered, A Maserati. Lulu said gallantly, It would be my honor. Zhu Huang knelt on the ground, fuming. The heavens are unfair. Heaven is jealous of talent. I'm not reconciled. Suddenly, someone called out, Brother Huang. The group from earlier returned. Settle up the rest of the money, and add a little extra for medical expenses. Zhu Huang angrily retorted, Asking me for money? I'm not giving you any. You couldn't even beat him. He yelled in fear, What do you want to do? Easy. Don't hit this side of my face. Inside the car, Fu Jiao sat in the back, her face dark. She asked coldly, What's your relationship with Lulu? Fu Jiao coldly asked, What's your relationship with Lulu? Xiao chuckled coldly and replied indifferently, Miss Fu, in what capacity are you asking me this question? Fu Jiao retorted angrily, Lulu already has a fiancé, Lin Xiaoya. So I hope Miss Han doesn't cross the line, Cheetah said smugly. Even if I did cross the line, it was out of genuine concern, unlike you, who only knows how to bring up Miss Lin. Lulu, sitting beside her, sweat dripping down his face, said fearfully, "My two little immortals, please, can we talk this over calmly?" He thought helplessly to himself. The thing I'm worst at is dealing with situations like this. Fu Jiao suddenly said, "So, it was out of genuine concern?" She turned to Lulu, blushing. "I like Lulu too. But Lulu and Lin Xuanya have a prior engagement. Let's wait until Lin Xuanya's health improves before discussing this further." Cheetah gave a satisfied smile. Lulu, hearing this, blushed and stared blankly at Fu Jiao. Cheetah chuckled and said, "It's good to be bold and confess your feelings. Lulu and I have a purely teacher-student relationship. He's just teaching me about work, that's all." Fu Jiao asked shyly, "Then why did you want to sound me out?" Cheetah replied cheerfully, "Can't I help my master pursue his future wife?" Lulu, watching in the rearview mirror, cried inwardly, thinking, "Cheetah, when did you learn to stir up trouble like this?" Fu Jiao suddenly said, "I've arrived. I want to get out of the car." Lulu called out to her. "Wait a moment," she said coldly. "You should take better care of your disciple." Lulu took a fragrant sachet out of his pocket and said, "This is for you, for protection." Hong Tu had given it to him, saying, "This super effective protective charm is for you." Fu Jiao looked at the sachet in surprise and said, "Isn't this the latest protective barrier invented by Chi Yu? How did you get this?" Lulu quickly made up an excuse. "I'm just too handsome. The Chi family couldn't resist giving it to me." Inwardly, he thought, so Chi Yu has this. No wonder he wasn't afraid of my "you asked for it" gaze. Fu Jiao anxiously reminded him, "Be careful. The Chi family are ruthless and unforgiving." Lulu replied, "I know, but I have no choice. I need to get revenge." Before getting out of the car, she repeatedly reminded him, "You must be careful. If things go wrong, go find Manhwa to protect you." Lulu said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern." He suddenly called out, "Jiao Jiao." Fu Jiao turned back and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lulu slowly said, "Let's wait until Lin Xuanya's health improves before discussing anything further." She left, saying, "All right, I'll go ahead then." Watching her retreating figure in the rearview mirror, Cheetah mused, "When will I be able to express myself to Brother Lu as frankly as she did?" The next day, in the other realm, Lulu took out his phone and said, "I have an idea. I want to try recording the sound of the Thunder Beast." Hong Tu replied excitedly, "Great." Lulu smiled and said, "Once the recording is done, I'll bring you a surprise next time. On tu hésitait, but." She then said with a smile, "It's okay. You and Jean de Biao can come visit next time. I'll be in secluded cultivation for a while." Looking at Lulu, she said shyly, "I want to take a picture of you today." Hearing this, Lulu thought suspiciously, "Did this girl take the wrong medicine today? Something feels off." 18 minutes later, Lulu waved to them and said, "Mission accomplished. I'll be going now." Hong Tu waved back excitedly. "Safe travels, immortal." Someone suddenly appeared behind Fu Jiao and said, "So this is the immortal you've been yearning for day and night?" Startled, Fu Jiao flinched, tears welling in her eyes. She stammered, "I promise I'll go back and cultivate properly. Please, don't bother him anymore." Meanwhile, at Long Sanqiang's company, a subordinate bowed low, trembling as he spoke. "Third master, Lulu showed no respect for you." Sanqiang said coldly. "After losing so many men, he still has the audacity to come back and complain?" The subordinate wailed, "Third master, please don't be so angry. Harmony brings wealth." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You expect a Zhuang to defeat a cultivator? That's unrealistic." Long Qian, the deputy general manager of Long Tongue Real Estate, sat perched on the back of the subordinate. He looked at Qinzong and said, "Instead, why not ask Qinzong for help?" He continued with a lewd grin, "Let's lure Lulu into a trap." At that moment, in Su Xiang's living room, Su Xiang lunged forward with a fist, shouting, "Take this." Lulu swiftly dodged the blow and retaliated with a punch to Su Xiang's stomach. Su Xiang gave a thumbs up. "Your kung fu is still far from Brother Lu's." Lulu reassured him, "You've broken through to the Qi refining stage very quickly. Take it slow. Rest for a bit first." Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he asked in surprise, "Long Sanqiang?" On the other end, Sanqiang said, "Lulu, My little brother, your friend Shinzong is here with me as a guest. Come to Aojiang Pier for tea tonight. Lu replied coldly. Third master, don't involve others in our affairs. Long Sanxiang threatened. I'm just afraid it won't be lively enough. You must come tonight. Otherwise, even I don't know what will happen. That evening at the Aojiang Pier bar, Long Sanxiang asked, I've called Lu for you. Are you sure you'll win? Long Qian smirked confidently and replied, Winning, I'm not entirely sure, but losing? Definitely not. He held up a vial. Long Sanxiang asked curiously, What's that? He explained, It's a drug that can double a person's strength. Long Qian looked at Sanxiang's subordinate and said, An ordinary person who takes this could even defeat your prize fighter. The subordinate bristled. Young Master Qian, don't underestimate me. Long Qian sneered. Respect is earned. He tossed the vial to the man. De Zhuang, take this. Drink it and spar with him. De Zhuang immediately gulped down the contents of the vial. His muscles bulged, rippling beneath his skin. Sanxiang's subordinate promptly punched him in the face, but it didn't even faze him. The subordinate asked in astonishment, How is he so tough? De Zhuang flexed, a smug grin spreading across his face. My turn. He then sent the subordinate flying with a single punch. He threw back his head and roared with laughter. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Long Sanxiang. De Zhuang said coldly, You looked down on me before, didn't you? Long Sanxiang hastily warned, De Zhuang, don't cause trouble. Long Qian chopped the back of De Zhuang's neck, knocking him unconscious. Peak Qi refining is his limit. Long Sanxiang looked at Long Qian and said, If it's this powerful for an ordinary person, what if you took it? Long Qian explained, Uncle, this drug is too dangerous for us. It can damage the brain. He then pulled out a crate filled with vials, a triumphant glint in his eyes. Lu can handle one person, but can he handle 10? Long Sanxiang asked in surprise. What? Where did you get so much of this stuff? Long Qian chuckled smugly. These were all gifts I received when I was close with Lu Shiwu. That little Lu brat has plenty of treasures. I want to see what I can squeeze out of Lu. Meanwhile, at Su Xiang's living room, Cheetah strolled in. I'm back, she announced. Suddenly, she spotted a note on the table. It read, We went out tonight. Lu and Su Xiang. Cheetah's furious roar practically shook the surrounding buildings. They went out without me. Lu and Su Xiang walked with an air of cool indifference. Lu thought to himself, I have to get to Chunzong's appointment. Chunzong had warned him about the meeting being a trap. He did me a favor. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, I still walked towards it. At Aojiang Pier, a voice called out, Halt! Feng Heng, the security chief of Aojiang Pier, appeared. This is the VIP area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Lu recognized him. Oh, Feng Heng, I have some business here. Feng Heng's voice was cold. Lu, don't make this difficult for me. You know the rules. Either show your VIP card or pay 100,000 for a new one. Lu's face hardened. What do you mean? You got this job because of my recommendation. Feng Heng smirked. Just following protocol. But personally, I can give you a 1% discount. Su Xiang exploded. Don't you dare bite the hand that feeds you. When you were injured, Lu didn't ask for a single penny for your medical treatment. You were clinging to his leg, calling him your brother for life. Feng Heng gestured towards them with a sneer. I already thanked Lu for that. A debt of gratitude to be repaid in the next life. But now, even blood brothers have to follow the rules. Besides, you can't even cough up 100,000. Seems you really are good for nothing now. Get them, he ordered his men. I'll give you each 1,000,000. Lu chuckled coldly. No need for all this drama. We have the 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiang sprang into action, sending Feng Heng's men flying with a series of punches. We just didn't want to give it to you, Lu said icily. Feng Heng crumpled to the ground in terror. Lu stepped closer. Following protocol, you say? Feng Heng stammered. What are you going to do? Lu crushed Feng Heng's legs beneath his heel. I'm just saving you the trouble, he said coldly. No need to thank me in your next life. He sighed. Old Su, people change so easily. Su Xiang offered comfort. Don't worry, Lu. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. Inside, Long Qian and Long Sanxiang were waiting. Long Qian smiled. Lu, a pleasure to finally meet you. Third Master speaks highly of you. He then added with a chilling undertone, Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Long Qian, Vice President of Long Tongue Real Estate. Lu ignored the introduction. Where's Chunzong? Long Qian smiled. Chunzong isn't important. We invited you here to discuss a collaboration. Lulu scoffed. What collaboration could we possibly have? Long Qian produced a contract. Third Master said that as long as you sign this, we can guarantee you won't suffer any more oppression from Lu Shiwu. We can even help you reclaim the Sheng Lu Corporation. Lu asked calmly, and the conditions? Long Qian said smugly, hand over 95% of Sheng Lu Corporation's shares to me. The remaining 5% is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Lu chuckled coldly. Newly established real estate companies like yours wouldn't understand how Sheng Lu operates. I want to reclaim Sheng Lu, not become a puppet for someone else. Long Qian settled into a chair, a sneer twisting his lips. In broad daylight, young master, Lu shouldn't be daydreaming. The thugs who had ingested the drug suddenly materialized behind him. You dare refuse Vice President Qian's generosity? One of them snarled. Then we'll help you come to your senses. With that, they lunged forward. Su Xiang instantly positioned himself in front of Lu. A thug's fist appeared before him with startling speed. Caught off guard, Su Xiang was sent flying. Su Xiang! Lu cried out in concern. Another thug aimed a kick at him. He hastily raised his arms to block the blow. Gritting his teeth, Lu thought, this strength, this speed, it's a completely different level. However, he quickly adapted to the mohawked thug's fighting style. He managed to block the next kick. Su Xiang, Zekoven, not det en godagin. I won too easily before, Lu muttered. Now it's a bit of an adjustment. True enough, just a minute later, Lu had the thug sprawled on the ground. He urged Su Xiang to join the fray. Su Xiang, show them what you're made of, he called, adding, don't let Third Master and Long Qian look down on us. Hearing this, Su Xiang surged forward with renewed vigor. All right, let's go, he roared, a touch of arrogance in his voice. He launched a punch towards the remaining thugs. I'm feeling good. Meanwhile, Lu took the opportunity to carefully analyze his opponent's physical capabilities. They're strong, he realized, but they're only at the peak of qi refining. A plan began to form in his mind. Su Xiang and I are both at the body tempering realm. Dealing with these guys shouldn't be too difficult. Seeing their apparent confidence, the enraged thugs flew into a frenzy. Get them, their leader shouted. Everyone attack. Their thick, calloused hands tightened into fists. Lu sighed inwardly. Fighting these flies is so boring. He just wanted to end this tedious charade quickly. His priority was eliminating Long Qian. His eyes flicked towards the smirking Long Qian, who was watching the fight unfold with detached amusement. The lead thug lunged at Lu. He brandished his claws menacingly. If you want to touch Vice President Qian, he growled, you'll have to go through me. Lu reacted instantly, raising his defenses and unleashing a counterattack. Don't get in my way. A violet flame ignited in his hand. In a flash, it erupted into a raging inferno, blasting the thug backward. Boom! The force of the blast propelled the thug through the reinforced concrete wall. He sailed through the air, landing with a sickening thud. He landed in the river that flowed along the city's edge. Long Sanqiang's face paled. Asterisk, what kind of power is that? Asterisk, Su Xiang, having witnessed the spectacular display, cheered. Awesome. I learned something new. He wanted to emulate his idol. Lu watched this. However, before he could even touch one of the remaining thugs, a man with a shaved head charged him, slamming his head into Su Xiang's stomach. The impact was no less forceful than Lu's attack, sending Su Xiang crashing into the wall, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Lu realized that prolonging the fight would be disadvantageous. He decided to make a decisive move. I need to take out the ringleader. With that, a flame ignited in his hand. He charged towards Long Qian, who was standing alone, casually sipping his drink. Long Qian tossed the glass aside, a sneer playing on his lips, and braced himself as the flames surged towards him. He launched a swift, sharp attack towards Lu, forcing him to dodge frantically. Even then, he wasn't entirely successful. The blow grazed his shoulder, sending blood spraying. Long Qian sneered at Lu. He seemed to think Lu didn't know any cultivation techniques at all. He even mocked him, claiming that his strength was only at the 3rd or 4th level of body tempering. He scoffed, saying Lu had missed a good opportunity by not signing the agreement earlier. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, "Move! Get out of the way!" Accompanied by a blood-curdling yell, Su Xiang charged in at breakneck speed, his eyes, sharp as a killer's, fixed on the thugs blocking the path. They scattered in panic. He flew forward, knocking over every obstacle in his way. He was a human bulldozer. Seeing the chaotic scene, Long Qian's focus wavered. Lulu knew his chance had come. The flames in his hand flickered and then burst into life. His eyes locked onto Long Qian. While Su Xiang blocked their view, he lunged. Su Xiang's attack had been powerful, yet Long Qian had dodged it with ease. However, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. Long Qian spun around. He saw Lu charging towards him with violet flames dancing in his hand. Panic seized him. He'd been distracted by Su Xiang's attack. The flames in Lu's hand swirled. He slammed his fist into the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. The cracks spread towards Long Qian, making him lose his footing. Lu scowled. He wouldn't let him escape. Trying to run? I won't let you. Yet, Long Qian showed no fear or panic. He continued his attack, seemingly without thinking, not using his full strength. "If you won't use your full power, then taste my wind blade," he snarled, conjuring a violent whirlwind, preparing to hurl it at Lu. This time, Lu was caught off guard. "I can't dodge this." A loud crash echoed, followed by a long streak of blood splattering the ground. Long Sanxiang dripped with sweat at the terrifying intensity of the struggle. He called out to Long Qian in alarm. Su Xiang was also startled. He turned and yelled, "Brother Lu!" Just as Long Qian unleashed his attack, Lu, using all his strength, punched directly into Long Qian's hand to stop it. Blood trickled down. Lu's hand was now drenched in crimson. He glared fiercely at Long Qian. "Come on, none of you will escape unscathed." However, it was Long Qian who was truly injured. He'd been hit with a searing blow. He thought, "I have to be careful." He's fighting hand to hand, but he's keeping the impact of his cultivation technique to a minimum. Sensing the disadvantage, he paused to speak to Lu. "Tell me, why are you so reckless?" Lu had known all along. "You want to manipulate me and take over Sheng Lu Corporation." His face darkened, but a defiant smirk played on his lips as he challenged Long Qian. "So, do you think I'll just surrender?" To Lu's surprise, Long Qian calmly replied, "It was just a proposal. If you're not satisfied, I'll withdraw it." Lu was taken aback. His hostile demeanor vanished, replaced by astonishment. "That's what happened," Long Qian explained. "Don't hold it against the staff. They didn't know any better. CEO Chun, the one you're looking for, is having a party on yacht number 3. He held out a strange vial. This is the reason why," he continued. "Lu Shiwu gave this to me. Those bodyguards drank it. It clouded their minds. If you don't believe me, you could take it back and analyze it." Su Xiang, however, started to struggle, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse at Long Qian. You think you can trick us with this childish act? You think admitting defeat is enough?" Contrary to Su Xiang's outburst, Lu held him back and calmly intervened. "If young Master Qian is showing this much sincerity, then let's take a step back." On their way back, Lu explained his reasoning to Su Xiang. "He knows cultivation techniques. Even if we continued fighting, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. We don't need to act impulsively. You have foresight. We can't waste our energy. After all, our goal is to rescue CEO Chun." Meanwhile, Long Qian's yacht continued to drift along the river. Long Sanxiang found a moment to speak privately with Long Qian. "I'm curious," he said. "His hand is crippled. Why did you let him go?" Long Qian cradled his injured hand. "Harm 1,000 enemies. Lose 800 of your own. What if other enemies come knocking while we're weakened?" However, he hadn't given up. Long Qian still had other plans for revenge against Lu besides. He added, "Does he really think he'll have it easy with Lu Shiwu? We'll just wait and watch the show." Elsewhere, in a bustling, noisy bar, the shouts and cheers of revelers filled the air. Bend over more. In the middle of the bar, CEO Chun was forced to pole dance for the amusement of Lu Shiwu's underlings. They cackled and ordered him around like a trained animal. "Be more professional, CEO Chun," one of them yelled. Another threatened, "If you don't dance properly, I'll beat you to death later." They mocked him. "And you dare to inform that loser Lu. Young Master Lu is being merciful by just making you dance." Lu Shiwu sat back, enjoying the spectacle, ostentatiously showering the room with money. "Don't say I'm not generous. If you dance well, I won't hold a grudge, and there will be more rewards." Adam, sitting beside him, purred and flattered him. Young Master Lu is so generous. I adore you. You should come here more often. Lu Shiwu, inwardly delighted, boasted, before I get rid of that waste Lu, I guarantee I'll be here every day. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Who's getting rid of who is still up in the air? Sure enough, Lu and Su Xiang had arrived to deal with the remaining threat. Lu Shiwu showed no surprise at their appearance. He sneered. It seems Third Master Long really did manage to lure you into a trap. Lu didn't give him a chance to say more. I just so happened to have a score to settle with you. With that, he lunged forward, aiming a kick at Lu Shiwu's face. The coward grabbed the woman beside him and used her as a shield. She struggled and cried, "No, no, no, don't." Taken aback by this dirty tactic, Lu hesitated. In that instant, Lu Shiwu, hiding behind the woman, began to channel his energy. He shoved the woman aside and launched an attack straight at Lu's face. Lu's heart leaped, but his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge. Frustrated, Lu Shiwu sneered. "You dare to fight me, a fellow cultivator?" His eyes gleamed dangerously. After exchanging blows for a while, Lu Shiwu, feeling his arms tire, barked orders at his men. "Here's your chance to earn my favor." He pointed at Lu, "Eliminate him. There's a reward for whoever does it." The surrounding thugs' eyes lit up at the mention of a reward. They all turned to Lu like he was a piece of juicy meat. Su Xiang was incredibly excited. Another round so soon? Is Lu scared of messing with me? Su Xiang shook his head. The last beating wasn't enough. The thugs all rushed in at once to gang up on Lu kicked out, landing blows to each of their stomachs. He felt a pang of disappointment. They had no basic fighting skills, just flailing limbs. Su Xiang punched one of them square in the jaw, then scoffed. Even weaker than Long Chin's men. The others surged forward, faces contorted with rage, wielding chairs and tables as weapons. Just then, Lu grabbed a metal bar. He leaped into the midst of the thugs, iron bar in hand, causing them to gape in astonishment. With a single swing, he sent the small fry flying, scattering them across the floor like bowling pins. The sound of crashing bodies and furniture filled the air. Lu Shiwu was starting to feel trapped. He hadn't expected these thugs to be so pathetically weak. Is there something wrong with the drugs? He wondered. Suddenly, someone punched Su Xiang in the face, sending his jaw askew and saliva dribbling down his chin. Lu spun around, alarmed, and shouted Su Xiang's name. He wouldn't let the person who hurt Su Xiang get away with it. He raised the bar, ready for a one-on-one fight. At the same time, he called out, trying to encourage his friend, "You still good?" Su Xiang's face was swelling up, but he fought back. "Yeah, I'm good, but I need a minute." In a few seconds, Lu was distracted. A glass of liquid flew through the air and smashed against his head, drenching him. Lu sniffed. It wasn't just water. As he opened his eyes, a lighter was thrown towards him. Before he could react, flames erupted all over his body. Su Xiang watched in horror, yelling Lu. It was Lu Shiwu's dirty trick. He held up a bottle of liquor, proclaiming, "Imported vodka, high proof. Burn like your ancestor, Lu Zhe." Lu's clothes were on fire. He trembled with rage. His eyes locked onto Lu Shiwu like bullets. Ignoring the flames consuming him, he charged towards Lu Shiwu. Panicked, Lu Shiwu ordered his men to stop him. Stop him! Stop him! But any thug who got in his way received a face full of fists. One was punched so hard in the gut his eyes rolled back in his head. Finally, Lu reached Lu Shiwu and tackled him, holding him tight. Lu Shiwu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Let's go to hell together," Lu growled. The flames spread to Lu Shiwu, who shrieked, "Help me! Put out the fire!" Luckily for him, someone arrived with a fire extinguisher and put out the flames. Lu, though singed and sooty, laughed triumphantly. "The fire's out. Knew you didn't have the guts." Lu Shiwu, realizing he'd been played and made a fool of, sputtered indignantly. You forced me to put out the fire. You tricked me." Lu Shiwu flew forward, landing a brutal kick to Lu's stomach. Spit and tears sprayed from Lu's mouth, the pain radiating through his body. "I'm at the third level of body tempering. How can I not withstand this?" he thought, remembering Lu Shiwu's previous ignorance. Lu glared, his hand tightening with a sickening crack of bone. "You dare burn down the Lu ancestral home? You're not worthy of the Lu name," he snarled. Lu Shiwu, now reduced to a cowering mess, pleaded, "Brother, we're family. Show mercy." But it was too late. Lu was determined to send him to his ancestors. "Calling me brother won't help you. A flurry of punches rained down on Lu Shiwu, his agonized screams echoing through the room. Finally, Lu Shiwu lay still, a broken husk on the floor, his body twitching from the brutal assault. Lu, still not satisfied, raised his fist for a final, devastating blow. I'll cripple you. Let's see how you'll throw your weight around then. Suddenly, a foot lashed out from behind, catching Lu completely off guard. The unexpected kick sent him flying out of the building, his body tumbling across the ground. A familiar voice mocked him. Nice try, kid. This punk is ours to deal with. It was Long Qian and Long Sanxiang. Despite knocking Lu down, Long Qian remained cautious. Don't be hasty. Don't touch him, he warned, urging Long Sanxiang. He's from Black Wind Mountain. We need to retreat. We've lost this fight tonight. The two retreated to their yacht. Meanwhile, Tai Huangjue, an enforcer from Black Wind Mountain tasked with guarding the injured Lu Shiwu, waited impatiently. Where is he? He's taking his sweet time. Don't tell me he stopped for bubble tea. Don't worry, young Master Lu. Your mother sent me. Lu Shiwu, panicked and in agony, shrieked. My arm. It's broken. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Su Xiang lunged forward, ready to attack them both. I'll fight you to the death. But with a single kick, Tai Huangjue sent Su Xiang's large frame flying. Su Xiang crashed to the ground, his head throbbing. Tai Huangjue sneered. You should be grateful no one's paying me to kill you. My fees are quite high. I don't waste my time on freebies. He turned and walked away. Don't worry, young Master Lu. 5 minutes, and it'll be done. He then turned his attention to the struggling Lu. After a brief but brutal fight, Lu was covered in burns, the pain like a million ants biting at his flesh. His hands, slick with blood, trembled. Damn it, my right hand is injured too. Tai Huangjue offered him some sincere advice. Just surrender. It'll be easier for everyone. With that, he swiftly lashed out with a kick. Lu managed to block the blow with his elbow. Tai Huangjue realized, 4th level body tempering, huh? Not that impressive. Lu trembled with rage. With a single leg, this guy unleashed a flurry of palm strikes towards Lu, who finally couldn't defend himself any longer. He was kicked back, flying several meters. Tai Huangjue looked at him with disdain. Utterly defeated, Lu began to feel fear. This was peak body tempering, a strength not to be underestimated. While Tai Huangjue was off guard, Su Xiang rushed out from behind, ambushing him and yelling, Brother Lu. Tai Huangjue remained standing defiantly, poised and ready. He smugly thought, I can start preparing the body bag. Lu frantically searched his pockets. A moment later, he pulled out a vial and hurriedly swallowed its contents. Thank goodness, one left. In an instant, his body felt revitalized, burning with renewed energy. He urged Su Xiang, run, get out of here. Lu calculated his odds. The chance of winning was slim, but he could at least buy Su Xiang some time to escape. Tai Huangjue, with a single glance, recognized the Zhenqi pill. He scoffed internally. This kind of thing is harmful to the body. For a body-tempering cultivator, it doesn't offer much of a boost. Lu, irritated by Tai Huangjue's arrogance, immediately charged forward, aiming a punch at his face. However, his punch was blocked effortlessly. Lulu struggled mightily. Let me see your final performance, Tai Huangjue taunted. But in focusing on Lu, he forgot about Su Xiang. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiang landed a solid kick to Tai Huangjue's back, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. He coughed violently on the ground. Seeing Su Xiang seemingly full of energy, Lu asked, Su Xiang, did you take a pill too? Su Xiang stood there valiantly, confirming, if we're brothers, there's no way I'd run off first. Lu nodded in agreement. All right then, let's show him what we're made of. After Tai Huangjue recovered, he began to take his revenge, one by one. First, he delivered a brutal kick to Su Xiang's face. Su Xiang was battered, his face swelling and blood trickling from his mouth. So you dare to defy me? Even with the pill, you're only at the 3rd level of body tempering. You overestimate yourself. But Su Xiang was resourceful. He grabbed Tai Huangjue's raised leg and held on tight. Brother Lu, I've got him. Now, having been dealt such a blow, Tai Huangjue was furious. He turned his rage back on Su Xiang. Dying to get it, huh? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Su Xiang was brutally kicked, but his grip on Tai Huangjue's leg remained firm. Su Xiang, now lying on the ground, urged, Brother Lu now. Lu immediately seized the opportunity, throwing a punch to avenge his friend. Hold on, Su Xiang, he encouraged. Tai Huangjue wasn't easily defeated. This time, he was paying attention to Lu, so naive. I'll have to get serious. He unleashed a powerful attack, intending to finish them both off. Blood splattered the ground. Lu was also gravely injured. He struggled to his feet. Tai Huangjue mercilessly kicked each of them. It's over. Give up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Manfu appeared, bargaining with Tai Huangjue. Spare Lu, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. If not, when my younger brother, Man Lang, returns, you won't be spared. Seeing the beautiful woman appear, Tai Huangjue grew even more excited. He spoke with a challenging tone. Man Lang isn't here. What I have to fear. But if Miss Man kisses my foot, I might reconsider. Man Fu broke out in a cold sweat of disgust, but she still agreed. I agree. Just let Lu go. Lu immediately jumped up, struggling and shouting. What nonsense are you saying? Don't mind me, just go. Tai Huangjue burst into laughter. Ha ha, how touching. He lifted his foot, lunging forward to attack Man Fu. Unfortunately, I just love to see women cry. If I don't eliminate Lu today, he'll become a major problem later. Lu quickly rushed forward, pushing Man Fu out of the way. Get out of here. He willingly became a shield so his friend could escape death. In his mind, he thought, I'm sorry, Su Xiang, Jiao. I've dragged you all into this. His eyes slowly closed. Ancestors of the Lu family, I'm sorry. Lu is incompetent. A flock of pink butterflies began to appear, filling the sky. Lu opened his eyes, utterly surprised to see the butterflies fluttering before him. The scene was incredibly gentle. Even Tai Huangjue paused for a few seconds. The butterflies gathered together, transforming into cotton candy. Zan Mujuan, who had arrived unnoticed, wore a mysterious smile. She stepped in front of Tai Huangjue, challenging him. Don't you enjoy watching women cry? Try to make me cry. He pointed at her accusingly. Shun Muyun, are you trying to offend Black Wind Mountain by interfering? But Zan Mujuan disregarded his words. A low-level enforcer like you, representing Black Wind Mountain? How audacious. Then, she declared, I've come to clean up Black Wind Mountain's mess. Perhaps they'll even thank me. Tai Huangjue refused to back down. We'll see if you have the ability. Zan Mujuan's entire body radiated a fiery aura, infuriating him. Tai Huangjue unleashed his dragon extinction attack, intending to devour her whole. Surrounded by black dragons, she showed no fear, instead scoffing. The disciples of Black Wind Mountain's enforcers are this weak? Two dragons coiled around her, suddenly becoming motionless. In the next moment, they vanished, transforming into harmless butterflies before Zan Mujuan. Tai Huangjue stood there, stunned, watching the butterflies flutter. Terror filled his eyes. He turned and fled, but the swarm of butterflies overwhelmed him, preventing his escape. He jumped into the river in a desperate attempt to survive. Even then, the butterflies retrieved him from the water, bringing him back before Zan Mujuan. She mocked him. Giving up so quickly, humiliated, he resorted to using a technique to escape. Seeing this, Man Fu urged Zan Mujuan, hurry, chase after him. Don't let him get away. But she refused. My mission was to save Lu, not to hunt him down. Defeated, Tai Huangjue could only limp back to the yacht. Lu Shiwu and his men were still sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised from the earlier fight. Tai Huangjue returned to help Lu, still unconscious, to escape. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses when facing a higher realm, he muttered. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. On the other side, Zan Mujuan tugged at Lu's sleeve, urging him to leave as well. All right, follow me. We need to report the mission results. Man Fu, seeing her actions, panicked. Miss, wait. He's injured. Just a moment. A while later, they arrived at a resting place by the lake. Zan Mujuan splashed water onto Lu's face. He jolted awake. Man Fu, startled by Zan Mujuan's abrupt action, cried out, What are you doing? Chiza sat nearby, urging them to wake Lu. I have a meeting next. Let's hurry. Lu, wiping his face, looked around in confusion. Jiao, where am I? Man Fu, her face etched with worry, quickly reassured him. Don't panic. The Chi family saved us. Grateful, Lu turned and politely thanked Chiza. Chiza deflected the credit. The person you should thank is Man Fu. She informed me in time, allowing me to rescue you. Man Fu recounted the events to him. Han Xiaoxiao knew something wasn't right and came to find me. I thought the only person who could help us at that point was the Chief family. Shiza admitted, it just so happens I had something I wanted to discuss with you. He pulled a gold card from his pocket. This is 15 million. Shiza continued, your medicine received excellent feedback from customers. I've sold quite a bit. Lulu's eyes lit up and he clutched the card to his chest. Thank you, Master Chi. He thought excitedly. So, my product sales mission is complete. At this point, Shiza began, however, Shiza smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He reminded Lulu, this money for the medicine should rightfully be yours, but I did save you. You should show some gratitude. He generously offered a price. I'll take it cost. 200 million. The words hit Lulu like a thunderbolt. 200 million? Even Man Fu was stunned into silence. Shiza slowly stood up. He challenged Lulu. Otherwise, I'll throw you back to Tai Huangjua. That's also worth 200 million. Left with no other choice, Lulu tried to negotiate. Thank you, Master Chi. Give me 2 months. I'll find a way. Shiza stood and left with Zan Mujuan. He agreed with Lulu, 1 month. If you can't pay, you'll spend your life refining medicine for me. The next morning, at the Lin family's private hospital, Su Xiang lay recovering in bed. Man Fu was still consumed with guilt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have informed the Qi family. Lulu comforted her. Jiao Jiao, don't say that. Look at Su Xiang. He's so badly injured. If it weren't for you, we would have been in dire straits this time. However, Man Fu was still worried. She suggested, Lulu, let me help you with the 200 million. You should go abroad and avoid the trouble for now. But Lulu firmly refused. No, Jiao Jiao, I appreciate your kindness, but I must handle this myself. I know the road ahead is long, but even if it's a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, I must face it head on. Lin Yuanlei, eavesdropping from outside, burst in, arguing with Lulu, a mountain of blades and a sea of fire? If you charge into that, what about Shuya? He then read out Lulu's medical report. You have minor burns, fractures, a concussion, and internal bleeding. Your sworn brother is still in a coma, Lulu. You really are. Lulu was surprised to see Lin Yuanlei there in person. Uncle Lin. Lin Yuanlei stepped forward and scolded him. If Shuya were to follow you, how could she ever have a peaceful day? Man Fu, alarmed, quickly spoke up for him. Uncle Lin, Lulu is doing this for his family. And yet, Lin Yuanlei didn't hesitate to loudly criticize both Man Fu and Jiao Jiao, and even her. Lulu had already said he liked Thursday Na. She still clings to him all the time. She stammered, embarrassed after hearing that. Lulu quickly intervened. Uncle Lin, blame me for this. He explained to Lin Yuanlei, I initially said I liked Thursday, Na, due to the circumstances. You also know Lu Shiwu's true nature. Hearing this, Lin Yuanlei flew into a rage. Circumstances? He hastily called for Thursday Na, who was hiding outside. You heard everything, didn't you? He doesn't have you in his heart at all. Lulu was startled. He shouted for Thursday Na. Thursday Na timidly walked in, her face sorrowful. Lu Gij, she asked, her voice laced with sadness. Lulu stepped forward to comfort her. Of course I like you. You like my little sister. She shyly asked him directly. Then, do you like Dao Dao or me more? Lulu broke out in a cold sweat, stammering this. Lin Yuanlei, standing behind them, radiated a powerful aura. He growled, you dare to charge into a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, but you're scared to answer a simple question? Suddenly, Thursday, Na leaned forward and kissed Lulu on the cheek. He froze, completely stunned, unable to move. Both Man Fu and Lin Yuanlei jumped, their eyes wide with shock at the unexpected scene. Thursday, Na confessed her feelings. I've cried, I've hated, I've gone mad. I even wanted to die. But from the moment you saved me and Lin from the despair of our genetic disease, I understood something. She made a vow to Lulu, life is precious. I should live a life without regrets. Then, closing her eyes, Thursday Na softly confessed, I like Lu Gij, so no matter the outcome. Her words were as sweet as honey to Lulu's ears. He didn't argue, just as he wouldn't give up on reclaiming the Sheng Lu Corporation, no matter the difficulties. No matter how much you like someone else, I will still love you very, very, very much. Even Lin Yuanlei's face paled at the sheer cheesiness of it all. Thursday Na, there's no need for this. Thursday Na then spoke up. subtly persuading Lin Yuanlei on Lu Lu's behalf. Dad, when I woke up, you even hugged me and thanked Lu Gid for half a day. I'm just showing my support as a member of the Lin family, supporting him in becoming your right hand in seeking revenge. Then she turned to Man Fu. Jiao Jiao, it's a shame we both like the same person. Despite her appearance, Thursday Na wasn't afraid to challenge her rival. From today onwards, let's see who prevails. Man Fu, not backing down, agreed. Fine, but first, help me resolve the matter at hand. Thursday Na accepted without complaint or regret. A worried Lu Lu interrupted. Excuse me for interjecting, although the timing isn't ideal, but I have a small item I'd like to ask you all to help me find. Both women immediately turned and asked in unison, what item? 2 days later, Lu Lu addressed his system. I want to go to the other world. The system immediately confirmed receipt of the request. Host transaction volume has reached 10 million yuan. Shop upgraded to level 3. Business income, 10 million out of 10 million yuan. Level 3, multimillionaire status. Shop equipment upgraded. Time spent in the other world extended to 60 minutes. Daily transactions with the other world are now permitted. First time reward. Mysterious shop assistant. Soul Chi. Lu Lu hesitated slightly. So many strange terms. I'll ignore them for now. I have more important things to deal with today. A short while later, Lu Lu arrived at the Lu family supermarket in the other world. The celestial Hong Tu princess is under house arrest and unable to leave. She specifically asked me to deliver this to you. Please inform Elder Wang. I want to go to the prison cell where the Thunder Beast is being held. The prison is this way. The computer had already stored the recording of the Thunder Beast vocalizations from last time, the voice recorder and the Thunder Beast language translator, the Thunder Beast language converter. How's that little Thunder Beast doing in there? In Thunder Beast language. In Thunder Beast language, human. How can you understand the Thunder Beast language? That's because I've raised Thunder Beast before. I know how to become a Thunder Beast master. In Thunder Beast language, liar, you pathetic waste. How dare you speak our language? If you're so capable, come in here. I'll electrocute you. It seems you won't accept me unless we have some close interaction. Celestial, please reconsider. In Thunder Beast language, you little punk, you're dead. The enraged Thunder Beast roared, unleashing a surge of energy from its cell. Both Jin Dabayu and Wang Heng panicked, scrambling to escape in disarray. Celestial, Donji. Yet, Lu Lu calmly walked forward to challenge the Thunder Beast. Is that all you've got? Hearing this, the Thunder Beast was taken aback. It explained, how could that be? My heavenly thunder can slay gods and demons. Lu Lu scoffed. Too bad I believe in science, not gods and demons. He was wearing a full-body, high-voltage electrical insulation suit with a transparent helmet, made entirely of insulating material for 100% safety. The Thunder Beast was wary. It asked nervously, what kind of cultivation technique is science? It's terrifying. Lu Lu seized the opportunity to negotiate. Accept me as your master, and I'll definitely find out who captured you and brought you here. But the beast didn't readily agree. It bristled, threatening him. Don't even think about it. Our Thunder Beast clan has never bowed to anyone. Hearing this, Lu Lu resorted to another tactic. I know you're lonely. I can introduce you to some beautiful female Thunder Beasts. At this, the Thunder Beast's eyes lit up like headlights. It immediately lowered its head in submission. Master, Lu Lu led the Thunder Beast out onto the street. Everyone who saw them stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Is that a Thunder Beast? They also commented on Lu Lu. The person with him is dressed rather strangely. I wonder which sect they belong to. The Thunder Beast, carrying Lu Lu on its back, was extremely curious. How did you know I was so eager to find a mate? Lu Lu simply thought back to when he entered the cell. Weren't you roaring about wanting a girl? The Thunder Beast froze. It started to recall Wang Heng leading Lu Lu inside. Please, this way. At that time, it had roared fiercely. Translated, I don't want to die. I want to find a beautiful girl. Even Wang Heng, walking behind, overheard the conversation between Lu Lu and the Thunder Beast and couldn't help but exclaim, this celestial is truly capable. Gina Bayu happily agreed. For my bright future, I'll work for this celestial. Suddenly, a loud promotional call echoed from afar. Eliminate bad odors. Leave a lingering fragrance. Refresh your spirit. Grand opening sale with special prices. They called out, attracting the attention of those around them. Free trial. Don't miss out. Come back and support us again. Sure enough, a crowd gathered, everyone buzzing with excitement. Wow, that sparkling, transparent bottle. And that handsome, dashing figure. Such a captivating fragrance. They crowded around Jean de Bayou as he worked, their voices rising in a chorus of eager requests. I want some. Me too. Give me a bucket. Give me a whole tub. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Lulu delegated the next steps to Jean de Bayou. Keep track of the orders and send them over. I'll bring enough stock next time. Just then, the system notified him. Your time is up. Return to the human realm. Your shop has been upgraded to level 3. The system's voice continued, a chilling edge to its mechanical tone. If, within the next month, the host fails to upgrade the shop to level 4 and complete the 100 million transaction, the system will revoke all benefits. Lulu's blood ran cold. He cried out in protest, a desperate plea for fairness. Again, and again. You're driving me even crazier than Shijia. To complete the next level, do I have to make 1 billion? The system, sensing his distress, offered a chilling alternative. If the host is dissatisfied, we can revoke the benefits immediately. Lulu's face paled. His bravado vanished, replaced by meek obedience. No. I accept. The next day, back at the Lu family supermarket, Lulu paced restlessly, racking his brains. Where could he possibly find that kind of money? He decided to distract himself with a newspaper. His eyes fell on a shocking headline. Yuan Xingzhe missing. Jia Yuan Electronics assets to be divided. Lulu paused, the name echoing in his mind. Yuan Xingzhe? Wait a minute. Wasn't it the assassin-like guy who had come looking for Man Fu, causing all that trouble? Meanwhile, on a different road, a sleek, modern car sped along the highway. Inside, a shadowy figure spoke. Whether Yuan Xingzhe's father, can make up his mind depends on how well you handle this. The other man, Zhang Ting, the Yuan family's longtime chauffeur, who had previously harassed Man Fu, replied respectfully, rest assured, given the Yuan family's trust in me, I won't leave a trace. The shadowy figure praised him. You handled Yuan Xingzhe's matter quite well, Zhang Ting. Do this right, and you'll get your share. Zhang Ting smiled, a flash of greed in his eyes. Thank you, fourth uncle. Moments later, they arrived at the airport. A young woman, Yuan Xiaoyu, the daughter of Jia Yuan Electronics CEO, spotted Zhang Ting and rushed towards him, her face alight with excitement. Uncle Zhang, she cried. With her was another woman, Duan Shi, Yuan Xiaoyu's mother and the CEO's wife. Zhang Ting hurried forward, his face beaming with feigned welcome. Madame Duan, Miss Yuan, was your journey tiring? Yuan Xiaoyu laughed, handing him a bag. Not at all. We even bought you a gift. Zhang Ting carefully took the bag. Please have a seat. I'll take care of the luggage. But as he turned away, his expression hardened, his voice taking on a sinister edge. Madam, once you're ready, we can leave. On the road, Duan Shi made polite conversation. Lao Zhang, you've worked hard. She extended an invitation. Once we arrive, don't rush off. Stay for dinner. Zhang Ting readily agreed, maintaining his facade of courtesy. Madame Duan, you're too kind. It would be my pleasure. However, his thoughts were far from courteous. A dark malice simmered within him. It's a shame you won't be returning tonight. He remembered the humiliation, the way he had been treated like a dog. He recalled pleading with Yuan Xingzhe. My daughter is ill. That's why I was late. Yuan Xingzhe had responded with a brutal kick to the stomach and a torrent of abuse. Aren't you just a lowly driver? Who cares about your daughter? My time is precious, something you can afford to waste. After giving Zhang Ting a thorough beating, Yuan Xingzhe still wouldn't let him leave. The mere sight of him seemed to enrage Yuan Xingzhe. Just when Zhang Ting felt utterly abandoned, a single hand reached out to offer him a lifeline. Fourth Uncle Yuan, as Zhang Ting called him, planted a seed of resentment in the chauffeur's mind. A bastard child like him, Yuan hissed. What right does he have to talk to you like that? At the time, Zhang Ting was still naive and didn't dare to talk back, instead taking the blame upon himself. Fourth Uncle, we are servants. We shouldn't speak to the young master like that. Fourth Uncle Yuan handed Zhang Ting a cloth imbued with a strange power, then asked a cryptic question. What if you had the opportunity to make him the servant? Back in the present, Lulu was parked by the side of the road. He'd been driving for a while when he suddenly stopped. Zhang Ting's car, carrying the Yuan family, sped past. Lulu, who had been anticipating the Yuan family's arrival, took note. He strained his eyes and recognized Zhang Ting behind the wheel. The driver was indeed the same man who had harassed Meng Fujio. Lulu smirked and tucked the talisman back into his pocket. His hand flicked the ignition, started his own car. His expression darkened, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. The Yuan family assets are about to be redistributed, he thought. I have a bad feeling about this for Yuan Xiaoyu. and her mother. Lulu accelerated, tailing Zhang Ting closely. Fortunately, Zhang Ting hadn't noticed, his mind preoccupied with the plan fourth Uncle Yuan had laid out. I thought fourth uncle was just joking, he mused, but he's been systematically undermining Yuan Hua for years. He recalled his own actions, kidnapping Yuan Xingzhe and staging his disappearance. Yuan Hua, genuinely loving his son, had no choice but to comply with fourth uncle's arrangements. He even held a knife to Yuan Xingzhe's throat, threatening, "If you don't want to die, you'll do as I say." Meanwhile, fourth Uncle Yuan had been busy persuading other family members, sowing discord within the family. "We are all members of the Yuan family," he'd argued. "But Duan Sure, she's an outsider. Jiyuan Electronics must remain in the hands of the Yuan family." At the time, Yuan Hua, CEO of Jiyuan Electronics, had been swayed by his uncle's words. "Do everything as you say, fourth uncle." Satisfied, fourth Uncle Yuan dismissed him. "All right then, you can go now." As Yuan Hua walked out, a troubled look etched on his face. Zhang Ting approached fourth Uncle Yuan. Fourth Uncle Yuan then assigned Zhang Ting a more sinister task. "You failed to sway Meng Fugio last time," he said, "but I can overlook that. Just make sure you deal with those two, the mother and daughter, cleanly this time." He also promised a handsome reward. "After you succeed," he assured Zhang Ting, "I'll give you 3% of their shares. You won't be a mere chauffeur anymore." At these words, Zhang Ting's expression transformed. He immediately accepted the order. "Thank you, fourth uncle." It was this promise that made him willing to take such a risk. A triumphant grin spread across Zhang Ting's face. He envisioned himself as a king. "I don't want to be stepped on," he thought. "I want to be the one doing the stepping." Reaching a deserted stretch of road, Zhang Ting glanced surreptitiously at Yuan Xiaoyu and Duan Sure in the back seat. He swiftly steered the car towards a secluded path. Seeing Zhang Ting's car suddenly accelerate, Lulu guessed the plan. This is it. He's making his move. This guy's really impatient. Lulu seized the opportunity and gave chase. "If I can protect the mother and daughter, I might be able to win their support. That way, the debt issue might also be resolved." Sure enough, a short while later, Zhang Ting's car stopped at a deserted area. Both Duan Sure and Yuan Xiaoyu were surprised. "Lao Zhang, what is this place?" they asked, bewildered. Zhang Ting fabricated an excuse. "Mr. Yuan said this deserted area might be developed into a new industrial park, so I brought you here to take a look." Duan Sure looked at the place, which resembled nothing more than a dilapidated wasteland. She expressed her disapproval. "My child just got back and hasn't even been home yet. What's the meaning of this?" Yuan Xiaoyu was also frightened. "Dad, why are you doing this? We just got back. Why can't we go home and rest first?" Zhang Ting reassured them. "Please wait here. I'll go find Mr. Yuan and bring him here immediately." With that, he went outside and slammed the door shut. Just as he left, a group of men approached. Song Ting sneered, "Pray for those two inside. They'll be coming to collect your bodies." A group of men in yellow, looking incredibly dangerous, advanced towards the deserted house. They wore protective gear and gas masks. Each held a canister of poison gas, spraying it through the cracks of the door and into the building. Lulu, standing outside, witnessed Zhang Ting's entire plan. He pondered for a moment. "I'll try using the spell written in Hong Tu scroll." With that thought, he immediately activated it. A strange energy surged through him, and Lulu's body levitated. He suddenly teleported directly into the deserted house, startling Yuan Xiaoyu, who cried out, "What are you doing?" Duan Sure also jumped, asking, "Who are you?" Lulu didn't have much time. "Your driver is poisoning you," he said succinctly. "He wants to eliminate you both." Hearing this, Duan Sure frowned, momentarily disbelieving. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Just then, Yuan Xiaoyu's voice became weak and languid. "Mom," she called, her eyes growing heavy. "I don't feel well." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Xiaoyu collapsed on the floor, unconscious, in front of Duan Sure. Lulu quickly picked her up, urging Duan Sure, "She's been poisoned. I don't have time to explain." He kicked the door open. The men outside, knocked off balance by the sudden force, tumbled to the side in a panic. Lulu led the two women to safety. "Get in the car with me." The men, enraged, chased after them. "Trying to run? No chance." Lulu, quick thinking, kicked the door open, sending it crashing into their faces. "There's your chance." One by one, the men fell to the ground, unconscious. Lulu seized the opportunity and led the two women away. Seeing the strangers in protective gear, Duan Sure began to have doubts. Where did these men come from? Could what he said be true? She was still processing the situation. After a few steps, Lulu encountered another group of men armed with weapons. They looked like thugs, and seeing Lulu encroaching on their territory, they were displeased. Where did he come from? Don't let them escape. Kill them right here. Lulu, seeing their bravado, simply scoffed. Right here? Good idea. In the next moment, every one of them was face down in the dirt. Lulu cheerfully dusted off his hands. Thanks for the suggestion on how to deal with you guys. He hadn't even had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief when a volley of arrows suddenly rained down. Lulu's eyes, incredibly quick, caught sight of them just in time. He swiftly retreated a few steps, dodging the insidious sneak attack. Even without seeing him, Lulu knew who was behind this. Driver, haven't you left yet? Why not do it yourself? Sure enough, Zhang Ting stepped forward, feigning kindness as he addressed Duan Sure. Out of respect for our past acquaintance, I'll let you and the young miss die peacefully. Seeing Zhang Ting's intent to kill them, Duan Sure was shocked. Lao Zhang, how have we ever wronged you? Zhang Ting let out a cruel sneer, slipping on the sinister gloves fourth Uncle Yuan had given him. If you were truly kind to me, you'd embrace death so I could live better. Duan Sure, aghast at his malice, gritted her teeth. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Zhang Ting, without another word, lunged forward, his gloved fist aimed at Duan Sure. No need for the madam to worry. Money can heal my wounds. Lulu stepped in front of Duan Sure, shielding her. What if you don't get the chance to spend it? Zhang Ting snarled. You little punk, don't interfere. He even unleashed a surge of demonic energy as a warning. I underestimated you last time and let you slip away. This time, you won't show off your tricks. He detonated a smoke bomb, obscuring Lulu's vision. Simultaneously, a flurry of demonic restraints coiled around Lulu, immobilizing him. Zhang Ting gloated. My poison needles will pierce your body, and my dark, corrosive energy will finish you off. Yet, Lulu's expression remained remarkably calm. He even nonchalantly began to negotiate. Can't we just fight fair and square? Beneath his bound hands, a flicker of flame ignited. The flames rapidly spread, engulfing Lulu's body. He smirked, taunting Zhang Ting. So determined to cling to me, are you? The demonic restraints began to disintegrate. While keeping Zhang Ting occupied, Lulu tossed the car keys to Duan Sure. Go start the car. I'll deal with him and be right there. Enraged, Zhang Ting gave chase. Trying to run? Take this. He didn't anticipate Lulu's swift backhand slap across his face. Lulu, annoyed by the interruption, snapped, like I said, you're first. The force of the blow sent Zhang Ting crashing through a wall. But he quickly recovered, empowered by the dark energy of the gloves. His body convulsed as he unleashed his needle hell barrage. To Lulu, it was a mere nuisance. A flick of his wrist sent Zhang Ting flying once more. He offered a final, condescending warning. You're not strong enough. Why am I even giving you time to recover? Zhang Ting trembled with frustration, muttering to himself, I can't fall here. I want to become. Before he could finish, a searing pain exploded in his gut, bringing tears to his eyes. Lulu had casually punched him in the stomach. Sorry, not interested in your rambling. Zhang Ting crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. How was this possible? He gasped. A surge of fury erupted from Zhang Ting. He roared, his eyes blazing with a terrifying power. How dare they spend money like water, he raged, while my daughter can't even afford treatment. His whole body seemed to vibrate with a high-voltage current. I want all you rich people dead, he bellowed. Lulu simply watched him, finding the display ludicrous. Had the man completely lost his mind? Despite the spectacle, Lulu remained cautious. This isn't good, he thought. His spiritual energy is chaotic, completely out of control. Continuing to fight him won't benefit anyone. He suspected that Zhang Ting was driven by some deep-seated grievance. Just then, Duan Sure arrived in her car. Get out of the way. Lulu quickly activated his teleportation spell, transporting himself into the car. Duan Sure slammed the accelerator, speeding through the gates with enough force to nearly tear them down. The three of them escaped. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting frantically called his superior. Fourth uncle, they got away. Zhang's daughter is crazy. The man on the other end, surprisingly calm, advised him, don't worry about that useless wretch. Then he gave the order, initiate Plan B. Neither Duan Sure nor her daughter will survive. Lulu's car, having put some distance between them and the chaos, began to slow down. The situation seemed momentarily stable. Nice driving. Lulu complimented Duan, sure. But her face was grim. Who has time for jokes? She snapped. She turned to Lulu, demanding answers. What's going on with Zhang? I need to find my husband and get to the bottom of this. Lulu tried to calm her. Don't get worked up. What if your husband ordered this? Duan sure refused to believe it. Impossible, she dismissed. Just as she spoke, the roar of another engine cut through the air. The car swerved, sideswiping Lulu's. Duan sure exploded. Do you even know how to drive? She yelled at the other driver. But Lulu saw through the maneuver. He did that on purpose, he explained. It seems your husband doesn't want you to find him. Duan sure, still in denial, shouted back, shut up, stay out of my family affairs. It turned out Duan sure had a reckless streak. Once provoked, she was ready for a showdown. He even dares to send someone to block me on this bridge? I'll deal with him right in front of you. Even Lulu was taken aback. He looked ahead and saw a massive truck barreling towards them, his blood running cold. Don't speak too soon, he warned. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. A moment later, their small car was flung off the bridge. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a nurse finished examining Su Swang. I won't bother you two any longer, she said, departing. Even from outside the room, Fang Jie's voice could be heard echoing through the hospital. Just look at you, she scolded Su Swang. What good has come from hanging around with that Lulu? You're in the hospital every other day. Su Swang, sweating, tried to appease her. I've already paid for the medicine, and you can have all the fruit you want. Wu Ting, unconvinced, pinched his ear. Really? Fruit's so good you're willing to risk your life for it. Su Swang earnestly explained the situation. Lu Ji nearly died, saving CEO Chen this time. He truly treats everyone like brothers. Worried that Fang Jie was still angry, he added in a soothing voice, honestly, I used to be so timid and afraid, but spending time with Lu Ji has changed me. I feel like I'm finally becoming a man who can handle anything. Hearing this, Fang Jie softened. She patted Su Swang's shoulder, praising her husband. You're right, he's really become a man. I also like seeing you happy and carefree. But her eyes held a chilling warning. But if you ever die, just you wait and see what I'll do to you. Su Swang, his voice trembling, swore hastily. I wouldn't dare die. I wouldn't dare. Outside in the hallway, hurried footsteps approached, interrupting the couple just as they were about to share a kiss after so many days apart. The door burst open and a young woman, Zao, yelled, something's wrong. Both Su Swang and Fang Jie jumped, turning to face the intruder, their faces flushed crimson. Su Swang stammered, what is it? Zao. Zao grabbed the remote and switched on the television. Watch this. The news showed footage of an overturned car lying off a bridge. Su Swang instantly recognized Lulu's car. Meanwhile, at the Meng Financial Group's conference room, employees were in the middle of a board meeting. It seems our recent collaboration with the Yuan Electronics Association has hit a snag. Meng Fuyao checked her phone and received some shocking news. She abruptly stood up and left the meeting. Please continue the discussion. I have an urgent matter to attend to. After plunging into the river, Lulu survived, but Yuan Huaishu and Duan Sure were unconscious from the impact. His phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? He wondered. He realized he'd have to use the drunken immortal technique again. Such a waste, he muttered. With no other choice, he activated the technique and escaped the water. On the other end, Meng Fuyao was frantic. She had been trying desperately to reach him. Why did it take you so long to answer? Lulu, soaking wet, answered the phone. Miss Meng, he reported, I'm incredibly busy. I just fell off a bridge, you know. Meng Fuyao's face darkened. Is that really you? What on earth happened? Lulu sat down on the riverbank to catch his breath. It's a long story. Perhaps you could help me find a safe place to stay. He then told Meng Fuyao something big has happened to the Yuan family. Seeing Meng Fuyao rush out of the meeting earlier, someone had followed her, concerned. Fuyao, what's wrong? Who upset you like this? It was Meng Chantian, the chairman of Meng Financial Group. Do you need Grandpa's help? Meng Fuyao's face was strained, but she shook her head. Thank you, Grandpa. I can handle it. Meng Chantian pressed. Who dares to upset my granddaughter? To offend Meng Fuyao is to offend the entire Meng family, he raged. I'll make sure they won't be able to smile again. Sometime later, Lulu finally dragged himself back to his hotel. He quickly took a shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, he sighed in relief. Safe for now. I need to find some time to visit the other world. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Lulu called out. The door's unlocked. Come in. It was Duan Sure. She had also just showered and entered slowly. She questioned him about his identity. I've done some investigating. Your name is Lulu, isn't it? Lulu sensed trouble and tried to change the subject. Miss Duan, it's late. Shouldn't you be asleep? Duan sure moved closer, her body almost touching his, and whispered seductively, "Thank you for saving us twice today." Lulu avoided her gaze. It was nothing. Duan sure slid onto his bed and purred softly, "Little Lu." Her posture was incredibly provocative. "I have a favor to ask of you." Lulu flushed crimson, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered. "What is it?" Duan Shure's eyes held a mixture of sorrow and allure. "My daughter has awakened, but she's deeply traumatized. I want to find Yuan He, my husband, and demand answers." Lulu, unable to tear his gaze away from Duan Shure's partially clad form, mumbled, Then you should go." As she moved, her body, veiled and revealed in turns, swam before his eyes. She sighed, a melancholic sound. Given the circumstances, going there now would be like walking into the lion's den. Yuan He controls the entire Yuan family now. Duan Shure's intentions were clear. She was proposing a deal. "If you help me regain control of the Yuan family," she offered, her voice low, "I'm willing to pay any price." Lulu froze. Then his expression transformed, a sudden grin splitting his face. "Anything?" Duan Shure blushed, nodding slightly. "Yes." Lulu, ever the opportunist, seized the moment. "Then give me 200 million. I'm a bit short on cash right now." Duan Shure's jaw dropped. A flicker of disappointment crossed her features. "After I offered so much, you only want that?" Meanwhile, the Meng family car sped towards Lulu's location. On the way, Meng Fuyao recounted the events to Meng Changtian. Yuan He tried to have his wife and daughter murdered by their chauffeur. Lulu saved them. Meng Changtian was taken aback. "Lulu, I am surprised. After being cast out by the Lu family, he's still managing to stir things up." A touch of defensiveness crept into Meng Fuyao's voice. If he just kept a low profile, he wouldn't be in so much trouble. Meng Changtian, sensing an opportunity to tease her, raised an eyebrow. "Your engagement is broken off. Why do you still care so much about him? Skipping out on your studies to make phone calls? Are we?" Meng Fuyao, her secret exposed, squirmed. "Grandpa, he's my friend. How could I not help a friend in need?" Meng Changtian chuckled, patting her head indulgently. All right. My precious granddaughter can do as she pleases." However, he maintained a firm stance. But, he warned, "If he hurts you, I won't spare him." Back in the hotel room, Duan Shure agreed to Lulu's terms. "Fine, 200 million it is." Lulu couldn't believe his luck. A shiver ran down his spine. He thought, "I should have asked for 300 million. This will even complete the system's mission." The system, however, gently reminded him, the required transaction for the mission must involve goods obtained from another realm. "Please refrain from such unrealistic fantasies." Lulu's elation plummeted. His face paled. "Your gentle reminder has plunged my heart into the icy depths of despair. Where's the warmth and comfort now?" Seeing Lulu's pensive silence, Duan Shure, mistaking it for a change of heart, spoke excitedly. "Little Lu, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Lulu quickly recovered. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking things over." At that moment, Meng Changtian and Meng Fuyao arrived. A staff member led them towards Lulu's room. "Elder Master Meng, Miss Meng, this way please." Lulu's mind was still preoccupied with his own financial woes. He was fretting over the debt he owed the Qi family. Sales of the Queen Gwen Huan supplement weren't going to magically increase themselves. He needed to find a way to make money here to repay them, and selling otherworldly items would only cover a fraction of the 100 million he owed. On top of that, his newly purchased car had been driven off a bridge, and he still had to settle the debt with Yuan He. Suddenly, Lulu grabbed Duan Shure's hand, his eyes full of contrived affection. "Sister Duan," he began, his voice dripping with false sincerity, "I despise nothing more than family feuds. I truly sympathize with your plight. I will absolutely help you with this matter." Duan Shure felt a flicker of something akin to emotion at his words. Overcome with manufactured gratitude, she threw her arms around Lulu, sobbing dramatically. "I know this is dangerous. Thank you for being willing to help me. Little Lu," she wailed. Lulu beamed, inwardly celebrating the closing of the deal. All that was left was to collect his payment. Just then, the door burst open. Meng Fuyao had witnessed the entire melodramatic scene. Though she'd heard about it, seeing it with her own eyes was still a shock. Both Meng Chantian and Meng Fuyao saw Lu Lu embracing a woman in the room. Fuyao slammed the door shut, snapping, "Excuse me." Lu Lu jumped, a surge of anger rushing through him. He hurried out the door after her. "Fuyao, wait. Let me explain." He pursued her to her room, only to run into Meng Chantian. The older man's face was a mask of fury, his eyes like daggers. "Young man," he growled, "I know you're short on money, but this is a dangerous way to earn it." Meng Chantian was so enraged he didn't even wait to finish his sentence before launching into a flurry of punches at Lu Lu. "You're making deals, are you?" And in the Meng family's hotel, no less. Lu Lu, startled, stumbled backward. Meng Fuyao cried out in alarm. "Grandfather, stop!" But in the next moment, Lu Lu managed to block the blows, his face flushing with effort as he tried to reason with them. I didn't." Meng Chantian was breathing heavily, surprised by Lu Lu's unexpected strength. He'd actually managed to deflect the attack. Thankfully, Duan Shishir arrived just then, rushing to Lu Lu's defense. "It's a misunderstanding," she exclaimed. "I simply asked Lu Lu for help." Meng Fuyao, unconvinced, pressed her. "Then why were you embracing each other?" Duan Shishir adopted a look of remorse, her expression seemingly genuine. "My husband betrayed me," she confessed. "I was so upset I wasn't thinking clearly." But Meng Fuyao, consumed by jealousy, was determined to get to the bottom of it. "What's your relationship with him? Why is he helping you?" Lu Lu, embarrassed, admitted, "For money. 200 million after the job is done." Meng Fuyao knew this all too well. She quietly explained to Meng Chantian, "He desperately needs the money to repay the Chi family." The older man looked skeptical. "And what makes you think you have the ability to help her reclaim her family fortune?" Lu Lu, however, retained his usual swagger. "High risk, high reward," he declared. "Better to take a chance than wait around to die." Meng Chantian, thinking Lu Lu was all talk, decided to teach him a lesson. "You think you're invincible, do you?" he sneered, launching another attack. Lu Lu, caught off guard, was sent sprawling several meters across the floor. Lu Lu did his best to minimize the damage, but the wall behind him bore a sizable dent. His face paled, and he pleaded, "Meng Chantian, please. Let's talk things out. Don't just suddenly attack me, okay?" Meng Chantian scowled and ordered, "Explain yourself. How did you learn that movement technique?" Lu Lu prevaricated. "Let's just say I have a special connection." Dissatisfied with this answer, Meng Chantian immediately took his granddaughter's hand to leave. "Fine, you don't want to talk. Just stay away from Fuyao from now on," he warned. "I don't want you harming her." Suddenly, Lu Lu rushed after them. He grabbed Meng Fuyao's hand and pulled her back towards him. Finally relenting, he said, "I can reveal my trump card." Looking directly into Meng Fuyao's eyes, he promised sincerely, "But I'll only tell Meng Fuyao." Seeing the sincerity in his actions, Meng Chantian reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll give you 2 hours. Tell her." Duan Shishir approached Meng Chantian and asked, "Aren't you worried Lu Lu will give Miss Meng some kind of love potion?" Meng Chantian was unconcerned. "This girl has big things to do in the future," he pointed out. "A little practice in judging character won't hurt her." He seemed to have placed a sliver of trust in Lu Lu, who, after all, was the person Yuan He, the CEO of Yuan Corporation, had personally asked for help. A while later, the two of them returned to the Meng family's residence. Meng Fuyao, brimming with curiosity, asked, "What kind of secret treasure did you give him that he can only show me?" Lu Lu replied with a cheesy line, "Because, to me, you're special." Meng Fuyao blushed, feigning annoyance. "You're so smooth-talking," she retorted. At that moment, Lu Lu activated a skill called Soul Binding Chains. The surrounding space distorted, becoming dreamlike. The system announced Soul Binding Chains activated successfully. He then requested, "System, please transport us to the other realm." The system confirmed the request. Moments later, they landed in a strange place that resembled a shop. Meng Fuyao, captivated by the glittering array of peculiar items on the shelves, asked excitedly, Where is this?" Lu Lu explained, "This is a world my grandfather gave me." Just then, Jean de Bayou cheerfully rushed over to greet them. "Your Excellency, you're finally here. The order from last time," Lu Lu instructed. "The goods are behind you. Bring them out." Jean de Bayou obediently complied. "Yes, sir." He then introduced himself to Fuyao. "I am His Excellency's servant here. If we expand our business here, we'll surely find an opportunity to reclaim Sheng Lu." She eagerly opened a ledger, and began to read. Inside, it was written that perfume could be exchanged for spirit stones, and then there was this elixir. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Jinda Bayu stumbling back into the shop, startling them. Two strangers barged in, yelling, "My brother was burned by your crappy perfume." One of them shoved forward a man whose face was peeling and blistered, as if severely burned. He roared, "Someone smash this shop for me." The other man aggressively charged in, smashing things left and right. "Destroy this place," he bellowed. A crowd quickly gathered, watching the chaos unfold. Jinda Bayu stepped forward, shouting, "How dare you? This is His Excellency's territory. Does he really think he can scare me, a mere golden core cultivator?" Meanwhile, among the onlookers, Princess Tianxiang observed the chaos, a secret smile playing on her lips. "I'd like to see how this exalted immortal, who's driven Hong Tushan Hun mad, handles this," she mused. Lu calmly called for order. "You all want to tear down my shop? Don't you want me to treat this fellow's injuries?" He shook a strange spray bottle and spritzed it directly onto the injured customer's face. The man, startled, tried to pull away. "You haven't even examined my injury," Lu reassured him. "It's just a burn. I don't need to examine it to know what to do." Sure enough, within minutes, the customer's face visibly relaxed. "Wait a minute," he said in surprise. "It actually feels much better." Lu tossed him the spray bottle. "Use this regularly, and the burn will heal. Even if it scars, I have ways to remove it." He added, "The sample perfume I gave you clearly stated to keep it away from fire. I regret this incident." Meng Fuyao, who had witnessed everything, was filled with admiration. "I really need to look at him differently," she thought. Having dealt with the injured customer, Lu addressed the crowd. "I'll cover this man's medical expenses and compensate him for his losses." But he turned to glare at the thugs who had been causing the destruction. "Who's going to take responsibility for the damage to my shop?" They stammered, unable to answer. Mentally activating his all-seeing eye, Lu knew they were trying to avoid responsibility. "So that's how it is," he declared. "Someone actually paid you to cause trouble in my shop." He used his earpiece to communicate with Lei Shou, Thunder Beast. The thugs panicked and tried to explain, but one of them blurted out, "It wasn't me." Another quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. The one who had spoken, now desperate, decided to attack Lu. "You think I'll pay you anything?" he shouted, lunging forward. Meng Fuyao, sensing the danger, cried out, "Be careful." Just then, the enormous Lei Shou appeared out of nowhere, crushing the thug beneath its massive form. The creature howled in anguish. "Help me find a girlfriend," it wailed. The more distressed Lei Shou became, the more lightning crackled around it. It continued to cry out, "Girlfriend, girlfriend." Lu addressed the remaining thugs. "My pet has spoken. Anyone who causes trouble will be killed without question." The thugs trembled in fear. Lei Shou, not understanding Lu, asked, "What did you just say?" Lu lied. "I told them they'll help you find a wife next time." The beast, surprisingly, believed him. "All right then, next time," it said obediently. However, glancing at Meng Fuyao, standing beside Lu, its mood deflated. "You have such a pretty girlfriend," it whimpered. "How can you understand my suffering? I want a girlfriend too." Meng Fuyao, overhearing snippets of the conversation, blushed and asked Lu, "What did it say?" Lu, flattering her, lied again. "It said you're very beautiful, very pretty, very lovely." Having settled the matters in the other realm, Lu gave instructions before leaving. Jinda Bayu, make arrangements for them to restore my shop to its original condition. Jinda Bayu, relieved, readily accepted the command. "Understood, Your Excellency." They began to organize the shop. "Put this cabinet back in its place. Move these goods over here. Be careful." Just then, a languid voice called out. Princess Tianxiang, her voice dripping with honeyed praise, complimented Lu profusely. "Master Immortal, your methods are truly extraordinary." She then revealed her identity and, with a hopeful lilt, inquired, "I wonder if you might have some free time for a stroll?" Lu, however, bluntly refused. "No," he said, "I'm busy." Left standing there, utterly humiliated, Princess Tianxiang's face burned. She unleashed a furious cry, vowing vengeance. "How dare you treat me this way? I'll remember this." Hand in hand, Lu and Meng Fuyao ascended into the sky. From above, the world looked vastly different. Meng Fuyao gazed around, captivated. Noticing her fascination, Lu boasted, "So, what do you think of my trump card? Enough to help someone reclaim their family fortune, wouldn't you say?" A blush warmed Meng Fuyao's cheeks. and she playfully scolded him. Don't get too cocky. While these cultivation world products from another realm can fetch a high price, they'll be difficult to sell. A flicker of worry crossed her features. The chief family is still watching you. Don't be careless. Lulu, however, remained unconcerned. I can still sell these goods. Watch. He pulled out a small vial. This is the aloe vera extract I got from the invoice. It has anti-aging properties. I'll just have the Lin family produce it. Meng Fuyao looked unconvinced. Even if you go through the Lin family, will the Chi family get their 200 million in time? They need it urgently. Lulu nodded. These aren't exactly everyday items that noble ladies buy on a whim. Meng Fuyao's face fell. So what then? Lulu offered. This is the first reason I wanted to help Duan Sure. Meanwhile, in the safety of a private room within the Meng family's hotel, Duan Sure was mesmerized by a beautiful pink vial. Lulu seized the opportunity to introduce his product. This is a secret medicine passed down through the Lu family. Once I reclaim my family fortune, you must help me promote it within your circles. Duan Sure sighed, glancing at her own reflection. Little Lu, I appreciate the thought, but I'm in no mood for such things right now. Trying to lift her spirits, Lulu suggested, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go out and get some fresh air. Together, they ventured into the night, drawn by the tempting aromas of street food stalls. Lulu presented Duan Sure with a variety of exotic dishes. Bird's nest fish moss soup, braised sea cucumber. You've had your share of fine dining. Tonight, let's indulge in something different. Yuan Xiaoyu, seeing Duan Sure's spirits lifting, chimed in, Mom, you look so much younger tonight. The sight of the sizzling street food evoked a shared nostalgia. This reminds me of when I was 4, Yuan Xiaoyu reminisced, when Mom and Dad took me for barbecue. Her voice softened. Those were the happiest times. It feels like it's been ages since we had a simple, cozy meal like this. Just the 3 of us. Duan Sure's heart echoed her daughter's sentiment. Yes, she agreed, her gaze distant. It's been over 10 years. As tears welled in Duan Sure's eyes, Lulu discreetly offered her a tissue. Touched and slightly embarrassed, she thanked him profusely. Dabbing her eyes, she continued, a smile returning to her face. Back then, we just closed a successful deal, so I brought Xiaoyu here for a celebratory meal. And that's how our family witnessed a slice of everyday life. The owners of this stall had just gotten married, and they were always bickering about money. And now, unexpectedly, after more than 10 years apart, they were living better than ever. For some reason, the more Duan Sure looked, the more tears streamed down her face. Her voice began to hitch. But why? Finally, she burst into sobs. Why did our family fall into such ruin? Lulu offered her sincere advice. Look ahead. Reclaim your family fortune. It's unavoidable that it will harm Yuan's zone. Sister, are you finally prepared? Duan Sure stopped crying and thought carefully. Her voice steadied. Of course, he betrayed me first. Her expression hardened. Meanwhile, their every move was being watched by Lu Shiwu, who reported back to Tai Huangjue. He reported gleefully, I'm watching them. Don't you dare take the money and not do the job. Meng family's secure hotel. Tai Huangjue pressed his hand against the Long Qian security system. He pressed his head to the scanner. Immediately, the system recognized him and the door opened. Open the door for me quickly. It's easier for everyone that way. Then, Tai Huangjue followed them. He recognized them. Sure enough, it was Lulu and Duan Sure with her child. He frowned, thinking their information was accurate. Consider them caught. Lulu, come and meet your death. Tai Huangjue lunged to attack. The door swung open. He froze, staring into an empty room. As the 3 of them fled, Lulu spoke. We're being followed, as I suspected. In the pleasure district, shouts and curses rang out. You unlucky wretch. Where did you come from? Ruining my fun. Lulu put on a brazen face. Isn't this De Zhuang, the enforcer for the 3 ravens? De Zhuang's eyes widened. Watch your tongue. Then he realized. So, with Brother Lu, are you short on girls? He gestured suggestively. This place of mine can also help you have some fun. Lulu smirked, his voice laced with a threat. Do I look like I'm short on girls? Out of the way. Xiao Lu gripped De Zhuang's shoulder. Take the girl back. Otherwise, someone might spoil your fun later. De Zhuang trembled like a frightened dog, stammering, Brother Lu, take your time. You're absolutely right. I'll take her away immediately. Duan Sure, standing beside them, asked curiously, "Why does everyone seem to know you?" Lulu winked, a cocky grin spreading across his face. "Being handsome has its perks." Su Shuang poked her head out of the car. "Greeting Lulu, brother Lu. I knew you'd be all right. You got two girls with you again? Aren't you going to introduce them?" Duan sure smiled. "Hello, Su Shuang. I'm Duan sure." Su Shuang gasped upon seeing her. CEO Duan. Su Shuang looked at Lulu with admiration. "Not bad, my friend. You're even involved with the Duan family fortune now." Lulu winked. "We're playing for high stakes this time." In Yuan Jia Si Shu's office, the fourth uncle raged. "That woman is still alive. You bunch of useless fools." Yuan Jia Si Shu sputtered with fury. "Yuan Hua, hand over all of that woman's assets to me. I don't care if it's against the rules. Take control of it before she returns." Yuan Hua responded nervously. "Yes, fourth uncle. I'll arrange it immediately." At that moment, employees at the Duan family business were being laid off. News updates poured in. According to reports, Jiyuan Electronics, in order to enhance its market competitiveness, has initiated a large-scale restructuring of its resources. Will Jiyuan's aggressive reorganization revive the family business? Inside the Lu family villa, Lu Shiru aired his grievances. Lu has thrown Jiyuan Electronics into chaos, and you haven't even laid a finger on him. Tai Huangzhu countered, arguing that Lu only communicated through encrypted messages and rarely ventured out, making him difficult to apprehend. He then pinched Lu Shiru's cheek condescendingly, adding, "Young Master Lu, I don't appreciate being spoken to in that tone. The Black Wind Mountain sect has its own methods." Brushing Tai Huangzhu's hand away, Lu Shiru frowned and asked, "What methods?" A smug grin spread across Tai Huangzhu's face. "If he has a way of leaking information," he began, "then we'll exploit that very channel." Meanwhile, Han Xiao was being followed. The tale reported to Tai Huangzhu, "Brother Tai, I've got a lock on Han Xiao. Sending you her location now." Suddenly, his phone was snatched from his hand. Lulu's voice threatened from the other end of the line. "As for your lackey, I'll teach him some manners myself. Come collect him later." When Lulu returned the phone, the terrified tail ran like a scalded dog. "Hey!" Lulu called after him. "Don't you want her phone back?" Hearing the commotion, Han Xiao turned around. She rushed into Lulu's arms, sobbing with relief. "I knew you'd be all right," she then added. "The repairs to Lu's supermarket are almost finished. I've managed to prevent the workers from striking." Lulu responded, "Thank you for your hard work." Scanning his surroundings, Lulu said, "People will be here soon. I'll take you somewhere they can't film us." Time passed, and morning arrived in the city. Lulu and Han Xiao were swimming. She looked stunning as she glided through the pool. Han Xiao asked tentatively, "Lu, I heard you still owe the Qi family 200 million. Are you sure we can afford this?" Trailing behind her, Lulu thought to himself, "Actually, I owe 300 million now, and I only have half a month left to pay it." Outwardly, he put on a carefree facade, teasing her. "The more debt I have, the more I like to splurge." Han Xiao laughed and playfully splashed him. "Stop it." Lulu's expression turned serious. The CEO of Jian once said that before becoming rich, the greatest happiness was taking his family of 3 out for barbecue. We should cherish these moments. Don't overthink it. It turned out Han Xiao was already aware of the situation. "Su Shuang told me you were making a big move against Jiyuan," she said. "That's why you're so relaxed." Lulu clasped his hands together in a mock prayer. "Exactly. We'll lay low for now and wait for them to descend into chaos before we make our move." Putting their worries aside, the two splashed each other playfully in the water. Brandishing a water gun, Lulu said excitedly, "Who knows when we'll have time for this again? Let's enjoy ourselves today." Han Kiokyo gigled. "Don't you dare ambush me at the water park." Their laughter echoed around them. "Don't run." In the chairman's office at Jiyuan Electronics, a dejected Yuan Si signed a contract. "I'll handle the rest," he said. His spoiled son, Yuan Jingzhe whined, "Dad, I'm happy here. Don't worry about me." Yuan Si berated him. "Because of this bastard son, you don't even care about your wife and legitimate child, let alone the employees who are being laid off." Yuan Hao sobbed uncontrollably. "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. Back at the pool, Han Xiaoqiao asked curiously. By the way, why didn't Su Shuang come with you? Lulu grinned. He's busy mastering the magical artifact I gave him. Han Xiaoqiao looked confused. Magical artifact? Lulu's smile widened. That's right, something that will boost his combat abilities significantly. He recalled the valuable items he had acquired during his previous dealings in the other realm. Lulu turned back, his gaze filled with a besotted intensity, his voice a silken murmur. For your safety, ladies. He frowned, adding, tomorrow, I'll deal with that relentless ghost, Tai Huangjue. In an office somewhere, the sound of crashing furniture echoed. A man in a red shirt, swaying unsteadily, cursed, "Don't give me that nonsense." The boss's meaning is simple. He gritted his teeth menacingly. Either you leave or you die. Watching the employees gather their belongings, the man in red spat out a venomous remark. Hurry it up. I still have 3 more offices to visit. Su Shuang's home was in a high-rise building. Lulu sat before his computer. Miss Man, you're so busy, yet you still found the time to help me with the sales report for the other realm? A voice on the other end replied, this is a lucrative business. I'm putting in a little extra effort to get a share of the profits. Isn't that allowed? He leaned back in his chair, negotiating confidently. Miss Man, your willingness to cooperate is my honor. Can we discuss the distribution after I get through this period? Man Fu Jiao's voice dripped with sarcasm. You said it yourself, Lulu. I just don't want to lose to Lin Xiaoya. Hearing her response, Lulu chuckled triumphantly. All right, let me take a look first. And while you're at it, could you look into how to help animals find mates? Man Fu Jiao sounded puzzled. Don't you have time for that? It was precisely this question. Lulu smiled. I have an evening appointment. A men's affair. Once that's settled, we can make our move against Jeyuan. As dusk approached, 2 figures walked towards Tai Huangjue. He feigned an air of nonchalance. Lulu, accompanied by Su Shuang, approached. Recklessness outweighed caution as Tai Huangjue stretched, preparing for a fight. He lunged, attacking. Su Shuang stood motionless as a pillar. Then, with a surge of protected strength, Su Shuang's hand clamped down on Tai Huangjue, flinging him to the ground like a rag doll. Tai Huangjue sat up, frowning. What was that? Where did you get it? Lulu, immensely irritated, scowled. Use your brain. Do you think we'd deliberately seek you out if we weren't confident? Tai Huangjue, his pride stung, let out a twisted grin. Interesting. At least I've gained a magical treasure today. A surge of murderous intent emanated from Tai Huangjue. Lulu seized the opportunity, launching a swift attack. He delivered a powerful blow to Tai Huangjue's side. A sharp cry of pain escaped Tai Huangjue's lips. He was drenched in cold sweat, but forced a sneer. With your level 6 body refinement, you dare to boast. The taunt struck a nerve. Lulu's face darkened. Doi Huangchua alone at that speed? I can keep up. Lulu, holding the treasure, taunted him. Then congratulations. Tai Huangjue's eyes widened in surprise. What other magical treasure is this? Lulu smirked. Afraid of a bouncy ball? His pride wounded, Tai Huangjue lashed out furiously. You dare mock me? Lulu feigned amusement at his outburst. If you won't take your beating obediently, we can only have a little fun. Behind him, Su Shuang moved to assist. Lulu pivoted gracefully, executing a 360-degree turn before Tai Huangjue's astonished gaze. Su Shuang extended both hands forward. Tai Huangjue narrowed his eyes, observing intently. Immediately after, Su Shuang landed a devastating palm strike on him. Seeing him tremble, Lulu chuckled. One-on-one, I might not be a match for you. But Su Shuang and I, working together, we've leveled the playing field. Tai Huangjue retorted. Your tactics are well planned. Disgusting. With those words, he sprang to his feet, gathering his chi. Like a moth to a flame, Tai Huangjue lunged at Su Shuang, yelling, deal with the one with the magical artifact first. Watching the attack, Su Shuang broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Su, try to defend yourself. He cried to Lulu, he wants to torture me to death. Tai Huangjue, in a fit of rage, scoffed. That little bit of strength you have, even with a magical artifact, you won't last long. Such empty words. Lulu smirked, activating his tame Gyu Duok Dong technique. Tai Huangjue kicked out fiercely, shouting, here it comes again. His rage exploded, and he surged forward, teeth gritted. You're looking for death. Lulu quickly used the spirit-gathering orb to summon the Tu Ling Gue Zeo. The Tu Ling Gue Zeo began draining Tai Huang's spiritual energy, his face paling, his body trembling. Yet, his mouth remained defiant. It's just a little drain on my energy. I can still. Seeing this, Lu raised his fist. Really? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips. As he punched, he continued, if you hadn't been so eager for power and condense your soul. Lu spoke indifferently. Then my two Lingezhou wouldn't be able to increase my power so quickly. Tai Huang stood motionless. His eyes slowly reddened. He muttered, this is despicable. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed. Lu accelerated, flashing before Tai Huang. His eyes narrowed, his voice menacing. Can you do what I can? Actions speak louder than words. Tai Huang, like a snake without its head, stood rooted to the spot as Lu rushed towards him. He raised his fist, but Lu dodged effortlessly, landing a punch squarely on his face. The blow sent him flying. Lu gloated. It seems you really wanted me dead just now, which is why I was able to absorb so much of your spiritual energy. He chuckled, looking at the energy swirling around his hand. Battered and bruised, teeth missing, Tai Huang was seethed with hatred. Despicable. Give me back my spiritual energy. If that's what he wanted, Lu could oblige. Only if you can take it. The surrounding earth and stones began to tremble. Tai Huang trembled, reminding himself not to be reckless. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. He thought to himself, escape first. As he prepared to flee, Lu anticipated his move, surrounding him on all sides. That speed? I can match it, Lu said coldly, landing a powerful blow that sent Tai Huang staggering. Having been thoroughly pummeled by Lu, a furious Tai Huang warned, if you go too far, the Black Wind Mountain won't spare you. Immediately, Lu grabbed his hand. Don't worry, I won't go too far, Lu said, tightening his grip, causing Tai Huang to tremble. Only then did fear truly grip him. He stammered, pleading, don't. 200 million. I'll give you everything. You're still in debt to Qi, aren't you? Lu frowned, applying more pressure. You wanted my life just now. I'm being merciful by sparing you. Don't expect any leniency. As he finished speaking, the force on Tai Huang's hand intensified. Lu glanced upwards and spoke, his voice a low warning. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on someone beside me, this is what happens. A hint of amusement entered his tone. Su Shuang, do you want to get a couple of punches in to satisfy yourself? Su Shuang gestured in refusal. Beating a cripple isn't very interesting. Let's go. Lu's voice drifted back. He'll be able to move in a couple of minutes. Learn to be a decent person next time. Tai Huang, however, remained defiant, muttering spitefully, Lu, you won't die peacefully. In the dark alleyway, Long Qian observed the entire fight, shaking his head. Io, if you can't fight, don't show off. Look how embarrassed you are now. A voice called out, Long Qian, why are you here? Long Qian offered a casual excuse. Just passing by. I'll take you to get some treatment. Long Qian scooped up Tai Huang. Tai Huang, mortified, thrashed and yelled, no need. Let me go. He continued to shout, let me go. Long Qian ignored him and mused aloud, but that Lu is quite interesting. His cultivation level is rising quickly, and he can even create some magical artifacts. It seems he's reached the inheritance level. I must report this to my superiors. Long Qian spoke with a smug expression. Inside the Lu family supermarket, a giant box appeared. Lu stood in a corner, bewildered. Are you sure we need this much? Man Fu Jiao, standing beside him, grumbled, have you never courted a girl before? Is it so wrong to be prepared? She then took Lu's hand. Let's go, Man Fu Jiao said, her brow furrowed as she whispered. Time to help Lei Shou find a wife. At Qing Gang Mountain, the gathered locals stared, wide-eyed, murmuring amongst themselves. Why are they dressed like that? What are they doing? Lu stood before Lei Shou and explained, when we look for a mate, we usually show off our strength so we can raise strong offspring. Man Fu Jiao gaimed in music. The garment she wore was an improved, ultra-thin, insulated protective suit. Man Fu Jiao yelled, Gao, let's get this party started. Lu grabbed the microphone and sang, look, there's Lei Shou hunting. How majestic and powerful he is. Lu's voice echoed, scaring the Lei Shou into fleeing. That's terrifying. I have to run. A lesson in otherworldly science. male and female, how to distinguish the sex of a Lei Shou. Lei Shou wept, tears streaming down its face. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Lulu reassured him anxiously. It's okay. Love isn't that easy. Luckily, we have a secret weapon. Meanwhile, another Lei Shou discovered a new game. Lulu calmly controlled the laser beam. Do you feel an uncontrollable stirring in your heart? You can use that to show your attractiveness. Listening to this explanation made Lei show despair. Then came the eighth tribulation, part 2. The destructive singing resumed. To the left, draw a dragon with me. To the right, draw a rainbow. The irritated Lei Shou grumbled. Are you kidding me? Crushed beneath Lei Shou's foot, Lulu yelled, Look over there. Haven't I helped you attract a lot of female Lei Shou already? At that moment, behind the trees, thousands of Lei Shou stood in a herd. The figure in red, standing nearby, chanted the 10,000 swords decree. Instantly, thousands of blades laden with food shot towards the Lei Shou, who were drawn in by the delicious aroma. It smells so good. A Lei Shou, eyes wide with excitement, chirped. It actually worked. Lulu propped a hand on his hip. Go on, go over there and confess your feelings. Just like I taught you. The encouraged Lei Shou scurried towards the entrance of the den. Please, spend the rest of your life with me. You'll have meat until you're bursting, freedom to soar through the skies by day, and endless cuddles by night. Endless cuddles. Watching the newly paired Lei Shou, Lulu was touched to the point of tears. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Tai Huangzhou scowled, plotting his revenge. I will make you bow down before me. At the Liu family supermarket, Man Fu Jiao gestured. 2 rounds of promotion are enough to make the store a hit. The next step is to determine the specific goods to sell. Lulu quickly made a call. Hello, Su Shuang. Is it chaotic over there? Su Shuang's voice crackled back. It's a disaster. I had my guys record a video. I'll send it to you right away. After hearing the news, Lulu quickly suggested, leave everything in the other realm to you. I have to urgently contact Zhou Don. Inside the safety of Manhwa's hotel, Lulu stood dumbfounded. CEO Don strode towards him, her voice sharp with interrogation. Little Lu, what's all this about you being out and about these days? Don TT held out a video. In the video, Truong Din was yelling. I told her not to go. I told her to protest. Furious, she raised her voice. This manager has been with me for 15 years. How could Truong Din do this? The suddenness of the situation left Lulu tense. Sister Don, don't worry. I'm gathering evidence as fast as I can. Before he could finish, Don TT cut him off with a sharp gesture. By the time you're done collecting evidence, Jiangwen will be completely ruined. Don TT frowned. It's not your company, so of course you can stay calm. Restless, Lulu tried to placate her. Sister Don, I'm contacting people to bring this to light. I'm also thoroughly investigating how many people were involved in this forced resignation to prevent. He trailed off, unable to articulate his thoughts. Don TT slammed her hand on the table. Tell me, Don TT roared, am I old and faded now? Have I become so irrelevant that my words carry no weight anymore? Lulu's face paled. He stammered, It's not like that, Sister Don. I'll do my best to sort this out. It should be resolved by tomorrow. Seeing this, Tudon quickly took her mother's hand and comforted her. Mom, please don't get so worked up. Calm down. In Manhwa's safe house, in Lulu's room, Lulu was on the phone. So, keep a close eye on the online hotspots. We'll take action tomorrow. Just then, a knock came at the door. Lulu turned and asked, Who is it? Veen Huc, dressed in revealing clothing, softly replied, It's me. She feigned shyness. May I come in? Note, Veen Huc had changed into sleepwear. Seeing her standing before him, Lulu's mind reeled. What's going on here? Does this offering oneself tactic also involve teleportation? He opened the door. Sure, come in. She entered with hesitant steps. My mother came home, saw the news, and was furious. After all, Jiangwen is the company she built with her own hands. She put on a pitiful expression. When my parents started the company, they invested more in it than they did in me. So, can you save Jiangwen? I'm willing to do anything. Veen Huc's voice was full of pleading. The drama was thick in the air. A sly look spread across Lulu's face. You're really willing to do anything? Veen Huc gave a tearful nod. Yes. 2 hours later, Veen Huc returned to her room, clutching her waist and moaning, Oh, it hurts so much. Her demeanor darkened Don TT's thoughts. Another 2 hours passed. Veen Huc knocked on Lulu's door. Okay, let's continue. Seeing her anxiety all night, made Don TT worry. Where did that girl go? She wondered. Suddenly, sounds erupted from the room. Don't move. Why are you so hard? Not there. Don't be so rough. These sounds made Phuong Tai grind her teeth in anger. All right, Lulu, she thought. So you think I'm old? It's the middle of the night, and they're still not finished. Don't TT open her phone. Her hands trembled as she typed, each keystroke a beep. In the hallway of Manhwa's safe house, Don't TT pointed at a door. Lulu is causing a ruckus in that room, she informed Man Fu Jiao. Upon hearing this, Man Fu Jiao kicked the door open. Lulu's face suddenly became a mask of bewilderment. He stood frozen, sweat beading on his brow, muttering, "What's going on?" Feeling misled, Man Fu Jiao said angrily, "CEO, don't. Explain yourself." Don TT, sweating, asked, "What did you mean earlier by don't move so hard and be stronger?" Veen Huc pouted. His pose wasn't good. His face was too stiff and his legs were too limp. Lulu mumbled, embarrassed. "It's my first time modeling. It's normal not to know what to do." Then, his expression brightened as he turned and asked, "By the way, what's up?" Don TT, her hair stiff with hairspray, glanced at Man Fu Jiao. "It's late. Shouldn't you be resting?" Young people and their late nights. Man Fu Jiao caught on. "Yes, it's quite worrying." Looking at the door lying on the floor, Lulu grumbled, "You broke the door." Man Fu Jiao snapped, "It's my hotel. I can do what I want with it." Her words made Lulu scoff. "Rich people are so boring." Man Fu Jiao yanked at her tie. She clenched her fist and asked, narrowing her eyes, "Do you have any decency? It's the middle of the night, and you're messing around with a young lady, putting your skills to good use, helping her clear her mind. Isn't that a good thing?" Lulu muttered a prayer as he spoke. Just as he struck a good pose, Veen Huc got to work. Looking at the sketch, she sighed. "That's much more natural." Outside the Jiangwin Electronics Company, an employee, having been beaten, was being taken to the hospital. Truong Din scowled. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Meanwhile, Tang Tang started her live stream. "Hello everyone, it's your streamer, Tang Tang. I'm here at the scene of the Jiangwin Company restructuring." She zoomed in on the injured man. "Sir, how do you feel about this restructuring?" The injured man trembled. "I'd feel better if you called an ambulance." Lulu, watching from afar, commented, "Look, it's that internet celebrity. She's pretty, but she doesn't seem too bright." Su Shuang whispered, "You don't get it. She's playing dumb. She makes a ton of money doing that." Veen Hoa, annoyed by their whispering, snapped, "Are you two done gossiping?" Lulu raised an eyebrow. "For a driver, you sure are busybody, aren't you?" Truong Din smirked and gestured. "Bring him here." Lulu calmly folded his arms. "Using hostages, huh? No matter what it takes, I'll make this restructuring happen," Veen Hoa retorted. Suddenly, the knife at the hostage's throat disappeared. Long Qian, dashing and handsome, appeared on the rooftop. Looking at the unfolding drama, he said cheerfully, joining in on the Jiangwin fun, Brother Lu, you didn't forget about me, did you?" Truong Din anxiously muttered, "Long Qian, what are you all doing here rubbernecking?" Long Qian, in a playful mood, teased, "Can a guy do a good deed?" With that, he leaped into the air. Targeting his attack, a peak body refinement realm cultivator, Dam Thong, materialized. His grip tightened on his knife, ready for action. Seeing someone stepping in, Veen Hoa sneered, "I made such a public display precisely to lure you all in for a clean sweep." He scoffed, "3 body refinement realm cultivators? 5 minutes tops, and you'll all be down." Long Qian, sensing the danger, warned, "Careful, he's incredibly fast." That's Dam Thong, a peak body refinement realm cultivator with shadow step. Su Shuang questioned, "Director Long, you said you had nothing to do. Why are you here watching?" Meanwhile, Lulu, standing nearby, instructed Su Shuang, "Tell Tang Tang to get everyone out of here." "Yes, I'll go tell her," Su Shuang replied, but was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Lulu, hoisting the large, trembling man, who could barely stand, carried him away. Lulu quickly explained, "Look at the ground completely trampled. This guy focuses all his spiritual energy into his legs. He's peak body refinement, but his speed is already at the foundation establishment level." Dam Thong, hearing this, smirked, "And what if I am?" His legs pulsed with power. Dam Thong lunged, attacking and boasting, "You can't keep up with my speed." Observing his movements, Lulu worried, "Such speed, there's no way to absorb his spiritual energy." Su Shuang, unable to stand idly by, declared, "I'll hold him off." Immediately, he was assaulted from all sides. Seeing his opportunity, Dam Thong lunged. "Liu Lu Yao, Su Shuang." A flash of light erupted. Long Qian appeared, scolding, "Fatty, stay put." Su Shuang, seeing his friend's intervention, gaped. Long Qian, damn thong. Seeing another participant, snarled, "I don't care what order you come in. You're all going to die." Lu, springing into action, frowned and told Su Shuang, "Bandage Long Qian. I'll deal with him." Hearing the words, "deal with him," damn thong scoffed. "Deal with me?" He boasted, "Confidence is a good thing," and charged. Damn thong swung his knife, taunting, "You'll die even faster." Lu watched, wide-eyed, as a net unfurled, ensnaring Damn Thong. Lu sneered, "You can condense your chi for speed. I can condense mine for a net." Lu approached, his hand clenching into a fist. "Now it's your turn." He continued, "You focused all your chi into your legs, leaving you with little in reserve." Damn Thong retorted, "But you don't have the chi to deal with me either." Lu smirked, "I don't need it." With a single punch, he sent Damn Thong flying skyward like a rocket. Finished, Lu called out, "Su Shuang, clean up this mess." Su Shuang, supporting Long Qian, wailed, "Brother Lu, Long Qian's arm, it's gone, and his spiritual energy is leaking everywhere." The small fry who knew what happened started gossiping and mocking. Damn Thong got what he deserved for trying to muscle in on the business. "I didn't expect things to be so interesting here in the upper division after all these years." Veen Hoa, enraged by their casual chatter, roared, "How dare you speak to fourth uncle like that? Isn't it because your own men are so useless?" He then barked, "You bald-headed loudmouth, get out here." He then slammed Truong Din against the wall like an insect. Watching Truong Din's brutal beating, fourth uncle broke out in a cold sweat. Without even lifting a finger, just a shout, and he defeated Truong Din, a fifth-level body refinement cultivator. These two foundation establishment cultivators are clearly not to be trifled with, he thought. The mysterious figure standing behind him warned, "If your people continue to offend us, we won't help you anymore." Fourth uncle immediately caved, his tone shifting quickly. "Two esteemed elder brothers," he said obsequiously, "whatever you say goes." In the hallway of the Lin family hospital, Lin Thursday Na, her face etched with worry, delivered the news to Lu, "Brother Lu, he's stable, but his meridians are damaged. He'll probably lose all his chi." Hearing this, Lu felt a slight sense of relief. He then suggested to Thursday Na, "I need to find a way to stop his spiritual energy from leaking." Thursday Na, suddenly recalling past events, questioned him, "Weren't you two fighting to the death before? Why help him?" Lu, standing at the doorway, turned and explained, "He was injured protecting Su Shuang from an attack. I'm going to find some medicine. I can't let him be crippled like this." Touched by his unexpected words, Thursday, Na felt a surge of emotion. "Brother Lu is so kind," she thought. "He truly is the man I admire." Meanwhile, at the otherworldly shop, Lu chanted a silent prayer. "I need to find Kim Duk Bu and get that medicine quickly." A Tien Hung touched her chest seductively and said, "Immortal, I have something to discuss with you." Feeling the unwanted contact, Lu expressed his discomfort. "If you have something to say it quickly. I have urgent matters to attend to." Tien Hung was amused by his curt response. "Immortal, you were truly impressive those last 2 times. I'm quite fond of men like you." She continued to touch him provocatively, her body exuding a captivating fragrance. Lu, gradually succumbing to her allure, flushed and stammered, "This is rather forward, isn't it?" Seeing her enthusiasm, he relented. "Well then, let's go somewhere more private to talk." Observing his lecherous expression, Tien Hung thought disdainfully, "Immortal? He's nothing but a fool easily led by a little charm." She then tossed a contract at Lu, "Here, sign this agreement and become my servant." She watched his flustered reaction with a smirk, thinking, "Struggle all you want. You'll sign it eventually." Looking at the words in the contract, Lu suddenly snapped out of his daze. He stammered, In the next moment, Lu suddenly lunged forward, embracing her and declaring, "I like you." Tien Hung struggled, pushing him away. "Get off me," she said with disgust. But Lu held on tight, refusing to let go. Seeing his reaction, Tien Hung couldn't help but marvel. This charm is incredibly effective. Suddenly, she turned around, startled, and noticed the placement of his hand. Blushing, she muttered, "Where do you think you're touching?" As she turned back, a pungent aroma suddenly filled the air, momentarily mesmerizing her. Seizing the opportunity, Lu swiftly snatched the contract. Luckily, I ate a lot of garlic, he said. Your charm has no effect on me. Tien Hung, shocked, asked, garlic can dispel charm magic? Seeing Tien Hung had taken the bait, Lu said smugly, so, you admit to using charm magic on me? Now, how should I deal with you? He tightened his grip on the contract, thinking to himself, it's a good thing I grabbed some protective medicine from Jean de Bayou last time they caused trouble at the shop. He waited, but Tien Hung remained silent. Lu unfolded the contract and continued. This agreement is well written. Come and sign it. Only then did Tien Hung realize the contract had been stolen. Flustered, she said, I've caused a misunderstanding, Immortal. I was just joking earlier. Seeing she still wouldn't confess, Lu pulled out the video recording from the shop and said, everything you said and did in my shop has been recorded. Do you still want to deny it? There's a security camera in the corner. Seeing her pleas for mercy were ineffective, she resorted to using her feminine charms. She softly replied, Immortal, I was blind to your greatness. Please be lenient. Hearing this, Lu reconsidered and replied, all right, forget it. I'll have you do two things. Once they're done, I'll pretend nothing happened. Tien Hung immediately bowed her head respectfully and replied, please speak, Immortal. Lu pointed at her and said, first, I want the spiritual fluid that nourishes foundational chi. Go and inform Jean de Bayou. Second, I want to try reopening my shop. Invite your friends and acquaintances to enjoy the privilege of early access shopping. Seeing such simple requests, Tien Hung asked in surprise, is that all? Lu, hearing this, didn't add any further requests, only reminding Tien Hung, next time, bring Hong Tu along as well. Tien Hung immediately replied, as you command. Elsewhere, in the hallway of the Lin family hospital, 2 hours later, a shocking cry suddenly echoed out. Long Qian's chi leak has stopped. The voice, of course, belonged to none other than Lin Thursday Na. She looked directly at Lu and continued, Brother Lu, what kind of miraculous medicine did you bring? Lu gently patted her head and said, a secret Lu family remedy. I'll leave matters like this to you from now on. Lin Thursday Na obediently replied, yes. At that moment, Su Shuang suddenly rushed over, reporting, Brother Lu, there's something urgent I need to tell you. So as not to worry Thursday Na, Lu quickly moved out to the Lin family hospital garden. He reminded Su Shuang not to speak in front of Thursday Na, lest she become anxious. A moment later, Su Shuang looked at Lu and said, Jia Yuan stock prices have plummeted. The online rumors are all related to Duan TT's disappearance. Many people online are demanding her appearance. Hearing this, Lu smiled calmly and replied, that's good news. Tomorrow, I can take Sister Duan to take over Jia Yuan's assets. However, Su Shuang shook her head repeatedly and said, it's not that simple. This puzzled Lu, prompting him to ask what. Su Shuang's expression grew tense. She frowned and told Lu, this time, Jia Yuan has hired 2 Foundation Establishment Realm experts. With our current strength, I'm afraid. Contrary to Su Shuang's anxiety, Lu was overjoyed after hearing this. He excitedly pulled out 2 bottles of medicine and said, afraid we can't beat them? I have this treasure. Seeing it, Su Shuang asked in astonishment, Brother Lu, what is this? Immediately afterward, Lu drained one of the bottles in a single gulp. A surge of pink energy pulsed powerfully outwards, visibly raising Su Shuang's strength. He ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, reaching its peak. Su Shuang, staring in disbelief, picked up the bottle. This potent, really? Lu, grinning confidently, replied, my Luji's treasures are always potent. Without hesitation, Su Shuang drained the remaining bottle. His power surged again, propelling him from the 6th level of body refinement to the 8th. Once they'd both absorbed the power boost, Lu explained, this body refinement spirit liquid helps those below Foundation Establishment overcome bottlenecks and advance their cultivation. Su Shuang's face fell slightly. But we're at Foundation Establishment. We need spirit stones to break through, and those cost tens of millions. They're impossible to find. Lu casually produced 2 spirit stones. Spirit stones? I have them. Su Shuang, awestruck, grabbed Lu's leg. Big brother, take me to riches. Let me cultivate with you. Meanwhile, in a room at the Lin family hospital, Thomas was on the phone. Yes, he reported, my hand is completely reattached. My cultivation is fully restored. Losing my hand was a worthy gamble. He continued, Lulu definitely has a treasure trove behind him. After leaving the hospital, Lulu returned to his otherworldly shop, Lu-Ra Supermarket. As soon as he arrived, Hong Tu rushed to embrace him. Immortal Senior, you're finally here. Man Fu Jiao, observing their closeness, remarked sourly. The immortal is quite sociable. He doesn't even spare the little girls. On tu bristoled. How dare you speak ill of the immortal senior? I'll bite you. Seeing Hong Tu's protectiveness, Man Fu Jiao patted her head condescendingly. But the immortal doesn't like children bothering him. Hong Tu swatted her hand away. Oomph. Today, I'm helping the immortal senior clear out the riffraff. As the tension escalated, Lulu intervened. My dear ladies, he said softly, why are you arguing the moment I arrive? Luckily, I brought plenty of goods this time, just enough to resolve things at Hong Tu's Lu-Ra supermarket in the other world. Hong Tu, Steve Fu Ming, Poiten at Mang Fu Zhao. I don't care. She needs to stay away from the immortal senior. Lulu popped a chip in her mouth. After chewing for a moment, Hong Tu's expression brightened. What is this? It's delicious. Lulu, munching on a chip, advertised his product. Crispy, golden-fried, delicious potato snacks. Tian Hung, despite having devoured her entire bag, feigned indifference. It's all right. Man Fu Jiao, astonished by her speed, exclaimed, You ate the whole thing already? Once they were both satisfied, Lulu gestured towards Man Fu Jiao. Now that you've inspected the goods, I'd like to invite our director to discuss the transaction with you. Man Fu Zhao, Gluting Ho MT Tibat be met to promote interdimensional trade. Our store will offer a discount on your first order. We'll exchange spirit stones for snacks. Hearing that she could trade for chips, Hong Tu didn't hesitate for a moment. Holding up the gemstone in her hand, she declared loudly, a mid-grade spirit stone. I'll take all of these. Seeing the little princess's attempt to monopolize all the chips, Man Fu Jiao interjected. Princess Hong Tu, this initiative is meant to develop the product, not to supply snacks just for you. Hong Tu, hearing this, turned away sulkily and huffed. Humph. Tian Hung, seeing an opportunity to tease, chimed in sarcastically. That's right. With your spirit stone, who knows how much you can even trade for? How could you possibly buy them all? After hearing their opinions, Man Fu Jiao posed a counter question. Based on your standards, then, what price would be suitable for these goods? Tian Hung, without much thought, replied casually, probably a few low-grade spirit stones. Even the high-end snacks in our realm only cost about that much. Hearing this, Fu Jiao's gaze turned icy. She looked directly at Tian Hung and retorted with a hint of mockery. These otherworldly ingredients of the exalted immortal require secret techniques to package and preserve their quality and freshness, and they're only worth a few low-grade spirit stones. Tian Hung, somewhat surprised by this, offered, Then how about 10 spirit stones? Seeing their tense expressions, Deep Fu Jiao found the situation rather amusing. She chuckled softly and replied, Since you are both princesses, you can certainly have them at that price. However, the exalted immortal hopes that the two worlds can engage in more extensive trade. Therefore, she continued, you two can have them for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Your close associates, 3, and the market price will be 5 spirit stones per bag. Hearing such a low price, the two princesses embraced each other and exclaimed, So cheap. Deep Fu Jiao smiled and explained, Promoting trade, expanding influence so that everyone can enjoy these goods. This demonstrates the benevolence of the exalted immortal. Tian Hung, touched by the exalted immortal's generosity, bowed her head gratefully and said, The exalted immortal is truly benevolent. Tian Hung is humbled and grateful for this lesson. After both sides signed a contract, Deep Fu Jiao brought 2 boxes of chips to them and said cheerfully, To seal the agreement, these 2 boxes of snacks are a gift to commemorate our pact. Observing Deep Fu Jiao's handling of the situation, Lulu felt immensely satisfied and thought to himself, letting her handle negotiations was definitely the right move. Now, this price even makes them feel like we're being incredibly generous. He continued his internal monologue. 10 spirit stones per bag of snacks. The spirit stones we get in return can be brought back home, not just to enhance our combat abilities. If a true spirit stone tycoon gets involved, then this time we'll really strike it rich. After finishing up at the supermarket, Lu had to leave early. Before departing, he carefully instructed Fu Jiao, "I'll leave all the preparations for the goods to you." Unexpectedly, at that moment, the otherworld system suddenly issued a notification, a gentle reminder. Lu, assuming the system was about to bring him more trouble, grumbled, "Oh, come on. Every time you give a gentle reminder, it never leads to anything good." Seeing that Lu seemed to have forgotten something, the system prompted, "The prerequisites have been met." Could it be that the host has overlooked the secondary criteria? Inside Lu RA supermarket, upon hearing the system's reminder, Lu's heart pounded in his chest. He asked nervously, "System, my dear system, what hidden mission are you talking about? Tell me slowly." The system informed him, due to the host successfully rebuilding the store, a hidden mission has been activated. Store defense system. Mission requirement: earn 300 low-grade spirit stones. Mission reward: the real world cannot attack the otherworld store. The otherworld store will have a prestigious guardian to prevent harassment. Hearing this, Lu asked with a touch of surprise, "Really?" But the system wasn't finished. It added that if Lu didn't want the mission, he could cancel it. Seeing a golden opportunity, Lu quickly exclaimed, I'll do it. Thinking about the items he could acquire, a wide grin spread across his face. 300 low-grade spirit stones? That's just one day's worth of business. The system still loves me after all. Just then his phone rang. Long Tim's urgent voice crackled through the speaker. Lu, the Nguyen family's men are heading your way. I'll be right there. Lu chuckled, a nonchalant air about him. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of looking for them. He waited, and before long, the Nguyen family contingent arrived. Lu greeted them with an unervingly calm demeanor. What took you so long? Vodai Ca, hearing this, sneered. Ha. Looks like you've already made your peace with the afterlife. Unfazed by the taunt, Lu playfully twirled his ear. Not quite, he said casually, still deciding between lamb and seafood for later. Provoked, two of the Nguyen family members charged forward, unable to contain their rage. Vodai Ca's triumphant voice echoed, "Enjoy your meal on the way to hell." As they closed in, Su Shuang swiftly cast a protective shield around himself. Bah! Vodai Ca roared, his shout shattering the barrier in an instant. Just as Vodai Ca was about to reach Su Shuang, Long Tim arrived, delivering a swift kick. I got him, he exclaimed, then added, though my leg's a bit numb now. Vodai Ca, hearing this, scoffed. Ha. Two peak body refinement cultivators? How interesting. Witnessing their arrogance, Lu offered a helpful suggestion. Foundation establishment cultivators can condense chi for protection. Your attacks won't be very effective. Chao Han, thinking Lu was joking, lunged forward confidently. You still have time to worry about others? Feel the difference in our realms. Seeing his arrogance, Lu abandoned all pretense of civility and stopped Chao Han's attack with a single hand. His eyes turned cold. The difference in our realms? I don't feel a thing. Sensing something amiss, Chao Han quickly retreated. You're at the Foundation establishment realm too? Where did you get the spirit stones? Lu answered without hesitation, running a supermarket. The old man didn't believe a word. He threatened, don't want to talk? Then I'll just have to pry the answer from your mouth. With that, he lashed out with an extended arm, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Su Shuang gasped. Such power from that distance? The old man raised his still glowing hand, pride evident in his voice. Those at the Foundation establishment realm can discover their own unique abilities. You've just reached this realm. I doubt you've found yours yet. Lu, his expression calm, replied resolutely. Thanks for the tip. I'll look for it after this fight. Seeing his confidence, the old man sneered. Ha. You're quite optimistic, kid. However, a moment latte, Gaufan Zaias flesha brigli. A powerful wave of energy surged outwards, accompanied by two chilling words, seeking death. Instantly, Su Shuang was blasted back by the force. Seeing his friend facing danger, Lu cried out in alarm, Su Shuang. But his shout couldn't prevent Su Shuang from being struck. Seeing this, Lu rushed forward to help his friend. But he'd only taken a few steps when Chao Han lashed out with his claws, wounding him. Looking down at his opponent sprawled helplessly on the ground, Chao Han sneered, Even young Master Lu has his off days, it seems. But instead of pain, a cunning glint appeared in Lulu's eyes. I have to take a hit, he said, before I can turn the tables. Chow Han scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. Turn the tables? With what? He didn't finish his sentence. He'd fallen into Lulu's trap. Watching his enemy struggle in the dark pit, Lulu replied calmly, with my IQ, of course. Koan Svurin frustrachun. Damn it, you set a trap. Lulu responded without hesitation. I came all this way. You had to offer me some kind of hospitality, didn't you? He shouted toward the entrance of Lu Ra supermarket. Long Tim. Volzaika. Unaware of the approaching danger, Vo Dai Sie rushed to the edge of the pit and yelled, Chow Han, I'm coming to save you. Moments later, Long Tim appeared and dusted him with a strange pink powder, causing Vo Dai Sie to cough and sputter, struggling to breathe. Cough, cough, achoo, achoo, achoo. Long Tim pointed at the packet of powder in his hand and said to Lulu, they didn't have everything at your supermarket. I just ran out and got this. Throw it to me, Lulu shouted. 3 minutes later, both Chow Han and Vo Dai Sie were tied to chairs with rope. Looking at their helpless expressions, Lulu chuckled. He. Choose your method of execution, gentlemen. We have dinner plans. Vo Dai Sie, terrified, immediately begged for mercy. Young Master Lu, spare us. We'll repay you later. His companion, enraged, snapped at him. You shameless coward. The Dala mercenary group won't let you get away with this. Knowing they wouldn't agree, Lu produced a contract. I don't expect repayment, and I don't want it. He showed them the terms of the contract. After reviewing it, Chow Han remained defiant. Death before dishonor. But his cowardly companion shoved him aside. All right, we'll sign. After they signed, Lulu immediately untied them. Long Tim, puzzled, asked, You're really letting them go? Lulu replied, I have no quarrel with them, as long as they don't interfere with our plans for tomorrow. Long Tim nodded in agreement. Fair enough. So, how are you going to thank me? Unsure what he wanted, Lulu offered, Dinner's on me. Lamb or seafood? Seeing his opportunity, Long Tim said directly, No need. I'd like to invite you to dinner instead. To meet the true owner of Long Tongue Properties. Lulu instantly realized who was behind it all. Lin Wu Fei, the one who single-handedly built Long Tongue. Lulu's words surprised Long Tim, who replied, It seems you've been doing quite a bit of investigating into my affairs. Lulu remained calm, looking directly at Long Tim as he answered, How could I not? Things that can be absorbed will be absorbed, and those that can't will be dealt with forcefully. Lin Wu Fei is the miracle of Xanadu. Su Shuang, having overheard their conversation, angrily interjected, Leave? Leave where? We've already shown him enough face by healing his hand. But Lulu paid her no mind. He figured he'd have to meet him eventually, so it might as well be sooner rather than later. Young Master Long has already helped me in a fight, so I should at least go and thank him in person. Hearing this, Long Tim seemed pleased and said, In that case, I'll await you with respect. Tomorrow, you'll reclaim the Nguyen family estate. I won't intrude any further. With the Nguyen family matter settled, Lulu immediately headed to the Lin family hospital. Upon seeing him, Lin Thursday Na rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, Brother Lu, we succeeded. You said even with rare medicinal ingredients, it wouldn't be possible, but I used Lingji and Bird's Nest and achieved half the desired effect. Lulu, startled, replied, So it passed the review? Lin Thursday Na smiled brightly, saying, It's ready to be launched on the market. How are you going to reward me? Hearing this, Lulu gently ruffled her hair and said, I knew Thursday Na would give it her all. Thursday Na looked up at him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. So, is it more potent than Fu Jiao? Lulu, unsure how to answer, turned away in embarrassment, muttering, They're about equal. A short while later, Lulu received a message from Kim Duk-bil and rushed to the Lu Ra supermarket in the other world. Upon arriving, he asked, We're opening the store tomorrow. What's the matter? Kim Duk-bil carried a chest overflowing with spirit stones to him and said, Princess Tianxiang was worried you wouldn't earn any spirit stones when you opened the store, so she prepared this chest full of low-grade spirit stones for you. Although overjoyed, Lulu tried to maintain a cool demeanor, saying, Understood. You're dismissed. Kim Duk-bil bowed respectfully and replied, Your Excellency, please take your time. After Kim Duk-bil left, Lulu couldn't contain his excitement and rushed to the chest, embracing it while muttering, I'm rich. I'm rich. His newfound wealth was short-lived, however, as the system delivered a notification, hidden mission, complete the store's defense system. Gentle reminder, time remaining until completion and earning of 200 million. 1 week. Hearing the system's announcement, Lulu felt a pang of despair, thinking, every time I'm on the verge of pure joy, you always have to be so particularly gentle. Meanwhile, at the Jiangwin Electronics Company skyscraper, seeing Don TT appear, everyone in the company was astonished. CEO Don. It really is CEO Don. CEO Don is back. Before anyone could fully process her return, Don TT spoke in a firm voice. Inform all board members. Meeting in the conference room in half an hour. A short while later, in the Jiangwin Electronics conference room, a brazen imposter, seeing her return, aggressively pointed a knife at her face and said, What's there to be afraid of? She only brought one person with her. Kill this woman. Everyone gets a share of her stocks. Don TT, without wasting words, glanced at Lulu and commanded, Your turn. Receiving the command, Lulu, without hesitation, sharply twisted the man's arm, confidently declaring, They're just a bunch of flies. How pitiful. The man still hadn't realized the danger approaching, arrogantly brandishing his knife and causing chaos. Who are you calling flies? He snarled. But just a few seconds after his lesson, he was forced to obediently admit his mistake. I'm a fly, he whimpered. At this moment, Don TT spoke up, asking him, Where is Manhwa? A short while later, she arrived at the rooftop of the Jiangwin Electronics Company. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Manhwa already there, calmly admiring the view. He spoke to TT in a voice tinged with sadness. TT, when we first moved into this high-rise, we also stood here, gazing out at the city. Hearing this, a bodyguard spoke up. Chairman Yuan, what's the meaning of this? Trying to whitewash yourself with nostalgia. Yuan slowly turned his head to look at TT and explained, Fourth uncle threatened me with Yuan Tintrake to force you out of the company. I agreed, but I didn't expect him to want to eliminate both of you. But trust had eroded. TT no longer believed his words. She frowned angrily, retorting, Do you think I'm still the naive and innocent Don TT of that time? Then she loudly reproached him. You don't care about your wife and children. You've also filled Jiangwin with a foul atmosphere. Manhwa, what are you really trying to do? Hearing this, Manhwa turned to face Don TT and said, What am I trying to do? Don't you know? On the rooftop of the Jiangwin Electronics building, Manhwa slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze distant as he looked at Don TT and said, I think half of this debt should be paid with this life first. With his last words spoken, he leaned back, deciding to end his own life. Witnessing this scene, Lulu anxiously approached Don TT, whispering, Sister Dawn. Don TT replied in a low voice, It's okay. I was prepared for this. Hearing this, Lulu continued, So everything is clear now. He didn't want to harm us. Fourth uncle is the mastermind behind all of this. Seeing Don TT trying to suppress her emotions, Lulu gently approached, offering her a handkerchief and saying, Sister Duan, if you want to cry, there are tissues here. But Don TT immediately refused, replying, I want to cry, but not now. Zhangwen net meh. QUC needs me. Helping Manhwa get revenge also needs me. Xiaolu, once you've dealt with fourth uncle and Yuan RA, I'll entrust everything to you. Returning to her office, Don TT was furious when she heard the news that the money in the account had been taken by fourth uncle. Seeing her anger, the employee fearfully lowered their head and said, Fourth uncle brought his men. I couldn't interfere. Besides, we have families. We didn't dare oppose fourth uncle. Don TT was determined not to let this matter go unresolved. She slammed her hand on the table and declared resolutely, New grudges and old debts will settle them together. Anyone who can provide information on fourth uncle's whereabouts after we catch him will receive a reward of 10 million. Hearing her words, all the employees were too frightened to speak. Just then, a female employee timidly entered and said, I have a classmate who said they often see fourth uncle at the Howdin Golf Club. Hearing this, Don TT seemed to remember something and muttered, Howdin again. Lulu, seeing the seriousness in her expression, pressed, Howdin, What about it? TT replied, her voice trembling. That's the high-end club protected by the Black Wind Mountain. As long as you have money, you can hide there indefinitely. Lulu gently placed his hand on TT's shoulder. He looked at her with a determined gaze and said, "Leave it to me. I'll have him brought back within 6 days," Don TT declared. Meanwhile, at the Howdin Golf Club, fourth uncle, having just met No Tin, pleaded urgently, "Director No, you must help me deal with Lulu." No Tin, unhurried, calmly turned, tossed a card onto the table, and said, "Sorry, a full house." The other players, startled, cried out, "A full house. Winner takes all." The handover, No Tin strode confidently from the gambling table, instructing a staff member, "Hold my chips. I have some business to attend to." She then led fourth uncle to the VIP area of the Howdin Golf Club. Inside a private room, she produced a small bottle, offering it to him. "This medicine," she explained, "will make you taller, stronger, and more virile. Even more potent than the last batch." A flicker of apprehension crossed fourth uncle's face. "What sort of side effects?" he asked nervously. No Tin smiled, a chillingly seductive curve of her lips. Leaning close, she whispered in his ear, "It will make you less than human." With that, she turned and left, but not before throwing a cryptic remark over her shoulder. "My offer to Lulu still stands. Whether you want to make a comeback depends entirely on you." The next day, the headlines blazed across the news. Breaking news: the Queen returns to Jiangwen. New materials could end the chaos. Lulu and his friends, upon seeing the news, erupted in cheers, raising their glasses. "To the recapture of Jiangwen," they roared in unison. Han QQ lifted her glass. Recapturing Jiangwen was tough. "A toast to everyone." Lulu echoed the sentiment. Recapturing Jiangwen was tough. "A toast to everyone, and this is for you." He presented QQ with a high-end handbag. Her eyes lit up. "Oh, this is the new limited edition. Thank you, Lu." Watching her admire the gift, a warm feeling spread through Lulu. Rebuilding the supermarket even unlocked a hidden mission. "I definitely need to thank her," he thought. He scratched his head sheepishly. "It was nothing." Man Fu Jiao, observing Lulu's attentiveness towards QQ, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She fixed him with a pointed stare. "Boss Lu is certainly very thoughtful towards Miss Han." To Boss Lu's thoughtfulness, QQ chimed in, "Lu is Director Lu now. Shouldn't Miss Man give herself a penalty drink?" Lulu, sensing the sudden tension, interjected softly, "Come on, you two, let's not argue. This is a celebration." Before he could finish, both women cut him off. "This doesn't concern you." Lulu recoiled, slightly intimidated. All right, he conceded. "You two talk it out." Su Shuang, sympathetic to her friend's predicament, offered a comforting pat on his back. "Tough break, buddy." Just then, Lulu's phone rang. It was Don TT. He answered quickly. "TT, what's up? Did you finish investigating the accounts?" Her voice was weary. "I'm afraid I'll be up all night. Things aren't looking good. The company's vital assets, including the key codes, are all with fourth uncle. I'm afraid I'll need your help with this." Lulu, hearing her formal tone, immediately reassured her. "I'll see it through. Through thick and thin, I'm here for you." His words brought a measure of relief to TT. "Xiao Lu," she said gratefully, "it's good to have you." Meanwhile, back in a private room at Howdin, a club employee, noticing fourth uncle's hesitation to take the medicine, approached him. "Uncle Four," he said reassuringly, "you can relax here. Lulu won't be able to get in." The housing. They checked Lulu's identity. He won't be able to get through. This compound wall is even higher than a prison's. It's completely covered in cameras, electronic alarms, and sensors. Despite the staff's reassurances, fourth uncle couldn't shake his anxiety. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "But I can't hide here forever." Hearing this, the staff member flattered him, saying, "With your resources, sir, hiding here for 2 or 3 months is no problem. Besides, Lulu still owes Chi Jia 200 million. He won't last long." Fourth uncle, finding this logic sound, nodded in agreement. "You're right." Seeing that he'd convinced him, the staff member quickly added, "Come on, let me take you to play some cards and unwind." Meanwhile, outside the club, Lulu arrived quickly. Looking at the imposing wall bristling with cameras, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Howdin security is truly watertight." The walls are covered in cameras. There's absolutely no blind spot. On the opening day of the otherworldly supermarket, customers flocked to buy goods. After handing a customer their purchase, Lulu carefully instructed, "Genuine goods, fair prices. Take your receipt and join the queue over there to pay. He then glanced at Man Fu Zhao beside him. Seeing her enthusiasm for selling, he felt a pang of gratitude. Zhao Zhao argued with Han QQ last night, but she's putting that aside to help out today. She's a good person. Outside, Hong Tu, watching the long queue of customers, expressed her admiration for Lulu. The immortal's magic treasures are truly ingenious. I wouldn't have thought of this. Kim Duk-bil chuckled in response. The immortal earns in a single day what a small sect earns in a year. A moment later, he realized Tian Xiang hadn't arrived yet. Where's Princess Tian Xiang? He asked. Hong Tu replied. She said there were too many people, so she's taking a stroll in the mountains and will be here later. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Kim Duk-bil immediately rushed towards the sound. He found a child acting strangely and grabbed his arm. The child cried out in fear. After searching the child, they discovered several stolen items from the store. Furious, Hong Tu yelled, "How dare you cause trouble in the immortal shop? Someone take this little devil outside and chop off his hands." Seeing her anger, Lulu intervened. "Princess, calm down. Look, he stole so many things at once. Something isn't right." Hong Tu assumed it was simple greed, but Lulu immediately pointed out the flaw in that logic. If it were just for himself, he wouldn't have been so easily caught. I suspect someone put him up to this. He then approached the boy gently. "Tell me, why did you take so many things?" The boy burst into tears. I didn't want to. They said they'd beat me if I didn't." Hong Tu's anger flared even hotter. "Show me where they are. I'll deal with them." Upon arriving, she promptly gave them a beating, then crossed her arms and declared haughtily, "How dare you? Don't you know I'm protecting the shop?" Seeing Hong Tu behave this way, Lulu felt she was being a bit childish. He chuckled and said, "Leave these people to me. Treat this little guy well. Don't let him go back to being bullied." Just then, the boy tugged lightly on Lulu's sleeve as if wanting to say something. Noticing this, Lulu turned and asked, "What is it?" The boy opened his eyes wide, looked at Lulu, held out his hands, and said, "Thank you, kind sir. I only have this." In his hands was a ring. This is a soul-snatching ring. It can absorb the soul fragments of spirit pets. Seeing the cheap item, Hong Tu sneered, "What kind of tattered thing is this? Just a little trinket to play with." Lulu paid no mind to her disdain. He said to Hong Tu, "This is the boy's treasure. Being able to offer it shows his sincerity." Hearing this, Hong Tu felt a surge of admiration and said, "Your thoughts are truly broad, sir." Hong Tu added, "I've learned something new again." Lulu then left the supermarket and sought out the Thunder Beast. After hearing Lulu's request, the Thunder Beast frowned and replied, "You want me to split a tenth of my soul for you? Not so easy." Lulu, anticipating this response, replied frankly, "What are your conditions? Just name them." The Thunder Beast looked at him for a moment and then said sternly, "At the very least, someone professional must bathe and groom us every day. The food must be more varied. And finally, my nest must be bigger. I want to have children, after all." After listening, Lulu called over Kim Duk-bil and the boy. "This is your grooming manager, Little Fox," he said to the beast, gesturing to the boy. "And this," he indicated Kim Duk-bil, "is in charge of your new home. Plus, here are 3 barrels of exotic beast meat." Seeing Lulu's thorough preparations, the Thunder Beast said joyfully, "Very well. Prepare yourself for a minor lightning tribulation." After the Thunder Beast declaration, Lulu was startled and retorted, "Wait, a tribulation?" Man Fu Zhao watched as Lulu's entire body was scorched by lightning. As the smoke and dust cleared, Lulu, looking rather pathetic, gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I didn't wear protective gear." Then he grinned, pointed his chest, and said to Man Fu Zhao, "But I still held up." The Thunder Beast, somewhat surprised, said, "Your body. It seems you're not as weak as you look. Now you have a portion of my soul." Simultaneously, a system notification rang out. Soul Realm enhancement complete. Host has learned lightning manipulation. The scene shifted back inside the supermarket. Lulu stretched out his hand and said slowly, "This time, we've struck it rich. I learned a cultivation technique and got a barrel of spirit stones." Man Fu Zhao rested her chin in her hand, looking at him with a mixture of exasperation and concern. "You did something so dangerous and didn't even tell me." Suddenly, Lulu pressed her against the wall creating a classic cabinet pose. I know you worry about me, he said, and I know you weren't happy about the gift I gave Su Shuang yesterday. Man Fu Jiao, her expression still sulky, replied. So you noticed? His gaze softened as he looked at her. That's because you know my foundation. I'm not someone who can be easily swayed by a handbag. Next month, for your birthday, I'll give you a real surprise. Man Fu Jiao Tai set an I Budao. Well, all right then. Suddenly, his phone rang. Meeting with Lin Wufei? How could I forget? All right, it's decided. 9 a.m. tomorrow at the racetrack. The scene changed to the Benting racetrack. A voice drifted from a phone. Mr. Liu, just come straight in. Lin Wufei is waiting inside. As he stepped in, a haughty girl perched atop a horse called out, "You're Lulu?" He glanced at her and asked, "And you're Lin Wufei?" CEO Lin. She beckoned him with a finger. "I hear you've been quite the name lately. Let's have a match." Lulu felt a bit awkward. He gave a strained laugh. CEO Lin, shouldn't we discuss? She cut him off, thrusting the reins into his hand. Let's talk. Let's race. Seeing his silence, he didn't press the matter further, climbed onto his horse, and glanced at her, thinking to himself, the Long Tam family's strong woman certainly lives up to her reputation. Lulu spoke up. So what are the rules of this race? Lin Wufei gestured towards the nearby swimming pool, explaining, "See that pool over there? First one to touch the water wins. The loser has to fulfill one request from the winner." He nodded in agreement. "Sounds good to me." Wufei, pleased, replied cheerfully, "Great. The judge will raise the flag and shout go." As soon as the flag dropped, the two horses bolted forward like the wind. Watching Lin Wufei surge ahead, Lulu thought, impressed, not bad, she's got some skills. Then, with a slight smile, he effortlessly overtook her, taking the lead. Not so fast, he thought, still too early to celebrate. Back in the day, I was the prince of the racetrack. Reaching the edge of the pool first, Lulu stopped, turned his head, and said with a smile, "President Lin, I hate to say it, but looks like I've won this round." To his surprise, Lin Wufei completely ignored him, galloping straight into the pool. He muttered, "Well, that works too." While Lulu was still processing what had happened, Lin Wufei emerged from the water. "First one to touch the pool water wins. You're still on dry land. Let me think. What wish should I have you fulfill?" Lulu, caught off guard by Lin Wufei's move, smiled gallantly and extended a hand to help her out. "President Lin, you're always one step ahead." Lin Wufei accepted his hand, replying, "You lost. Let me think. What should I have you do?" Just then, another woman's voice rang out. "All right, enough playing around." Lulu turned around, startled, and exclaimed, "Whoa, another President Lin?" Lin Wufei crossed her arms, looking exasperated, and gestured towards the woman in the pool. "Apologies, Mr. Liu. This is my twin sister, Lin Wuvie. She's a bit of a handful." Wuvie grinned mischievously. She then rushed forward and embraced Lulu, not a handful at all. "I rather like him." Before anyone could react, Wuvie grabbed her jacket and turned to leave, calling back over her shoulder, "I won't interrupt your business discussion. But remember, you still owe me a wish." The scene shifted to a lounge within the racetrack. Lin Wufei apologized politely. "My sister is a bit eccentric. I hope she didn't bother you too much, Mr. Liu. Let's get down to business." He raised an eyebrow, thinking, who talks about their sister like that? Noticing Lulu's stunned expression, Wufei gestured for him to sit. "If Man Fu Jiao asks, I can explain everything." At the mention of that name, Lulu's face paled. "No need, just don't tell her anything." Seeing his reaction, Wufei decided to drop the subject and get straight to the point. "All right, let's discuss business. After the family situation stabilizes, I hope to purchase land in Longdang." Lulu responded without hesitation, "No problem. You earn the money, we provide the land. A win-win situation." Wufei continued. "In addition, I'd also like to acquire some spirit stones from you, Mr. Liu. I hear you have a supply comparable to a supermarket." She thought to herself, once he hands over the spirit stones, I can analyze their origin. Then, his trump card will be revealed. A glint flashed in Lulu's eyes. Omnipotent wish failed. Wufei, seeing his prolonged silence, prompted him, "Mr. Liu?" "Well." Lulu forced a laugh and replied evasively, "About the spirit stones. I'm temporarily out. After I finish with this current business, when the next shipment arrives, I'll be sure to contact you." Wufei didn't think much of it, simply replying, "It seems you've been quite busy lately, Mr. Liu. I'll await your news then." After listening, Lulu spoke up. Everyone has made their requests. So can I make one? I hear the Tam family frequents Haoding. Could you help me get a Haoding pass? Lin Wufei blinked, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. This is something the Tam family head should discuss with you directly. But to save you time, Mr. Liu, I'll decline on his behalf. He then offered a frank explanation. Firstly, retina-linked passes are non-transferable. Secondly, you're on Black Wind Mountain's blacklist. We prefer not to get involved in internal disputes. The scene shifted to outside the racetrack. As soon as Lulu stepped out, a voice called out, "Hey, handsome, are you trying to get into Haoding?" Lin Wuvie poked her head out, waving and flashing a friendly smile. Lulu spun around, his brow furrowed as he questioned her. "Were you eavesdropping on our conversation?" Lin Wuvie didn't answer. Instead, she grinned mischievously. "Are you going to kill someone? Take me with you." Lulu brought a hand to his forehead, exasperation etched on his face. No, I'm just apprehending someone." Hearing this, Lin Wuvie held up a shimmering gold card, placing her other hand on her hip. "I'll take you. I can help you catch them." Lulu shook his head vehemently, waving his hands in refusal. No, absolutely not. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lin Wuvie grabbed him by the collar, yelling, "What about the wish you owe me for losing the race?" Trying to back out, lifted off his feet, Lulu felt a surge of annoyance. What were these two sisters up to? He wondered. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for an escape. He froze, incredulous. What was she thinking? Lulu sighed inwardly. Her sister's assessment of her was spot on. He looked at Lin Wuvie's eager face, practically plastered with the words, "Take me, take me, take me." Resigned, he finally agreed. "If you can actually get me into Haoding, then sure, I can take you." Lin Wuvie pumped her fist in the air excitedly. Then, she darted forward and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Love you." The scene shifted to the Chi family's office. Chiza held something in his hand, addressing Zun Majuan beside him. "That kid is clever. The cosmetics line doesn't need to follow my path anymore." Zun Majuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, the Jiayuan incident is big news. I hear the cosmetics are already booked solid for a week." Chiza continued. "Unfortunately, he wants to encroach on Black Wind Mountain's territory. We need to plan carefully." Zun Majuan, understanding his meaning, asked, "Are we helping Lulu again, old fox?" Chiza let out a sly chuckle. "We're preparing to help him with his funeral arrangements. He's about to die. We need to move quickly and seize Jiayuan." Zun Majuan simply smiled faintly. "Don't joke, Chiza. We both know that kid isn't going to die anytime soon." Chiza looked at him with an appreciative glint in his eye. "Oh, you can tell." Zun Majuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you testing my judgment, Chiza? That kid advanced to Foundation establishment in a month. He's definitely not ordinary." Chiza's eyes, etched with age, narrowed. The Zun family's people are indeed different from those fools. Keep an eye on him then. Let's make sure we squeeze every last drop of oil out of him. The scene changed to Suzy Angra. Lulu pouted, his face slick with cold sweat. He glanced at Suzy Angra, who pointed at him accusingly. "You're so mean. You didn't take me to Jiayuan, and now you're not taking me to catch this guy either." Lulu, his face etched with dark lines of frustration, explained, "Even Lin Wufei doesn't want to get involved in a feud with Black Wind Mountain. Don't you think I'm worried about the repercussions for you and Suzy Angra?" Hearing this, Suzy Angra immediately retorted, "We're already in this together. You think you can stir up trouble, and I'll escape unscathed." Lulu sighed, resigned. "Fine, but only Lin Wuvie has a pass. I'll take you to ask her tomorrow." The scene shifts to the side of a road the next morning. Lin Wuvie, leaning against the car and casually chewing gum, flatly refused. "Not taking you." Suzy Angra, perplexed, pointed at Lulu. "Why? Lulu and I are practically blood brothers. We've faced life and death together." Lin Wuvie slapped the hood of the car. "This car has low clearance. You're too fat. I'm afraid you'll break it." She climbed into the car with Lulu, leaving behind a parting shot. "Let's go. We're on a schedule." Suzy Angra, left standing on the roadside, was on the verge of tears. "Am I really that fat? I can't even get a ride." Lulu, behind the wheel, tilted his head. "You and your sister are completely different." Lin Wuvie, hearing this, let out a carefree laugh. Being like her? How boring would that be? Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Did you bring my pass?" Lin Wuvie replied, nonchalantly, "You still want to pass? Consider yourself lucky if you don't get beaten to death at the entrance." He froze, gums snapping, and let out a confused, "Huh?" Lin Woovi pointed to her head, her gaze firm. "Just leave it to me." At the entrance of Hao Ding Club, a group of men in black suits stopped their car for inspection. Without a word, Lin Woovi and Lu leaned in for a kiss. She smoothly produced a VIP card, while simultaneously drawing a sharp knife from behind her back. As the guard approached this esteemed guest, her chauffeur presented his identification. Another guard, more perceptive, stepped forward and whispered, "Don't you see who that is?" Before the guard could react, Lin Woovi pressed the knife to his throat, her eyes sharp. "You dare to question me, bringing in this handsome gentleman? Do you not want her job or your life?" The man, a knife at his throat, trembled. "Elon, Miss Lin, please calm down." He bowed deeply. "Please, honored guests, come in." Lu, wiping lipstick from the corner of his mouth, chuckled. "Miss Lin, you're quite bold." Lin Woovi grinned, exhilarated. A little excitement is good for business. After escorting them inside, the guards began to murmur amongst themselves. Another fine young man falls victim to Miss Lin's whims. They clasp their hands in mock prayer for Lu. Such a pity, such a pity. What a shame, what a shame. As they approached the security room, a supervisor spoke up. "Guests, unauthorized personnel are not allowed in here." Lu's hand flashed, crackling with energy. Before the man could react, he collapsed to the floor. Lin Woovi gasped, awestruck. "Wow, you just touched him and he fainted. You're a beast." Lu stepped inside and began searching. Moments later, he grinned triumphantly. "Found it. I didn't expect Hao Ding's surveillance system to be so helpful." The scene changes to a Versace room. A dejected-looking man spoke. "I can't believe it. After all this time, all I have left of my fortune is this, the key, the Jia Yuan USB." Lu abruptly pushed the door open, peering inside. "Too bad for you. That key, that USB, isn't yours anymore." A man, brimming with rage, shot to his feet and jabbed a finger at Lu. "You have some nerve, Lu, showing your face here." Lu strolled into the room, facing the man with an air of nonchalance. "Of course, I promised young Miss Doan I'd help her get revenge." The man, hearing this, began to bargain. "Whatever Doan offered you, I'll double it." Lu leaned closer. "Can you conjure up Jia Yuan?" The man roared. "She gave Jia Yuan to you? That wretched woman." He continued, his voice laced with frustration. "I knew I shouldn't have entrusted Jia Yuan to her." Lu's eyes turned icy. "Cut the crap. Are you coming with me? Or do I have to make you?" The man pulled a vial from his pocket and swallowed its contents without hesitation. His eyes glazed over, and his hands began to morph. With a guttural roar, his entire body transformed into a boar. Lin Woovi burst into the room, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "How adorable. Can we keep it as a pet?" The boar man bellowed in fury. "You want to die?" Lu, without a moment's hesitation, scooped Lin Woovi into his arms, dodging the boar's charge. Lin Woovi narrowed her eyes, signaling to Lu, "Last time I caused trouble, they were here in a minute. You need to be quick." He paused, momentarily taken aback. His hands crackled with energy. Arcs of lightning danced around him as he replied confidently, 1 minute is more than enough." A bolt of lightning flashed in his hand. With an air of casual dominance, he lunged forward, unleashing an attack. "Try this on for size." The boar scoffed, unimpressed. "Is that all you've got?" His body swelled with power. "After taking that medicine, my family's power has been amplified. I'm invincible." He finished his boast with a blow aimed squarely at Lu, sending him flying. Lu managed to land on his feet. The boar, unable to hide his disdain, sneered. "You're not as formidable as the rumors suggest." Lu winked, revealing a crucial piece of information. "I know you have the Ju Yuan Y, which is why I used the lightning." He paused, as if confirming its location. In the next instant, his hand opened, revealing a USB drive that had been in the boar's possession. The boar shrieked, "You tricked me." Lu, with a triumphant grin, tossed the USB to Lin Woovi. "Hold on to this." She caught it, reminding him only 30 seconds left. Lu remained calm. Plenty of time. The boar, seizing what he thought was an opportunity, charged. "You're not getting away." Lu effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his voice dripping with contempt. "With that speed? You think you can touch me?" The boar, having swung at nothing but air, was then sent sprawling by a swift kick from Lu in rage, his eyes burning red. He glared at Lu. "I don't need to beat you. I just need to stall until the Black Wind Mountain men arrive." Lu tapped his chin thoughtfully. "True. Now that I have the USB." The boar lunged again. "You're not going anywhere." Lulu stood his ground, his voice calm and steady. I'm not going anywhere. Meanwhile, inside a room at the Hao Ding Club, an elderly man delicately picked up a beetle from a plate and slowly placed it in his mouth. Just some insects. Why bother me with this? The man was none other than He Shanfeng, an elder of Black Wind Mountain, a peak-level foundation establishment cultivator. He Shanfeng's eyes gleamed with malice. Don't worry, I can crush him with one hand. Lulu, seizing an opening, taunted the boar. I only said those things to goad you into attacking. He then delivered a powerful blow, sending the boar reeling. You ruined young Miss Doan's life. I'm here to deliver justice. The door to a distant room burst open. Lulu ignored the boar's desperate pleas for mercy. With a surge of lightning crackling around his fist, he struck again. You made young Miss Doan lose everything. I'll make you pay. He Shanfeng, hunched over with his hands shoved in his pockets, swaggered in. Lulu, your day of reckoning has arrived. He sneered, a triumphant smirk twisting his lips. Lulu, your day of reckoning has arrived. He bellowed, his voice raw, but was met with only silence. Frustration boiled over, and he slammed his fist against the wall. In Chairman Jia Yuan's office, Lulu, accompanied by Lin Wuvi, stood before young Miss Doan, his expression grave. The secret key has been retrieved. Lin Wuvi, please give it to Don Dong. Don Dong's face paled, a look of utter bewilderment washing over him as Lin Wuvi reached into her shirt and produced the key. She then handed it to young Miss Doan, whose hand trembled as she took it. Confused, young Miss Doan whispered to Lulu, the secret key. Why was it kept there? He replied quietly, how would I know? Young Miss Doan took the key, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Don't worry, I won't tell Meng Fujio. Let me take a look at it first. Moments later, she sat before a laptop, repeatedly entering passwords, each attempt failing. Why is the password wrong? Don Dong stood deep in thought, trying to recall any relevant numbers. He even set a password. Just then, his daughter, Yuan Xiuyu, approached. Mom, let me try. To everyone's astonishment, Yuan Xiuyu unlocked the laptop on her first try. Unlocked successfully. How did you know his password? Tears welled in Yuan Xiuyu's eyes as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Dad knew it was dangerous. He told me the password beforehand. He always kept me in his heart. Lulu sighed helplessly. If Uncle C hadn't been so greedy and acted against everyone, perhaps your family. Young Miss Doan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, no need to say more. Little Lou, my brother, I should pay you. I've made arrangements with the bank. I'll transfer the funds tomorrow morning. Is that soon enough? Lulu nodded gently. It's still in time to send to the Chi family. Afterwards, as he and Lin Wuvi walked down the hallway, preparing to leave, he asked, should I have Miss Doan's driver take you home? Lin Wuvi stuck out her tongue playfully. I don't want to. He chuckled nervously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Arriving at Suzy Anger's house, Lulu, blushing, introduced Lin Wuvi, who stood beside him, striking a graceful pose. Let me introduce everyone to Lin Wuvi. She helped me retrieve the secret key for Jia Yuan today. Meng Fujio, arms crossed, smiled approvingly. Well done. Went out on business and picked up a little sister, I see. Unsure how to explain, Lulu stammered, for safety. When we were escaping, we left the luxury car at Hao Ding, so Before he could finish, Lin Wuvi chimed in brightly, startling everyone. Wow, two beautiful ladies. Which one of you is Lulu's girlfriend? Han Xiuqiu, mortified, blurted out, W, what are you talking about? Meng Fujio, slightly irritated, denied it. I don't know. Anyway, it's not me. Lin Wuvi, without hesitation, declared, well, that's great. I'll be his girlfriend. You two don't have any objections, do you? Both Han Xiuqiu and Meng Fujio retorted angrily. We have huge objections. Lin Wuvi then proposed a rather troublesome idea. Well, then, let's have a competition. Whoever wins gets to be his girlfriend. Both women frowned in confusion. What? Why do we have to compete? Lin Wuvi reached into her shirt again, searching. Let me find the projector. Lulu, standing to the side, clutched his chest, trembling. He had a distinct premonition of impending doom. Lin Wuvi, beaming, pressed the power button on the projector. All right, let the games begin. Only Lulu, utterly powerless, slumped beneath the rosy glow of the projector screen. Meng Fujio, a prickly presence, began to bristle with indignation at the absurdity unfolding before her. Enough, she declared flatly. This is ridiculous. I'm not competing. Han Xiuqiu, by contrast, responded calmly, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. I think if you truly enjoy something, a little competition is fine. She furrowed her brow, calculating. If I don't assert myself here, I'll never get the better of Meng Fujio. Lulu scratched his head, offering a suggestion, though his voice seemed to carry little weight. I think maybe we should just forget it. This kind of thing can ruin friendships. Lin Wuvi pinched his cheek, silencing him. No need for your input. Just stand aside and enjoy the show. Then, with a cheerful air, she announced, if everyone's so keen, let's have a competition. A moment later, however, she slumped, deflating Han Xiuqiu and Meng Fujio's enthusiasm. But what should we compete in? I haven't thought of anything yet. After barely a minute of contemplation, Lin Wuvi brightened. I know. Let's have a test of physical strength, just the two of us. Han Xiuqiu had a completely different idea. Let's have an art competition. Even Meng Fujio differed. How about a battle of wits? Seeing the disagreement, Lin Wuvi proposed a new idea. Well, what should we do? The three of us could fight each other. Meng Fujio scowled. Wouldn't that just turn into a test of physical strength? The discussion seemed to be going nowhere, so Lulu ventured to speak. How about a dance competition? It involves physical strength, artistry, and coordination of mind and body. Lin Wuvi was the first to raise her hand in agreement. That's a great idea. Then, she immediately shifted the focus to the projector screen, where a flamboyantly decorated title now appeared. Lulu's Girlfriend Championship. Dance Off. Meng Fujio shot him a sideways glance. You're really taking this seriously, aren't you? Afraid we'll actually start fighting? Lin Wuvi, seemingly confident, laid out the rules. Here's how it'll work. We'll compare our popularity. We'll all wear masquerade masks. Post a video of our dancing online, and in 2 hours, whoever has the most likes wins. Without hesitation, Han Xiuqiu shed her outer jacket. I'll go first. In the soft light, Xiuqiu's alluring figure began to move. I'll make them back down, she thought. With a provocative sway of her hips, she launched into a sultry dance. She spun gracefully, the thin fabric of her top clinging to her back, a captivating sight. Lulu's gaze followed her every move, seemingly mesmerized. I never would have guessed someone so demure could be so wild when she dances, he thought. Xiuqiu, brimming with confidence, reveled in the attention. Back in college, my dancing drove the entire campus crazy. When she deliberately caught his eye, she noticed his dazed expression. She finished with a flawless pose, certain he was utterly captivated. The music barely faded before Lin Wuvi stepped forward, a delicate white scarf draped around her. My turn, my turn. She wore an Egyptian-style outfit that accentuated her toned and beautiful physique, ready to perform a belly dance. Xiuqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get that outfit? Lin Wuvi smirked. I carry it with me. One must always be prepared when dating. As the music began, Wuvi gracefully extended a hand, followed by a fluid movement of her feet. She'd planned this. Those pathetic men online are suckers for this kind of thing, she thought, preening as she danced. I'm utterly enchanting, a perfect blend of grace and seduction. After her performance, Lin Wuvi whispered a provocative challenge to Meng Fujio. So, if you want to win, you'll have to dress even more daringly. Lulu, sitting in the back, felt a pang of hesitation. While the spectacle was captivating, he didn't want Meng Fujio to compete in such a manner. Without another word, Meng Fujio walked towards the door, softly uttering, "If you insist, then I'll just have to make you bow down before me." The door slowly opened, revealing a man standing behind it. He was Meng Fujio's attendant, who had swiftly brought the items she requested. "Miss Meng, the clothes you asked for are here." When Meng Fujio finished changing, the other three were utterly stunned, jaws agape, in disbelief. Her eyes, framed by thick, curled lashes, fluttered open. Meng Fujio was adorned in a magnificent red, ancient-style dress. As the music began, she opened her eyes and commenced her traditional dance. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, she moved with confidence, like a celestial being gliding through the air. Lulu, his face flushed crimson, watched with delight. She has this skill too, he thought. The ancient dress accentuated her inherent beauty. Both Han Xiuqiu and Lin Wuvi gasped in admiration. Beautiful, making full use of her long sleeves. Meng Fujio performed the dance with graceful, flowing movements. Lulu chuckled with amusement. Looks like I don't need to worry about rigging the competition for her, he mused. Once Meng Fujio's performance concluded, Lulu promptly uploaded all 3 dance videos online. Okay, they're posted. Now we just wait for the results. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Wuvi, beaming, exclaimed, "Wow, my video has over 10,000 likes." Meng Fujio, though maintaining a cool demeanor, couldn't resist a competitive jab. "How embarrassing. I have 1 unit more than you, 20,000 likes." Han Qiuqiu stood behind them, dejected. "I only have 7 or 8,000. Lin Wuvi, without hesitation, shoved Lu Lu towards Meng Fujio. "Well, he's yours now." Meng Fujio, with a pout, declared, "I was just playing along with you too. I don't need this guy." Lu Lu was inwardly taken aback by her words. "You deliberately had someone send the clothes over, didn't you?" he thought. Before leaving, Lin Wuvi turned back and made an announcement that surprised Meng Fujio. "All right, he's yours for this month. Next month, I'll be back for another dance-off. Just one win isn't enough, is it?" Lin Wuvi smirked triumphantly. "Of course, boyfriends should be rotated monthly." Meng Fujio, exasperated, yelled, "Don't come back." After Lin Wuvi left, she turned to Lu Lu, demanding an explanation. "Why did you provoke her?" He simply shrugged, answering honestly, "If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to get into Hao Ding today." Meng Fujio furrowed her brow, questioning him. "You caused such a big scene at Hao Ding. What was He Shanfeng's reaction?" Lu Lu sighed, closing his eyes. "With so many debts hanging over me, what am I not afraid?" He then leaned closer to Meng Fujio, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You're already concerned about me after just becoming my girlfriend? I'm so touched." Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she pushed him away. "Who's your girlfriend? Be serious." Inside the Hao Ding club, He Shanfeng's silhouette was clearly visible through the window. 2 of his subordinates were bowing before him, enduring his interrogation. "You two let Lu Lu in." Trembling, they tried to explain. It was Miss Lin Wuvi. She forced her way in with a knife. "We didn't dare stop her." He Shanfeng's voice boomed, cornering them. "Don't you know who's the most fearsome person here?" He slowly extended a menacing hand. "Let me remind you." The subordinate flinched, his eyes following He Shanfeng's gaunt hand. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his imminent demise. "No, please." He Shanfeng reached out and directly absorbed the man's life force. His life force drained away with terrifying speed, leaving behind only a withered husk of skin and bone. The echoes of his horrified screams still hung in the air. After dealing with both underlings, He Shanfeng remained unervingly calm. "Just say Uncle Yuan died from taking Wu Qian's medicine. Don't let this get out. It wouldn't be good for the reputation of Black Wind Mountain." A close subordinate approached with news. "Eldagu, Lin Wuvi's car is still here. Shouldn't we go to the Dragon Guild and demand an explanation?" Meanwhile, Duan Shishir presented Lu Lu with a gleaming gold card. 200 million. "I've transferred it to you." She inquired subtly. "The Chief family didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Lu Lu smiled. "The Chief family has been around for a long time. They know the rules." Taking the card, he turned and left with an air of confident assurance. Lu Lu quickly arrived at Chi's office and presented the card. "Mr. Chi, I brought you the 200 million. Chi, looking haggard, accepted the card and handed it to the attractive young woman behind him. "Check this. Lu, and I need to have a little chat." "Yes, sir." Lu, not wanting to linger, said, "If the money's all right, I'll be going. I have some things to attend to." Chi raised a hand to stop him. "Not so fast." Lu frowned, his gaze fixed on Chi. "Uncle Yuan hired 2 assassins to deal with you, Gao Han and Wu Yongning. They were both from Dala. Dala is an assassin organization." Lu was taken aback. "Dala? I think I heard them mention they worked for you." Chi's voice turned serious. "I'm also part of Dala. I need to have a word with them about this." Lu crossed his arms, feigning confusion. Chi quickly got to the point. "Tell me, what can be done about this?" 200 million. Chi had clearly planned this. "While I'm not personally acquainted with them, I'd still like to squeeze a little something out of you." Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Let me think about it." By this time, the young woman had finished verifying the card and returned it. "The card is fine. The funds have been transferred." Finally, Lu made a straightforward counteroffer. "I can give you the money, but the next time I run into trouble, you have to help me out." Chi laughed. "You still want a bargain?" Lu, no longer feeling the need to be cautious, responded bluntly, leaving Chi stunned. "Mr. Chi, if you take money, you have to do the work. Otherwise, it's no different from robbery." It's not pleasant to say it out loud. "You little brat, you dare defy me." After a moment, Chi relented. "Fine. As long as it's not too much trouble, I can help you once." "Thank you, Mr. Chi. I'll wait for the money. I'll send it to you within a week." The sky had begun to darken, and the lights of the tallest building in the city had long since been switched on. At the the Lin Pharmaceuticals building, Lin Xuanya pouted. Meng Fujio and the others dance for you? I want to dance for you too. She pranced back and forth like a playful, adorable kitten. Clap for me. Lulu reluctantly clapped and offered a compliment. Very good. Lin Xuanya, however, posed a difficult question, leaving him stammering and quickly changing the subject. So, who's prettier, me or Meng Fujio? Each of you is beautiful in your own way. I actually came here for something else. He scratched his head sheepishly. How are sales of that rejuvenation pill going? Lin Xuanya replied promptly. Duantong's return was a sensation. Pre-orders have already exceeded 200 million. He pressed further. I'm in urgent need of money lately. Could I have that amount in advance? Thursday, Na didn't stand on ceremony with him. She agreed with a bright smile. No problem. I'll just ask my dad. Lulu turned to leave. Then, excuse me. I'll come back tomorrow. She seemed a little taken aback. Won't you stay a little longer? He waved goodbye. No, I still have merchandise to deal with this afternoon. Watching him go, Thursday, Na felt a heaviness in her heart. His words echoed in her mind. She clenched her hand, tormented. Lulu saved my life. Don't expect too much. A few minutes later, Lulu was back at his shop, Lu-Ra, meticulously arranging his goods. Besides snacks, I should bring in some high-tech gadgets. Then, I'll open a supermarket. Outside the shop, a crowd had gathered, their expressions grim. Hey Shanfeng, you deal with Lulu. It just so happens I have an old score to settle with him. The burly man, Vote Dai Se, barked at his subordinates. When the time comes, you lot hold him off, and I'll finish him with one blow. His underlings immediately responded, yes, yes. Then they started to advance. Outside Lu-Ra, several men stood poised. Vo Vin Nin gritted his teeth and ordered, he's unguarded. Get inside and smash the place up. Following the command, his men channeled their power, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks towards Lu-Ra. Their assault intensified. The entire area was engulfed in a maelstrom of energy. Volzaikai Inwali Gusing. Lulu, this time you're dead for sure. As the dust and smoke cleared, Lulu's shop and Scathe gradually came back into view. Vo Vin Nin stared in disbelief. The shop stood gleaming, completely untouched. They all gasped. Ow, how was that possible? Suddenly, a swift yet powerful attack burst forth. The men who had just attacked Lu-Ra collapsed in a heap, leaving Vo Dai Ca terrified. You, what's wrong with you? Lulu stood behind them, dusting off his hands. His words drained the color from Vo Dai Ca's face. Vo Dai Ca, in such a hurry to pay me a visit? Vo Vin Nin's eyes darted around before he turned to flee. Lulu smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. Good thing the shop upgraded its defense system. Mom doesn't have to worry about troublemakers anymore. Vo Vin Nin strained to escape, but found himself rooted to the spot. Why can't I run? I can't control my body. Lulu then produced the contract they had signed earlier. Vo Dai Ca, you have a short memory. Have you forgotten you signed this contract? Vo Vin Nin's face contorted in rage as he realized he'd been tricked. This is also a magical artifact. This is called a contract. Honesty and trustworthiness. His expression shifted as quickly as a flipping pancake. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing profusely. Liu Lodi, or Liu Duck. Your Excellency, please have mercy on me. Lulu calmly pointed at the document. It's all written here in black and white. If you attack me or Lu-Ra again, Vo Vin Nin, you'll be my servant for life. Lulu's threat sent a shiver down Vo Vin Nin's spine. A servant? Dage, please don't make things difficult for me. When Vo Vin Nin protested, Lulu glared at him, pushing him into a corner. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I'm an upright person. I won't do anything unreasonable to you. And so, Vo Vin Nin was taken to Chi's office as a servant, while Lulu proudly held the gold card in his hand. 200 million from the Chi family. This Dalek colleague of yours has agreed to a truce with me. Chita gave a slight, smug smile. Vo Vin Nin seized the opportunity, rushing forward to grasp Chita's hand ingratiatingly. Master Chi, from now on, I'll be following Boss Lu. I hope you'll look after me. Chita, incredulous, offered grudging praise. Lulu, you're quite capable. Even someone from Dala obeys you so readily. He quickly made his decision and moved to dismiss them. I'll accept this money. You can go now. After this incident, Chita became more wary of Lulu Even Vo Vin Nin is now his subordinate. It seems I'll have to deal with him before he becomes too powerful. Lulu returned to his otherworldly shop, diligently moving goods. After a while, he called out, Hong Tu Jindabai, I have a small favor to ask. Immediately, Hong Tu and Jindabai appeared, bowing respectfully before him. Immortal, what are your commands? He offered them a simple enough task. Please find me a special birthday gift for a woman. If you succeed, all these snacks are yours. Looking at the basket overflowing with glittering treats, the two of them, eyes shining like stars, replied, Immortal, just wait. We'll go right away. Half an hour later, trouble struck. Hong Tu supported a fainting woman, urgently calling for help. Immortal, it's not good. Immortal, something terrible has happened. My friend has suddenly fallen ill. The woman's face appeared incredibly frail. What's wrong with her? Lulu asked. Hong Tu replied in a low voice. Immortal, her name is Shangwan Shui. She suffered from a cold poison since childhood. Her voice grew even quieter as she continued, clearly distressed. She relies on high-grade warm jade to manage it. But that scoundrel Hua Fu bought up all the warm jade on the market. Sister Shui is dying as a result. Shangwan Shui lay on the bed, her face contorted in pain. Lulu reached out to take her pulse, thinking to himself, I don't know who this Hua Fu is, but he doesn't sound like a good person. Closing his eyes to feel her pulse, he said, This young lady's body temperature is far too low. After assessing Shangwan Shui's condition, Lulu stood up and asked, Why doesn't she cultivate fire attribute techniques to warm herself? Hong Tu, sitting on the bed, replied, Sister Shui has a special constitution. Fire attribute techniques, or even flames, would damage her heart meridians. Try this, Lulu said, producing a strange object. After its use, Shangwan Shui's pain and discomfort vanished. A wave of relief washed over her. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Shangwan Shui awaken, Hong Tu cried out with tears of joy. She's awake. Still slightly dazed, Shangwan Shui brought a hand to her forehead and asked, Where? What happened? Hong Tu explained cheerfully. Sister Shui, you fainted when you left your house. I brought you to the immortal. Understanding the situation, Shangwan Shui bowed deeply to Lulu, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. Please accept my deepest gratitude. Lulu, having just saved Hong Tu's close friend, Shangwan Shui, helped her up. It was nothing. There's no need for such formality. Hong Tu, beaming, chimed in. The immortal is incredibly powerful. He solved it with just a touch. Shangwan Shui, looking down, said, I will repay you for this kindness. Touching her stomach, she added, This object is even more effective than warm jade. I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Lulu produced a large container, saying generously, This is a time limit. Take these to manage your condition for now. Next time, I'll give you a more permanent solution. Shangwan Shui waved her hands, protesting, This is too much. I can't accept it. Lulu smiled. Just take it. Seeing this, Hong Tu quickly stored them in her spatial ring. I'll accept these for you, sister, and put them in my spatial ring for now. I'll transfer them to your place later. Lulu, noticing the ring on Hong Tu's finger, his eyes sparkling, said, How about giving me a few as a reward? Shangwan Shui, hearing this, clasped her hands respectfully and said, As you wish. Jindabai called out, Immortal sir, he excitedly announced, I found the treasure you were looking for. In his hand was a strange, square stone. You found me a black stone? Lulu asked doubtfully. Jindabai used his power, and a miniature galaxy, breathtakingly beautiful, appeared. Jindabai explained, This is a starstone. It can regulate breathing and also emit light. Holding the starstone, Lulu mused, This is good, but it's rather ugly. Shangwan Shui, standing nearby, spoke up. Please allow me to address that for you. The starstone began to shift and change shape, becoming vastly different from its original form. Holding the transformed starstone, Lulu praised her with delight. Excellent craftsmanship, Shangwan Shui replied. It's just a small technique of the Shangwan family, nothing special. Hong Tu, beside them, gestured dramatically. Oh no, I forgot to find a gift for the immortal. Shangwan Shui, ignoring her, continued. It's merely a minor skill, not worth mentioning. Elsewhere, a servant was kicked sprawling. A male voice boomed. You fear the shop but not me? Hua Fu, holding a fan to his mouth, smiled with malice. Someone break his legs. He turned and walked away, saying, Daring to touch my woman, I'll see what kind of immortal you are. Hong Tu pouted. Immortal, I didn't find you a gift. In contrast, Lulu patted her head. Saving a person is always more important than objects. You did well. The door burst open. Hua, Few sneered. Who's the blind fool who dared to open a shop here? Lulu turned his head indifferently. You wouldn't happen to be Hua Few, would you? Seeing that Lulu knew him, he said with amusement. The one and only, your grandpa. Lulu frowned. Sorry, time's up. We'll talk later. Before Hua Few understood what was happening, he was sent flying, yelling, Mother! Hua Few, disheveled and bleeding from his mouth, pointed and screamed, Destroy this shop. How dare you? Shangguan Shui stepped forward angrily, flanked by Jinda Bai and Hong Tuesday. Seeing her, he scoffed. You're not even my concubine yet, and you're already acting so high and mighty? If he dares to come back, I'll have his shop demolished. In the office of Lam VU Philadelphia Real Estate, Long Dang, a fist slammed down on the table with a crash. The force displayed the person's fury. Elder Hack Sun Fong slammed his hand on the table. You've got some nerve. He pointed at Lam Vu Fi, who was sitting in a chair. My place still has your cars. Lam Vu Fi, Thou Wen. My sister isn't technically one of us, but she snapped her fingers. I'll take responsibility for her and offer a gift. Long Tim entered carrying a tray. Director Lam, I brought the Imperial Jade bracelet. Lam Vu Fi crossed his arms. This is Tai Hong Track. Initially, Lulu crippled him. We went to great lengths to help the Hack Sun Fong sect rescue him. Tai Hong Track knelt beside Elder Hack Sun Fong, tears streaming down his face. Save me, Elder. Lulu crippled my cultivation. The elder placed a hand on his head. He crippled your cultivation. Tai Hong Track gritted his teeth, his head bowed. Yes, kill him. Avenge me, the elder replied softly. Of course, I will kill him. His gaze turned icy. Even as he spoke, the elder struck Tai Hong Track. The Hack Sun Fong sect has no need for useless trash. In mere moments, the healthy young man was reduced to a withered husk. Both Long Tim and Lam Vu Fi flinched at the elder's ruthlessness. As if nothing had happened, the elder said, You should know, this one can hardly be considered a proper gift. Lam Vu Fi gave an order. Long Tim, call Lulu, arrange a meeting. Bring him here. Long Tim immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The elder smiled smugly. Since you've been so obedient, I'll give you a piece of information. Pack your things and leave Xanadu. Lam Vu Fi, Thou Wen. What do you mean? The elder spoke cryptically. That's all I'll say. Take care of yourself. That fool Lulu has no idea, does he? Why would Long Tim suddenly want to meet me? Sensing danger, Lulu frowned slightly. He spun, dodging an incoming attack. Who? Almost instantly, he had his answer. Action Fung. Despite avoiding the blow, his shoulders still stung. He realized his opponent's cultivation was significantly higher than his own. Direct confrontation would be foolish. Now, use the artifact. Drain his energy. He reached for a magical artifact, but before he could use it, it shattered. Lulu was stunned. It can't absorb his power? The elder sneered. Any other tricks? Let's see them. Lulu fumbled, then said, How about this, then? With a flicker of movement, he vanished. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Not to be outdone, he gave chase. Fire Star Trail. Lulu cried out in fear as he fled, but the elder's attack struck his leg. With a thud, Lulu collapsed. He yelled, Tun Mo Quan, get me out of here. In a blink, Tun Mo Quan appeared, a faint smile on her lips. Seeing her, the elder said, No wonder the little brat ran home. He came to call for reinforcements. Lulu had managed to sit up. Tun Mo Quan spoke. You used the Chi family's protection money that quickly? Lulu chuckled. In this situation, I had no choice. The elder smiled, two streams of energy swirling in his hands. I'm afraid even with that, it won't be enough. Tun Mo Quan gripped the hilt of her sword. It seems even the Tun family's reputation won't stay your hand. The energy in the elder's hands coalesced into a single sphere. Her sword extended, deflecting the sphere back towards him. You're just a little girl from the Tun family, the elder scoffed. Why should the Hack Sun Fong sect fear you? Radiant Chi sword. She swung her sword with force. The two energies clashed. Dun Makau Quan Stajeret. The elder appeared before her instantly. Also at the Golden Core stage, just like me. He sneered. But your cultivation is nothing more than this. She lunged. Seeing this, the elder frowned. You overestimate yourself. With a flash of crimson, Elder Hack Sun Fong's Tai Hong Zhan sliced through the air. The old man's blood sprayed in a gruesome arc as his body was cleaved in two. Blood gurgled from his mouth, his body convulsed, and he stammered, What kind of sword is that? Lulu gasped, shocked by the swift execution. Tun Mo Quan looked down at the bisected corpse with disdain. He didn't even have a magical treasure and dared to touch a member of the Tun family. She turned to Lulu now. Let's talk about you. Hearing his name, Lulu flinched, clutching himself and trembling. What do you want? He stammered, fear gripping him. Tun Mo Quan leaned in close, her voice a low murmur against his ear. I saved you. How should you repay me? Lulu's face tightened. I already paid the Chi family for protection. Tun Mo Quan's voice was icy. The Chi family is the Chi family. Am I not worthy of your gratitude? Lulu sighed, resigned. Fine, what do you want? A cold smile played on Tun Mo Quan's lips as she stated her terms. Considering your obedience, I won't demand a large sum. Tomorrow is the fierce talisman Jiao's birthday. Introduce me and let me attend. That will be enough. Lulu's eyes widened. That's not possible. Before he could protest further, Tun Mo Quan turned and walked away, her voice echoing back. Don't argue. It's decided. Lulu stood there, drenched in a cold sweat. I have a bad feeling about this. She's up to something. He paused, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Wait, I feel like I've forgotten something important. At Longdang Real Estate, Lulu fumed. That Long Tim, he lured me out here to get me killed. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a jolt of realization, his face paling. What's going on here? Something's happening up there. There are a lot of cultivators. A sudden explosion rocked the air, sending a plume of smoke billowing skyward. Through the dissipating smoke, two familiar figures emerged, Long Tim and Lam Vu Fai, both badly injured. Long Tim looked desperately at Lulu. Help! Lulu's mind raced. You try to have me killed. Why should I help you? A group of menacing thugs surrounded Long Tim and Lam Vu Fai. Get them! Don't let them escape, they shouted. Just as they closed in, a luxurious car screeched to a halt, drawing the attention of both Lulu and Long Tim. Catch them! Don't let them get away! The thugs roared, impatient to finish their task. Long Tim shoved Lam Vu Fai towards Lulu. Stay here and cover me. I'll lead them away. Go! With Lam Vu Fai still unconscious, Lulu decided to prioritize saving him. He climbed into the car and secured Lam Vu Fai. Just then, the driver, Lam Vu Fai's sister, Lam Vu Vai, spun the wheel. Hold on. The car sped towards the Lam family hospital. Sister, you're awake, Lam Vu Vai cried, relief flooding her voice. On the hospital bed, Lam Vu Fai slowly opened his eyes. Lulu, you saved me, he whispered weakly. Lulu nodded. Yes. Lam Vu Fai speak. I wronged you. I can't repay you. Long dang, it's been taken over by the Hoff family. Lulu frowned. The Hoff family? Lam Vu Fai's voice was barely a breath. The notorious, ruthless Hoff family. They've come to Xanadu. He looked at Lulu, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. I advise you, while you still can, take your girlfriend and run. If you don't, you'll end up like me. You'll lose everything. Lulu met his gaze, his voice unwavering. You fear them, but I don't. Lam Vu Fai shook his head weakly. You don't understand how ruthless they are. They've sworn they'll stop at nothing to bring down the Meng family. Lulu's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the Meng family. Outside the Lam family hospital, Lulu walked with Le Vu Vai. You going back to your hometown with your sister? He asked. Le Vu Vi nodded. Yes. Even though they haven't been kind to me, she's still my sister. I have to take care of her. Suddenly, Le Vu Vai pulled Lulu close and kissed him, catching him completely off guard. She smiled warmly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Goodbye, Lulu, she whispered, then turned and walked away. Her parting words hung in the air. Next time we meet, ask me to be your girlfriend. Lulu's face flushed crimson, his heart pounding. Hold on, he thought. When did I become her boyfriend? Besides, I still have a score to settle with her sister. Forget it. At least she informed the Meng family. He mused. I can talk to Meng Fugio during the birthday party. The grand hall buzzed with the opulence of Meng Fugio's birthday celebration. Lulu, dressed impeccably, was summoned. Lu, over here, Lam Vu Na called out. Amidst the luxurious setting, a sudden commotion drew their attention. Tun Mo Quan arrived, followed by 10 henchmen, radiating a disruptive energy. Lam Vu Na's voice carried across the room. The elegant atmosphere was shattered as Tun Mo Quan, flanked by her entourage, made her presence known, causing a stir amongst the guests. Meng Changtian's voice boomed. The Tun family's girl? This is my granddaughter's birthday party. Tun Mo, Quan responded calmly. Mr. Meng, consider this a formal greeting from the Tun family. 5 bound figures were unceremoniously dumped onto the floor. Meng Changtian frowned. Men from the Ha family? Tun Mo, Quan nodded. Indeed. Captured nearby. Meng Changtian's face brightened. Then I must thank the Tun family for their kindness. Tun Mo, Quan waved a dismissive hand. A mere trifle, not worth mentioning. She sauntered over to Lu's table and sat down. Lam vu nyasha voice chapin. You can't sit here. Dun makau Quan smirka. Then I'll take Lu elsewhere. He wouldn't dare refuse me. Lu felt a blush creep up his neck. Don't joke like that. On stage, the MC announced. Next up, it's time for the gift opening ceremony. First, the MC proclaimed, CEO Lu has gifted a Ferrari. He continued, next, we had a natural crystal tree from CEO Ma, said to preserve one's youth. Meng Fugio appeared. This is the natural crystal tree, a gift from CEO Ma, said to preserve one's youth. Lu remained unfazed by the thinly veiled barbs. This is the abandoned young master of the Lu family. I hear he's doing quite well for himself these days. Even fought Lu Shiwu at the Ojiang docks. Lu produced a bracelet. This cosmic bracelet. Do you see it? He finished as whispers and snickers rippled through the crowd. Just some street stall trinket. He dares to bring it out? Is that thing worth 10 NDT? 5 NDT is still too much. The bracelet suddenly shimmered, emitting a celestial glow that captivated Meng Fugio. Lu spoke softly. Dao, the mundane world is unworthy of you. Let the starry sky be your companion. Witnessing the bracelet's ethereal light, the crowd erupted in awed murmurs. Magical, a treasure that helps absorb spiritual energy. I feel a warmth emanating from it. Meng Fugio thought to herself, at least you didn't embarrass me. A voice cut through the air, laced with avarice. Wait a minute, that cosmic bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng would be willing to part with it. Tun Mo Quan's voice echoed the sentiment. That cosmic bracelet. I wonder if Miss Meng would be so kind as to relinquish it. The crowd buzzed with excited speculation. The Tun family? How could they? But that's a gift from Mr. Lu to Miss Meng. Lu's face paled. I gave one gift, and I'm suddenly Mr. Lu? A moment ago, I was the abandoned young master. Tun Mo Quan's voice, infused with a chilling aura, silenced the whispers. Shut up. This is between me and the Meng family. If you have objections, step forward and face the Tun family. Tun Mo Quan fixed Meng Changtian with a steely gaze. Mr. Meng, these are turbulent times. Are you certain you don't want to cooperate with the Tun family? Meng Changtian's face tightened. Lu interjected. Miss Tun, how about this? If you like it, I'll get you one just like it later. Tun Mo Quan remained obstinate. I want this one. Now, Meng Changtian roared. Tun Mo Quan, this is my granddaughter's birthday party. Don't cause trouble. He projected his aura, a display of his power. I'm at the peak of the golden core stage. Do you think I fear you? Tun Mo Quan retorted, her voice dripping with arrogance. Perfect. I just killed someone at the golden core stage. A voice rang out in the banquet hall. All right, enough. Meng Fugio, why make your birthday banquet so tense? It's just a bracelet. The Meng family can concede. Tomo configné de surprise. Miss Meng is willing to part with it. Meng Changtian soothed his daughter. Fugio, don't be afraid. Meng Fugio stated her condition. I can't just give it away. My grandfather is about to undergo his tribulation, and your Tun family must assist us. A smug look spread across Tun Mo Quan's face. If Miss Meng is giving the Tun family this much face, naturally we won't treat you poorly. Meng Fugio handed the bracelet to Tun Mo Quan. I hope Miss Tun is a woman of her word. Tun Mo Quan assured her, the Tun family always keeps its promises. After the agreement, the banquet hall buzzed with the news of Meng Changtian's impending tribulation. Master Meng is about to face his tribulation. If he advances, he'll reach the nascent soul stage. Xanadu will have another nascent soul expert. Meng Fugio addressed the guests, regaining control of the celebration. I apologize for the interruption. Please continue enjoying the banquet. I hope you all have a pleasant time. The hall filled with praises for the young woman. The Tun and Meng families united. Miss Meng is truly magnanimous. Someone whispered, I wonder where young Master Lu got that bracelet. Meng Fugio spoke quietly with her father. Father, the Ha family's growing presence in Xanadu. It's better to have one more friend than another enemy. Meng Changtian choked back emotion. Fujio, I'm not strong enough. He clenched his fist. To think I'd let you suffer such humiliation. Meng Fujio took his hand, comforting him. I know you love me more than anything. She glanced at Lulu. It's all right. It's just a gift. We can just say Lulu gave it to me later. Meng Changtian sighed. If only I could break through, then we wouldn't have to endure this. All I lack is a piece of mid-grade spirit stone. Lu cheerfully offered his assistance. That's no problem at all. Leave it to me. Meng Changtian sensed something amiss, teasing, tell me, why does your relationship seem so unconventional? Meng Fujio jumped, quickly defending herself. Father, how could I have a good relationship with someone who broke off our engagement? Lulu wiped his brow, exasperated. This eldest Miss Meng holds a grudge, doesn't she? El Sawada Dun Macau Quamplota. A mid-grade spirit stone, offered so readily. It seems I haven't asked for enough. Back at Lulu's otherworldly shop, he arrived at the entrance, thinking, I need to find a mid-grade spirit stone to help Master Meng with his tribulation. In the distance, a group of people argued. A richly dressed man roared, smash this shop to pieces. Lulu raised an eyebrow. Who are you? The wealthy young man sneered. Don't you remember me? I'm the grandson of General Hua of the ancient Thuong kingdom. Courage and elegance personified, beauty and strength unmatched. Hua Thiu, Lulu said unimpressed. This place needs a new coat of paint. Hua Thiu fumed. Are you even listening to me? With a malicious grin, he ordered his men, did you hear me? Destroy this shop. Shangwan Shui rushed forward, trying to intervene. You'd best not act rashly. This is the place of an immortal. Hua Thiu scowled. You little harlot, just a few days, and you're already consorting with him? Shangwan Shui denied it vehemently. I'm not. I didn't. Hua Thiu, undeterred, pointed at Lulu. Fine. Then I'll cripple this foundation establishment stage chicken right in front of you. Lulu calmly activated the shop's defensive formations, activating supreme, divine ability of the host. Hua Thiu was left standing, stripped bare of his clothes. The crowd erupted in a mixture of laughter and pity as Hua Thiu, his face burning crimson, tried to shield himself. How dare you play tricks on this young master? Someone, seize him and teach him a lesson. Lulu's expression turned predatory. Even stripping you naked won't stop you from courting death. You asked for this. He began to channel his energy. In that case, I'll just have to. Shangwan Shui quickly intervened. Immortal, please stop. She pleaded. The Grand General is currently commanding the defense at Tonlam Mountain. If something happens to Hua Thiu, Lulu shot a bolt of spiritual energy at Hua Thiu's leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. Out of respect for Lady Shangwan, I'll spare your life. Now get out. Two servants rushed to their young master's side. Young master, your leg, your leg. Once the commotion died down, Lulu gestured towards Shangwan Shui and invited her inside. Lady Shangwan, please come in. Jean Bayou, clean this mess up. As they walked inside, Shangwan Shui spoke hesitantly. Immortal, although Hua Thiu is unpleasant, his father is General Hua of the ancient Thuong kingdom. By acting against him, I fear. Lulu reassured her. Don't worry. I have a plan. Please, have a seat here for a moment. Take off your outer robe. Shangwan Shui blushed. Peapart, could it be that the immortal's actions against Hua Thiu were meant to impress her? The thought sent a wave of heat through her cheeks. Immortal, I'm not prepared. She stammered, avoiding his gaze. Lie down, Lulu said softly, a sly smile playing on his lips. You seem a little flushed. Shangwan Shui lay down on the bed, her body burning. This is a otherworldly magnetic therapy, Lulu explained. It doesn't involve any cultivation techniques, so it's perfectly safe. He approached the bed with a strange device, its wires connected to what looked like a thunder beast. Embarrassed, Shangwan Shui mumbled her thanks, realizing she had completely misinterpreted the situation. Lulu smiled and held up 3 fingers. All right, come back once every 3 days. This will effectively treat your cold affliction. Shangwan Shui knelt on one knee, hands clasped together. Thank you for your immense kindness, Immortal. The Shangwan family will surely repay you. Lulu helped her to her feet. Please rise. I will be relying on your family's assistance while I'm in the ancient Thuong kingdom. Just then, Jean Bayou called out, Immortal. Flustered, Lulu quickly said that the cash register is malfunctioning. Shangwan Shui, noticing the interruption, blushed again. After a hasty explanation, he dismissed Jean Bayou with a muttered, so sorry for the interruption. Lulu sighed in relief. Good thing I explained it to Jean Bayou. If Meng Fujio found out, she'd tear me to shreds. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind the counter. Startled, Lulu turned to see Tun Mo Quan standing there, a bright smile on her face, holding a pouch she'd just filled with spirit stones. "You have quite a few spirit stones here, don't you?" she remarked. Lulu stared at her, bewildered. What happened to the shop's security system, he wondered. A system voice echoed in his mind. Scanning. Target identified as cooperating with the host. "Do you wish to activate Supreme Divine Authority?" Lulu rubbed his forehead. No. The Meng family needs the Tun family's help with their upcoming tribulation." Clutching the pouch of spirit stones, Tun Mo Quan asked cheerfully, "Where did you get so many spirit stones?" Lulu grinned. "That's a secret I can't reveal." Suddenly, Tun Mo Quan grabbed him by the collar, startling him. With a swift movement, she wrestled him to the ground. "What will it take to make you tell the truth?" she asked, a playful glint in her eyes. Lying on the floor, Lulu thought indignantly, "This is going too far." Lulu unleashed his overwhelming divine power, his fist connecting squarely with Tun Mo Quan's back, sending her crashing into the wall. She gasped, a hint of weakness in her voice. "Such strength. Why did you need my help last time?" Tun Mo Quan leaned against the wall, a trickle of red syrup tracing a path from the corner of her mouth. "Unless you're joking." Seeing her state, Lulu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. "Damn it, I've been exposed." Suddenly, as if all his strength had drained away, he collapsed in front of Tun Mo Quan, murmuring her name. Hearing her call, he mumbled, "I've fainted." He lay sprawled on the floor, tears welling in his eyes. "Miss Tun, my cultivation technique grants me a momentary boost of power, but it leaves me dizzy afterward. I can't use it in a real fight." Tun Mo Quan looked down at him. "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Lulu feigned indifference. "If you don't believe me, you could try it yourself." She used her spiritual sense to probe his cultivation, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "He really is only at the early stage of chi condensation. He couldn't have pushed me away." Lulu continued to lie pathetically on the floor. "If I really had that kind of power, do you think I would have let you take Meng Fugio's Cosmos bracelet?" Tun Mo Quan's lips curved into a smile. "So you wanted it?" "Of course I wanted it," he said, a touch of resentment in his voice. "Fine, come here. I have a proposition for you." Tun Mo Quan playfully tossed a pouch of spirit stones in the air. 20 spirit stones for protection. Lulu bristled. "Protection? Protection from what?" Tun Mo Quan simply smirked. "When Master Meng undergoes his tribulation, you'd best stay by my side." With a cheerful wave, she turned and walked away. Lulu watched her go, thinking to himself, "Once I master the technique Shangguan Shui gave me, I won't need your protection." She turned her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Clever Lulu, you've certainly caught my attention." The speaker was the current steward of the Ha family, Ha Zaheo, a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Course stage. He declared, "We must eliminate the Meng family, no matter the cost." The crowd below roared their approval. "Eliminate the Meng family. Eliminate the Meng family." Ha Huan, a bewitching woman and a 6th-level Golden Core cultivator of the Ha family, addressed Ha Zaheo. "Why did you ask me to meet you privately?" Ha Jiakin, gazing at the orb in her hand, said, "My calculations show that someone will aid the Meng family during their tribulation. Interfering would be too risky for us." Adziao scowled. "Your mystical act might fool outsiders, but it won't work on your own family." Ha Jiakin glared back. "You're gambling with the entire Ha family's fortune." Ha Zaheo retorted. "The Ha family has no other choice. We must take this gamble." Ha Zaheo turned to leave. Ha Jiakin followed, saying, "I've uncovered some clues about the damage to the Ha family's foundation." He waved her off dismissively. "Enough. Don't spread rumors and undermine morale. Death to all who defy us." Elsewhere, Lulu was in high spirits. His divine power training complete, he donned a handsome new outfit. Those around him began to murmur, "Isn't that the Dalai man?" Another chimed in. "Why is he working as a guard for him?" Yet another asked, puzzled, "Has Lulu truly made a comeback?" A white-haired man with a roguish air abruptly blocked Meng Fugio's path, saying, "You should still come with me. Only my Tun family can help your grandfather with his tribulation." Meng Fugio's face paled. This man was Tun Lang, Sach, a third-level chi condensation cultivator and a descendant of the Tun family. Before he could react, Lu gripped his hand tightly, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Lu said, "My friend from the Tun family, getting this close on our first meeting isn't quite appropriate, is it?" Seeing Lu, Meng Fujio's face lit up with relief. Tunlang Sach, seething, swung at Lu effortlessly dodged the blow. Tunlang Sach lunged again, but Lu evaded him once more. Unfazed by Tunlang Sach's attacks, Lu calmly said, "These are my new clothes. Be careful with them." Tunlang Sach scoffed, "You've got some skill, I'll give you that. But don't mistake the situation." He then gestured to his underlings, ordering them to restrain Meng Fujio. She protested, "What are you doing?" Behind them, several of Tunlang Sach's men lay incapacitated. Courtesy of Lu Tunlang, Sach chuckled, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Attacking the Tun family? Don't you want our help anymore?" With Meng Fujio held captive, he pointed at Lu triumphantly. "If you dare to resist, I'll cut off Miss Meng's hand." Lu thought to himself, dealing with him would be easy, but today is Meng Fujio's grandfather's tribulation. I can't be reckless. Seeing Lu's hesitation, Tunlang Sach's grin widened. He lunged forward, slamming his fist into Lu's face. "That's right, just take the beating." The blow was not light. Meng Fujio cried out, "Let Lu go. He's here to help too." Tunlang Sach's amusement only grew at her distress. His gaze, filled with malice, fixed on Lu. "Oh, quite the affectionate pair, aren't you? It seems I'll have to make him suffer a bit more before you'll willingly come with me." Lu spoke up. "Does the Tun family always operate this way after taking someone's money?" Tunlang Sach didn't hesitate to confirm. "So what if we do? Who are you to question me? Even if you don't like it, you'll have to swallow it." From behind them, a voice cut him off. "He's not talking to you." Tun Mo Quan appeared, followed by a group of individuals. Tunlang Shach schnepped, "Schichter, you were just supposed to offer them some perfunctory assistance. Why bring the 4 pillars of the Tun family here?" The individuals behind her were indeed the 4 pillars of the Tun family. Tun Lu Trung, Tun Lu Hu, Tun Lunan, and Tun Lunia. Tun Mo Quan, a playful smile on her lips, gestured towards Meng Fujio. "Release her. We don't do things this way." Hearing this, Tunlang Sach's man loosened his grip. Meng Fujio angrily wrenched her hand free. Tunlang Sach, furious, turned to his sister. "Sister, why are you helping outsiders?" Tun Mo Quan stifled a laugh. "Outsiders? You were removed from the family register long ago for tarnishing the Tun family's reputation. You're the outsider." A piercing gaze from behind sent a chill down Tunlang Sach's spine. The aura emanating from the person behind him was thick with killing intent, making him tremble. Lu darted forward, landing a solid punch on Tunlang Sach's face. His features contorted, eyes rolling back as blood spurted from his nose. Lu said cheerfully, "If you're an outsider, then this is much simpler." Enraged, Tunlang Sach pulled out a concealed weapon. "Damn you! My face isn't something you can just touch," he sneered. "Your cultivation is 2 realms below mine." Lu, far from intimidated, advanced with an aura of power. "How can I know how talented you are if I don't test you myself?" Tun Mo Quan watched the scene unfold with amusement, thinking to herself, "Let's see what other surprises you have in store." Lu Tunlang Sach hurled his hidden weapon at Lu, but each projectile was effortlessly deflected. Seizing the opportunity, Tunlang Sach lunged forward, roaring, "Here's my true killing move." He roared, "Prepare to die." Lu remained motionless. Meng Fujio, witnessing this, cried out in alarm, "Lu." The swords plunged deep into the earth, but Lu was nowhere to be seen. Tunlang Sach, bewildered, wondered, "Where is he?" Almost instantly, Lu appeared directly behind him, moving with blinding speed. Tunlang Sach's eyes widened in shock. Lu channeled power into his arm and delivered a brutal punch to Tunlang Sach's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact was so forceful that cracks spiderwebbed across the earth. His face a mangled mess. Tunlang Sach struggled to his feet, gasping, "I won't die so easily." Lu stepped back, gathering momentum, then cheerfully delivered another blow. Have some more, he grinned. A terrifying surge of power erupted. Tan Lang's Satch was left in such agony, he couldn't even scream. Finished, Lu turned and walked away, muttering, "Warm-up complete." Behind him lay a crumpled, blackened heap. Tan Lang's Satch's mouth moved weakly, forming a silent, "No, impossible." Lu thought to himself, the spirit movement technique is truly effective. I can execute skills continuously now. Well done, young master. The group that had followed Tun Mo Quan earlier all gave a thumbs up, showering Lu with praise. Tun Mo Quan thought with amusement. He even crushed someone 2 realms higher than him like that. Intriguing. What's happening elsewhere? Meng Changtian seemed somewhat perplexed. Meng Fujio softly called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Lu gently reassured her. Master Meng has entered a meditative state to prepare for his tribulation. Let him focus. He then smiled and addressed the old man. "Don't worry, Master Meng. The Tun family is here. You can undergo your tribulation in peace." Meng Changtian's face was etched with worry. "Jiao, what if I don't return? The Meng family will rely on you." Meng Fujio whispered, "Grandpa." She reassured him, "With me and everyone else, you will surely overcome this." Meng Changtian declared. At this point, the Meng family can only move forward. He bowed his head. "I entrust my protection to the Tun family. If there are any casualties, the Meng family will compensate accordingly." Tun Mo Quan also bowed in return. "Naturally, we will do our utmost to assist." The tribulation altar. Meng Fujio spoke into a communication device. Disciples of the Meng family, according to the plan, protect the Great Viet alongside the disciples of the Tun family. Tun Mo Quan added, "Disciples of the Tun family, follow Lady Meng's commands." Both groups of disciples responded in unison. "Understood." Disciples of the Meng family. Disciples of the Tun family. Meng Changtian declared, "The fate of the Meng family rests on this. I pray for the blessings of our ancestors." He chanted, "Eternal heavenly fortune, life's destiny rages. I grasp the handle of destiny, my mortal strength strained." Raising his fist towards the heavens, he spoke. A long, vicious bolt of lightning struck down. The tribulation begins. At the center of the crowd, someone was ascending. The surrounding people murmured, "Has it begun? Is Xanadu about to witness the rise of another great family?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Will the Meng family be all right?" Not far away, inside a black car, Long Qian spoke. "Do you know why the Ha family is making such a big fuss this time? Why are they so determined to risk everything against the Meng family?" He continued, "Because the nascent soul realm is a dividing line. If you want to make it big in Xanadu, without a nascent soul expert at the helm, forget about it." Dai Ta, arms crossed, replied, "The Tun family has sent 4 nascent soul cultivators to help. The Ha family can't win." Long Qian's expression darkened. "Then why are they even bothering? Dita smilet es el ypsilon. As long as the Ha family fights desperately, the Meng family might not be able to complete their tribulation smoothly." A group of armed men stood outside the Meng family estate. Ha Ziheo's face was grim. Damn it, she actually ran away at the last minute. Bolts of lightning continued to crash down. Ha Ziheo yelled urgently. While he's struck by lightning, Ha clan disciples, attack with me. These lightning bolts are karmic tribulation, a life or death situation. A bolt of lightning pierced the protective barrier, striking Meng Changtian. Meng Fujio cried out in worry, but Lu comforted her. "Don't worry, the first bolt of lightning won't injure him. I've made preparations to ensure your grandfather's safety." Meng Fujio's face bloomed like a flower. With you here, I'm relieved." A furious voice boomed. "Damn it, the first lightning bolt has already broken a shield. Why are you still standing around gawking?" "Zu idiot, Mengza." Ha Ziheo roared, urging the Ha clan disciples forward. Meng Fujio, her expression serious, spoke into a communication device. "Those blocking the outer perimeter, don't be reckless. Middle layer, use demoralizing tactics to slow their advance." She continued, "The altar on this side is entrusted to the 4 Tun pillars." Lu smiled proudly, thinking, she's amazing, staying so calm under pressure. Meanwhile, Meng Fujio continued her instructions. "Please prepare yourselves, you 4. The 4 Tun family members replied in unison. "Yes, our little commander." The dark clouds above roiled angrily. "Don't call me that," a booming voice interrupted. Outside the Meng estate, Man Ra directed the Ha clan disciples. "Charge inside. Don't get bogged down in skirmishes." He He charged straight in. Our target is only one, Lulu. Meanwhile, Lu the Vu crept forward, clutching 2 canisters of gasoline. As he poured the fuel, he muttered resentfully, "The Meng clan dares to help Lulu? I'll burn them all down." He was at the 7th level of body refinement. Someone approached Lu the Vu from behind. Lulu anticipated that a wretch like you would come to join the fun. He told me to wait outside. It was Hua Suang, a sneer twisting his lips. "Perfect. I'll use you to loosen up my muscles." He was at the peak of body refinement. Lu the Vu staggered to his feet. "You damned fatty. How dare you touch me?" Hua Suang's hand transformed into stone. He slapped Lu the Vu across the face. This is called the boulder slap. Lu the Vu was sent flying 7 meters by Hua Suang's blow. He fumbled with the lid of a container. "Damn fatty. Don't think you're so great just because you know some cultivation technique." He gulped down the strange liquid. Suddenly, his fingernails lengthened and fangs sprouted from his mouth. He transformed into a massive wolf. Lu the Vu howled, "Come on, let me test my claws and fangs on you." He froze abruptly. Hua Song looked towards the approaching Meng clan disciples. "You've arrived? Come on, break his teeth." Lu the Vu was terrified. They even called for reinforcements. Inside the Meng estate, Hazi Heo urged his men onward. "Hurry, that old man has already been struck by 1 bolt of lightning." He turned to Ha Hung. "Ha Hung, we'll handle the main force. You find Meng Fujio and take care of her. Just a clean kill will do." Ha Hung replied arrogantly, "Don't worry, uncle. Leave it to me." He smirked. "I'm experienced at killing. She's as good as dead." Ha Hung was at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. Hazi Heo reminded him, "You have the unique ability of transformation. Regardless of the outcome, you cannot die." Ha Hung, already shifting shape, replied, "Don't worry. It's them who should be dying. I'm off." He transformed into a bee and flew off. Meng Fujio called out, "Who's there?" Ha Hung, in his bee form, locked onto Meng Fujio. "Kill her first," he thought. "Then I'll deal with Meng Changtian and make the Ha clan famous." Don Mo Guan Se, Viin Sai Fi Fin Ki Gang. "You're all going to die here." Ha Hung, looking at Tunamo Quan, thought, "Speak of the devil." Lulu looked at Meng Fujio and said, "Give me your charger so I can charge my phone." Aungsit. This guy's energy is already low, he thought with a dark glee. I really want to see Meng Changtian's face when he finds out his niece died before him. Tunemo Quan, go somewhere else. I'm going to the recording room. You two absolutely must not leave this circle. Lulu waved his hand dismissively. Didn't you say not to leave your side? Meng Fujio asked, exasperated. Since when were you two so close? Aungrage the internally. Flaunting your affection? You're all going to die. He glared at Meng Fujio's back. Light flashed from Lulu's hand, striking Ha Hung, who was in his bee form. Electricity crackled around Ha Hung. A puff of white smoke suddenly appeared in front of Lulu. Forced back into his human form, Ha Hung cursed. Damn it, how did you find out? Lulu looked at him with deadly eyes. Find out what? I just wanted to swat a bug. Ha Hung burst into laughter. It doesn't matter if you found out. You're all going to die anyway. Standing within a barrier, Lulu pinched his nose in disgust. Did you fart? Aungrorde in fury. You farted, he yelled, unleashing a cloud of poisonous gas. This poison will quickly fill the barrier. You'll suffocate and die. Lulu stepped out of the barrier. Thanks for the heads up. He stood outside, a smirk playing on his lips. This barrier only blocks cultivation techniques, not people. Trapped inside, Ha Hung shrieked. Don't even think about running. Lulu chuckled darkly. Running? Why would I? Ha Hung found himself bound tightly. I said this barrier only blocks techniques. Now, with only your head sticking out, your spells are useless. Ha Hung gritted his teeth. Despicable. If you have the guts, let me out and fight me fair and square. Meng Fujio, holding a fire extinguisher, looked at him judgmentally. You were trying to assassinate someone. You have no right to talk about fair and squared. She sprayed him in the face. Take that, you creep. Lulu gazed at her adoringly. Miss Meng is so fierce. Tunemo Quan watched, deep in thought. He defeated someone several realms above him without breaking a sweat. She smiled to herself. He passed this test too. He really does surprise me every time. Inside the Meng family estate, Vo Vin Nin wailed. Don't hit me. I don't want to fight. He was kicked squarely in the face. You say you don't want to fight, but you're the one attacking, someone shouted. Everyone get him. Vo Ving Ning Fulai Wili. Aren't you supposed to be taking advantage of the situation? He struck one of the red-haired men. "Stop fighting me. I'm being forced to do this," the red-haired man cried. "Then you should have stopped first." Four red-haired men surrounded Vovin Nin. "Just look at him, a despicable villain," another one sneered. "Kill him. Adziaorod. Get out of my way." He stomped his foot, creating a large crater in the ground, sending Vovin Nin sprawling. Vovin Nin scrambled to his feet. "This is golden core stage power. I'm like a piece of paper against him." Hazaheo commanded the Ha family disciples, "Go straight to the tribulation altar." Meng Fujio was anxious. The Meng disciples are already defending the perimeter, but Tunemo Quan reassured her. "It's all right. The four pillars of the Tun family are here. They're here to help us crack some tough nuts." Head of the Ha family, I'm a nascent soul cultivator, and we are here as well. I advise you not to fly into the flames like moths. Hazaheo retorted. "If you knew about the Ha family's secret book, you wouldn't be saying that." Tun Lu Trung conjured a ball of fire in his hand. He lunged into the crowd, Tun Lu Trung seething with rage. "The Ha clan dares to speak to me like this? You don't even have a single nascent soul cultivator, and you dare challenge me? I am at the nascent soul second level. Regardless of the cost, stop them from completing the tribulation. Everyone attack. They are the Meng clan's elite, all at the peak of golden core." Tun Lu Trung sneered. "You want to die? You court death." The Ha clan members glowed crimson. A massive explosion rocked the Meng estate, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. Tun Lu Trung conjured a shield, protecting the Meng clan. They don't even care about their lives. Adziaokakod. Even without a nascent soul cultivator, the self-destruction of our Ha clan elites will be more than you can handle. Meng Chantian bellowed. "Ha clan, don't you dare act so presumptuously here." His eyes widened as the second tribulation lightning descended from the heavens. Meng Fujio's face darkened. "Meng Chantian, you fool. Adziao krod triumphantly. Heaven wants the Meng clan dead. Just wait for your demise." Tun Mo Quan lunged forward, sword flashing. "If you want to touch Meng Chantian, you'll have to go through me." Hazaheo parried the blow. The two clashed back and forth as Ha clan disciples swarmed forward. "Kill that old man, and we win." A volley of lightning bolts shot from the distance. Lulu smirked. "You want to touch the Meng clan? You're not qualified." The two sides sized each other up. Lulu faced the Ha clan disciples. On the Ha clan side, they were all at various golden core levels, second, first, and third. Lulu, however, was only at the first level of foundation establishment. A Ha clan disciple sneered. "You're just a foundation establishment chicken pretending to be something." "What the?" He was suddenly yanked downwards. "What is this?" Lulu grinned. "This is a little present I prepared for all of you last night. An asphalt lake." The Ha clan disciples sank waist deep into the sticky mire. The red-haired disciple snarled. "You think a little asphalt can stop us?" Suddenly, a hammer slammed into his head. It was a hammer formed from Lulu's own strength. He smashed the Ha clan members like he was playing whack-a-mole. Whack, whack, bam, whack, whack, bam. Tun Lu Trung nodded in approval, holding them off below, preventing them from gathering chi above. Despite the difference in cultivation level, he's holding his own against so many. Meng Fujio tilted her head. "Is this whack-a-mole?" Meanwhile, Tunemo Quan was locked in combat with Hazaheo. He cursed at his disciples. "You useless bunch. I have to do everything myself." Tunemo Quan gasped, realizing Hazaheo was still holding back. Hazaheo's body began to glow. "This is my secret technique, the 100 refined steel body." Tunemo Quan gathered her strength and unleashed her own attack. Radiant sword. Her sword struck Hazaheo, but he remained unharmed. Ton Montag Quan starret in disbelief. He seized the opportunity and lunged. "A peak golden core cultivator like me can't be hurt by you." Ton le train gruchet forward, shielding ton mocan. He unleashed a wave of energy. "Get back." Hazaheo was thrown back. The Ha clan disciples roared for the Ha clan, and another group detonated themselves. Watching the chaos at the Meng estate through a long chin mirror, Chizwa-een asked, "Why are the Ha clan so desperate?" As long as the Meng clan fails their tribulation, the Ha clan's reputation will soar. They'll stop at nothing to gain dominance over the Meng clan. Smoke filled the air, obscuring everything. A wounded Tun Lu Trung coughed. "Xiao Jun, things are looking bad. We should retreat." Tun Mo Quan was worried. "But the Tun clan's reputation." He continued, "The Meng clan isn't worth it. While the Four Pillars formation still holds, we should leave." Retreat. Hazaheo charged towards Meng Changtian. Time to deal with the one undergoing tribulation. A hand intercepted him. Slap, causing the hammer to halt mid-swing. Lu smirked. With me here, you won't harm anyone. Meng Changtian's anxious voice boomed. Not good. Boy, get out of the way. The third tribulation lightning bolt is descending. Meng Fujio was startled. Hazaheo let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for showing off. Now you'll be struck by lightning. Suddenly, his laughter died in his throat. Lulu emerged from the lightning strike, completely unscathed. The lightning could be a bit stronger, don't you think? He said casually. Hazaheo stammered, fear creeping into his voice. W8, this is his true strength. He muttered to himself. At the Lu family's otherworldly shop, Lulu furrowed his brow and turned to Chizuyin. So, the tribulation lightning is just imbued with denser spiritual energy? It's essentially no different from a lightning beast attack. She nodded slightly. That's correct. But why is the Ascendant asking me so many questions about tribulation? He scratched his cheek, looking away. Well, I have a friend who's about to undergo tribulation. Besides, it's been a while since I've faced tribulation myself. Or rather, I've never actually faced it. The tribulation alter-pulsed with power. Lulu, clad in black, cracked his knuckles. A confident smirk played on his lips. So, who wants to be my first practice target? Faced with his aura, those on the opposing side felt a flicker of apprehension, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. One of them tried to reassure the others. Don't be intimidated. He's just a weak foundation establishment chicken. The moment he finished speaking, Lulu shot forward. He appeared relaxed, almost nonchalant, but his speed was blinding. Only a blur of dark motion was visible. The three who had initially scoffed at him now stood frozen in terror. Tun Lu Trung stared in astonishment. Lulu glanced at them and snapped his fingers. Crack! Sparks of lightning shot down onto the heads of the three opponents. Tun Mo Quan, irritated, questioned Tun Lu Trung, who was still rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Three golden core cultivators, and they didn't even react? He's only at Foundation Establishment, isn't he? The older man slowly voiced his theory. First, he condensed 3 highly charged sparks of lightning in his palm. Then, he shifted 3 times, placing the sparks. After that, he detonated them. The more Tun Lu Trung spoke, the more incredulous his expression became. To execute such a technique, it was all over in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a bright light caught the attention of both Tun Lu Trung and Tun Mo Quan. The older man observed the unfolding situation and declared, Meng Changtian has successfully overcome his tribulation. Meng Changtian, his body radiating light, hovered in midair. Hazaheo barked out an order. While he's consolidating his chi, blow that old man to smithereens. Tun Mo Quan lunged forward, her blade flashing, carving a crimson arc through Hazaheo's men. Swish! With a few more swift strokes of her sword, she painted the surroundings with a gruesome spray of blood. After this flurry of attacks, she thrust her blade forward for a decisive blow. Tun Mo Quan's voice dripped with sarcasm. I can't let a Foundation Establishment cultivator steal all the glory for the Tun family, can I? But the man she stabbed suddenly grabbed her hand. Tun Mo Quan was taken aback. The man's eyes were vacant, his face contorted in a crazed expression. He roared, for the Ha Clan. Boom! An explosion ripped through the air. A thick cloud of smoke and dust enveloped both him and Tun Mo Quan. As the smoke slowly cleared, both figures had vanished. Hazaheo, his eyes wide with disbelief, demanded, Where are they? Suddenly, Lulu dropped down from above, holding Tun Mo Quan in his arms. Trying to self-destruct against me? A bit of a waste of effort, don't you think? Meng Changtian slowly descended towards the formation. But at the same moment, one of Hazaheo's men rushed forward, grabbing the still hovering Meng Changtian in a desperate embrace. His eyes, like the man before him, were filled with a crazed, vacant intensity. He screamed, For the Ha Clan? I'm worried. This is bad. Master Meng can't move. Then Lulu tossed a ring into the air. Another explosion rocked the air, sending a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowing outwards. From the heart of the gray cloud, a figure emerged. Meng Changtian, miraculously unharmed and radiating an almost otherworldly glow, stood amidst the devastation. Lulu offered a strength strained, almost mechanical smile and asked Tanimo Kwan, "What kind of magical treasure was that?" She practically shrieked at him, "Isn't that the celestial bracelet you gave me?" Hazaheo silently watched their exchange. A sinister, self-satisfied smirk spread across Hazaheo's face. "Lulu," he declared, his voice dripping with malice. "I've seen your trump card." A large, gnarled branch suddenly sprouted from Hazaheo's shoulder. He gestured towards it with a flourish. "To deal with you," he continued, his voice laced with confidence, "this will suffice." From somewhere on his person, he produced a large, spiked, spherical mace, pointing it menacingly at Lulu. He swung the mace with brutal force, the resulting shockwave sending Lulu hurtling backwards. Lulu twisted and turned, desperately trying to evade the blow, but ultimately landed hard headfirst. Haziheo scowled, looking down at him with disdain. "You're still only at the foundation establishment stage," he sneered. "You just happen to have 2 magical treasures on your chest that can absorb the power of tribulation lightning, and you can control lightning." He paused, watching as Lulu reached up and shrugged off his outer robe. Hazaheo lunged towards Lulu with a gleeful roar. "Too bad for you," he bellowed. "This iron body of mine fears nothing, especially not lightning." He leapt into the air without hesitation, seemingly impervious to the electric currents crackling around him. Beside them, Tanemo Kwan cried out in alarm, "Look out!" The mace slammed into the ground with a deafening crash, sending debris flying in all directions. Lulu not only dodged the attack, but somehow managed to position himself above Hazaheo. He smiled, offering a word of praise. "Not bad," he said. "Impressive strength." Enraged, Hazaheo swung the mace wildly, leaping towards him. "Let's see you dodge this," he roared. Once again, Lulu effortlessly evaded the blow. A large fissure snaked across the ground where the mace had struck. Lulu looked at Hazaheo, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Let's try to keep things interesting, shall we?" Hazaheo, consumed by fury, charged again, swinging the mace with all his might. Lulu, with a slight tilt of his body, sidestepped the attack. "I dodge," Lulu taunted, effortlessly evading each of Hazaheo's furious attacks. He seemed to know precisely where the mace would land. Hazaheo was on the verge of exploding with rage. His face was crimson, contorted in a grotesque mask of fury. He couldn't understand how Lulu was anticipating every move. Tanemo Kwan, watching the exchange, seemed to have a realization. "What is this?" she muttered to herself. "Could it be the legendary 100% dodge hack?" Meanwhile, Lulu thought to himself, "I'm converting electrical energy into kinetic force. As long as I maintain the repulsive force, his attacks won't connect." Hazaheo, losing all patience, began swinging the mace wildly and erratically. "You infuriating pest," he sputtered. Lulu quickly turned to Tanemo Kwan. "Excuse me," he said. "May I borrow your weapon?" Tanemo Kwan stared at him, startled, as he held her weapon aloft. When had he taken it? Looking at the sword in Lulu's hand, she thought, "After this is over, I really need to find my own weapon." Then, with a sudden, powerful motion, Lulu hurled the weapon towards Hazaheo. Raging lightning surge. Hazaheo screamed as the weapon struck him, his body convulsing from the electric shock. Black smoke billowed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his body charred and smoking. Lulu surveyed the scene calmly. "Perhaps," he mused, "I used a bit too much electricity." Meng Fujio rushed towards Lulu. Tanemo Kwan quickly intercepted her. "Wait," she cried. Beside them, Lulu grinned, a flickering violet flame, which had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, dancing beside him. He glimpsed a figure with red hair gradually materializing. "Ton montak kvan vas as tonisit." The He family's temptress, He Huan Huan. He Huan Huan fixed Lulu with a serious look. "I hope we can stop here. Otherwise," he reacted swiftly, his body emitting a surge of electricity that flung He Huan Huan back. "The He family attacks our doorstep and thinks they can just leave? Do you take us for fools?" He trembled, feeling a wave of discomfort. He truly overexerted himself with that electrical discharge. His physical strength couldn't quite keep up. He Huan Huan bowed her head in apology. "The He family's transgressions will be compensated for later." As she spoke, she formed a dark energy sphere in her palm, subtly shielding her mouth with her other hand. "The He family's main force has been defeated. I beg your mercy." Then, with a wave of her hand, the black sphere transformed into a large bubble, enveloping her and the other members of the He family. Don't push us too far. At this moment, Lu finally understood. Tun Mo Quan finally spoke. The He family's secret art, shadow, shifting black pearl. Swiftly, He Huan and the others vanished as the bubble dissipated. Tun Mo Quan still couldn't believe her eyes. The He family, she took them away. Lu's face darkened, his body trembling. Then a cry rang out. Lulu. From the main entrance, a crowd surged forward. A throng of people gathered before the entrance, offering their congratulations. Some cried, "Congratulations, Grandmaster Meng." Others cheered, "Our upper city has another great family." Still others added, "Don't forget your old friends." Meng Changtian clasped his hands together. "Thank you for your kind words. I am fortunate to have ascended to the nascent soul realm. However, today's battle has resulted in significant casualties. Allow me some time to address the aftermath. In 3 days, the Meng family will host a private gathering for everyone." Hazaheo, his head wrapped in white bandages, grumbled, "If you had acted sooner, we could have dealt with Meng Changtian already." Huan's face was grim. "Eliminate Meng Changtian? And then there's Wang Changtian, Lu Changtian. How many lives does the He family have for you to squander like this?" Hazaheo was frustrated. The He family's meridians are sealed now. No one can break through. Without bold action to build our reputation, we'll be eliminated sooner or later. He Huan couldn't help but clamp her hand over his mouth. Silence. If the He family wants to rise again, it must rely on Lu. Don't force me to silence you. Hazaheo, flustered, stammered, "Rely on Lu." Inside the Meng family's guest room, Lu rested his head on Meng Fujio's lap, a look of contentment on his face. Blushing, he answered, Meng Fujio chided him tenderly. "Don't push yourself so hard next time. You suddenly fainted in another woman's arms. You scare me to death." Lu explained sheepishly, "I didn't do it on purpose. It was for the Meng family's honor." Tun Mo Quan knocked and entered, interrupting their intimate moment. "Save the sweet talk for later. I have something to ask you. How did you become Golden Core?" Lu smiled. "Perhaps the lightning tribulation contained a large amount of spiritual energy, which caused my cultivation to surge. At the time, I was only focused on absorbing the lightning. I didn't think too much about it." Golden Core, Stage 1. Meng Fujio embraced Lu, her expression full of reluctance. "I don't want you to take such risks alone again." He wrapped his arms around her waist. "I'll try my best." Tun Mo Quan stood at the door, her eyes closed in frustration. "Damn it, why does seeing Lu embracing another woman make me so angry?" Elsewhere, Wu Yongning glared at the affectionate display between Lu and Meng Fujio. "You're in here cuddling while I'm stuck waiting outside? Just you wait. I'll get you for this." Seeing Wu Yongning, Lu generously tossed him a handful of gemstones. "Martial brother, you've worked hard today. I asked you to wait so I could give you your hard-earned rewards separately. Money truly makes the world go round." Wu Yongning knelt, overcome with joy. "Benefactor, Daddy, please contact me when you're free. This son will definitely follow you to the ends of the earth." Afterward, Lu decided to rest for half a day. It was time to find a suitable weapon. Inside Lu's otherworldly shop, Sherding stared at Lu's retreating figure. "So that's him, Sherding. 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Clad in gleaming armor, he lifted his chin haughtily. 12 heavens, we must help you get revenge." Yuan Xiao, 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage, with a wild, bushy beard, pointed at Lu. "It's you. You dare lay a hand on General Hua's precious nephew." Hua Thiu, sitting calmly in the center, glanced at Yuan Xiao. "Can we talk first?" Lu yawned widely. "Yeah, what's up?" This casual action infuriated them. Then he smiled. Mortal slaying, divine lightning. The surrounding area was jolted, sending everyone reeling. Hua Thiu and his group lay motionless in front of the shop. Lu walked over and called out, "Go ahead and call your grandfather too. Bring him along." Hua Thiu writhed on the ground. "Immortal, spare me. I didn't want to come, but they dragged me here." Lu asked scornfully, "I spared you last time. What do you have to say for yourself this time?" Hua Thiu's face turned pale with fear, and he wailed, "I agree to compensate the immortal with 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Please spare me." Lu sighed. "The Gushan Kingdom relies on old General Hua to maintain order in the Azure Mountains. You only know how to hide behind him. I'll have you work in my shop to atone for your sins. But he thought to himself, using Hua Thu's influence, I must create new business opportunities. Hua Thu hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, immortal. Before he could finish, Hong Tu rushed forward and kicked Hua Thu in the head. You vile wretch. Ont-tu pointé la tritening finger? I'll tell my father. Let's see if your family beats you senseless. Lulu magnanimously intervened. All right, he's a shop employee now. Go easy on him. Hua Thu frantically thanked him. Thank you, immortal. He turned and asked Hua Thu, by the way, do you have any convenient low-level lightning-based weapons in your army? A friend of mine wants to take a look. Overhearing this, Hong Tu excitedly interjected, Ask me, follow me. I have a top-quality water-type Lightning Emperor's Decree. Inside a dark, cramped cave, Lulu crawled forward, grumbling, Isn't there a better way than crawling into this foggy cave? Hong Tu, on the other hand, was cheerful. Because there isn't, that's why only I can find it. He looked at her and remarked, You really don't fuss, do you? Ont-tu pointed? Over there. A sword was embedded in the stone, emitting a green light, clearly a treasure. Hong Tu continued, A top-quality weapon will unleash power proportional to the user's cultivation level. Your friend will definitely be satisfied. Behind the sword were countless fierce, glowing red eyes. Maintaining a smile, Hong Tu added, It's just that the inside is full of frost, mist, golden core creatures. They're very difficult to deal with. Lulu, satisfied, donned the red-tinted infrared goggles. Time to deploy some real science and technology, he muttered. Before his eyes, a crisscrossing web of red laser beams now filled his vision. He glanced around, then realization dawned. So that's how it is, he murmured. Hong Tu, alarmed, approached and asked, What is it? Why are you wearing that mask? Are you trying to scare us with a play? Lulu spoke coldly, raising a hand to signal Hong Tuesday stay here. Don't move. I'm going to retrieve the artifact. He advanced, deftly maneuvering his body to avoid the laser beams. With every step, his eyes scanned his surroundings. The ceiling was teeming with bats, a truly chilling sight. These bats are using spiritual energy as a boundary, he thought. I just need to avoid these red lines. Hong Tu, watching from outside, gaped. The immortal's footwork is truly profound and unfathomable, she whispered. Having successfully navigated the laser grid, he quickly retrieved the sword he sought. A smug grin spread across his face. Got it. Hong Tu jumped for joy, her laughter echoing through the cave. Oh, Immortal, you're so amazing. Incredible. Her excited shouts disturbed the bats roosting on the ceiling. They took flight in a chaotic flurry. Lulu, startled, cried, Keep it down. He quickly ran from the cave, hoping to draw the bats after him. Reaching the entrance, he flung a handful of firecrackers towards the swarm. A series of explosions rocked the air. Boom, boom, boom. The nearest bats, caught in the blasts, were instantly obliterated. Having dealt with the bats, he raced back to Hong Tu, scooped her up, and carried her out of the cave. As he ran, he chanted a teleportation incantation. The words barely left his lips before they vanished from the forest, leaving only a trailing remark. Why run? Hong Tu, slightly annoyed, asked, Immortal Lulu, why didn't you just use the purple sky divine thunder to destroy them? He chuckled in response. This venerable one cannot casually harm living beings. This venerable one is merciful. Hearing this, Hong Tu looked at him with admiration. Immortal, I have learned something today. A while later, back at Lulu's otherworldly shop, he displayed his newly acquired prize with a triumphant grin. A supreme-grade weapon. My friend will be overjoyed. Hua Thu emerged from the back room, presenting an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet. Immortal, he said, this is a token of apology. This thundercloud bracelet is brimming with thunder energy. However, activating it requires a certain technique. As Lulu took the bracelet, Lei Shou, catching sight of it, suddenly began to retch uncontrollably. Lulu glared furiously at Hua Thu. Hua Thu, what kind of gift is this? Seeing Lulu's menacing aura, Hua Thu waved his hands defensively. It's not like that, Immortal. I wouldn't dare. Lei Shou then approached Lulu and whispered in his ear, a grin spreading across his face. My wife is expecting. He continued. She's been affected by the Thunder Attribute treasure. She needs top-grade cloud silk to regulate her body. Lulu nodded sympathetically. Top-grade cloud silk. I'll help you with that later. At the Lu family mansion, a magnificent villa, Lu Shiwu was on his knees, sobbing. Mother, Lulu is bullying me. He had a group of people beat me up. Wu Yongning glanced at him with disdain. You've disgraced our family, and you dare to come back. Suddenly, a syringe appeared from behind Lu Shiwu, pricking him. His eyes widened in shock as he yelped in pain. Watching Lu Shiwu writhing on the floor, Lu Mei held the syringe, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she looked down at him with contempt. Even a useless younger brother can have some value. Wu Yongning smirked. You're much more ruthless than he is. She then brought something to her lips and blew on it gently. Suddenly, a beast with sharp fangs materialized, letting out a low growl and a cunning, treacherous chuckle, a minor annoyance to Lu inside the Lu family supermarket. Holding a jade bracelet, Lu smiled brightly at the person on the other end of the phone call. Sister, for this matter, I can only rely on you. Please review the designs I've sent to your email. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I can't neglect Hua Fu's compensation. A sudden shout ripped through the air, loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Lu, hearing the call, slowly stepped out of his office. With hands clasped, he asked, Isn't that Lu Shiwu? Beaten last night and itching for a fight again today. Without a word, Lu Shiwu, as if transformed into a different person, lunged at Lu, intent on striking him. With agile movements, Lu swiftly dodged the attack. Lu, frowning, asked, What kind of drugs did they inject him with? He's lost his mind. His words seemed to have no effect. Lu Shiwu, now seemingly crazed, with bloodshot eyes and bared teeth, continued his frightening assault. Seeing that Lu Shiwu showed no signs of stopping, Lu's face darkened, and a thought quickly sprang to mind. Might as well use him to test my new technique. His thought coincided with Lu Shiwu's next lunge. He swung his sword. The blade connected with Lu Shiwu, sending him flying with a pained cry. He crashed into a nearby tree, snapping it in two. Lu looked at the sword in his hand, grimacing. Just a light touch with my Ji Shui technique, and it's this powerful. A phone held aloft captured the image of Lu Shiwu's flight with sharp clarity. The phone's owner chuckled. Excellent. This beating was worth it. The image was quickly sent to someone else. The one who had filmed Lu Shiwu was none other than Lu Mei. She smirked. Lu has plenty of treasures on him. You weren't interested in 200 million, but aren't you fascinated by this Ji Shui? The recipient of the image grinned, revealing their teeth in delight. I must have this weapon. At the factory, the chatter of the workers could be heard from afar. A voice called out, My mother told me it was you who requested a halt to production while waiting for your blueprints. Yuan Xiu and Han Qiuqiu smiled. My design is ergonomically perfect. It will absolutely make Mr. Lu even more formidable. Fang Jie chimed in. Without my family's production line, your design is nothing more than a draft. Exasperated, Lu called out, So, is it done yet? As his words ended, a brand new gun was presented. Finished 2 minutes before your arrival. Han Qiuqiu added softly. This way, the reactor can focus its energy and achieve maximum efficiency. Lu smirked. I've just acquired a new weapon. Have you come and give me a tool to test it with? Fang Jie, her face full of admiration, exclaimed, Mr. Lu is going to wreak havoc with the weapon I made. So handsome. Han Qiuqiu interjected, That's clearly a weapon I designed. A group of uninvited guests arrived at the front of Lu's shop. Xiao Huang stepped forward, clenching his fists, and calmly declared, So, you intend to disrespect me, Xiao Huang? The men retorted, So, you intend to disrespect us? From behind the group, Lu slowly emerged. A dangerous smile played on his lips. Then his expression darkened into a smirk. Let's deal with Lu first. We can discuss splitting the spoils later. Xiao Huang, a Qi condensation grandmaster at the peak of the Golden Core realm, addressed them. With so many of you here, shouldn't you at least offer a greeting? It'll save me the trouble of arranging ambulances later. The Qi condensation grandmaster eyed the weapon in Lu's hand with interest. Lu, if you hand over that weapon, I'll help you get rid of them. Holding the gun, Lu replied indifferently, No need. I can handle this myself. Hearing this, the 3 men erupted in furious outrage. The trio, respectively at the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th levels of the Golden Core realm, snarled, You, a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator, spout such arrogance. As soon as the words left their mouths, Lu raised his gun and fired without hesitation. Shots rang out, striking the 3 men, jolting them with electricity until their bodies went numb. The Qi condensation grandmaster froze, witnessing the scene unfold, his eyes filled with awe. With a mere flick of his finger, Lulu had defeated 3 cultivators several levels higher than himself. He looked at Lulu and, pulling out several black platinum cards as a bribe, said with a grin, "Such a remarkable weapon. Sell me one. I can pay handsomely." Lulu, his face serious, replied flatly, "Ah, bald monk with such strong desires." The Chi Condensation Grandmaster gritted his teeth. "I'm not a monk." With the same expression and tone, Lulu responded, "Not a monk? Then why are you wearing prayer beads?" The Chi Condensation Grandmaster ground his teeth impatiently. "It's because I don't have any good weapons. Besides, these aren't prayer beads. Stop calling me a monk. I'm getting angry." Mid-sentence, Lulu raised his gun and fired a shot at him. Instantly, he moved, raising his hand to deflect the shot. Lulu smirked. Spiritual Chi body protection. Such practical basic skills. The Chi Condensation Grandmaster frowned. "Do you think I want to rely on this? I wouldn't have to constantly refine my basic techniques if I had better weapons." Lulu suddenly turned serious again, bringing a hand to his chin in thought. "Oh, that's quite the sob story. Let me think about it." His mind raced with possibilities. Friendly reminder. Reality shop quest triggered. Quest requirement. Host needs to open a shop selling otherworldly materials in the real world. Reward. Upgrade spirit herb ability by 1 cluster. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zun Majun appeared. She swung her sword at the Chi Condensation Grandmaster, raining down blows. "How dare you threaten Lulu without consulting the Zun family?" she roared. Lulu said softly, "You want to protect me? Did you ask me first?" The Chi Condensation Grandmaster cried out in frustration. "I just want a weapon. There are so many of you. Can't you spare just one?" Zun Majun approached Lulu and whispered, "These people are not to be trusted. I can only handle 2. How many can you take?" He replied pallidly, "All of them." Then a smile brightened his face. "If everyone is interested in my weapons, let's not resort to violence. Give me 3 days, and I'll satisfy your demands. 3 days from now, 9 a.m., at the Lu family supermarket in S City, I will be selling spiritual weapons and treasures." From his hand, Lulu scattered a shower of spirit stones. He grinned, saying, "This is a little something for your troubles. Please spread the word." Seeing Lulu casually toss out spirit stones like this, everyone showed their delight. "So many low-grade spirit stones. Are there any mid-grade ones?" "I want some," someone in the crowd called out. "Enough for everyone who came," Lulu replied. The Chi Condensation Grandmaster's eyes lit up, and he asked with a bright smile, "Is this true? You want to sell spiritual weapons and treasures?" Lulu cheerfully replied, "This is my ancestral home. I can't just run away. I advise everyone to quickly grab their money. A good weapon isn't cheap." The Chi Condensation Grandmaster glanced at the surrounding crowd and said, "Let's go, everyone. If anyone still wants to bother Lulu in these 3 days, I, Xiao Huang, will be the first to not let them off." Everyone agreed. Let's go. We'll come back in 3 days." Zun Majun asked softly, "You're being so generous." Lulu replied, "Someone wants these people to make things difficult for me, so I'll just buy them all out." Majun looked at Lulu with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Just how much money do you have?" Lulu jokingly replied, "Wait until you call me Brother Lu, and I'll tell you exactly how much money I have." Zun Majun snapped, irritated. "Are you looking for a beating?" Realizing he'd poked a hornet's nest, Lulu quickly said, Gotta run. Inside the Lu family's otherworldly supermarket, a voice rang out, "Welcome, honored guests." Hua Thiu, with a bright and cheerful expression, announced, "The shelves have been fully restocked." Those who came to shop were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes when they witnessed this cheerful Hua Thiu. Is this Hua Thiu? Wasn't he arrogant before? How did that immortal subdue him? Jean DeBille, biting his shirt tail, complained bitterly to Lulu. "Hua Thiu has taken all the work. I can only guard the door." Lulu sighed. "Jealous even when there's nothing to be jealous about? I'll give you more work another day." From afar, a tall and burly figure appeared. Everyone exclaimed, "General Hua!" General Hua furrowed his brow and pursed his lips. Immortal Lu. Seeing his grandfather, Hua Thiu's jaw dropped. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Lulu clasped his hands in a respectful greeting to General Hua. "Shall we follow procedure or get straight to the fight?" Suddenly, General Hua knelt before Lulu. Everyone was shocked and stunned by this scene. Lulu smiled and politely offered a hand to help General Hua up. After the old general rose, he clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, "Hua, leader of the Qinglan Mountain operation, apologizes for my grandson's disrespect towards the immortal." Lulu replied softly, "It's all right, Hua. You has helped me quite a bit." Hearing this, General Hua's eyes unexpectedly welled up with tears. He spoke with gratitude. "I've troubled immortal Lu." Lulu looked into the distance and said coldly, "Make way for General Hua." General Hua truly had an imposing presence. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with admiration and joy. A virtuous immortal. Another peaceful resolution. Lulu extended his hand forward and politely invited General Hua inside. "General, please come in and talk." Inside the room where the two entered, the decor was simple yet elegant and refined. General Hua slowly said, "I would like some discarded low-grade weapons for my troops as a tribute." "Immortal Lu, there's no need to be so formal with me." Lulu replied, "If the disciples of my clan start with weapons that are too good, it will only cause trouble. If they take good weapons and then turn around and kill me, I'll be at a great disadvantage." General Hua clasped his hands and bowed low. Lulu, lost in thought, simply replied, "As you see fit." Suddenly, Jean DeBille burst in, interrupting their conversation. He blurted out, "Immortal Lu, it's bad. Something's happened with the Thunder Beasts." Inside the Thunder Beast enclosure within Lulu's otherworldly supermarket, a pregnant female Thunder Beast groaned in distress. Lulu rushed over, anxiously asking, "What's wrong?" The Thunder Beast replied, "The fetal chi is shifting. I need top-grade cloud weave for nourishment." Suddenly, overcome by discomfort, the Thunder Beast vomited a stream of crimson syrup. Panic erupted within the otherworldly supermarket. The distressed Thunder Beast cried out, "The fetal chi has attacked my heart. I fear the birth won't happen." Lulu's face darkened. "What?" The Thunder Beast, covered in syrup, trembled uncontrollably in pain. Just then, Hua Fu called urgently from the doorway, "Immortal Lu, it's an emergency. I've taken the liberty of bringing Miss Shui in." Shangwan Shui waved her hand, casting a spell. "My Shangwan family's spiritual qi formation has a secret technique to stabilize fetal qi. Immortal Lu, I can only stabilize her condition. I can hold it for half an hour at most." Lulu frowned, stroking his chin. "So an hour?" General Hua offered reassurance. "But Cloudweave naturally carries a spiritual energy shield. Normal spiritual senses can't detect it. Even if we could determine its grade, it wouldn't be high." His expression grew grave as he looked towards the door. "There's no time to lose. I'll check if the army has anything." Lulu waved his hand dismissively. "No need to use military resources." He turned to Jean DeBille. "Get some ordinary cloud weave." Bill immediately obeyed, rushing off. 10 minutes later, he returned, flustered, clutching a cushion wrapped around a piece of bright red jade. "Immortal Lu, I had to dig through my entire fortune to trade for half a piece of cloud weave." Lulu took the offered jade and used a scanner on it. Thankfully, Meng Jia provided advanced scanning equipment. The Thunder Beast anxiously questioned him. "How long are you going to fiddle with that thing?" "My wife." Lulu calmly reassured it. "Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the cutting." The scene shifted to the Zun family's living room. Zun Chi-Ta exclaimed, "What did you say? You want to stay by Lulu's side?" Zun Majuan stood before him, explaining as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Lulu will soon be supplying divine weapons to a select group. There must be a unique opportunity behind him." Chi-Ta remained unconvinced. He's just a discarded young master of the Lu family. What resources could he possibly have? Does our Zun family lack such things? Zun Majuan countered logically. He defeated several golden core cultivators. Even Hizaheo, a peak golden core cultivator. Can you find a second person like that in our Zun family? In this world, Hitasiket. Even so, why do you need to offer yourself? Just use some of our girls to entice him. Zun Majuan, hands on her hips, stood firm. "For the future of the Zun family, I must do this myself." He relented. "Fine." He raised a finger, asking pointedly, "Do you even know anything about love?" She pouted, turning away. "No, but I can learn." He threw his hands up in exasperation at his daughter's stubbornness. "How to learn? I have no idea." Their conversation ended. Chita went to his study. A voluptuous blonde woman remarked, "Lulu is really making a name for himself. It seems your little pharmaceutical monopoly is over." Chita, refusing to be outdone, declared, "If anyone wants to treat me like Lao La, they'll have to fight for it. I'm not like that idiot Dala." Elsewhere, Completely unaware he'd been insulted, Wu De sneezed explosively. She smiled, praising him. As expected of the Chi family, I knew a little incentive would be necessary for our cooperation. With those words, she produced a white jade ring, carved with the image of a dragon and a phoenix. A 5th grade spirit jade ring. Zun Shi-ta quickly recognized the value of the item. A 5th grade spirit jade ring was indeed a precious commodity, but offending both the Zun and Meng families for it wasn't worth the risk. Unfazed, she maintained her smile and offered him a gamble. If Lu earns 500 million within a week, you help me deal with him. Zun Chi-ta cautiously probed, and if he can't, she decisively tossed the ring towards him. Then this belongs to you. Zun Chi-ta easily caught the ring. I don't believe he has such capabilities. The scene shifted to the tranquil Qinglan Mountain, beneath a clear blue sky dotted with white clouds. Wild grass grew in abundance. General Hua and Lu soared through the air on their spirit beasts. Stupid beasts, get out of the way, General Hua roared. The playful creatures scattered in all directions, startled by his outburst. Lu held a phone in one hand and a detector in the other. Search the entire area according to my instructions. The device he held was a cloud finger detector. Hidden behind a large tree trunk in Qinglan Mountain, Lu used the detector. Before long, red mushrooms sprouted from the trunk. He exclaimed joyfully, "Over here, over here!" Half an hour later, inside the otherworldly supermarket, the red mushrooms he'd gathered in the forest were presented to Shangwan Shui. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at them. How did you manage to find so many top-grade cloud fingers? He offered a piece to the Thunder Beast. The best cloud finger for you. The Thunder Beast blushed and demurred. Master, according to the rules, the best should go to you. Lu tossed the mushroom to the beast. Saving your wife is more important. He then turned to General Hua. Keep enough for your own use, and give the rest to the old general. I imagine they'll be needed for healing within the army. General Hua bowed gratefully, hands clasped. This top-grade cloud finger will greatly increase the Gushang army's chances of victory. The Thunder Beast happily fed the top-grade cloud finger to his ailing wife. After consuming it, her complexion visibly improved. I thank the immortal on behalf of the Gushang army. Shangwan Shui breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her spiritual energy is flowing smoothly now. With proper care, she'll be fine. Blushing, she watched Lu's retreating figure, admiring him silently. His divine abilities are profound and unfathomable, and his heart is benevolent and compassionate. Truly, he is a hero of our time. Back in his bedroom, Lu gleefully held a large paper bag filled with various weapons. I've struck it rich. General Hua is sure to stuff a chest full of medicinal herbs for me. He started in surprise, finding Zun Majuan sitting on his bed, having been there for some time. Blushing, Lu asked playfully, Miss Zun, why are you suddenly on my bed? Zun Majuan asked shyly, Lu, are you free tonight? Lu, flushed with excitement, practically puffed with pride. If Miss Zun is so inclined, then tonight I am yours. The two of them strolled along the riverbank. He inwardly wept, thinking it's just a walk. Zun Majuan broke the silence, asking, how are things going with the other world? Lu beamed. Very well. Opening the shop won't be a problem. I'll be able to access Qinglan Mountains soon. Zun Majuan looked away sadly. I don't want to be like this. Lu, sweating, explained. I want to take revenge on Wu Qian. I have to keep getting stronger. Zun Majuan frowned, meeting his gaze directly. I don't want you to shoulder everything alone while I do nothing. She listed the things he had done for her. You stopped young Master Long from saving me. You retrieved my lightning origin. You helped my grandfather with his tribulation. You've risked everything, all by yourself. She grasped his hand. Teach me your cultivation techniques. I want to fight alongside you. He tilted his chin up with a roguish grin, pointing to his cheek. Teach me, and you can kiss me too. I'll teach you. Without hesitation, she pulled him close, kissing him deeply. Flustered, she played with her hair, avoiding Lu's gaze. So, will you teach me? Lu touched his cheek, still warm from her kiss. Are you ready? Cultivation is arduous. Zun Majuan affirmed without hesitation. I'm willing to face life and death with you. He responded indulgently. Then you'll have to endure hardship these next few days. Zun Majuan flushed and panting, braced her trembling hands on the ground, her body arching. Lulu, his hand at her waist, guided her. Arch your back a little more. Use your dantian to sense the flow of chi. If you want to keep up with my cultivation speed, you'll have to work harder. Sweat beaded on Zun Majuan's forehead. She frowned and replied with a strained, I can. He offered her a green liquid in a glass with a straw. After your training, drink all of this bitter melon golden lotus elixir. She couldn't take it anymore and exclaimed, Is this something a human should do? The scene shifted to the office of the CEO of Jiyuan Electronics. Yuan Xiaoxiao sobbed. Mother, there are so many outstanding women around him. I'm not confident. Don Titi patted her daughter's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. He needs my help today. I'll take care of it for you. She smiled confidently. Dealing with a small fry like Lu requires presence. Make him respect you. The desk phone buzzed. Don Tong, Lu is here. Yuan Xiaoxiao pointed towards the door. I'll go to the next room. Don Titi ordered, send him in. Lulu gently pushed open the door, stepped in, and greeted her. CEO Don, I need Jiyuan Electronics to expedite the production of a batch of night vision goggles. Don TT subtly hinted, Lulu, last time I helped you repay $2 billion and helped you make weapons. Lulu furrowed his brow, feigning indifference. That debt has already been repaid. She continued to embellish the story to make him feel indebted. I've reviewed the order you gave me. There's a slight issue with the capital, but if you agree to be with my daughter, he cut her off, placing a black card on the table. I need these goggles urgently. I'll pay immediately, plus a 20% bonus. Don TT's face paled, and she covered her mouth. Oh, black card? The Meng family. Lulu put on an air of extravagant generosity. Money is not an issue. Please be quick. Yuan Xiaoxiao, eavesdropping in the next room, gaped in disbelief. Her mother's imposing demeanor had failed. Lulu turned to leave, but not before adding, Oh, and Elder Meng is holding a celebratory banquet for his advancement to nascent soul. Don't miss it. Not long after, the day of the Meng family's grand banquet arrived. The venue was a luxurious hotel. Guests, either rich or influential, arrived in a steady stream of cars. They chattered excitedly. The Meng family will soar in Xanadu now. I always knew old Meng was extraordinary. Meng Changtian clasped his hands humbly. Thank you for your kind words. The Meng family will certainly strive to live up to your expectations. Don TT sat at the guest table, looking around. An advancement to nascent soul. All the prominent figures of Xanadu are here. Yuan Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, dejected. So, with Lulu and Meng Fujio together, my chances are even slimmer. I'm going, Don TT said, getting up from her seat. Meng Changtian clasped his hands humbly. Thank you for your praise. The Meng family will certainly do its best to repay your kindness. Don TT sat at the guest table, glancing around. An advancement to nascent soul. All the prominent figures of Xanadu are here. Yuan Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, dejected. So, with Lulu and Meng Fujio together, my chances are even slimmer. Don TT swirled the wine in her glass. My dear girl, she said, some things can't be forced. Her daughter replied dejectedly, I understand, mother. Countless precious gifts were brought to the reception table. Lulu, dressed in a smart suit and holding a long, gold-gleaming staff in both hands, smiled as he made introductions. This is a 6th grade divine striking rod that I specifically sought out for you, Elder Zhu Man, for your advancement to the nascent soul stage. The other guests widened their eyes in surprise at this display. Even a 6th grade venerable doesn't have such high-quality items. This young Lulu is no simple character. Meng Changtian took Lulu's hand and led him onto the stage. Leave the gifts aside and come up with me. Lulu and Meng Fujiao, both blushing, looked at each other. Meng Changtian announced, I declare this banquet open. It also serves as the engagement party between Lulu and Meng Fujiao. Zun Majuan stood up, raised her hand, and declared, I object to this marriage. The guests in the banquet hall recognized her. It's her again. Could it be that the Zun girl who stole the gifts with Lulu last time is now here to steal the groom? Don TT frowned, massaging her temples as she reassured her daughter. Both Meng Fujiao and Zun Majuan are outstanding young women. Don't feel too pressured. Yuan Xiaoxiao, her eyes bright with excitement, peppered her mother with questions. Is this a love triangle? When did it start? Who will Lulu choose? Don TT, seeing her daughter's eagerness for gossip, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking it seems she's completely given up on him. Meng Fujiao sarcastically retorted to Zun Majuan. Can't the Zun family find any men of their own? Must you come to the Meng family's grand banquet to look for one? Zun Majuan strode up the steps to the stage. You know nothing of cultivation. If something were to happen to Lulu, you would only know how to hide. She contemptuously bumped Meng Fujiao's shoulder. Not just any woman can stand beside him. To her surprise, Meng Fujiao didn't budge, leaving Zun Majuan momentarily stunned. Meng Fujiao, clutching her dress with both hands, suddenly exuded an imposing aura that made others wary. Now, do I have the right? She asked. Peak Chi refinement cultivator Meng Fujiao, a guest, witnessing this, wailed in despair. What kind of monster is Meng Fujiao? I've cultivated for so long and only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Zun Majuan, refusing to be outdone, began to unleash her own spiritual power. Well then, why don't we have a competition today? Lulu said awkwardly. Is this going to be a duel to choose a girlfriend? Meng Changtian stroked his chin, looking at Lulu with curiosity. Surrounded by a flow of azure spiritual power, Meng Fujiao sarcastically addressed Zun Majuan. The Zun family seems to enjoy causing trouble at other people's celebrations. Zun Majuan retorted without hesitation. That's because some people don't know how to repay kindness. She frowned, her voice laced with disdain. With your paltry skills, I suggest you stop embarrassing yourself. Lulu suddenly appeared between the two women, startling them into stopping. He calmly asked, why has Meng Fujiao's cultivation suddenly increased so dramatically? And why is Zun Majuan always victorious? He placed a small bottle in his palm and introduced it with a smile. Prosperity, spirit fluid, helps you change your destiny. The latecomer's choice. What are you waiting for? Hurry to Lu's supermarket and buy it now. The guest stared in astonishment at Lulu unfazed. He continued his sales pitch. Even though these two young ladies' competition was staged, everyone here witnessed Meng Fujiao's cultivation level. If you're interested, place your orders at my shop this afternoon. Lulu suddenly became the center of attention in the banquet hall. Furthermore, we also have 3rd and 4th grade spiritual weapons. I must also thank the Meng and Zun family for their invaluable assistance. The guests were amused by this unique sales pitch. Do all wealthy people advertise like this, selling spiritual weapons? These are priceless treasures, usually unavailable. I need to rush home and prepare my funds. Zun Majuan, burning with anger but maintaining a tight rein on her temper, growled at Lulu. Lulu, don't stop me. Today, I must settle the score with Meng Fujiao. Lulu, feigning displeasure, advised her, we haven't even dealt with Wu Qian yet. I don't want to see infighting amongst ourselves. He addressed the two women solemnly. The Zun-Ming alliance cannot be broken. Consider this a personal request from me. Meng Changtian, observing from above, silently praised the young man from the Lu family. In just a few months, he's become powerful enough to have the Zun family vying for his favor. Zun Majuan, unable to do anything, could only leave in frustration. That little punk, interfering in my affairs will be his downfall. Zun Majuan snatched a glass of wine from a waiter's tray and gulped it down. The waiter bowed respectfully and said, "Please, enjoy your drink slowly." She grinned wickedly, thinking, excellent, excellent. Once this wine takes effect, chaos will erupt between the Meng and Zun families. Lulu smiled gently and instructed Meng Fujiao. Later, when we get back, help me sell some items, okay? Zun Majuan, her face dark, walked up behind Lulu and patted him on the shoulder. I might let this slide this time, but I won't be so lenient next time. Meng Fujiao scoffed. Miss Zun, next time, our Meng family might not even invite you. Zun Majuan, enraged, raised her voice. What did you say? Lulu maintained his conciliatory demeanor, inviting her. My shop opens this afternoon. I sincerely hope you'll come. The three of them walked together towards the exit of Lu's supermarket. Lulu, walking ahead, gestured to the two women behind him. Wait a moment. A corpse lay sprawled carelessly in the middle of the road. A young man with a shaved head, perched on the corpse, called out to him, "Boss Lu." He grinned, showing off. "There were a few troublemakers. I took care of them for you." Lu placed his hand on the scanner. It's the auspicious hour to open for business. Gleaming, brand new swords materialized. He enthusiastically described their uses. First grade weapons, 1 million. Second grade, 5 million. Third grade, 20 million. Fourth grade, 100 million. Prosperity Spirit Fluid enhances cultivation techniques. Foundation Spirit Fluid cultivates the body. Agility Spirit Fluid increases spiritual energy and explosive power. Don't forget to enhance your cultivation when purchasing weapons. Spirit Fluids, 5 million each. Zun Majuan, battered and bruised, gaped in disbelief. Where did he get all these treasures? Meng Fujiao, holding the scanner, directed the queue of people swiping their cards, one by one. Each person has 30 seconds to choose. Think carefully before you buy. The dazzling array of new weapons and medicinal ingredients filled everyone with desire. I'm only at the body tempering stage, so a second-grade weapon will suffice. I want to buy a fourth-grade weapon for my son. I want to try 1 bottle of each type of spirit fluid. The customers clutched their purchases, filled with awe and satisfaction. Amazing. Top-quality goods. Are these divine artifacts? Just touching them makes my whole body tingle. Lu snapped his fingers, as if suddenly remembering something. Look at my memory. I almost forgot this treasure. He retrieved it for the auction. He then produced a sword radiating a mystical violet light. A top-grade 4th-rank spiritual abyss ancient blade. The guests buzzed with excitement, eager to bid. This is the best item today. I'll offer 200 million, 500 million. The shaved-headed young man, eyes gleaming, declared loudly, "This weapon is mine. Anyone who tries to outbid me will face my wrath." Lu, arms crossed, teased, "Big Brother Chiao, if violence guarantees ownership, how can I possibly stay in business?" The young man placed his bank card on the table and chuckled. 300 million. If that's not enough, Lao Xiao, will be your bodyguard for a month. Grumbling voices rose from the crowd. If I could fight like him, I'd offer 300 million too. Lu pocketed the bank card. Don't worry, everyone. Come back next month for more new merchandise. Lao Xiao, drooling, hefted the sword and glanced at Lu. Will the new merchandise be better than this? Lu didn't answer directly, instead stating firmly, "All sales are final." A customer behind him sighed. What a tycoon! Lu entered the back room and carefully closed the door. Meng Fujiao, seated at the computer, typed up a report. "We earned several billion this time." Simultaneously, a robotic voice announced, "Host has successfully opened the shop. Reward, 1 portion of true spirit herb. Income has reached 5 billion. Activation time in the other world increased to 3 hours. Lu stroked his chin, wondering, what are the effects of this true spirit herb? The system explained, the true spirit herb is a divine herb that grows once every 3 years. It has miraculous effects, including opening the spirit eye and dispelling curses. Lu smiled to himself, thinking, I'll save it in case I need it later. A sudden flash of red light startled him, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Zun Majuan, scowling furiously, demanded, You're so rich. Last time, the Zun family suffered heavy casualties assisting you, and you only offered a few spirit stones? Is that all? She lunged at him with a glowing red sword. I'll teach you the price of disrespecting the Zun family. The two swords clashed violently, sending Zun Majuan reeling backward. She couldn't help but ask, what kind of weapon is that? It suppressed my flowing light sword. Lu replied calmly, your weapon is a low-grade 7th rank. It's naturally no match for my mid-grade 8th rank Thunder Emperor's finger. Meng Fujiao intervened. Stop. Do you want to injure Lu? He added, it's all right. Some lessons can only be learned through combat. Zun Majuan ignored Lu's words completely. She leaped forward, attacking again. Stop pretending. Your cultivation is still too weak. She unleashed the 7 heavenly decrees / The two engaged in a fierce sword duel, shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Zun Majuan watched Lu's techniques in astonishment. He then produced a gun and aimed it directly at her. The blast sent Zun Majuan flying, crashing painfully into a nearby wall cracking it. Lulu thought to himself, I should have fought outside. Now I have to repair the wall. Zun Majuan stammered. How is that possible? Lulu calmly helped her up. Miss Zun, I'm willing to offer you 1/3 of today's earnings, along with a 4th rank weapon. Zun Majuan snapped angrily. Do you think you can settle everything with the Zun family using money? Lulu replied evenly. I can't exactly offer myself as compensation, can I? Zun Majuan retorted. Who would want you anyway? Suddenly, a strange black sphere appeared. From it, Huan emerged, looking incredibly dashing, stunning everyone present. Lulu pushed Meng Fujiao behind him and called out, He family witch, what are you doing here? Huan bowed deeply, her posture a plea. I won't hide it from you. The He family's spiritual veins have been severed. I beg you, Mr. Lulu, to help us repair them. Lulu calmly questioned her. Why should I help the Yi family? Meng Fujiao, unable to contain her curiosity, added, What game are you playing at, He family? Zun Majuan, less patient than the other two, snapped. Enough with the nonsense. Just kill her. Huan, with a swift glance, dodged Zun Majuan's sudden attack. However, Huan's surprise was evident as she witnessed Zun Majuan collapse to the ground. Lulu, his expression hardening, advanced, pressing his blade against Huan's throat. Huan, he said, his voice ice cold. What do you mean by this? Huan gently pushed the blade away from her neck. Don't get so worked up, she murmured. Move aside. With unnerving composure, she sat down beside the fallen Zun Majuan. Then, to Lulu's astonishment, she plunged her hand into Zun Majuan's side. What in the world are you doing? Lulu demanded, bewildered. Sweat beaded on Huan's brow as she continued her work. If you want to save her, she instructed, you'd best keep quiet. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, gathering the substance clinging to it into a clump. Get a glass vial, she ordered, and store this evidence. Thin, purple streams appeared within the vial. What is that? Lulu asked, perplexed. Huan offered an explanation. If I'm not mistaken, this is heartbreak tincture. Once ingested, if activated, it will disrupt bodily functions and drain spiritual energy. She gestured towards the unconscious Zun Majuan. I know you must suspect I made this, especially since you've seen my ability to manipulate objects remotely. But the urgent matter is getting Miss Zun to the Lin family hospital. I won't run, I won't hide. I'll do as you say. Lulu turned to Meng Fujiao. Jiao, get the car. He lifted Zun Majuan and addressed Huan. Stay near the Lin family hospital and wait for me. Don't let anyone see you. She bowed her head in agreement. Yes, Mr. Lulu. The scene shifted to the Lin family private hospital. A doctor reported, Miss Lin's heartbeat is erratic. You said heartbreak tincture is consuming her spiritual energy. Lin Yuan lay, sighed in relief. Thank goodness we got to her in time and extracted it. She can rely on her own strength to hold on for 6 hours. Meanwhile, Zun Leizhong berated Meng Fujiao. Even if the Meng family were wiped out, it wouldn't be enough to compensate. In just a few hours, something like this happens to Xiao Junjun. She's the future of Toya. Lulu intervened, stepping between them. Senior Zun, there's something wrong here. This isn't the time for internal conflict. He turned to Meng Fujiao. Have you found any clues? She replied, I've checked all the data. Only the Dala organization has used this before. Lulu murmured, Dala, the chief family. Zun Leizhong roared in fury. Chiyu, stop pretending. Zun Majuan was his secretary. What reason would he have to do this? Lulu remained calm. Senior Zun, your presence here alone shows you still trust us. With unwavering conviction, he declared, we'll investigate the truth later. Give me 6 hours on my honor. I will save Zun Majuan. Zun Leizhong stared at him, stunned. He watched Lulu depart, a thought forming in his mind. He has a certain charisma, much like his grandfather. The scene shifted to the research room of the Lin family private hospital. Haven't separated it yet? Lulu asked. Lin Suya responded, no. The heartbreak tincture has entered his bloodstream. There are too many impurities in his stomach. Her voice was filled with worry. Without the original heartbreak tincture, it's very difficult to find an antidote. Meng Fujiao, standing behind them, spoke up. I know where to find the heartbreak tincture. Lulu turned sharply. Where? A murderous glint entered Meng Fujiao's eyes. The Dala organization. Lulu, now in a speeding Mercedes, asked, Wu Yongning, Do you know where the Dala organization keeps their heartbreak tincture? Wu Yoning hesitated. They have it in their warehouse, but the security is tight. I can't get it out. Lulu brushed aside the concern. Just send me the warehouse address. The car now sped through a desolate area. 7 guards, 10 surveillance cameras. Lulu mused. You could force your way in, but if the chief family gets involved, it'll cost us time. We need to save Zun Majuan. Mingufu Jiao Spokikadmdi. Leave the cameras to me. We just need to deal with the guards. She pressed a button on a device. Electronic pulse emission. The cameras will be down for 3 seconds. Enough, Lulu said, impressed. He turned to Yi Huan in the back seat. Let's go. They entered a place called the Shifting Wine Pharmacy. Lulu touched several bottles filled with a purple liquid. Found the heartbreak tincture. Patrolling guards approached, flashlights cutting through the darkness. One boasted arrogantly, "This is the Dala warehouse. Even with 100 lives, no one would dare steal from here." He continued, "Every bottle of heartbreak tincture has a GPS tracker. Opening one will trigger an alarm. Taking it allows us to track it." The other guard, smug, added, "Don't worry. If the heartbreak tincture goes missing, I'll pay with my life." Hidden nearby, Lulu chuckled. "Good thing I brought you along." His arms were loaded with bottles of heartbreak tincture. Lulu laughed heartily. Back in the car, he still marveled. "Good thing we had your method. We swapped out all the heartbreak tincture without taking anything." He Huan responded modestly. "It's my honor to help you, Lulu." Her words caused Meng Fu Jiao, sitting in the front, to bristle. "Your shifting wine pharmacy is truly impressive, Lulu." Meng Fu Jiao quickly shifted, blocking the eye contact between Lulu and He Huan. "Less chatter," she reminded him. "The swapping method cost us time. We need to hurry." Lulu said calmly. "He Huan, protect Zun Majuan for me. I'll help your family." She appeared to consider this. "But my combat abilities aren't strong. I can't protect young Miss Zun. I can't protect the Lin family." Lulu's gaze sharpened. "I'll send Xiao Hong and Wu Yoning to help you. But if anything happens to Zun Majuan, I won't spare you." He Huan pushed her luck. "I kind of want to experience Lu's violent side." "Just kidding. I'll do as you say." Meng Fu Jiao, sitting in the front, let out a small, displeased huff. The scene changed to a place called the Otherworldly Alchemy Room. Someone called out, "Elder Wang, hurry. The immortal has a request." This person was the master alchemist, Wang Heng. Lulu entered and bowed respectfully. "Elder Wang, I've brought a poison." He took out a bottle of heartbreak tincture and explained that this substance, called heartbreak tincture, disrupts bodily functions and drains spiritual energy. Elder Wang, upon hearing this, lightly waved his horsetail whisk and questioned, "Such a medicine exists?" He then gestured towards his soul refining cauldron. "Analyze this concoction with my cauldron." At this point, Lulu interjected, "Elder Wang, we only have 2 hours. If there's no antidote, we'll have to find another way." Pointing at his soul refining cauldron, Elder Wang exclaimed, "Immortal, I've been refining medicine for hundreds of years. What concoction haven't I analyzed?" Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the cauldron as if an explosion had just occurred. The powerful blast sent fragments flying. Witnessing this scene, both Jinda Bayu and Lulu were speechless, stammering in astonishment. Covered in soot from the explosion, Elder Wang chuckled. "Haha, the path of alchemy is truly profound and unfathomable. Is there any more of the medicine?" Lulu produced another bottle of heartbreak tincture. "Elder, if this doesn't work, I won't force the issue." Elder Wang finally exclaimed, "I have a clue. This concoction is locked by spiritual energy." Indeed, a chain of energy now encircled the bottle of heartbreak tincture. Elder Wang declared, "Without the key, analyzing it will cause an explosion. I'll summon my disciples to divide the cauldrons and guard them." His disciples immediately sat down in front of the refining cauldrons. Elder Wang instructed softly, "Each of you, watch your cauldron and carefully unlock the spiritual energy. Be thoroughly prepared." Simultaneously, he ignited his own cauldron. "Those who dare, dismantle and carefully analyze it." As soon as he finished speaking, his cauldron exploded into pieces. Elder Wang then addressed the disciples carrying a new cauldron. "Be quick. Time is of the essence. Shangwan Shui, no longer dwelling on it, said, "All right, follow my lead. Don't make any mistakes." With that, she tossed a gourd into the air. The gourd swiftly split into two. Meng Fu Jiao, having finished typing on her computer, exclaimed, "Complete. Movement captured." With a grin, she leaned forward. In a flash, she mimicked Shangwan Shui's movements, throwing her own gourd. The gourd split in two. Shangwan Shui gasped in astonishment. She learned the movement in one try, and with several times the power. Meng Fu Jiao, after completing the move, asked nonchalantly, "Any other techniques?" The scene changed to near the Lin family hospital. Lu Mei spoke cheerfully to the man beside her. "Qi Jia, you truly keep your word." Qizhua replied, "My opposition to Lulu isn't just for you." Lu Mei readily agreed. "Oh, I'd like to hear more." He complained. He got rich and didn't even bother to say hello, secretly selling medicine on his own. On top of that, he stole my heartbreak tincture. Qizhua then ordered the two men standing nearby. "We can't keep this ungrateful wolf around to harm others. Deal with Zun Majuan first and let them fight amongst themselves." The two men responded in unison. "Understood." One of them, a peak golden core cultivator, was Du Yiji, king of venomous command Huyang. The other, also a peak golden core cultivator, was the condensing chi grandmaster, Sikong Bao. Strange vapors rose from Sikong Bao's arm. He swiftly conjured two shadowy figures from his hand and barked, "Destroy this place." Zun Majuan's father, Zun Leizhong, suddenly appeared, intercepting the shadowy figures. "I am here," he warned. "You will not cause chaos." With a sweep of his hand, a radiant light erupted, instantly blasting one of Sikong Bao's shadowy figures away. A gash appeared on the dispersed shadow, oozing a strange green liquid. Both sides quickly retreated, putting distance between them. Zun Leizhong, noticing the green liquid on his hand, thought grimly, "This is a potent spirit-absorbing poison." He then realized Sikong Bao was rising into the air. Zun Leizhong's gaze snapped towards him. "Don't go," he shouted. Sikong Bao replied nonchalantly, "Dealing with you is too troublesome. I'll just go upstairs and play with that girl." Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the Lin family private hospital, the condensing chi grandmaster spoke up. "I'll cover your retreat," he murmured. "You'll only be a hindrance here." An explosion rocked the area, sending a wave of anxiety through everyone. Lin Shuya gasped. The research lab. Lin Yuanlei, furious, glared. "Look at the mess Lu has made." He made no attempt to hide his displeasure. "It's all because you like that, Lu. Now look what's happened." Lin Shuya sighed. "Father, Xanadu is in chaos. If it weren't for Lulu, who would protect us?" The scene shifted to the VIP ward of the Lin family private hospital. One of Sikong Bao's shadow figures arrived. He gestured, commanding, "Zun Majuan is in the VIP room on the top floor. Go in." The shadow obeyed, rushing inside, only to find the room empty. Sikong Bao was taken aback. No one, he wondered. The scene cut to the surveillance room of the Lin family private hospital. A figure knocked out the security guard watching the monitors, muttering, "You're too clumsy to catch anyone. You have to use your brain." It was Huyang. He sighed. "No wonder I couldn't find that witch from the He family. She's helping with the escape. To the north exit of Block C. Intercept her." He Huan was carrying Zun Majuan away. She thought worriedly, "This is bad. Without the equipment, Miss Zun won't last much longer." He Huan's eyes flickered to the side. "Not good." Sikong Bao suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Sikong Bao grinned, licking his lips. "The party's just getting started." He spoke to He Huan, "Don't be in such a hurry." He Huan gently placed Zun Majuan down in a corner. Looking at her with concern, she thought, "At this rate, Miss Zun won't hold out." He Huan turned, her mind racing. "There's only one thing I can do." She pulled out a black sphere, murmuring, "Here goes nothing." He Huan charged toward Sikong Bao. He remained where he was, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, one of Sikong Bao's shadows appeared behind He Huan. A stream of crimson, blood-red syrup shot out, grazing He Huan's shoulder. She stumbled, stunned. "When did it get behind me?" Sikong Bao, now sneering, toyed with He Huan. "My chi is invisible, intangible. You die without grievance." He leaned in, gripping her chin. "But if you please me, if you put me in a good mood, I might just leave your corpse intact." He Huan thought desperately, "Lulu, it's my fault. If I want to save Zun Majuan, I have no choice but to self-destruct." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down. Sikong Bao recoiled, a grimace twisting his features. He Huan cried out in joy, "Lulu, There, amidst the dissipating energy, stood Lu Lu, his presence radiating an almost casual confidence. Sikong Bao, seeing his arrival, gestured sharply to the shadowy figures surrounding them. Lu Lu, you actually showed yourself. Attack. Unfazed, Lu Lu drew his sword, plunging it into the earth. Lines of energy pulsed outwards, spreading beneath the ground. Sikong Bao's shadowy figures dissolved into wisps of smoke. Lu Lu scoffed. Is that all? Then, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. From the swirling smoke, a figure emerged, its voice laced with menace. Miss Spreads, Hu Yang spoke softly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You won't escape. A crimson fan unfolded, snapping open with a sharp crack. Meng Fu Jiao's voice rang out, clear and strong. Do you really think so? In her hand, she held the 8th grade, low-tier wind and rain spiritual fan. With a flourish, she unleashed her technique. Wind Rise. Huan Huan, witnessing the scene, couldn't contain her astonishment. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Zun Leizhong couldn't easily escape the bone poison. Yet Meng Fu Jiao just blew it away like that. What kind of divine weapon is that? Hu Yang remained calm. It's just a magical treasure. Try this. From his body, a swarm of venomous insects erupted. Lu Lu raised his gun. Huan Huan cried out, Careful! Those are explosive, poisonous insects. If their venom touches your bones. The insects, caught in the beam of Lu Lu's electric gun, convulsed and burst apart, their viscous fluids splattering the ground. Both Hu Yang and Huan Huan stared in disbelief. Lu Lu turned to Huan Huan, a quizzical look on his face. What were you saying? Speechless, she could only manage. Nothing. Sikong Bao, now encased in crimson armor, growled. You forced my hand, girl. You forced me to unleash my full power. Beside him, Hu Yang added, We'll have to attack head-on. Sikong Bao thought here, blindingly obvious yet hidden. He formed a sphere of crackling energy in his hand, the Void Burst Bomb. Simultaneously, Hu Yang summoned a massive venomous serpent, thinking, the moment they dodge, I'll strike. Lu Lu and Meng Fu Jiao remained unperturbed. In unison, they declared, perfect timing to test a combination technique. Meng Fu Jiao swept her fan, initiating the swift wind, summoning thunder technique. Beside her, Lu Lu fired his weapon. Waves of energy surged towards their opponents. Sikong Bao and Hu Yang erupted into plumes of smoke. Sikong Bao collapsed unconscious. Hu Yang, struggling to regain his composure, thought a direct assault was indeed ineffective. But this was all part of the plan. It seemed one of his insects had survived the onslaught, poised to strike. Hu Yang Smirket, their attention is focused on the frontal assault. My chance has come. As long as the Zun family girl dies, we win. That insect of his is already on Zun Majuan, but it was quickly enveloped by Huan Huan's energy sphere. She cried out, Lu Lu entrusted me to protect Miss Zun. How could I let you succeed so easily? The insect was instantly crushed in Huan Huan's grip. Hu Yang, having recovered, pointed a scornful finger. You almost scared me. You're just putting on an act. You're nothing but a weak, newly established foundation establishment cultivator showing off with a high-grade weapon. Meng Fu Jiao, as if to prove his point, was gasping for breath. Hu Yang laughed loudly. Your strength will run out. I want both this girl and the weapon. Sikong Bao stirred, releasing a cloud of smoke. Huan Huan, seeing this, cried out Lu Lu. Lu Lu turned his head and calmly instructed, Protect Zun Majuan. Leave the rest to me. Sikong Bao licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Leave it to you? Who are you? What makes you think you can face 2 peak golden core cultivators like us? Unhurried, Lu Lu took out a vial of pills and swallowed them. Just gathering ingredients, he said nonchalantly. A surge of potent energy erupted from Lu Lu. Sikong Bao stared, stunned. What the? This power, its nascent soul. Lu Lu's eyes turned icy. Still haven't figured it out? Playing with you all this time was just training for my young miss. Hu Yang muttered to Sikong Bao, Don't let him bluff you. It's just a pill's effect. It'll wear off soon. His words were cut short as Lu Lu's sword flashed. Hu Yang was sent flying in an instant. Sikong Bao roared in fury. Your pill's effect is wearing off. Now it's my turn. Lu Lu pulled out another vial, sighing. Too bad. I have another one. Another powerful attack erupted. Sikong Bao and Hu Yang could only wail. Even in death, I won't forgive the Chief family. They give us work, but they won't even give us 2 pills. Lu retorted. Talking about death already? Don't you want to live? Hu Yang spat. Without this bit of enlightenment, how can we survive out here? Suddenly, Lu waved his hand. I won't kill you. You can go. Hu Yang stared in disbelief. What do you mean? What poison did you use on us? Lu replied calmly. I'm just returning a favor to the Chief family. Let this matter end here. Meng Fujiao was equally surprised. Really letting them go? But the two didn't hesitate to flee. Lu called after them. Sent a message to the Chief family for me. The previous debt is paid. They're welcome to come for a fight. He then turned to Meng Fujiao. They're not important. What's important is what Su Shuang told me. Lu Mai is fanning the flames behind the Chief family. Lu's eyes darkened. It seems I can never have peace until Wu Qian is dealt with. Elsewhere, Cheese was slapped Hu Yang in a rage. You still have a nerve to relay his message? That Lu completely disregards me. Lu Mai softly spoke from the side. Chief family, don't be angry. This appearance of Lu acting all high and mighty. There must be someone backing him. Cheese calmly replied, regardless of who's behind him, I still decide what happens in Xanadu. Lu Mai then pulled out some bottles of heart-returning balm and said, Chief family, Lu has the poison, and I have the antidote. Cheeswa, seeing this, asked perplexed, this is the Alchemist Association. Don't tell me. Lu Mai replied, without powerful backing, do you think my mother and I could have dealt with Lu's father? Cheeswa bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. It's a pity about the heart-returning balm. It's possible Lu has already found an antidote. Lu Mai's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Even if there's an antidote, it will be difficult for Zun Majuan to recover quickly. She declared confidently, I have my own clever plan to cause internal strife within the Zun family. Inside a Lu family supermarket, Huan bowed her head slightly and said, Mr. Lu, Miss Zun is recuperating at the Zun residence and will regain consciousness this afternoon. Lu responded warmly, you've worked hard this time. Tell me, how can I help you? Meng Fujiao glanced at her warily. Seeing Huan reach up as if to remove her clothes, Meng Fujiao cried out, What are you doing? Huan simply ripped her dress open, revealing her body to the two of them. She pointed to a long scar on her abdomen and stammered, This is the curse of the He family. She slowly recounted the story. Over 100 years ago, the He family offended a powerful cultivator. With a single palm strike to the abdomen of a He family elder, Huan's voice was filled with sorrow. From then on, every member of the He family bloodline has had a seal on their abdomen, preventing the He family from ever reaching the nascent soul realm. She picked up a crystal ball and said with a serious tone, This crystal ball has guided me. It shows how to break this curse. The image of Lu appeared within the crystal. Huan stated firmly, Only Mr. Lu can do it. He responded, bewildered, But I don't know how to break curses. She began to explain the method to break the curse. I have most of what I need. I only lack 3 ingredients, the first being the extremely rare top-grade cloud mushroom. Lu responded with a simple, Oh, I have plenty of those. He quickly produced some fresh cloud mushrooms and said, I have quite a bit of this. Lu offered, I can help you find the ingredients, but we need to sign an agreement to prevent you from going back on your word. He thought to himself, My eye of fortune has already confirmed it. She's not lying. Huan quickly signed a contract he offered. Lu asked, surprised, Aren't you going to read the contract? She smiled brightly and replied, Mr. Lu wouldn't mistreat those around him. He continued, suspiciously, What about the other 2 ingredients? She revealed, The remaining 2 are even harder to find. Suddenly, a phone rang. Lu quickly answered, Hello? Elder Zun? What is it? The voice on the other end immediately yelled, Lu, come quickly to the Zun residence. Xiao Jun is trying to commit suicide. A while later, at the Zun family's convalescent home, Lu and Meng Fujiao entered. He announced loudly, Elder Zun, we're here. He thought to himself, since the He family has a feud with the Zun family, Huan should stay out of the Zun residence for now. Zun Leizhong sighed wearily. Xiao Jun's life is saved, but the heart-returning bomb has completely destroyed her cultivation. Zun Majuan said sarcastically, Now that I've lost all my cultivation, you call them here to laugh at me? Meng Fujiao said resolutely, Miss Zun, if we were able to help you regain consciousness, we will certainly find a way to help you recover your cultivation. Zun Majuan, hearing this, gritted her teeth and shouted, Are you trying to mock me? Even if I cultivate again, Will I ever be as fast as a genius like you? Lulu's voice was low and steady. We're all fellow cultivators. There's no need for this rush. Zun Majuan, he said, addressing the fuming woman. Enough. Just consider me blind. I'll definitely help Meng Fujiao with her tribulation. Now all of you leave. Meng Fujiao turned to Lulu and whispered, she's angry. Anything we say now will fall on deaf ears. Seeing this, Lulu hesitated, then began, well, suddenly, a voice boomed from behind them. Zun Leizhong appeared, a sneer twisting his lips. Sister, fancy meeting you here. I was wondering where you'd run off to. Elder Zun, startled, asked, Leizhong, what are you doing here? He pulled an object from his pocket. Take a good look at this. Leizhong held aloft a green token, his voice ringing with authority. This is the Zun family's ancestral challenge token. He continued, his tone level. According to the Zun family precepts, whoever holds this token can challenge the heir apparent. Elder Zun stammered, that token, it's real. The ancestral precepts cannot be defied. Zun Majuan ground her teeth. You despicable wretch. A sinister smile spread across Leizhong's face. If the token is real, then you must accept my challenge, sister. His voice dripped with malice. Don't worry. If I win, I won't chase you away. I'll keep you by my side day and night to humiliate you. Lulu stepped forward and unexpectedly pinched Leizhong's ear. He smiled confidently. Too bad you won't win. Leizhong yelped, jumping back. Lulu, this is a Zun family matter. You have no right to interfere. Lulu replied calmly. I'm helping you persuade Zun Majuan to accept the challenge. He leaned in and whispered to Zun Majuan, trust me, I have a way to make you win. Hearing this, Zun Majuan's voice gained a newfound strength. Fine, I'll fight you. Leizhong, surprised, asked, you agree? Lulu smirked, goading him. Scared? You can back out now. Leizhong, his excitement bubbling over, declared, fight. Of course I'll fight. Only a fool would pass up an opportunity like this. A short while later, the three of them stood in the dueling arena. Leizhong sneered. So, you found yourself a man to fight for you. Elder Zun began to explain the rules. Falling out of the ring, falling to the ground, and being unable to stand up within 10 seconds, or verbally admitting defeat will be considered a loss. No lethal force is allowed. Leizhong quickly crushed the token in his hand and shouted decisively. The challenge token for the Zun family heir is now in effect. Let the duel begin. He licked the blade of a sharp knife, his voice laced with menace. Sister, you have no idea how strong I am now. With that, Leizhong unleashed his attack, Hell's Sting. A flurry of knives flew towards Zun Majuan, who looked on in alarm. He smirked. Just surrender now. Why suffer the embarrassment of being scared witless? Suddenly, Leizhong's eyes widened in disbelief. The robe Zun Majuan wore was completely unscathed, as pristine as ever. She struck a confident pose, her voice filled with excitement. Your attack is completely useless. Leizhong stammered. It's the silkworm, celestial robe. His face paled as he thought. Where did she get that? The thing can completely defend against bamboo-based attacks. It's worth $2.8 billion on the black market, and even then, it's hard to find. Trying to maintain his composure, he scoffed. It's only defensive. The cultivation technique still can't keep up. Zun Majuan, having just consumed an entire vial of medicine, calmly inquired, is that so? Immediately, she summoned fire elemental power. A triumphant smirk spread across Majuan's face. Langsach was once again taken aback. This is the Supreme Hand Divine Elixir, which only enhances hand strength. Its black market price is around $120 million. Majuan then produced several grenades. He gaped, shouting, how do you have so many expensive weapons? The black market price for spirit energy ammunition is around $250 million. Langsach furiously challenged. The Zun family can't be this biased towards her. Zun Leizhong responded calmly. The Zun family didn't help Zun Majuan. She obtained these through her own marriage alliances. Their use is permitted in the Zun family duel. Seizing the opportunity, Majuan hurled a grenade towards Langsach, who nimbly dodged it. He then lunged towards her. Langsach zipped past her, sneering, but your body cultivation hasn't been fully enhanced. You're just a piece of wood. Majuan calmly replied, aren't you delivering yourself to my doorstep? Holding the two remaining grenades, she declared confidently, let's see who has the better defense. A brilliant golden light flashed. Langsach hastily shielded his face, yelling, no, I surrender. I surrender. Before he could say more, A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Thick smoke and dust instantly billowed outwards. Zun Majuan stood calmly amidst the debris, protected by the defensive circle of her Qilin immortal robe. She raised an eyebrow, looking towards the front. Lang Sach now lay sprawled on the ground. Zun Leizhong rushed over to assess the situation and announced, Zun Liang Sach is unconscious. Zun Majuan wins. Elder Zun, filled with gratitude, said, This time, we are fortunate to have young Master Lu's full support. Several billion is not a small sum. Lu replied softly, Money is not a problem for me. Majuan, slightly embarrassed, asked, You gifted me all top-grade items. How can I repay this kindness? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman with a camera was secretly observing the duel. Lu Mai muttered, Zun Majuan could win only thanks to Lu's support with magical treasures. A sinister smile crept across her face as she murmured, Selling magical treasures and weapons in large quantities. He must be connected to the other world. Sometime later, at the Lu family mansion, Lu Mai's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone look, this is the video I recorded. She held up the camera, emphasizing, Lu cannot escape his connection to the other world. Wu Qing turned to Wang Qi, saying, No wonder he could defeat Lu Shiwu and break the heart-binding curse. He nodded in agreement, grunting, so he sought out my senior brother, Wang Heng, to break the heart-binding curse. She spoke in a saccharine voice. Congratulations, great immortal Wang. This time, there's hope for returning to the other world. Wang Qi abruptly gripped Wu Qing's chin tightly, snarling, What's this? He leaned close to her face and asked, Do you want to get rid of me that badly? Wu Qing immediately flattered him. How could I? You're helping me seize the Lu family's assets. I can't wait to serve you. Wang Qi instructed, Use Qi Yu to probe Lu's strength. He reminded her, We must deal with him in one fell swoop. Wu Qing clasped her hands respectfully and replied, We won't disappoint you, great immortal Wang. At the same time, inside the Lu family supermarket, Lu calmly spoke. Xiao, have you set off? I'll be right there. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. It was the system announcing new mission detected. New mission. The host needs to sell 1 high-grade spirit stone in the other world within 1 month. Reward. 2 additional hours of stay in the other world. Lu chuckled inwardly, thinking it's just a single spirit stone. Completing this mission is a piece of cake. As if reading his mind, the system issued a friendly reminder. Due to the host's dissatisfaction with the low difficulty of the mission has been upgraded. New upgraded mission. The host needs to sell 100 high-grade spirit stones in the other world within 1 month. Lu cried out in dismay. What the hell? 100 times harder, just like that? The system added. The reward has also been upgraded. Unlimited stay in the other world for the host. A sinister smile spread across Lu's face. You think I casually mentioned the mission being too easy? I need to expand my business, to return to the peak. He strode forward, determination hardening in his eyes. Just you wait, Wu Qing. Everything you did to the Lu family, I will repay tenfold. Sometime later, at the ruins of the Lin family hospital, a man's furious voice echoed. You still have the nerve to show your face here? Lin Yuanlei pointed at the charred, crumbling building, tears streaming down his face. Generations of the Lin family's accumulation, destroyed just like that. Lu spoke calmly. I'm here to resolve this matter. Xiao. The young woman beside him stepped forward. Hello, I'm Han Xiao from Wanyi Design Company. Lin Yuanlei glanced at the business card, his mind reeling. The Wanyi Design Company? The winner of the International Architectural Design Award. Lu continued smoothly. All expenses covered. The rebuilt Lin Family Hospital will be even better than before. Lin Yuanlei considered this. Wanyi Design was a firm you couldn't hire even with a mountain of money. Lu's connections were clearly deeper than he'd imagined. Lu produced a VIP card. You won't be able to work for the next few months. Here's 1 billion in compensation. Lin Yuanlei was stunned. What about you? What do you want? Lu grinned. To take Shuya to the hot springs for a vacation. Lin Yuanlei sputtered indignantly. So you're still after my daughter's beauty. A moment later, however, he was waving goodbye with a forced smile. Shuya, have fun, my dear. He thought to himself, resignedly. He's offering too much money. I can't possibly refuse. Han Xiao watched them leave, thinking, I'd love to go to the hot springs too, but Mr. Lu helped me get into Wanyi Design. I have to repay him. Meanwhile, Lin Shuya had changed into a pink Lolita dress. Blushing, she asked Lu, Are we going on a date? Do I look pretty in this? Lulu turned to the group behind him. Everyone, what do you think? Does she look pretty? They answered in unison, beautiful. Zun Majuan, Huan Huan, and Yuan Xiaoyu also smiled and nodded. Shuyu was taken aback. Wait a minute. This many people on a date. Lulu grinned, gesturing toward the villa. We've rented this villa for 3 days. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Lin Shuya spoke up. Are we all going to soak in the hot springs together? He chuckled. Don't worry, men and women separately. She pouted, but that's such a waste. I brought a cute swimsuit to show you, Lu. One of the men opposite them, eyes lighting up, blurted out. That's all right. We can look on his behalf. His older companion snapped. Shut up. Lulu turned back to the group. The real reason I called everyone here is because I have something important to announce. In the meeting room, Lulu slammed his hand on the table, his voice resonating with authority. I want to make something clear, he declared. Avenging Wu Qing will likely be dangerous. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now. A portly man scoffed. If we wanted to leave, he retorted, we wouldn't have gotten in your car. Zun Majuan, seated beside him, quickly added, cut to the chase. What's the plan? Lulu, without hesitation, addressed the matter directly. I intend to bring our cultivation businesses into the Xanadu Commerce Association. He produced a remote control and pointed to a diagram on the board, explaining, Wan Yi Design Company will handle the weapon schematics and design. The Meng family will be responsible for the internal chip installation. Finally, Jia Yuan Electronics will manufacture the modern immortal weapons. The Lin family will oversee the pharmaceutical development and production, and the Zun family will handle distribution. Brother Wa from the side pointed and questioned, Big brother, what about us? How could you forget us? Lulu offered a slight smile. You are all members of the council. Wei Yongning, you'll be in charge of weapons testing. Su Shuang, you'll oversee production safety. And naturally, he continued, his gaze settling on a woman, the enchantress is best suited for gathering outside information. I need your full cooperation. Ha Huan Huan bowed her head obediently. Yes, Lulu Sama. The others exchanged surprised glances. Sama, what kind of game are you playing? Lulu flashed another bright smile. The share distribution is outlined in the contracts. Once operations officially begin, each of you will receive a large, mysterious gift. Brother was eyes lit up. What kind of gift? I want a 9th grade weapon. Ha Huan Huan and Lin Shuya, cheeks flushed with excitement, chimed in. More than a mysterious weapon, I'd rather have you as a gift. Meng Fujio, however, scowled at this remark. She strode towards Lulu, waving her hand with a playful smile. Let's go soak in hot springs, she suggested. We could talk later. Fine. A pang of suspicion struck Zun Majuan's heart. It seemed Lulu still only had eyes for Meng Fujio. Suddenly, Yuan Zayak appeared, placing a comforting hand on Zun Majuan's shoulder. Don't be so down, she said. If you like him, be brave and pursue him. Startled, Zun Majuan recovered quickly and asked, You're Yuan Zayak? Yuan Zayak introduced herself without hesitation. I'm the true love messenger, here to encourage you to pursue your true love. She continued, If you don't try, you'll never get anything. But if you pursue him, at least you won't have any regrets. Yuan Zayak presented Zun Majuan with a seductive bunny outfit. Go on, she urged. The other two are still drinking and chatting. I'll keep Meng Fujio occupied. This is your best chance. Zun Majuan blushed as she slipped into the costume. Is this too much? Yuan Zayak encouraged her. Men like this kind of thing. It's so exhilarating to encourage someone to steal love. With that, Zun Majuan approached the hot spring where Lulu was relaxing. She slowly crept up behind him. Lulu, she whispered. Lulu turned around, startled. What's this? He exclaimed, then shouted. Why are you disguised as Zun Majuan? She wouldn't be this shameless. Zun Majuan seized the opportunity to press closer. It's really me, she insisted. I came to thank you. He looked at her skeptically. Really? But as he gazed into her eyes, a thought struck him. That pleading look, it really was her. Zun Majuan put on an adorable expression. You've saved me so many times recently. How can I ever repay you? But he gently pinched her earlobe, chuckling. Good, you've learned how to thank someone. Bunny ears are really cute. Zun Majuan, however, was incredibly embarrassed by this. Hey, stop laughing. I'll get angry. Meanwhile, in another bathroom separated by a wall, Meng Fujio was soaking in a hot bath. A hot bath is so relaxing. Zun Majuan and Lulu were now chatting together in his bath. I know you lack for nothing right now, she said. So how about I scrub your back? Miss Zun is being so forward, Lulu replied. I can't disappoint you. I finally worked up the courage. Turn around. Lulu chuckled. You haven't fallen for me, have you? She blushed. She murmured, thinking I finally said it. Lulu, now sweating, sighed. Ah, that's the spot. She continued. Before, I was angry with you. Angry that Meng Fujio was always more important to you. I wanted. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Lulu-sama. Startled, Lulu pointed and told Zun Majuan, there's a bathroom over there. Hi. He Huanhuan arrived at that moment. Lulu-sama, I've come to serve you. Lulu corrected her. Don't call me Sama anymore. He Huanhuan stood firm. Can you help me convince the He family to join willingly? Lulu was blunt. Until Wu Qing is dealt with, I don't have time for romance. He Huanhuan's expression turned somber. Lulu-sama, I know there's someone else in your heart. She gave a sly smile, leaning closer. But I don't need a title. Tonight, I just want to serve Master, to make Master comfortable, completely satisfied. Meanwhile, Zun Majuan was in the bathroom, eavesdropping on their conversation. How could she be like this? This vixen, she has no shame. Outside, facing this situation, Lulu blushed. What are you trying to do? He Huanhuan purred. The He family's seductive reputation is not unearned. Tonight, I'll make you feel utter bliss. Inside the bathroom, Zun Majuan was fuming. How dare she try to seduce my Lulu? She hesitated. She's so much bolder than me. If I go out now, they'll laugh at me. Suddenly, overwhelmed with frustration, she cried out, I can't take it anymore. Where's the men's room? Where's the men's room? In the main hall, Brother Hua and Su Shuang were raising their glasses. Without the girls, it's so empty, lonely, cold. Why do we have to separate for the baths? Lulu is so considerate of the ladies' reputations. A true gentleman. Touching. Respectful. Cheers to this lonely night. Do you want to know why I cultivate? Baza volamentit. I thought I'd grow taller. Instead, I became a short guy who knows martial arts. Su Shuang, already drunk, sobbed. I get it. I'm a fat guy who knows martial arts. Then they put their arms around each other, laughing. My brother. If only we could be like Brother Lu, surrounded by beautiful women. Su Shuang mumbled shyly. I have someone. She's well-built, very beautiful. Baza volvidet. A winner in life. Why not introduce your sister to me? How dare you have designs on my sister? They then started brawling. A full man doesn't understand the hunger of the starving. The rage of the single. I'll beat you, you shameless toad. At the Lin family hospital construction site, Han Xiaoxiao thought to herself, this way, I can help Lulu relax. I wonder if he feels lonely without me by his side. On one side, He Huanhuan diligently massaged Lulu M. So relaxing, he groaned. She needed his muscles with focused intensity. In the adjacent hot spring pool, Meng Fujio pouted, her voice laced with jealousy. Lulu, have you never enjoyed a hot spring before? Why are you acting like this is the most amazing thing ever? Lulu replied languidly. You haven't reached my level of cultivation yet. You wouldn't understand this kind of relaxation. He Huanhuan chimed in. Oh, I'd love to hear you moan even louder. Her hands increased their pressure. Lulu seemed to drift into a blissful haze. Tears welled in his eyes as he sighed. What kind of servant are you? Stop, stop, stop. Don't. Meanwhile, Meng Fujio seethed. Lulu, what are you whispering over there? Is there someone else with you right now? Yuan Zaya called out, Sister Jiaojio, come here. She giggled. Sister Jiaojio, your back is so beautiful. Let me rub it for you. Meng Fujio readily agreed. All right, and then I'll help you. Yuan Zayak thought to herself. It seems Zun Majuan is making Lulu very comfortable. Ah, this forbidden love triangle is so exciting. Just then, Meng Fujio felt a chill against her back. Back with Lulu, he turned over and said with a sly grin to He Huanhuan, You're so wicked, I dare not resist. He Huanhuan, not one to be outdone, retorted, Master, if you're this proactive, I'll do anything you want. Lulu waved his hand dismissively. Don't be silly, girls. You just want to make fun of me. He Huanhuan replied earnestly. Every girl here has been helped by you. On behalf of the He family, thank you. She reached out and embraced him tightly. If it weren't for you, the He family wouldn't know when our troubles would end. Now, at least we can see hope. Suddenly, the door clicked open. Someone's coming. Yiko, quick, hide. He Huanhuan scurried into the bathroom. Wait, Lulu thought with a forced smile. I think I forgot something. Then, as if struck by lightning, he yelled, the bathroom. Both Zun Majuan and He Huanhuan froze. He Huanhuan inwardly mocked Zun Majuan. No wonder Lulu said group of women. It turns out Miss Zun is even more forward than me. Zun Majuan snapped. Aren't you here too? He Huanhuan smirked. I don't need a title. Miss Zun, You come from a prominent family. You're much more respectable than me. Zun Majuan fumed. Don't think you can be smug just because you saved my life. I still have a score to settle with the He family. He Huan feigned innocence. I'm Master Lu's servant now. Would you really hurt me? Zun Majuan pointed at her angrily. Get out. Use your magic to find a spacious place. We'll fight. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Brother Lu. Both women pressed their ears against the door, listening intently. Lin Xunya, in a short dress, called out in a saccharine voice. Brother Lu, I don't have a figure as nice as Sister Jojo. Please don't dislike me. I'm willing to treat you sincerely. Anything from the Lin family is yours for the taking. Lu chuckled awkwardly. Don't say that. It's too much. You don't have to. Inside, Zun Majuan exclaimed in disbelief. I can't believe how beastly Lu is. He wouldn't even spare someone so young. He Huan added, she's the eldest daughter of the Lin family, only a few years younger than you. And there's also the genius designer, Han Xiao, and the crazy younger sister, Lin Yue, who are interested in Master. Zun Majuan grabbed He Huan by the collar, lifting her off the ground. Say another word, and I'll really hit you. Huan, she continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I'm just stating the obvious. Why are you so worked up? I could never accept his infidelity. Just then, a commotion erupted from inside the bathroom, leaving Lu utterly exasperated. Lin Xunya tilted her head, asking, why did the bathroom just move? Lu smoothly deflected. It's just the after effects of the hot springs. You're a bit dizzy. It's playing tricks on your eyes. Lin Xunya swayed dramatically, feigning weakness. Oh, I'm feeling a little faint, she murmured, collapsing against Lu, clinging to him. Your muscles are so firm, she purred, just like when we went swimming with our fathers and I sprained my ankle. You saved me without a second thought. Lu stammered, well, about that. I was still betrothed to Meng Fujio at the time. Lin Xunya quickly placed a finger over his lips. Sure, don't mention that. You're not bound by that anymore. Besides, we're both grown up now. We can decide our own future. He remained unmoved. Xunya, he said gently, I've always thought of you as a younger sister. Undeterred, she retorted, I'll grow up. I'll become even more mature than Meng Fujio. I'll be even more worthy of you. Inside the bathroom, Zun Majuan ground her teeth in frustration. This girl, she's really clinging to him like a leech. He Huan, beside her, offered. There's no one else around. Want me to help you teach her a lesson? Zun Majuan's eyes flashed. No need. I can handle this myself. With that, she flung the bathroom door open. Suddenly, Brother Wa and Su Shuang, both quite drunk, stumbled in, singing loudly. We're not used to not fighting. How about we go back and I introduce you to my sister? Whether or not something happens depends on your fate. Thank you, my happy wife. I owe it all to you. Seeing the two drunken men arrive, Lu forced a smile and waved. Oh, you're here. But the angry sounds continued to emanate from the bathroom. Lu sighed, exasperated by the chaotic situation. The two drunk men began to pressure Lu into drinking with them. Brother Lu, why are you drinking alone? Come join us. Brother Wa, his face flushed, slurred. Let's finish this bottle. I already had some. I don't need any more. Lu protested. Su Shuang pulled out a bag of peanuts from his pocket. I even saved some wine-soaked peanuts for you. Lu recoiled in horror. Where did you even get those? Meanwhile, Dao was soaking the bath with Yuan Shuilan. It's so noisy on the men's side, she commented. Where are the other three? Yuan Shuilan giggled nervously. They're probably playing landlord. By this point, Lin Xunya had joined Zun Majuan and He Huan in the chaotic bathroom scene. Zun Majuan clamped a hand over Lin Xunya's mouth. You can't tell anyone about this. It's our secret. He Huan gently stroked Lin Xunya's hair. It's okay, she said softly. I'm not afraid to tell. Zun Majuan immediately snapped. Shut up. Lin Xunya thought to herself. So they were even faster than me, and their figures are better too. I've lost. In the small forest, Teza asked, are these things yours? Your good-for-nothing younger brother isn't easy to deal with. Lu Mei replied, why don't you let your men and my darling warm up first? Suddenly, a pack of wild wolves howled ferociously. Back at the men's hot springs, Lu addressed Su Shuang and Brother Wa. Drinking and then soaking in hot water isn't good for your health. You guys should go to the cold springs. I'll drink with you later outside. Su Shuang readily agreed. All right, sound good. Brother Wa, his face pale, suddenly yelled, oh no, I need to use the bathroom. Lu pointed. It's over there. Inside, the three women panicked. Oh no, he's coming. But Lu intercepted him. Wait, you can't go in right now. Brother Wa, his face green, pleaded, Brother Lu, I can't hold it any longer. Lulu played his trump card, mentioning the women's hot spring nearby and how any unpleasant smells might drift over and ruin his heroic image. But brother would continue to wail, "Brother Lu, I'm begging you. I really can't hold it any longer." Suddenly, Su Shuang spoke up. "Brother," he said with a serious face, "I respect you greatly." With a look of determination, Su Shuang shouted, "But there's nothing more satisfying than a timely bowel movement. Brother Wood, just go. I'll keep watch." Hearing this, Lulu clasped his hands together and replied, "There's no need to shout." Overwhelmed by Su Shuang's imposing manner, he conceded and allowed Brother Wa to relieve himself. Brother Wa, deeply moved, exclaimed, "Brother Su, I'll never forget your great kindness." After finishing his business, Brother Wa sighed contentedly. As expected of the villa's bathroom, it smells so fresh. Back in the lounge, Huan smiled and declared, "You all owe me one." Zun Majuan snapped angrily, "Shut up." Lin Xuanya, however, said, "It's fine even if I didn't go outside. It's perfectly natural for Brother Wa." Huan then said smugly, "Or I could take you two back there, and you could watch little brother go to the bathroom." Both Xuanya and Majuan immediately yelled, "Don't." Suddenly, Meng Fujio and Yuan Zaik arrived. Fujio, looking at Majuan's attire, asked, "Why are you wearing a swimsuit in the living room?" Majuan stammered, This. Yuan Zaik quickly interjected, "This must be a punishment from their landlord game." Fujio asked suspiciously, "Landlord?" And all three of you lost. But no one answered her question. In the bamboo forest, Lu Mei said to Teza, "From this position, we can clearly see how much strength Lu truly possesses." Teza replied, "Excellent." Suddenly, a streak of blood splattered. Huyang, attacked by a wild wolf, had a gash on his back. He was surrounded by wild wolves. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I didn't need to save some strength for Lu, I would slaughter these monsters." Suddenly, Teza spoke calmly. "Our target is Lu. Don't waste your energy fighting these beasts." Teza continued, "I've already sent someone. Tell your beasts to follow them." Lu Mei asked, "Aren't these two going?" Teza replied, "If we can reach the nascent soul stage, why suffer losses here? After all, you only want to gather data today, right, Miss Lu Mei?" Lu Mei, hearing this, smiled wickedly and replied, "As expected of the Teza family, you think things through." Suddenly, He Xing spoke up. "The Teza family has finished one person. I want to save Lu for last, to let him taste the despair of having his close friends killed." Teza quickly grabbed his phone and said, "We have a report. My people have one. Next, it's your turn, Miss Lu Mei." Lu Mei's eyes widened, glowing red, and she replied, "Yes." She stood amidst the pack of wild wolves, looking sinister and malevolent. Back with Lu, Su Shuang yelled, "Why aren't you answering? Can't you hear me? Bazavul, Wu Yongning." He found Brother while lying unconscious on the floor. Wu Yongning. Su Shuang rushed over and checked his pulse. "He's not breathing." He sobbed, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." But Lu calmly replied, "The enemy is still near. Don't talk. Bring him to the main hall." Lu pushed open the door and announced, "We're under attack." Everyone cried out in surprise. "What happened?" He pointed to the mark on Brother Wa's neck and said, "Looking at this wound, he was clearly poisoned with a hairpin. It's highly likely someone we know." Huan, seeming to understand who was responsible, pouted and said it was He Xing. After Mr. Meng Fujio's tribulation, he disappeared. Majuan responded, "Your He family sure has some talented individuals." Outside, Lin Xuanya trembled uncontrollably, screaming, "Ah. She pointed outside, stammering out outside. The vehicle is damaged." It turned out a pack of wild wolves had ravaged their vehicle. Seeing this, Lu spoke up. "Jiao Jio, Zun Majuan, He Huan, you three are in charge of protecting Lin Xuanya and Yuan Zaik. Su Shuang and I will deal with those beasts." Hearing Lu, Jiao Jio, Dao hurried to Xuanya's side. "Don't run around. He can handle this." Xuanya, though annoyed, managed to say, "Help me access the thermal imaging, the computer cameras, every corner of the room." Majuan drew her whip, saying, "No need for such trouble." She then used her flowing light domain technique. Several venomous bees were immediately struck down. Majuan, seeing this, said smugly, "Just some venomous bees. I can handle them." Lu, having gone outside, remarked, "Dealing with these women isn't even a challenge." Let's have another death. Suddenly, an enraged venomous bee charged forward. Xuanya continued to type furiously on her computer. Fugio, Meng Fugio, quickly spoke up. I said there's thermal imaging. Why are you courting death? Meanwhile, Su Shuang relentlessly attacked the wolves. He unleashed a flurry of punches. Lulu, with a smirk, said, taking them on one by one is too slow. He then drew a sharp blade. Thunderbolt burst. A wave of wolves fell before his lightning attack. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Lulu's expression turned serious as he looked towards it. The shadow continued to flash by at incredible speed. Then, a gigantic wolf appeared before him. Lulu struck it with a palm strike. Seeing it had no effect, he thought, this wolf must be wearing absolute defense armor. The wolf let out a ferocious growl and lunged at Su Shuang. Su Shuang, watch out. Su Shuang, now defenseless, grabbed the wolf's head and slammed it into the ground. The wolf crashed to the earth with a resounding thud. Seeing this, Lulu asked, is it over? He then added, no, their attack won't be that simple. Atop the mountain, Lu Mei said to Teza, Sir, look, they're exhausting their strength now. If you exert yourself further. Teza replied, isn't this what we predicted? Lulu has no way to counter absolute defense. This is enough. Lu Mei thought, you haven't contributed anything, of course it's enough. A venomous bee buzzed relentlessly. He Xing yelled, just some petty poison tricks. My poison has completely evolved. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence. It was Huan voice. Try moving. Suddenly, she appeared and gripped his heart. Huan, emerging from another dimension, tightened her hold. Last time, Lulu spared your life. You're determined to bring this upon yourself, aren't you? He's a benefactor of our He family. He Xing, now terrified, pleaded, wait, let's talk this over. We're all part of the He family. Huan interrogated him. Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll grant you a swift death. Suddenly, a stone flew towards He Xing's head. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone. Lulu, witnessing this, seemed to realize something. So eloquent, he sneered. I dislike chatterboxes. Lulu, gripping a stone tightly, retorted, consider this a fitting response. He flung the stone with a sharp flick of his wrist. The stone hurtled through the air, striking the man, Zi Kongbao, squarely in the head with a sickening thud. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Seeing this, Zi Kongbao scrambled to his feet, enraged, and lunged towards Lulu. You arrogant brat, he roared. Chizok quickly intervened. Don't be rash, he cautioned. At that moment, Lulu stepped directly in front of Zi Kongbao. A smug grin spread across Zi Kongbao's face. Don't get cocky, Lulu, he sneered. With a flourish, he unleashed a swirling vortex of crimson energy towards Lulu. The spirals of power hurtled towards him with menacing speed. But Lulu, unfazed, calmly sidestepped the attack. In a blink, he closed the distance, his hand clamping around Zi Kongbao's throat. With brutal efficiency, he dispatched Zi Kongbao and darted towards Chiza. He tossed Zi Kongbao's lifeless body at Chiza's feet. Chiza, he growled, I've had enough of you. Chiza stared in shock at Zi Kongbao's corpse. Lulu's eyes, sharp as blades, bored into him. You dare to kill my friend, he stated coldly. Today, you pay in blood. Chiza folded his arms behind his back. Lulu, he said, today you've lost one man. I've lost two. A continued fight benefits neither of us. Let's end this here. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted forward, striking Chiza from behind. Did I give you permission to be a coward? A voice hissed. Everyone stared in stunned silence as a needle pierced Chiza's back. It was Lu Mei. She had taken advantage of the distraction to inject him with a drug. He's just at the peak of the golden core stage, she hissed at Chiza. You're at the nascent soul stage. What are you afraid of? Kill him. Chiza's eyes glowed crimson. As you command, he rasped. Lu Mei turned to Huyang with a cruel smile. Want a shot too? She asked. No, thank you. Huyang stammered, terrified. Chiza, now consumed by a berserker rage, lunged at Lulu. Both Huyang and Chiza charged, but Lulu simply smirked. Know why I'm only at the peak of the golden core stage? He asked. So I can borrow heavenly lightning whenever I please. He pointed skyward, and a bolt of lightning crashed down, engulfing Huyang and Chiza. But Chiza emerged unscathed, his attack redoubling in ferocity. A thick cloud of smoke billowed outwards. Then, the smoke cleared, revealing Lu Lu's triumphant grin. Both Hu Yang and Lu Mei gasped as they saw Qi Za lying unconscious on the ground. "What are you waiting for?" Liu Mei shrieked. "Attack!" Hu Yang braced himself, his body trembling with fear. Another crack of thunder echoed, and both he and Qi Za collapsed. "I saved the last bolt for you," Lu Lu said, turning to Lu Mei. Seeing this, Lu Mei turned and fled. "I thought they could wear him down," she thought frantically as she ran. "I should have listened to the Qi family." Going somewhere, a flash of energy struck Lu Mei, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Good thing Mother gave me this celestial protective robe," she thought, struggling to her feet. "If I can just escape while he's in meditative absorption after the tribulation, I'll be safe." The whirring of a fan announced Meng Fugio's arrival. "When you made your move," she said calmly, "you should have considered this outcome." With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a swirling vortex, pulling Lu Mei into its depths. Lu Mei, bound tightly like a helpless caterpillar, thrashed futilely. "How dare you sever my meridians? My mother will never forgive you." Lu Lu approached her, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "Funny," he said, "I was just thinking of killing her. For all the humiliation I've suffered, I'll repay her 100-fold." Lu Mei lay unconscious on the ground. Wu Ting rushed over, clutching Wang Qi's arm. "Grandmaster Wang," he pleaded, "my daughter's meridians are severed. You must help me avenge her against Lu Lu." Wang Qi replied, "Lu Lu himself isn't frightening. It's his ancestral home that intrigues me. My investigations suggest it might be a portal to another realm. What's more, it's protected by a high-level defensive formation. Give me 2 weeks to study how to break it. Then we can return to the other realm. I'm at the peak of a nascent soul stage, while he's merely at the golden core stage. He's no threat at all." At the Lulu Electronics Factory, Lulu instructed Yuan Xiao, "While things are quiet, quickly produce that batch of goods. Offer 5 times the usual overtime pay." Yuan Xiao's face lit up. "You mean it, Boss Lu?" 2 weeks later, outside Lu Lu's supermarket, Wang Qi arrived, eager to settle the score. "Lu Lu, get out here." Looking at the house before him, he thought, just as I suspected, a protective barrier. He immediately deployed the 4 symbols vanishing cloud-breaking formation. The barrier instantly shattered. He calmly pushed open the door and stepped inside, surveying his surroundings. "So this is it," he mused. "You've already fled, have you?" Void severing slash. A crack appeared in the air. Wang Qi smiled triumphantly. "Finally, I can go home. From now on, everything you own is mine." On Mount Qinglam, General Hua roared, deploying his troops for an assault. "Attack! Use the weapons bestowed upon us by the Immortal." The two sides clashed fiercely. General Hua hefted the gun in his hands. "The Immortal's divine weapon truly opens my eyes. The day we pacify Mount Qinglam is not far off. I will repay the Immortal handsomely." The spiritual energy gun required a staggering 20,000 high-grade spirit stones to operate. Back at his base, Lu Lu chuckled nervously at the mountain of spirit stones. "This is too much," General Hua replied. "Minimizing casualties and bolstering the Gushang Kingdom's military strength is a great service. Please, Immortal, don't refuse. I'll have someone deliver these to your residence." Lu Lu bowed his head in acceptance. "Thank you, General Hua. I'm most grateful." He turned away, a secret smile playing on his lips. "I've struck it rich." On a mountain path, a group of soldiers marched. Suddenly, a large, highly explosive projectile landed among them. Anyone caught in the blast was instantly obliterated. Lu Lu, nearby, was caught in the explosion's radius. He shielded his face with his hands. It was Wang Qi who had orchestrated the attack. "So, Lu Lu," Wang Qi's voice boomed, "you think you could deceive the Gushang Kingdom with your paltry tricks? Today, I will deliver divine justice." Heavenly Phoenix frenzy. He lifted Lu Lu into the air. Lu Lu coughed up blood, thinking, the difference in our cultivation levels is too great. Suddenly, a beast appeared, holding a gem in its mouth. "Immortal," it said, "this man injured my mate. Absorb my Scarlet Soul Thunder Beast's essence and avenge me." Lu Lu took the gem. "Thank you," he said. "I won't let him get away with this." He began to absorb the gem's power to restore his spiritual energy. The gem slowly merged with his body. Lu Lu's power surged, growing exponentially. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Wang Qi watched him, a thought sparking in his mind. If I kill him now, he mused, I might still have a chance to absorb his scarlet soul. With that, he lunged forward. The two figures, each radiating a palpable killing intent, clashed with a deafening roar. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, the echoes of the explosion reverberating through the air. General Hua paled. It's dangerous. Something's happened to the immortal. On Lu Lu's side, anxiety rippled through the ranks. We heard the immortal was ambushed. Quickly, we must save him. Wang Qi emerged from the dissipating dust cloud, a smug grin on his face. Is that all you've got? He taunted. But Lu Lu, exhilarated by the power surging through him, laughed. All right, he said, a playful edge to his voice. I'm starting to get used to this. With a burst of speed, he shot forward. He blurred past Wang Qi, leaving a trail of displaced air in his wake. Wang Qi, sensing something amiss, exclaimed, too slow. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Lu stood before him. Lu Lu unleashed his lightning power. A bolt of raw energy erupted, striking Wang Qi with a thunderous crack. But Wang Qi remained unscathed. He rose, dusting himself off. The shifting mirage movement of the ancient Thuong kingdom, he said. I underestimated you. I was saving this technique for my senior brother, Wang Heng, but it seems I can't hold back any longer. As he spoke, his body contorted, transforming into a grotesque monster with elongated limbs. A flash of light, and Lu Lu was upon him, a fist rocketing towards Wang Qi's face. Wang Qi managed to block the blow. Lu Lu pressed his attack, a relentless barrage of punches. The impacts left strange, violet scorch marks on Wang Qi, forming a peculiar symbol on his arm. As Lu Lu paused, puzzled, Wang Qi conjured a swirling vortex, pulling him in. A streak of electricity arced between them, igniting Wang Qi's hands with violet flames. Wang Qi, now a raging beast, unleashed a torrent of magical energy. Die, he roared. The mark on his arm pulsed, enveloped by the swirling magic. Lu Lu's eyes widened in alarm. The mark on his own hand began to burn. The symbol, amplified by Wang Qi's power, hurtled towards him. It slammed into him, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Lu Lu stood firm, his face a mask of fury. Tian Xiang and Hong Tu cried out in unison. Immortal! Wang Heng pointed at Wang Qi, his voice booming. So it was you, Wang Qi. He gestured towards the symbol, now emblazoned on Lu Lu. This mark is the source of the disturbance that shook Mount Qinglam. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. General Hua rushed forward, shouting, You've breached the defenses of the ancient Thuong kingdom and harmed immortal Wang Qi. You are guilty of treason. Wang Qi sneered. Immortal, he said, addressing Wang Heng. He's nothing but trash from another planet. In his world, he peddles perfumes and food, while here, he steals our supreme treasures. You see, he absorbed the Thunder Beast's power, but he's only reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. This is the proof. Tian Xiang, who had been watching with growing suspicion, spoke. Is it true, Immortal? Lulu was silent for a moment. Then, he replied, He's not lying. At this moment, Wang Heng, pointing a furious finger at Wang Qi, declared, His matter can wait. You, however, have illicitly refined forbidden medicine and betrayed your sect. By law, your cultivation must be completely abolished. General Hua added, Your personal vendetta caused the upheaval at Mount Qinglam, leading to heavy casualties among the soldiers of the ancient Thuong kingdom. You cannot escape death. Wang Qi, hearing this, scoffed, Preposterous. I provided elixirs, satisfying their desires. Where's the wrong in that? The Mount Qinglam incident was merely an experiment. Used effectively, it could pose an endless threat to enemy nations. He then pointed at Lu Lu and continued, Take me in, and I can lead you to conquer two worlds. Choose the deceitful, worthless wretch, or choose to trust someone who can offer the ancient Thuong kingdom far more, like me. Lu Lu, listening, gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, though harsh, his words ring true. I've been boasting. This time, it seems the odds are stacked against me. Suddenly, a flash of movement. Wang Qi, was intercepted by General Hua, who stepped forward and declared resolutely, "You have committed numerous crimes against the ancient Thuong kingdom. You must be arrested and brought to justice." Hearing this, Wang Qi burst into laughter. "Arrest me? Then you'll have to try harder." With that, he began to unleash his power, his spiritual energy surging. Hong Tu watched in astonishment. A thought suddenly flashed through Wang Qi's mind. "Take Hong Tu hostage. That's my only way out." With that thought, he lunged towards her. Understanding his intent, Lulu quickly darted forward, shielding her. "Don't even think about touching a hair on her head." The two cultivators clashed once more. Lulu threw a punch directly at Wang Qi. Wang Qi, grimacing as he blocked the blow, thought, "How can his strength be so great? Even greater than my own? How? Did he subdue the Thunder Beast? Or perhaps he's cultivating it, the treasure of the Thunder Beast's spirit." The Thunder Beast channeled its power to Lulu. A whip of lightning lashed out, striking Wang Qi. After a fierce exchange, leaving a cloud of dust and debris, Wang Heng, pointing, declared, "You have attained the Tao. Help the 7 paths abandoned by your selfishness." But Wang Qi stubbornly retorted, "And you choose to believe that charlatan?" General Hua quickly interjected, "He is not a charlatan. We believe in him. Every person here is indebted to the immortal, not just because he is an immortal, but because he has a sincere heart, truly desiring our well-being." Surrounded by concerned women, Lulu was being fussed over. "Immortal, are you all right? Immortal, don't move. Let me heal your wounds." Ignoring their ministrations, Wang Qi roared, You will regret this." Wang Heng, calmly addressing Lulu, said, "Immortal, now that the Mount Qinglam incident is resolved and the culprit apprehended, why not stay a while? Let me introduce you to our world." Lulu replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I must return. The woman who stole my family business will pay for her crimes in blood." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. Long Xian, with a gleeful laugh, absorbed its power. Turning to Wu Ting, he exclaimed, "Finally, thanks to your medicine, Sister Wu, I've successfully overcome the tribulation. I'm now at the nascent soul stage." But in a shocking turn of events, he was stabbed by Wu Ting. Licking the blood from her blade, the cold-blooded Wu Ting said, "You're more useful dead than alive. Become a puppet of my necromancy." After the blow, Long Xian seemed to transform into a different person. "Yes, master." Outside Lulu's villa, Lulu smiled. "This is the final battle." The men following him echoed his words. "We've waited so long, and finally, we're here. Revenge for our master. The debt of our martial brother remains unsettled." Suddenly, before him stood a woman, a scythe gripped in her hand. The summoning formation at Mount Qinglam. Could it be Wu Ting wants to? Lulu trailed off. Wu Ting's voice cut through the air. "You guessed correctly, Lulu. I summon the evil god. I will become the queen of the ancient Thuong kingdom. I will tear apart the void, expand the chaos, and all will bow before the evil god. Descend." Seeing this, Lulu shouted, "We must split up, destroy all the formation eyes as quickly as possible. If we let her summon the evil god, the entire ancient Thuong kingdom will be in danger." Immediately, Lulu's group dispersed. "I'll go left," one shouted. "I'll take the right. I'll assist Lady Tun," another called. Lulu turned to Jiao Jiao. "We'll attack from the front." He thought to himself, "We must destroy all the formation eyes. Otherwise, we won't be able to harm Wu Ting." On the left side of the villa, Su Xiang encountered a familiar figure. "Master Qi," Su Xiang exclaimed in surprise. "How could it be you?" Master Qi, seemingly devoid of consciousness, muttered, Kill them all." Su Xiang realized the truth. "Everyone, this is a Qi family corpse puppet, nascent soul stage, level 7. Master Qi lunged, striking Su Xiang with a brutal blow. The impact sent Su Xiang flying. He struggled to his feet, disoriented. What is this?" On the right side of the villa, Tun Mo Jun and Huan Huan faced Long Qian. Mo Jun asked, Huan, who is that?" Huan quickly replied, "A fighter taken by the Qi family. Incredibly promising, but it seems Wu Ting has already killed him." Hearing this, Mo Jun charged forward. "Just a corpse. What's there to fear?" Long Qian, a nascent soul peak level corpse puppet, emanated a menacing aura. Mo Jun felt a flicker of apprehension. "This aura, it's overwhelming." Long Qian lashed out with a swift claw attack. "Mo Yunis Mindgeist. I'm in danger. I can't dodge." At that moment, Huan threw down an orb and began chanting. Transfer attack. The orb shot towards Long Qian. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Jun stabbed Long Qian in the chest. But to her horror, he caught the blade and, with a gruesome twist, drove it back towards her. Stunned by the blow, Mo Jun stumbled. The difference in strength is too great. My simple attacks can't defeat him. Seeing her struggle, Huan cried out, "Lady Tun, don't be afraid. The Ha family has a technique to weaken the strong and empower the weak." She then launched a desperate attack against Long Qian. Mo Yun, witnessing Huan's reckless courage, shouted, "Huan, what are you doing? Stop." Huan looked back at Tun and Mo Jun. "Please, take care of Lulu." Then, with a deafening roar, a figure emerged from a cloud of white smoke. It was Long Qian, now seemingly enraged. Without hesitation, Tun Mo Jun raised her sword and charged. Burning Soul 7 severing strike. Her blade cleaved Long Qian in two, sending a spray of dark ichor through the air. Meanwhile, Su Xiang's battle raged on. This evil sect corpse poison is incredibly potent. Once it touches you, there's no escape. Then I can only petrify my entire body. At least, that will slow the corrosion. He began the petrification process. A grim smile spread across his face. "If I can't beat you, I'll join you. I'll use your own corpse poison against you." His body became encased in jade-like stone and immediately flew in to attack the Chizhua. Su Xiang's punches landed on Chizhua without missing a single blow, causing his face to become distorted, melting before he collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Xiang also stepped on the green slime he had created and slipped, falling down. Despite this, he still grinned brightly, saying, "If I hadn't given myself some top-grade defensive tools, fighting above my level would have been truly unbearable." The scene shifts to Lulu. He and Jiao Jiao are facing Wu Ting. Lulu asks in astonishment, "How can it be?" The evil god is Lu Sheng, Lulu's father, a nascent soul stage cultivator, level 2. Wu Ting gluotet. "How does it feel to be reunited with your father after 9 years? Lulu gritted his teeth, his voice strained. "As I suspected, you killed my father. You said he wouldn't cooperate." With a roar, he lunged forward. "You bastard." But unfortunately, he was intercepted by his father and thrown back a considerable distance. Fortunately, General Hua gave me some guidance before I left. Third level of the Void movement. Lulu, holding a gun, aimed it directly at his father. "Father, can you handle this? Come on," he taunted and fired. The bullet, imbued with immense power, hurtled towards his father. Lu Sheng watched the approaching light without any reaction. Then, suddenly the light intensified. In an instant, all the power Lulu had unleashed from the gun formed a large circle of energy. Lulu stared in disbelief. "What's happening?" At that moment, all the energy was absorbed by his father, Lu Sheng. Wu Ting laughed sinisterly. "Your father is far more powerful than you. He can absorb all forms of energy. Become my puppet, Lulu. You're worthy." Lulu quickly retorted, "Though I haven't mastered it yet, this is all I can do." Without hesitation, he created a sphere of lightning and grinned, using lightning to stimulate all my acupuncture points, strengthening my physical body. He crouched, then shot towards his father. A fierce battle erupted between father and son, each relentlessly attacking the other. Lu Sheng, holding the upper hand, landed a powerful blow on Lulu. Struck by the blow, Lulu was sent flying, crashing into a nearby rock. He clutched himself in pain, thinking, "Even my father's fist can absorb my electrical energy." Wu Ting continued to taunt him. "Come on, my darling, return to your mother's embrace." She launched a volley of iron chains towards Lulu, but he remained calm, dodging effortlessly. "Such a lively gathering, and you don't invite me? Do you think I'm too old?" Meng Chantian spoke. Zihao proudly chimed in. "We said the Ha family would help you. Not saying a word wouldn't be very interesting. We almost lost our Ha family's beloved daughter. You'll have to take responsibility for that." Seeing everyone gathered, Wu Ting spoke with a challenging tone. "Excellent. Let's deal with all of you at once." She then summoned Lu Sheng to her side. Meng Chantian spoke urgently. "Everyone here, except for Meng, has fought Lulu before, but they all became his friends." He conjured a small sphere and continued. "This young man's ability to attract people surpasses my imagination." With that, he transferred his power to Lulu. Jiao Jiao did the same. Even Huan, Zihao, Tun Mo Jun, and Su Xiang transferred a portion of their strength to Lulu. Everyone focused their power, channeling their strength to Lu, feeling their support surge through him. He turned, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. I've received your strength, your trust, he declared. Father, watch me. Watch how far I've come. With a resounding roar, Lu launched himself into the air, his fist a blur as he struck Lu Sheng with a powerful blow. The battle raged, a furious exchange of blows echoing through the air as the earth trembled beneath their feet. Lu Sheng staggered, reeling from the force of Lu's attack. In the fleeting moment before he dissipated, he looked at Lu, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Tears welled in his eyes as a look of profound peace settled upon his face. You've grown so strong, he whispered, his form fading into nothingness. Lu reached out, his hand grasping at the empty air where his father had been, a silent plea against the inevitable. Panik ceased wüting. No, she shrieked. No, this can't be happening. But Lu, having bid farewell to his father, regained his composure. One last punch, he roared, his voice ringing with finality. This one's for you, he declared, his fist connecting with Wu Ting's face. She coughed up blood, her body flung backward like a rag doll before exploding in a shower of gore and light. Lu gazed down at her broken form, then turned to his friends, a weary smile spreading across his face. It's over, he said softly. We won. Meng Changtian nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Now that he's had his revenge, he said, his voice heavy with meaning, perhaps it's time you two settled your own affairs. Jiao blushed, stammering, Grandpa. Inside the opulent hotel, preparations were underway for the wedding of Lu and Meng Fu Jiao. Su Xiang approached Jiao, who was sitting at the wedding reception. If it's meant to be, it will be, Su Xiang said gently. If not, don't force it. Jiao shook her head, her voice tinged with sadness. It's not that I'm not content, she replied. I'm happy for them. Huan nudged Tun Mo June. Want to help her crash the wedding tonight? She whispered mischievously. Tun Mo Yun Smiegel. You're always trying to get me into trouble, he replied. Don't you want to? Huan pressed. Suddenly, Meng Changtian's voice boomed across the room. What? He roared. The bride and groom are missing? He immediately barked orders. Find them. Find those two kids. In the otherworldly realm of Qingfeng Mountain, Lu and Jiao had eloped. Grandpa organized this whole wedding for us, and you ran away. Jiao scolded. Didn't you want to marry me properly? Lu grinned. Over there, you be the CEO, and I be the boss, he explained. Always worrying about the company. It's much more relaxing here. You just want to be lazy, Jiao retorted. Lu's expression softened, and he nuzzled against her. Wrong, he murmured. I want to be lazy with you.